Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And how about them Rockets, man? I think we got a good basketball team. I really do. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb.
It happens fast. I know people don't ever think.
No.
I mean, Indiana's okay, but it happens faster than I remember. The Golden State jump was substantial, and I don't know if that's where the Rockets are headed as quickly, but it happens faster than people think. You just have to wait just a little bit for guys to get old. Like, you can't rush age. You can't rush experience.
I wonder, this organization, they're itchy, they're antsy, they want to win. They're fidgety, they want to do something, they want that star. But maybe you just hold the course.
Yes.
Well, maybe. I mean, so you don't want Giannis.
I'd love Giannis, but for what cost? And you know what? You can't trade any of the top guys anyway until after the January breakdown or whatever. They're not tradable right now. You just hold. Your window's wide open. You got a long-term window right now. There's no reason to panic.
Well, there are a couple. Now, you could do it after the new year. I mean, if that maybe it's all.
And that's fidgety to me to do anything this year.
Well. The good thing is you can't trade the guys that you just signed until after the new year starts, because maybe you show during the month of December, they show, wait a minute, this team as is maybe good enough without Giannis. But here's the deal. Brian Windhorst yesterday had this to say about a couple of untouchables for the Rockets.
The message, there's some teams that have been watching the Rockets, waiting to see if they move. And the message that's been sent out is that those two guys that McMahon just mentioned, Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, guys they drafted in the last 3 years, are untouchable. Now, everything in life's a negotiation, especially in the NBA, but I'm told those guys are untouchable. I'm not sure who else that affects on the roster, but
I would just say it would have to be one heck of a return to get the Rockets to consider trading either of those guys. They love those.
Yeah. I don't know that there's anything. I listen. Last year when Tari was down, I heard from people in the organization, Tari is our best player. They love them some Tari.
Look at him last night, 6 steals. And you looked at all the steals. They broke down every steal he had, and it's took with 9 rebounds. You looked at, Portland was famous for the hustle board. There was, Portland made that famous, and then everyone around the league had it. And the hustle plays he makes, he and Amen Thompson, they're just two sides of the same coin. That's all. I mean, actually, I don't even think that's the right phrase for it. They're the same side of the same coin. I love their nickname. Because they're the same kind of players.
I love their nickname.
Just say, what's the nickname?
The Terror Twins.
I didn't even.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's perfect.
Because
they do bring terror. And you see Tari and both of them play in the passing lanes. Like, they're so anticipatory. They see where you're going. You dribble that way, and they're like, well, the only pass he can make is backwards to this pass. And you saw Tari was swooping in already, anticipating a pass and
He's got they both have ridiculous basketball IQ.
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
They really do. And, Alperen and Jalen can facilitate trades with their contracts now. They can help make that a reality. Tari and Amen are low-cost players who don't really do much to match contracts, but they're the meat of the hamburger right now.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Alperen, and I feel like Alperen looks a little less athletic than last year, honestly. Bigs don't go for his fakes anymore. They don't fall. Bigs have been schooled. When he shows you that right-hand hook, or that right-hand turn move, he's going to come back under and try to beat you to the left. And so they're staying on the ground, and all of a sudden, he's having a lot more trouble getting his shots off in the paint. But it feels like, it just feels like, I thought the offense would really flow through him. That's not really what they're doing.
That's what I do. Dominate in the paint.
Yeah, he dominates the paint.
I
agree with you. His athleticism looks, sometimes he looks awkward.
He looks heavier,
but
and
man,
slower for some reason.
Man, last night he had 31 and 12. I mean,
no, I know. He ended up
he ended
up making threes. Like, he ended up second half, I thought was way better. There's just individual plays I see where he's matched on bigs, who stay on the ground, and the stats look good. I do think though that this is not a 1 or 2 player show. This has now turned into a 5-player
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
I mean, it's
I don't know. I think
so
it's a
deep.
7-player show.
Yeah, I mean, it's so deep. Like yesterday, you had Jabari having some big shots early in that game. You had, Fred VanVleet, we've seen, can turn it on from quarter to quarter. The Terror Twins do nothing but inject a level of intensity and fear into the lineup. It's a lot of fun to watch. I don't know how good they are. I do think they're underrated. And when I say underrated, they're underrated by bookmakers. John and I was telling John, I looked at the odds yesterday. The Rockets are the 11th. They had the 11th best odds to win the Western Conference. San Antonio was plus 2,600. That means 100 gets you 2,600. The Rockets were plus 3,100 or 3,300. The Rockets were 11th. ESPN's Power Polls have them 5th. They moved them from 12th to 5th. They're showing a lot of respect. And odds makers don't move with weeks. They are slower. They're not going to be up and down emotionally like the rest of us are. They say we trust our numbers.
They're going to start now. Now it's not like they've been playing.
It's not a murderer's row.
No, the Oklahoma City is coming up after a couple of games,
and they pounded you last time,
and they're going to be here. Yeah, they pounded you, and it's what if I'm Ime, I'm like, hey, you know what, a shorthanded, not a very good team just beat Oklahoma City. So there's no reason. I think they had some kind of fear going into Oklahoma City for whatever reason. They need to play their game back here when they play them again. They beat Oklahoma City. The Rockets are moving up the power rankings. Not that the power rankings mean anything, but when you start to look at their statistics, you know who leads the NBA? Do you know how many offensive rebounds the Pacers had last night?
I didn't see.
It was a ton. 3 offensive rebounds.
So you gets nothing.
Yes, you'll get nothing.
If you miss,
you know who
done.
leads the league in defensive rebounding? The Houston Rockets.
Well, Rockets.
The Rockets.
And we all knew Rockets would be really good.
The third best team defensively, the Houston Rockets in the league. I mean, they're doing it with they're
These aren't
creating
one-off
havoc.
stats. These aren't one-off stats. These are stats that are cohesive. Steals, you look at this, steals, defensive rebounds, defensive field goal percentage. These are all elements of hustle and try and intensity and focus. It's so the opposite of that garbage that we saw with Steven Silas and that lineup full of shenanigans, daily tomfoolery and shenanigans. I called shenanigans on that team.
Right.
It was disgusting to watch those guys meander around and throw stuff around with no accountability. It was just terrible. A grown-up comes in, and 2 years later, and this is what's great about youth. The explosion in talent and basketball understanding with a young player can happen. Like, it can be a substantial jump. If it's a stock price, this is where you get the volatility, but the jumps are incredible. At some point, it levels out.
So they're NVIDIA?
Yeah, until they level out. Then you level out when you're like in your, 7th, 8th year, kind of level, sometimes 6th. But a lot of these guys didn't even go to college, or they were there for 1 year. Yeah. Thompson didn't go to college. Jalen Green didn't go to college. They're still pups.
Yeah, no.
Jalen's still a pup.
I think they're one of the youngest teams, if not the youngest team.
Do you know that Jalen is the same playing? Jalen has the same experience right now that Michael Jordan has as a rookie. Michael had way more games. So Michael Jordan is a rookie. That's what Jalen is right now. Jalen's his 4th year in the league, but it's only his 4th year playing non-high school basketball.
Right.
Jordan played 3 years of college and then was a rookie. It's like Olajuwon, 3 years of college and 1 year of rookie. Amen Thompson, this guy played. Have you ever watched any of the G League Elite or overtime?
Jalen's 5th year, though. He played the G League 1 year, right? So
he played 9 games.
Yeah.
But
well, whatever. Yeah.
Are you sure? And this is.
And he's played 3 years already. So this is.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
this is year 4 for him, right?
This is year 4 for him. Yep.
Yeah, you're right. That'd be 5th year.
But
5th year away from. Well, and that's the problem is he had like 9 G League. He had 9 G League Elite or overtime, whatever he was in. He had 9 games where Jordan would have had, 35 in college in an NCAA tournament. And this kid just had 9 pickup games, basically.
Yeah.
Jalen did his first year out of. Jordan was winning a national championship at that age. Jalen Green was playing pickup basketball against other guys who could jump high for 9 games.
Yeah. So it was pretty cool to see all the old. Kenny Smith doesn't look like he's aged at all.
Well, we see him all the time.
Yeah, we see him all the time, but he's still. Yeah, it looks good. The Dream is getting up there a little bit. Mario had a goofy hat on. That was fun. But it was
There's a Tim Bro sighting. I saw Tim Bro.
Yeah, well, Joel. I think Joel went last night.
Yeah, he should have.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was part of that.
Yeah.
So he should go. I think that might have been the first time he's back in the building. So, that was nice. And just it was a really nice celebration.
It was 30-year celebration. Bill Worrell joined the broadcast yesterday. He was on with Craig Ackerman. And, Craig, you can tell Craig grew up watching Bill, and Craig was just giddy.
Yeah.
Craig was just giddy having a chance to talk about Bill. Bill's take shots at Stacey King. Randa, did you see that?
I didn't see
Stacey King's as big as some of the buildings in Chicago. Like Craig's like, and Ryan Hollins, they're laughing like, the views expressed by Bill Worrell do not necessarily reflect those of. That was funny.
That's good. Well, he can say anything he wants now. No, Bill,
oh yeah.
Hey, so yeah.
And they were laughing. Bill goes, "Hey, at this age, I don't buy green bananas." He had the green banana joke.
Right. At 712 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Our Rockets looked pretty damn good last night. Now they got a couple of easier games here coming up, but still ahead. Oklahoma City's coming to town next week. Portland for 2 at Minnesota, at Philadelphia. Philadelphia is terrible. Did you watch highlights from Joel Embiid last night? They're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got hurt 12 times in that game.
How did it go?
And Paul George, surprisingly, Paul George and Joel Embiid both got hurt in that game.
What is happening? Like,
They're awful.
What is actually happening?
And how about, Tyrese Maxey? We didn't even talk about it yesterday. Tyrese Maxey in a team meeting lit him up.
Shams Charania said, now they're supposedly tight, and they quote unquote hold each other accountable. But yeah, he's like, you're late to everything.
Yeah.
You're late to everything. Like, this is I just can't even deal with things like this. This loser mentality. When you have people like that on your team, you're dealing with, when you have a guy who won't show up to stuff, like they have to wait. They had to wait on James at the plane so many times. Like John and I knew about
that's
the
most
loser
selfish
mentality.
Stuff ever.
It's selfish. You don't care about anyone else. It's just loser mentality. That is the number one sign that you got a guy that's no matter how talented he is, he doesn't have championship DNA. Joel Embiid has always been super worried about social media. Mm-mm. He's been super, he went off on the guy the other day, which it just shows he's just not focused on anything. Joel Embiid. And then once you get your money, if you don't really love basketball, if you don't really love football, if you don't really love baseball, once you get $30+ million a year and it's guaranteed.
Do you love broadcasting? Because you went off on a guy on social media the other day.
Yeah, but I don't have guaranteed money.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you signed an NFL contract.
That's not guaranteed.
That's guaranteed.
One thing could get me fired for conduct. There's no such thing as conduct detrimental.
Does he love broadcasting? I don't know.
Yeah,
he's not
focused. Not guaranteed.
He's not focused. He's going off on a guy who's talking about the Astros.
Tell you what, let them go ahead and give me $10 million a year, guaranteed for that. I know I get that for the next 8 years.
Yeah.
Watch how bad I get.
You act like that already. You suggested that a euro would assault you.
So much worse.
Yesterday on the show, you said you would allow a euro to assault you, but you used something very flagrant. You're already bad.
Those burgers are really good.
And by the way, you said you laid back.
Yeah.
and
you just laid back. Yeah. You would
watch
just sit
how much
there.
worse I can get.
How
much
worse?
Wait a minute. I thought you're supposed to get better and be more focused.
Yeah.
No,
it's the opposite.
That's the point. If I don't, because maybe I don't love it enough.
What?
That's my whole point. Joel hasn't played in the league for 27 years.
What?
Joel hasn't played in the league for. Let's see if Joel's
just
focused
said Embiid
after 27 years.
He makes all kinds of money, but he needs to be more focused. If you make all kinds of money, you're going to be worse.
Ask me what I was 8 years in. I was super focused.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was super focused. If somebody gets paid $30 to $40 million and they don't love their job, but you're going to give them that money for 6 to 8 to 10 years, they can kind of quit. They really can. Like Joel, I think Joel Embiid is kind of quiet quit, right? He won his MVP. He got MVP.
You heard? Didn't you hear his passionate?
He got his bag. His passion means nothing.
Talking about what he did for the city. How dare they question how
he's so busy telling you how passionate he is.
He's passionate
as he sits on the bench and does nothing. Like we talk, it's a sleeping bag. You get guys who have legitimate injury issues, and then you get guys who don't come who don't really make an effort to come back.
Well, listen, I need you for an underdog fantasy to take Joel Embiid points next game.
No, I can go lower.
Lower.
I can go lower. That's the thing with underdog fantasy is you can always go lower. Everyone wants to go higher. Go find the guys who don't have the juice, who don't have the excitement, the energy, the love for the game, and go play lower. Play them lower rebounds, lower points. I do it all the time. That's why I'm a winner. I'm a winner because I can detect people who are not going to score. And I utilize that against them by playing lower. Yesterday, another basketball winner. And yesterday it was, I used Alperin higher than 19.5 points. And Jalen Williams higher than 19.5 points. I just did two. And it paid, I was able to win twice the amount that I put in. And so this is the thing. With Underdog Fantasy, we're talking about real money. You are going to be able to activate right here in the state of Texas. And you can go higher or lower on basketball stats, on football stats. They've got MMA, boxing, there's golf. There's any number of sports that you can play, but you make the games more fun. You're watching the games, but you're playing along with the games with your picks. And did you know you can win up to 1,000 times your original play? And not just that, but when you use my promo code Lance, today. When you make your first deposit, you sign up, and they are going to you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Do not miss out on this. You must be 18 or older and present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Let's go. Who wants in? Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to hang with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So our Texans back at it this week. Apparently, you were right. Will Levis is going to get another year. I mean, that was the word out there that Will Levis will get another year to prove himself.
I don't think it was I don't think it was ever up for debate in football circles. Maybe for fans, but not in football.
Yeah. Yeah,
they want to give him time to grow.
Yeah. Is he? I mean,
this is his second year.
Do you believe that? I mean,
it doesn't matter what I believe.
I understand. It doesn't matter what you believe. But it's a coach killer.
We're imposing our opinions on the Titans. The Titans want to see what they got.
Yeah.
You can't do it in 16 games. You just can't.
No, they decided to go with Will Levis, and here they are, and here's what they got.
Yeah, and this is and this is the problem is when you draft a guy, you can't draft a guy with half measures, because if you draft, especially in the first round, if you draft a guy with half measures in the first round, you're stuck. So if you drafted a guy that you get rid of, like the Pittsburgh Steelers, you notice they didn't take a quarterback. They got rid of Kenny Pickett, and they're not going with another quarterback they got rid of Kenny Pickett after 2 years, which is pretty quick. But they, if you draft a quarterback and you, Daniel Jones, that's who you end up with. I mean, he was really good this year. Look how good we were with Brian Dable, and look what you end up with.
Let's get rid of Saquon.
Look how long you end up. Yeah, look how long you end up with.
Let's get rid of Saquon.
And you've got 6-7 years of Daniel Jones.
Mm-mm.
Like, it's terrible. You got to be careful when you draft first round quarterbacks, because they're going to get stuck in your palate for about for a minimum of 3 years. Will Levis is going to be there 3 years minimum.
So you said you can't do it after 16. They have 7 more games. So why would you make a determination before he plays his last 7?
I think you need 2 to 3 years, honestly. That's what you need. You don't get it anymore. Like, there's quarterbacks, and some guys, they don't have it, but some guys do get a lot better after that amount of games. It's just, we talk about, we don't truly let quarterbacks develop anymore. And then fans will complain about it, and media will complain about it, and they're the same ones who will bitch and complain if that guy is still getting a chance to play. Like, the Bears had to give, was it 4 years or 3? Was it 21, 22, 23, and this is 24. So they gave 3 years to Justin Fields. They had to give Justin Fields a minimum of 3 years.
Yeah.
The nightmare would have been if they re-upped them. That's the nightmare. They could have given him 4 years and not done the 5th year. They could have even done a 5th year. But re-upping them with that kind of money is a nightmare. Look at look at what Jacksonville is potentially in for now with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence looked better than, his first 2 years were rough, had nothing around him. He got better, got that playoff win. Stats were looking pretty good. And look where they are now. Trevor Lawrence, they got a long contract, and they got to figure it out. There's nothing they can do.
There was nothing they could do. They had to give him that $50 million a year.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
When you draft, you better be careful, because you may accidentally draft a guy you have to give that much money to,
situation.
who is not one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league.
The Texans have the best situation in the AFC South. Then who? Second best quarterback situation?
Richardson, because realistically, the head coach could be gone, the general manager could be gone, and a new regime could wipe the slate clean.
Same with Levis.
Yeah, same with Levis, but the difference is you don't, like the wide receiving core over there, you don't have young guys to build with him. You got Josh Downs, Anthony Gold, A.D. Mitchell, Pittman, and Pierce. That's a good 5.
Yeah.
You got a running back to go with them. You got a good offensive line.
Levis doesn't have that.
No.
Would you rather have Will Levis or Anthony Richardson? Or Trevor Lawrence?
Lawrence.
You would?
Okay, so I guess I have to factor in the money, huh? Because he limits you. Oh, my God. Why did I have that? I guess Richardson?
Look at the situation for the Texans in this division.
See, I think Richardson can make big plays. I've seen it. I don't know that Levis can do that. Like, Levis makes both of them make detrimental plays.
Well, Levis just threw a 99-yard touchdown this past week.
That's good.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson's done that like 8 times. and he's thrown. I think he's got 10 completions
against the Texans.
I think he's got 10 completions, like 8 of them are long touchdowns.
Yeah,
for the year. No, he was really. Did you see what Richardson did this week?
He looked good this week.
He looked really good.
Yeah.
There's a play. I got sent a play. Wait until I show you this play that he had the other day. I don't know that I've ever seen a throw this good in my life in watching pro football. It's
in your life?
Well, I've never seen a throw this hard.
Dan Orlovsky over there.
I've never seen. I know. I got to be careful. I've never seen.
I don't see the inaccuracy.
I've never. Show it to me on tape. I'm not seeing it.
I see this throw.
Which tape are you watching, Dan? It's not hard to find, Dan.
I think the Jaguars are in the worst situation in this division. I think
because of the contract, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe I don't know. It's 1 week, but Levis didn't look bad either last weekend. Levis looked okay too.
Well, I mean, that's why you kind of have to wait. It's probably fool's gold, but you still have to wait a little bit. Let these guys play and let these guys. Levis doesn't have a lot around him, man. Levis doesn't have a lot. He played his senior year. He was hurt a lot and played through the pain. Then you get to this year and he makes some dumb mistakes that really stand out. No one's going to focus about good throws he makes or things where, wow moments. And he has some too, but we just look at those dumb mistakes he makes.
Yeah.
Dumb. And, you almost have to give, if you're a team, if you're a fan base, you can just call for everyone's firing immediately. Or to get rid of him. Slowick had a good year last year. He's the scourge of the earth this year. With quarterbacks, you got to go. Get something new. Get a new toy. I don't like this one. But organizations don't look at it that way. They want to build. They want to give a guy a chance to develop. Some do. Some get all nervous. Some have owners that are too that will bully
and
them.
Some general managers who are antsy because the GM is in their kitchen. I got to do something. I got to do something now. Fix this quarterback situation. And they don't give enough time. But it's rare. Like a Rich Gannon is rare. We talk about Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon went from the Vikings and he went on to be an MVP and get to the Super Bowl and all of that. But that's rare.
Well, he didn't develop. His game matured over time.
Yeah.
It's not like he had some developmental plan with somebody like. He just played a lot of football and found this perfect scheme.
Well, look at Baker this year. Look at Baker now.
Baker's a good.
Is Baker the answer for Tampa Bay? Do you think Tampa Bay feels like we got the answer?
They've got an answer. It's kind of like Matt Schaub.
Yeah.
Where you're like, yeah, you can win.
I don't know. He was the number 1 overall pick.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's irrelevant now.
No.
It's like I don't care where he got picked. Who is he now?
Yeah.
And he was a vagabond in with the Rams, and he was a vagabond with the how many teams did he play for? He didn't go right. It didn't go Browns to Rams. Was there a team in between? Was he Panthers?
He did make it onto that Panthers roster.
Yeah.
He did?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Baker's 4th team. So he's so far removed from the first pick of the draft, it doesn't even matter anymore.
Ask you guys a question about, you said
you can win with Baker.
We've seen it. Made the playoffs last year, won a game. You guys talk about, particularly Lance talked about giving a quarterback time 2 seasons, 3 seasons. What about in the opposite? Should you make a determination off of 1 good year of a quarterback, even if he's a rookie? Or do you need to wait 2 to 3 years before he tells you who he really is?
No, we do. Jordan Love got 1 year. Boom. Give him that money.
Well, you're talking CJ probably.
Trevor Lawrence. You mentioned Trevor Lawrence. He had the 1 year, and they gave him all the money.
CJ.
And he's never been that guy.
CJ got a bunch of podcasts.
No, because we don't think. No, because he didn't get a podcast. He's on with Micah Parsons' podcast.
By the way, we got to play that soundbite. By the way, they had a gem yesterday.
Yeah,
not the one about there's another one in there. Not the one about Dalton. There's another one too.
We never assume that anyone can go backwards in football.
Mm-mm.
We always assume, because in basketball you usually don't go backwards. Not really, not a lot. In baseball, it can be a little. It can be baseball is a B word. It's tough, man. You can guys can fall off. They can have really bad years. Alex Bregman had 2 really bad years out of nowhere after he had been great. So
whatever, give him his Manny Machado money.
Yeah,
allegedly.
No, why don't you? Yeah, did you hear that? They're looking for the Machado deal.
Yeah, great.
Sweet.
I knew that when Machado signed that, he ain't getting Machado. Hey, he's a second baseman. He ain't getting that money.
Well, let me ask you this before we go to break, because last year we were projecting, CJ might be the first $70 million quarterback because of what he looked like. Does he feel like that right now.
Not right now.
Not right now. No. And there's going to be ebbs.
There's going to be ebbs and flows.
Listen, he's got a couple more years before you have to do any of that.
Very true.
He's got 3 more after this.
Somebody may have. I don't know if somebody sent this on Twitter or I read this on Twitter, but it's an interesting point. There's so many Shanahan tree offenses out there right now.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that the NFL has that 1 or 2 teams found some things to take away because it's copycat? All you got to do is watch tape, and whatever somebody else did, you just do it. Did somebody maybe find a couple of things to shore up defensively against that defense? They find a philosophy that works better against that defense. Jordan Love hasn't been as good. Who else? C.J. Stroud hasn't been as good. Your guy has been hurt, but the Dolphins have not been as explosive.
Well, they've changed.
San Francisco's not been as explosive.
There's an article about the Dolphins knew that teams are taking things away, and we have to now drive the football. Now they're one of the more efficient teams in the league. They just don't do it explosively anymore with 2 at quarterback, obviously.
Yeah, I just saw an article this morning. Tyreek not going to hit 1,000 yards this year.
They are a dink and dunk operation. They didn't punt last week because how well they did, but they don't throw the ball down the field anymore. They can't. Teams don't allow it.
We got to break it here. We got to talk about John Daspit, and we'll get more on the other side.
Yeah, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm taking care of you when you are injured. When we talk about the roadways, the injuries there. I told you yesterday about some people. I guess there was about 10 different people he filed a suit for and got a settlement for who had a bunch of stuff stolen during Burl out of their apartments. The security was terrible. The apartment didn't do what they needed to do, yada, yada, yada. Let me tell you about workplace issues. And I'm going to talk about us being on the Gulf Coast. If you know somebody who works offshore, who works at a refinery, you know how dangerous it can be. And all along the coast from here, stretching all the way to Louisiana, it's dangerous. It's hard work. It's dangerous. It's honest work. It's fair work. It's work that needs to be paid, but also it's work that can incur some injuries. And that's why the other people have insurance, and so that you will make sure that, you're taken care of whenever you're hurt, whenever you're injured. You're going to be able to get the bills paid. The problem is insurance companies looking to squeeze you. They don't care if all your bills get paid. They don't care if you get paid for all your time missed from work. They care about their bottom line. John Daspit fights for you, and he is that guy who will bully back the bullies. 713, call now. 713, call now, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
We were just talking about Billy yesterday from Aqueduct Plumbing. We got to go out for drink. We got to go out for drinks, Billy. We got to go. But last time we went to play golf, we can't do that again because Billy's just, he's awful. But that just means he works really hard. Okay. See, that's the difference between me and Billy. I can play better. I play better than he does because I don't work that much. And Billy does. Billy works hard, but he just really sucks at golf. So here's the deal: is you want somebody that sucks at golf to fix your plumbing, whatever plumbing issues that you have. That's what you want, because that guy is in there and he's grinding. He's making sure that your plumbing is fixed and great. He ain't on the golf, but he ain't hitting balls. That's for sure. Billy never hit a golf ball in his life practice. I'll tell you, if you ever seen his swing, you'd know that. So here's the deal. If you're looking for a plumber, though, I mean, that's what you want. You want Billy. 281-488-6238. You want Billy there for you. You don't want him there to hit a shot for you if you need it. No, you want him there if you've got a pipe burst, or if you need to clean out your heatless water, your tankless water heater. That's what you need Billy for. All right. If you haven't done that in a while, by the way, do that. 281-488-6238. You need a plumber? It's Billy. You need a golfer? Not Billy.
You gotta fuck with this golf game.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The greatest throw in NFL history. Yeah. That's not the greatest throw. CJ is through the most. TJ from his knees is throwing passes.
It's the 5 yards.
Okay, so what?
No, that's the most difficult
CJ.
I've seen. You can't run backwards and throw it forwards 30 yards. Like that's not even. I don't even know that that's even possible.
Well, I saw it. I just saw it, so it's possible.
Anthony Richardson made a throw that was unbelievable. Now, there's other times you watch him, he's like, he just made a throw that was unbelievable. I mean, it went 8 feet over his head, and it hit and killed a cheerleader.
What?
That could be the same thing. You could say Anthony Richardson made an unbelievable throw. Then you could say this throw is unbelievable. Watch this, wide open, and he sails it 9 feet over and hits a cheerleader in the face. She's got a concussion.
Yeah,
it can be both.
And Sue's.
Same thing with Will Levis. I don't. Those guys that are wild stallions. Like everyone's hoping. Although I tell you, everyone wants every player to be the next Josh Allen, because that's what you use for your catch-all. If somebody's not accurate or doesn't look as good in college, just this is next Josh Allen. So if they're big, Drake May might have some of those elements. There's some things that he does that I've been watching. I'm like, oh, man, this is pretty good right here.
So I read, he hasn't played all that much, and so touchdowns. How many touchdowns do you think?
There's 9 and 6.
How many do you think Jaden Daniels has thrown?
Well, he's led them to a lot of field goals. So I would say, let's see, 11, like 16?
10.
Jaden Daniels has 10 passing touchdowns?
That's it. Yeah, 10 and 3.
Wow.
Yeah. And Drake May has 9 and 6. Of course, he did play the Texans, so that helps. It helps when you play the Texans.
You mean the top pass defense in the league before last week?
Yes, but they also give up 3. They also give up 3 passing touchdowns a game.
Yeah, that's why we have to. That's why I don't buy into all those stats all the time. You can't have Anthony Richardson, Drake May, and Caleb Williams going off for you for a bunch of touchdowns and be okay with it. I'm just not okay with that.
Bo Nix 14. I think Bo Nix is moving into Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is probably Rookie of the Year.
No, Jaden will be. Look how many wins Jaden has, too.
Yeah, well,
Jaden is still
only one short.
I can tell you this, Jaden's a massive favorite.
Jaden has 7 wins. He has 6.
Jaden's a massive betting favorite, and he's got the rushing yards and rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that's
you have
the
to factor that in.
But if Bo Nix leads them to the postseason,
what do you think?
I think they're the story of the year. Sean Payton might be coach of the year if he gets them to the postseason. And Bo Nix has got a chance to pass him.
Man, I'd almost put Tomlin in there.
Yeah, well,
or Dan Campbell. Do we really not do Dan Campbell when he wins? When he scores 50 every week?
I know they're 8-2 now, but they start to hit
who?
The Steelers.
Yeah, but Dan Campbell is running through everything.
Yeah,
I mean it should be. Dan
that was
Campbell.
expected though.
Was Dan Campbell coach of the year last year?
Sean, the coach of the year is usually the guy they don't expect. You don't expect.
But wait a minute. no one expected him to score 50 a game.
Yeah.
No one expected him to embarrass people and make people want to quit the sport. Like, did he get Coach of the Year last year? When does Dan Campbell get a Coach of the Year award? Does he not get one?
Because it's expected you don't win.
It wasn't expected last year what they did. When does Dan Campbell get a Coach of the Year award for everything he's done to bring that team from the literally, John, you know this.
Oh, they're the
decades
Lions.
Of doldrums.
They're the Lions. Not decades, they're forever.
Yeah.
Never been
we're
to a
into
Super
a
Bowl.
century.
Yeah.
We're into a century of doldrums.
Yeah.
Because they're an old team. And to turn that around, like, you don't get a Coach of the Year award at some point?
Well, I guess you should. Maybe if they win it, if they continue to go this way, I mean, maybe they do. We'll see. Maybe Buffalo too. I mean, why? With all the receivers that they've lost, and look at what they're doing, they may go. I don't know. They may have 2 losses at the end of this year.
And they were ready to get rid of that head coach, by the way.
Yep.
You gotta be careful, man. If you know you got somebody good, sometimes you just have to swallow your frustrations and say, yeah, it didn't end the way we want, or you have to be careful you don't go Schottenheimer and the whole thing falls apart. Like, there are times sometimes it just, you don't reach the pinnacle of what you're looking for. It's a tough decision to move away from a general manager or a head coach you've had success with just because you're frustrated. It's not always a great move. Bo Nix right now, the rookies, where are the rookie odds? Bo Nix is plus 400, but so he's moving in. I mean, he's moving in. He's moving into the territory.
Man, I'm telling you, I don't know how. Look at these numbers for Jared Goff. 18 completions. Okay, the last, I don't know how many games. 18 completions, five incompletions. 18 completions, no incompletions. 18 and 7. 22 and 3 incompletions. 12 and 3 incompletions. 18 and 4 incompletions. 15 and 15 against the Texans. That wasn't great. 24 and 5. I mean, this dude is a machine. 73% on the season. And yet he's only 20 and 9 on the season. I mean, you would think he'd have more touchdowns.
The Lions offense,
but between the 2 running backs, Montgomery and Gibbs, they score.
Did you see the stat? The Lions offense has scored more touchdowns. They've scored more offensive touchdowns in a game than incompletions they've had 4 different times this year. More offensive touchdowns. To have 5 incompletions is a low number.
He's
5
had 2
touchdowns
at 3 and 1 at none.
Yeah. By the way, Jaden Daniels right now is minus 400. At one point, he was up over 1,000. Bo Nix plus 300. It's getting a lot tighter.
This is the time to get in on Bo Nix. This is the time to get in on Bo Nix.
Well, smart people got in when he was plus 2,000.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Who are these smart people? Do you know them?
I know a smart person.
You know some people. You know some smart people.
I know a friend of mine who
I doubt that
did something smart.
GMTVCC.com. It's a new website for classic cards. GMTVCC.com. That's give me the VIN classiccollectors.com. GMTVCC.com. If you've got a classic vehicle, if you have a collector item, if you are somebody that and by the way, John Clay Wolf loves those and he ain't afraid to pay for them. Okay, he's got an entire department just for the classic and collectors cars because he loves that. He loves them. And chances are he's going to buy it, and chances are he's not even going to put it up at auction because he just loves those vehicles. I don't have any idea how many of those he owns, but he holds on to them. Now, whatever it is, your vehicle, whatever vehicle you have, givemethevin.com, givemethevin.com, easy to go to, but it's a must-do because you have to find out what that vehicle's worth when you go to CarMax or you go to your dealership or you go to your brother-in-law, whoever you're selling that vehicle to, or you put it on the internet. I don't know how you put it on the internet. I don't know. All I know is that when you're putting it out there, you need to know what you can get for it. And when you find out the other people ain't giving you that much, you're going with givemethevin.com. And if they can't beat CarMax, they'll send you $100. So look, there's only one place that you have to go every time you're selling your car. Givemethevin.com.
Make sure that Zadok Jewelers is on the list for places you want to visit for this holiday season. If you're getting Christmas gifts, or you're getting a gift, it's always for Valentine's Day, for birthdays, for whatever the case may be. It's a great opportunity for you to find the perfect gift at Zadok Jewelers. But Christmas gifts, it's a great time to stop in and get a necklace, get some earrings, get a tennis bracelet, get something that really stands out and is going to pop for that woman that you love. And it's something that, and maybe it's just a watch. I say just a watch, not just a watch. There are no such thing as just watches at Zadok Jeweler. And you'll find out when you go to Zadok, and you'll see the selection they have and the unique timepieces they have as boutique locations for the top brands in the world. Is Zadok Jewelers. Go to the website. You can see everything right there, but you are going to hit a home run every single time you make a purchase at Zadok Jewelers. Be a hero this year. ZADOK.com. That's 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. 748 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who wants in? So after the Texans beat the Cowboys, Dalton Schultz had a couple of cups of coffee. What did the first one say?
The first one said,
what did he tell you?
Something like, the best team in Texas.
No, that was the second one.
The first one said
Houston Texans are. It said Houston Texans are.
Yeah, okay.
Houston Texans are. And then the second cup said.
So it's black coffee in a clear coffee cup. And so all you see is 2 cups of black coffee. He pours milk into it.
So that you could
creamer,
read what's on
and then
there.
it lightens up and you can see the black print that is on the transparent cup.
Right. It's a glass. They're glass coffee cups.
He must have seen that
he
somewhere.
Wrote it on
he couldn't
there.
Come up with that
Houston
idea.
Texans are, and the second one said the best team in Texas. Well, apparently Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs saw this, and here was their reaction on the podcast.
I actually saw Dalton Schultz put some little coffee troll thing on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell? That little petty sidebar that is you over there, you feel like, like, come on, dog.
Laugh now, cry later.
Like, go on, dog. Like I get it. Like Joe Mixon, did that. He had a, decent game, 100 yards, 20 carries, but like no impact on Twitter. Come on, yo. We know in our minds we're the real team in Texas.
Oh my! Okay, so that they go even. But okay. Secondly, Micah Parsons, you're not on Twitter. You're on a podcast. You had no impact. You had 1 tackle in the game. You had 1 tackle, and you're sitting there talking about Dalton Schultz. Holy crap!
No impact on Twitter, and he's on Twitter every week, and when he doesn't play,
every week. And even when he does, when he's not playing, he's creating a stir, talking about his head coach not working hard enough. I mean, come on. Talk about irony. Holy crap. Then it goes, we know who the real team in Texas is. Wow. Here's them talking about this crappy. It cannot be. Honestly, the Cowboys are one of the worst teams in the NFL. Here are these two that have absolutely no reality.
I'm going to put this out there. We're a damn good football team. I know the scores ain't showing it, and I know obviously people feel like we got so many missing pieces, but I just truly believe like you almost got to go to things like the things that we messing up on. Like I think our defense is really turning things around. Like up until that last quarter when they got that touchdown defense, we only really gave up those 2 touchdowns and that first quarter, but other than that, we gave up 6 points in the other 2 quarters. So, like, I just know that, like,
you're a damn good team.
Say what she's gonna say.
I agree. I think that, like, the work that we be putting in the facility, and it's hard to overcome And it's hard to just win the game with defense and hard to just win the game with offense. It's got to be all three cylinders: offense, defense, special teams. Everybody got to be clicking.
Trayvon?
He is.
Who listens to this podcast? This is so low energy. I mean, it would be too, to get, and this is why not all free information is good information. You can't just, anybody can have a podcast. To say something like we're a damn good football team, you literally right now might be the worst team as it stands right now. I don't care about the records. You might be the worst team in football. You might be the least competitive team in football right now.
Yeah.
And to come out and say we're a damn good football, like that just can't come out of your mouth. The other stuff's fine. Like we made improvements defensively and all that. That's fine. That's factual. I feel like we're a damn good football team. Bro, don't even let
we just got a couple mistakes.
Cowboy fans are getting upset, by the way, that he's on talking. Like when you suck, no one wants you to have a mouth. They don't want you to say things like that. Mm-hmm. It's hard to explain it. I've read a string. This is a couple weeks ago. I read a string, and it's only gotten worse. But I read a string of comments from Dallas Cowboy fans. They are so over Micah Parsons doing all this talking and having these big comments and stuff like that when Dallas is this bad. It's like, it's not good.
No,
it's not. No one wants to hear from you and all your big opinions when
you suck.
You're the worst team in football.
Yeah.
The bottom three, probably.
No, absolutely. And Micah Parsons is making no impact. None. And the talk, it just is, that's just so unrealistic. So unrealistic. 754 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nice job. Thanks, Micah. Thank you for that. And talking about Dalton Schultz not having an impact. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Are you kidding me? You did nothing in the game. Nothing.
You legitimately can't say anything. You can't say anything about what somebody on another team does.
No.
When you get beat by third, do you know this is now 6 consecutive games that the Cowboys at home, 6 consecutive home games dating back to last year's playoffs, that the Cowboys have been down at least 20 points at home. It's an NFL record. No one's done this.
Wow.
5 was the record. Now they've extended the record. 6 consecutive home games dating back to their playoff loss last year where they have been down a minimum of 20 points in all 6 games at home.
But they're a damn good football team.
a damn good football team.
Yeah.
Like, bro, this is on you for even bringing Micah Parsons into my universe today. Then I got to listen to Micah Parsons talking about, man.
Were you more excited about Nico's being in your mouth or Micah Parsons
in my brain?
In your brain.
I don't want a brain worm. Remember how RFK had a brain worm that ate half of his brain?
Yeah.
Now I got a Micah Parsons worm on my brain.
Yeah. So
thanks a lot, John. I get earworms and brain worms. Brain worms from Micah Parsons.
How about the energy Trayvon brings to the show?
Sounds like me that years ago I stopped drinking coffee because I was doing the quick weight loss product. You can't have you can't have caffeine. And I remember I felt like I was dying every morning. It's a physical addiction to caffeine. And so anyone knows, you take one day off and it's not good. And so Trayvon sounds like somebody. Yeah, he sounds like that where you just or a hostage video where right now you can't don't say too much.
Is Trayvon a hostage?
We've got not Trayvon, we've got Stephon Diggs, we got your brother Stephon right here.
Oh.
And we're holding him hostage. And if you say something, it could be really bad for your brother. I think that we have put in football.
Knowledge is power.
I was able to do
that's a hostage. I don't think this is a hostage situation. No. I think he's just tired. He's worn out.
Trayvon Diggs' low energy train was off the tracks.
and the unrealistic
Cowboy fans, y'all need to get your man's. Your man's is out of control on these podcasts right now.
Shocked.
Please make them stop doing these podcasts.
Y'all got to be embarrassed.
You should be fined by the league for allowing this to happen.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones should be fined $250,000 a week for this until they get it off.
6 straight games down 20 at home.
Holy
crap, you're awful.
But it is an NFL record.
That is nice.
On the flip
side. They set a record. Nice job. But they're a damn good football team.
Well, one of your listeners who celebrated your Hall of Fame induction brings this up. Is what Micah Parsons said more egregious than what you said about the Astros? Greatest Astros season of all time. Which is more egregious?
Absolutely, Micah Parsons is more egregious.
Lance?
I was on listen, we were on a trajectory to have a great season.
What's more egregious, Lance?
Playoffs again for the 80th straight year?
Well, they were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But he proclaimed they were going to have the greatest season of all time when they were bad.
Damn good football team versus greatest Astros team ever for a team who had won two World Series.
We had a shot at it, though. At least we had a shot at it.
I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah. Now,
I don't know about that.
Things just didn't work out. That's all. Just didn't work out.
So when you you know how it feels to have a microphone in your face and just say stuff. He does it. You did it.
No,
just
I
saying
didn't
stuff.
just say stuff.
You're just saying stuff.
Man, I backed it up.
No, the team would have to back it up.
Truth.
No, the team would have to, and they did not. They did not. They got knocked out of the first round at home. Yeah. That is not the greatest season in Astros history, or even close.
Guess who just won? No, I saw that. Guess who just won Cy Young?
What does that have to do with it?
You can't beat him in a 2-game series.
Didn't the next team? Oh, in the 2-game series. Okay, all the caveats are thrown in now.
Yeah.
Let's just say a lot of people say egregious things when a mic's in front of them, and you're one of them.
No, I don't. I never said anything over the top.
Okay.
I did predict a 40 home run season for Carlos Correa, 50 home run season
50,
for Carlos
I believe
Correa.
the number got to 50.
And he came up with.
He gets a little. I don't pay attention to his Astros.
So I don't pay attention to Micah. Micah's doing the same thing John does.
No,
just say stuff.
No, it's not the same. They suck. If the Astros sucked, I would never say that. They didn't suck.
They sucked when you said it.
No, but I knew they were a much better team.
They weren't that much better.
Yes, no, they were a great team. They
were not a great team. They were not a great team.
Great team.
They were not
a great team.
Great.
Well, you guys stop with the hyperbole a little bit.
You know what else?
It's not worse than Micah Parsons. We're a damn good team when you got 2 wins and you've been down 20 points or more.
They're comparable. The greatest Astro team ever.
Now, Astros also can't win at home.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's going to be a great night. That's going to be this Saturday at TD-ECU Stadium, 6 o'clock. Senior Day, Houston Blue game. I love that. I love that they're wearing blue. Suck it, Titans. You think you're going to tell the University of Houston how to dress? Shut up. All right? Shut your faces. I'm sick of the Titans telling us we can't have blue. Whatevs. Get ready. Night. It's going to be a fun night at TD-ECU Stadium. Last home game. It's the last chance to go see this team. Ticket start is just $15. They still got a shot at the postseason. They can get into a bowl game if they win these last 2 games. Got to beat Baylor. That's going to be Saturday night. Baylor fans, ticket start is just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. You want to be there. You want to be loud. You want to wear blue, okay? Plus, the first 20,000 fans receive a Houston Blue Rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And the team will be wearing their new blue uniforms. Let's show Cougar pride. Support the team. $15. uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. All right, welcome back. Hey, next week we got the rivalry back, Texas and Texas A&M. It's going to be huge. If the Aggies, if they both win this week, the Aggies and Longhorns are facing off. It's basically the winner goes to the SEC championship game. So you're going to hear interviews from guests from both sides, spirited conversation. Okay, we've got Steve McKinney coming in next week here on the show. We also connect to our coverage on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel and social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey, not the crappy baseball team, the Cops, the Texas Ranger Whiskey, to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em. All next week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 9.
So how does that work? When you say them, do you go whoop with the thumb? Do you do the thumb? Or do you do?
You're not allowed to do that unless you're an Aggie.
Whoop! We're not allowed.
But can you do horns?
No.
Throw up the
Don't
horns.
Do that. And you can't do it until I think you're junior.
When you say hook them, can you throw up the horns?
Yeah, you hook them.
No, not down. We're celebrating the Longhorns.
I am celebrating.
You're doing it the wrong way. It's up.
What did the Longhorns do to you?
I love the Longhorns.
What did the Longhorns do to you to say such terrible things?
I love the Longhorns, and I love the Milkmen on the other side.
Just you don't participate.
The yell leaders, is that what you're talking about?
Don't participate the week of the game. You don't trust.
You're not taking this
seriously. You don't
seriously.
respect the rivalry. You don't respect
I do
the
respect
history.
I can't wait.
No, you don't. You called them milkmen and you did horns down.
I never did. I don't. It's accident. You can't.
It's not an accident.
Okay, what is the H? You got to do it sideways. You got to do the H sideways.
Well,
otherwise,
kind of
you're doing horns up or horns down. You can't do that.
Right.
You got to go.
You know, I invented that move for the Texans.
What?
I invented it. The horns.
You did?
Yep. I was doing that.
You invented
many years
doorknobs too. I think you.
2003. I invented that for the.
You did?
Yeah.
No.
And I turned it this way, but I had them wider. This is more an H, so I kind of invented it. So, but I don't get any credit for it.
Well, so what's
we
allowed?
Call them the Lance Zierlein horns.
What's allowed?
H?
So if I want to throw up the H, it's kind of at an angle, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be at an angle.
If I'm celebrating the Longhorns in a tremendous victory, it's
forward.
That's
it's
down.
Forward, and you widen
up.
out the horns,
right?
Yeah, like that. Yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
But if I hate the Longhorns and I want bad things to happen to them,
you widen it out. And you
widen
go down.
And I do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you see how you did your that's how they do that and the U. So they do the U like that, and they do the horns
I go,
like that.
hey, Longhorns, psych!
Yes, people do that a lot.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure. Get my hands signals right.
You could be watching a Penn State Rutgers game, and some random fan will be doing that in the stands, like, hey, somebody just did horns down in the stands. You'll be watching a wrestling match, AEW, and somebody in the background you'll see doing a horns down. Like, it's amazing. This thing has traveled. It's games that don't Oklahoma. I think I saw an Oklahoma City Sacramento games where people were doing horns down. It doesn't even make any sense.
But
La Liga. I saw Betis versus
that's funny you say that.
Versus Betis, and all of a sudden there's a horns down right there from Getafe.
But this is a week. Now we won't be here next Thursday, so we're from Thursday to Wednesday. Today until Wednesday, we're celebrating that great rivalry being back.
That's right.
Texas versus A&M. And it could be for not all the marbles, but a lot of them.
Well, it's for a spot in the championship.
Many marbles.
Many marbles, but not all of them, because winning the title is all the marbles, but getting there.
Listen, A&M gets the championship with their 2 losses. They move up into the. So, did you hear Kirby Smart? Kirby Smart.
What's he whining about again?
Huh?
What's he whining about this time?
He said, "How are we 10th?" He said, "We've got
because you lost to Alabama and Ole Miss. That's why you're 10th. You lost to Alabama and Ole Miss." And they're either 7th or 9th.
At
That's
least
why
they didn't lose to Vanderbilt
College.
At least they didn't lose to Arkansas.
Sorry, you lost.
But I love how there was actually people who thought that we would have so much less complaining now.
What is he
now
talking
that it's
about?
Expanded,
No. It's always going to be.
It's way worse.
No. It's always going to be. It's always going to be
because there was only
it's still complaining in that 68 team NCAA tournament.
You had 2, but no one listens to that. Like, who are we complaining about? They're bad teams.
Well,
anyone complaining,
but when it's said
you
and
got to
done,
suck.
Listen, last year at 4 teams, Georgia was out. I mean, sorry, you lost the game. Sorry, you're out.
You 10?
This is going to be the same way this year. When you get the 12 and you got the 12 and the 13th, they're going to be
now it's about seeding and where you rank. You hear that Kirby's already. Why are we ranked 10th? Now it's about ranked seeding.
Obvious
and all
why
that
you're
crap.
10th because they're not going to elevate two 2 lost teams up into the top 5 to put you at 6. You have to be behind
win.
Alabama and Ole Miss because they beat you.
Who cares? Go on the field and go win a game.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I mean,
they've
looked like crap at times this year.
Yeah, they won. They beat Tennessee, so now they're back in it. They don't have to worry about it. They won their last 2. They're going to be in the playoff. But logically, everyone knows why you're 10th. Why are you asking that dumbass question?
So Indiana plays the same schedule as Georgia.
Sorry, I've heard that argument before. You know what? Indiana doesn't have any margin for error because they don't play your schedule. You know the benefit of playing the SEC? Yeah. You get a margin for error where you can lose a couple games, win another one, and get elevated.
That's right.
But people are discussing Indiana if they get beat by 2 touchdowns, falling completely out of it. They don't get the margin for error that you do. So take it as a benefit and look at the teams ahead of you. Oh, look, Alabama's ahead of us. Oh, did they beat us? Yes. Ole Miss is ahead of us. Oh, did they beat us? Yes. That's why you're 10th.
Yeah. And they beat Tennessee, and Tennessee's behind them.
Yeah, right. That's the logic of what's going on right now.
Tennessee's the team that's outside looking in
because they just lost to Georgia.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
But Tennessee's like, wait a minute, didn't we beat?
You beat Alabama, yes, but sorry. This is just, you lost later in the year. That's always been a college football thing, too. You lost later than the other teams, and you get punished more.
Yeah. Anyway, there's always going to be one. They're whining on the 69th NCAA team.
I can't wait for Georgia to go play in some cold weather place just so Kirby can whine some more. I hope they're a road team and without a bye. I don't know if it's Indiana or Ohio. Well, that's what I'm saying. If they somehow made it to the championship game, but without a bye, I hope they go up to like Penn State and he can whine about that too.
There's something bothering Lance right now. I mean, he's like more so than Kirby Smart. We've been doing this show for over 25 years. I've never seen you shake your leg as much as you're doing now.
It's been happening for years.
No, but I know, but not.
Well, the chair didn't squeak as much. You just didn't notice it. Well, I'm just worried about that. They're going to
something's bothering you right now. Do you want to get it off your chest?
Yeah, Georgia's 10th.
Georgia's 10th, and this is bothering you.
I don't think it's fair. Georgia never gets any benefits. Everyone's out to get Georgia. Everyone's out to get Kirby Smart. I don't think it's fair what happens to the SEC, how people treat them so badly every year in the playoffs. They get treated so terribly.
Well, Georgia didn't get in last year, and they, you know what?
Didn't win.
Yeah.
Oh,
don't lose the SEC title game.
You know what? We'll make it a 5-team playoffs this year so Georgia can get in. Big deal anyway. Florida State didn't get in. That's the one. Not Georgia. Florida State was undefeated and didn't get in, John. They were undefeated and didn't get. We forget about that because all their players quit after the season was over, and then they still went to a bowl game. I would have just said, we ain't accepting this. We're not going.
Well, the ACC's like, we want that Orange Bowl money. You better go.
This was the worst. And then you had guys who were going to come back, who said they're going to come back, and then they saw their teammates who were going to go, and they knew the ass kicking was inevitable, and they're like, I want plausible deniability that I was not at this game. Because what Georgia and Kirby did to them was so bad. Like, they should have called that at half. You shouldn't have made them play a second game. You didn't have to do that to Florida State. Florida State's never recovered. Look at them now. Florida State is the Dallas Cowboys of college
football.
Well,
they treated that game like it didn't matter, and it's run into this year where losing is now their thing. They're like, the entire program, the media around them treated them like, oh, we're 13-0. They didn't even take that game into account because of all the departures, everyone getting ready for the NFL. So, like, that game doesn't matter. Even though, the players on that team were going to return and play, they decided, we're 13-0. Don't worry about that. And look what's happened this year. A disaster. 1 win over Cal. They better.
You are loving this.
Hey, look, I laughed when it happened. I laughed
when you've just been thinking about what you're going to say.
I mean, look, at once you get to like 1-9, it's no more joy. Like losing to Georgia Tech on opening day, I was like, yes, look at you guys, losers. But now it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Go out there.
Got a worse situation. It looks like Billy's coming back to Florida.
Yeah, they made
Norvell has got to come back, right? Brian Kelly's got to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all terrible situations.
The problem for Norvell is it's very hard to build it back up after you had it at a certain point and then it fell down. Can you do that one more time? Can you raise the program back after you already had to do it the first time? Napier, he's probably in a tough situation just because he may not be good enough. Brian Kelly, they hate him apparently, but as far as the actual job itself, Norvell convincing everyone that they can rise to the top of the mountain again, I think is more difficult than anything else because Napier can just say, we're still building. We haven't hit our peak yet. Look, we just beat LSU with an injured team, and we're building someplace. Kelly's got the state of Louisiana to recruit, and if he can do that, he's always going to have a shot.
Yeah.
Norvell, it's going to be tough for him.
Mm-hmm.
You hate that.
And I think Norvell's actually a pretty good coach, but he's in a tough he's best at a position that's not. He was great at Louisiana. Maybe he's
That's
best.
Napier. You mean Memphis? No, Norvell's at Memphis.
No, I said I meant
Napier.
Okay. Oh wait, but you were talking about Napier.
Yeah, Napier. Then we switched to Norvell, but we're talking about both.
I'm talking about Napier.
Yeah, Napier's in a bad. They're in a bad spot with him too.
Norvell is just that fell off the train. They made all this splash. They spent a bunch of money on building the defensive line through portal, and it has backfired dramatically on them. No quarterback play. They've been terrible. But but Napier, you think about this.
They played better now.
Chris Signetti came from was it Coastal?
No, James Madison.
It's
James
Chris
Madison,
Canetti.
yeah.
It's Chris Canetti and Kirk Signetti. You keep doing this. Yeah. It's Chris Canetti.
Chris
local.
Canetti.
It's a local guy.
Oh, his name is Kurt. Yeah,
Kurt Signetti.
I will call him Chris for the rest of his life.
No,
I have done this 100. I've done
I
it,
know.
by the way, 100%.
And by the way,
of
put some respect. You just got a big contract.
No, that's what I mean. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Jimbo's fine. Kurt's fine. He's going to be fine. Even
Kevin Sumlin. I mean, Kirk Signetti.
Somebody's fine. So even if he goes back to being Indiana, he's paid for the rest of his life. Yeah. So if he wants to basically quit on football,
you turn a team around like that, and look at with no history whatsoever.
Yeah, like Sumlin in 11 with the Aggies in the SEC. You mean like that? It's incredible. Can I give you 2 contracts at once? Can I give you 1 contract, Kevin, so that for the next 3 years, and then give you even more money for the next one?
Have been a big program forever. Indiana is the doldrums.
Yeah,
in football.
Like we talked about quarterbacks. I would have waited to the second year.
But he would have been poached. This
okay,
offseason.
then it's better than that than having him be around for the next 4 years because you're Indiana.
They
may like him, but it'll turn if all the transfers from James Madison they eventually go away. How are you going to build a program paying that guy the way you're paying him?
There's no amount of money that will keep a college football team if they really want them from taking them from you. There's nothing you can do. If he really wants, they'll take. It's like there's nothing you can do if
Florida came calling.
If a UFC heavyweight tries to take your girl, you're pretty much done unless you have a weapon. That's the same thing.
Or maybe she's loyal.
Unless she's loyal. Yeah. But in this scenario, coaches are never loyal.
Yeah.
Coaches are not staying with you.
Those hoes ain't loyal.
Coaches are
Those
thoughts.
Hoes ain't loyal.
Coaches are thoughts. Coaches are thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they are.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Tom, you know who I'm loyal to? Coors Light. I'm definitely loyal to my Coors Light.
You are. There's no amount of money that can pry you away from Coors Light.
No.
I'm convinced of that.
No. That's my beer, and that's going to be my beer, and that's it. I'm loving me some Coors Light. Going to love me some Coors Light. Will love me some Coors Light. I made a commitment. I'm married to Coors Light, okay? And that's it. And I'm not straying, okay? You need to not stray either from your favorite beer. And make it Coors Light. You know when the mountains is blue because then it's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. You got to love that. You got to love that when you look at your beer that it's sitting there and it's going, I'm cold. Well, you don't know that with other beers because they're stupid. They're not as smart as Coors Light. Coors Light's just smarter because it can tell you when it's cold. The other beers can't. They're stupid. So here's the deal. Drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light with that beautiful, wonderful water from Colorado. And let's go. Let's keep Texas chill, everybody, with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
See how smart Trump is. Oh. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us here on the show. Okay. Tim Settle. Landry Locker.
I like him. I like Tim Settle.
I know. I like Tim Settle.
I'm going to keep him on the team for the rest of the year.
Well, okay, great. Landry Locker had a nice little interview with him, and Tim Settle's got some personality. We didn't know, no one knew that because we hadn't heard from Tim Settle much. But Tim Settle has done a really nice job actually inside. He's looked pretty good. He's made some plays this year. He's disruptive. He thinks that here's Tim Settle on Tim Settle. Here's Landry Locker in a little tete-a-tete with Tim Settle.
I feel like once one of us get going, it kind of like a domino effect. D Hunt got it going this week, and I fed off of him. Me and him play on the same side a lot, so if you pay attention earlier in the game, I kind of set my sack up this past week, and you gotta just psych on the perfect pitch. I feel like I got interviewed. Somebody interviewed me how hard it was to get a sack. It's hard. You just gotta wait for the opportunity in the right time. But we got Will back this week, man. It's only the sack's only gonna keep coming.
You feel like it should have been 1.5?
Nah, I definitely should have had 2. I missed one. I get an opportunity every game, so just finishing your rep, finishing your opportunity, But I think I'm one of the best rushers in the interior in the league, and I hope that everybody that's going against me, y'all get a good glimpse of this because I'm like that.
Okay, I was going to ask you because whenever we're talking about like surprises and stuff, I'll be honest. I'm like, yeah, Tim Settle's been surprising. It's been a lot of production. Looks like he belongs. Why should we not be surprised what you're doing right now?
I've been doing it. Obviously I didn't have all the opportunities, in past teams or situations where it wasn't enough. I feel like this team believes in their players, and I feel like they believe that we're going to be able to get it done. And that's another thing. When you got coaches and you got teammates and everybody that's in the organization just behind you, it's easy to execute at a high level.
What kind of watch you get this time?
I'm in a Rolex, man. We're going Rolex. And when I do get my 6 sacks this week, I'm going to replace all the other watches I didn't get. It's coming. We going to get this 6th one.
Go to Zadok, sir. Go to Zadok. Get your Rollie.
Get your Rollie at Zadok.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Settle believes he's one of the best interior rushers in the league.
Well, he beat Zach Martin one-on-one for a clean sack last week. He's done a nice job. The Texans, but you do wonder. I think he's feeding off. He's talking about teammates feeding off each other. I think these guys do feed off D'Amico, feed off the energy of each other. That sounds pretty good because you think about this before Khalil Davis was traded. I mean, for 2 years or a year and a half, he got some penetration. Mario Edwards got penetration when he was in there.
Coming back.
They get penetration from the interior. They do a good job. Really good job. That's what's the weird thing is they got such a high pressure rate. Foley has been really good. Man, Foley has really turned into a nice player for the Texans. Again, run and pass.
Yep. No, the interior is a big surprise. Actually, Tim Settle, Foley, Mario Edwards, they're a lot better than we thought it was going to be. But D'Amico said last offseason, we're beefing up the defensive line. Oh, you think Danielle Hunter? Listen, Danielle had a couple of quiet games. Danielle Hunter is a monster. Danielle Hunter's moves are next level. He is holy crap. And the effort level that he puts out there, he was a beast against the Lions. He really was.
And you know what's so important? Think about how funny this is. You wouldn't have really known that. You wouldn't have talked about it unless somebody like Brian Baldinger strings a bunch of stuff together and creates a video. We see him, but we didn't know he did all that.
Yeah.
You're not watching, unless you go back and watch tape, all 22 of all the guys, or you focus just on him, which luckily Baldinger does. But when he does stuff like that, it really brings to the table, man, maybe we're not giving enough credit to Hunter.
Yeah. Okay, quickly, the offensive line. I'm a little nervous. Jeffrey Simmons didn't practice yesterday because they rested him. He's going to be well rested and ready. I'm a little worried for Juice this week. Just a little.
It's going
I
to be.
think Jeffrey Simmons is one of the best defensive tackles in the league.
All your protections, you got to slide that way. You're going to get beat 1-on-1. Like, it's not great. It's not going to be great. I don't know what to tell you. It's going to be not too great.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Simmons against anyone in the Texans interior is not great.
No.
It's not great against most players, most guards.
Yeah.
In the league.
But he's going to just bull. Yeah. I can't. I don't want. I'm glad. I'm hoping Kenyon gets better. I don't know if Kenyon will ever be a Texan again. I'm kind of glad he's not here this week. Because
I'm so happy
he's not here because I feel good for him. This would have been a week where he would have been. It would have been really, really bad for him. I mean, yeah. Jeffrey Simmons is not a matchup that's really good for Kenyon Green.
No.
He's bad against bull rushers, and there's no better bull rusher in the league.
Leave Kenyon alone. Worry about Juice.
Yeah, you think it's going to be a good time for Juice?
No, Juice has got some problems. Juice is going to have a couple.
Kenyon's like,
Juice will have a couple more holding penalties.
I'm sitting here in the IR again, and this loser is talking about how bad I am against
No, I feel
Simmons.
good for him. I said I feel good that he's not there.
You're telling me how bad he was going to be against Simmons when he's already out for the season.
Well, I'm just saying how good I feel for him because I would have felt bad for him on Monday. I would have felt really, really bad for him on Monday. Now I'm not going to feel bad for him on Monday. I'm going to feel bad for Juice.
You're probably going to feel bad for Juice. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you go against, the best of the best.
Yep.
So the Titans have a weird thing going on where the total yardage, they're the second best team in football on defense, giving up yards, but they've given up 30 TDs, which wouldn't rank you as far as points scored. I don't know how that's happened. I'm sure there's some special team stuff, some Will Levis stuff going on there.
Gives you good field position.
Yeah, and some direct touchdowns from turnovers.
It's true.
So yardage, they have been pretty stingy, second in the league. So I know it's the Titans and they're bad overall, but their defense is going to give them some issues.
Didn't we have this was earlier this year, like second week? What the F are you doing?
Yes, Will Levis.
Yeah. Callahan's running down the sideline.
Yeah, what the
F
are you doing? It was the second consecutive week he did something nuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago.
No.
So I mean, I'm hoping I get that Will Levis.
Yeah, we're looking for that.
I don't want a more mature Will Levis.
Yeah, I don't want the Will Levis that the Titans see something in or giving him more time.
No.
I want the guy who's getting yelled at by his head coach. What the F are you doing?
Oh, he's still in there. He's just got to wait it out.
He'll be there.
He'll be,
Yeah.
Don't worry. You'll probably see that guy.
Yeah, hopefully.
What the were you just doing?
What were you thinking?
That was week 2 or week 3?
They were that I don't
because we know
they
Chicago
played the Bears
lost.
Yeah,
but then it was another one on the other side of the field.
It was the next week.
He threw it back.
They're in the red zone and he jumped and he was parallel to the ground and threw it and it was a lateral. Yeah.
Great. I need one of those. I need.
Remember, you got beat
Levis
by
copter.
Didn't you have Levis?
Something.
Didn't Levis somehow get you beat that week? Were you playing him, or was it defensively the Bears? I thought you lost the fantasy football game.
I think it was because
of Levis's play.
Yeah.
I think the Bears scored a defensive touchdown or something. Yeah. No way you would have been playing Will Levis.
I hate Will Levis. No, there's no way. But he helped. Yes, he will help the defense to beat you. Yes, Will Levis will do that. All right, 713-780-3776. Reminder, turkey, the Thanksgiving coming up, and you've got less than a week to get yours from Damaris Barbecue, DEMERIS.com. That Cajun fried turkey is the best turkey you'll ever eat. I'm not even joking. So if you're looking for that and all the fixins, you got it at Damaris Barbecue. They've been doing this for years. They're experts. They know how to do it. Get in now because they run out. So you want to make sure that you get yours, but go to Damaris, DEMERIS.com. Get your turkey on. I'm talking right now about Robin. Robin was just here this week. And how about this? They're doing now concrete work. They're putting in patios. So you got a backyard and you got your patio furniture. Well, you need a patio. Okay. If you got patio furniture, don't you think you should have a patio? Yes, I think that. So you want to save that furniture. You want to save that outdoor furniture. So you want to do that. Okay. Because it rains, it gets rusty, all of the things. It's older. But Robin reiterated with me. She said, "Man, I'm telling you, over the last couple of years, the steel in the patio furniture is just not good. It's just not as good. So if you have older stuff, you really want to save that. You really want to keep that. And the way to do that is to powder coat it at Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Great time for the HOAs. all you outdoor pools. You want to do your patio furniture, and you want to do your furniture now, your chairs that people lay in and they get wet and rained on and everything else. You need them powder coated. Now's the time to do it before the pools open back up. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. You want to get in here with us, 713-780-3776. Our Rockets won last night on a night where they were celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first championship in the city of Houston. That was nice. And they did their strength. I mean, they gave up some points at the end, 113, which they normally don't. They average like 106 a game that they give up. So they're one of the best defense, but a lot of that was garbage time that they got those 3 offensive rebounds by the Pacers. 3 out rebounded totally. The Rockets, the best defensive rebounding team in the league. They are relentless defensively out on the perimeter now with Amen and Tari and Fred VanVleet. He is
but
as
everybody
well.
defends though.
Yeah.
But like the energy is there.
Yeah.
Not just 2 guys. Like that team actually picks you up further. They pick you up beyond the 3-point line. It's so much more. It's just the idea that just freewheeling basketball with no guardrails is fun to watch, even if you lose. That's the biggest lie there is.
Mm-mm.
And the idea that hard-nosed play that, can be grinded out basketball, that's not fun to watch, that's a lie too. There is joy to be taken from when your team physically dominates another team and takes their will from them. That is to be celebrated and enjoyed. We as humans have to enjoy that even more when your team takes the will to play from another team. Do you know the Rockets scored 30 points or more in all 4 quarters? All 4 quarters. Now they were playing at a really high pace yesterday, which Indiana plays at a high pace too, so that's kind of normal. But man, they were playing up tempo.
Well, the difference was just you could play at an up tempo, but you also can play defense at an up tempo. Here is the Athletic. The Athletic is reporting the Rockets are not interested in breaking up their core for Bucks forward Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sources tell the Athletic. Houston sitting at 10-5, now 11-5.
Yep.
And a game out of first in the West remains focused on developing its young players as a collective. I have a feeling that came from Ime. I have a feeling. I don't know. You know what? They're going to listen.
You think Ime would leak that to somebody?
And Rafael make the calls. Tillman overseas. But they listen to Ime now. There's a lot of organizations that don't listen to they're making decisions unilaterally. I don't care what the coach thinks. Who knows what they listen to Ime. They listen to Ime about not getting James Harden. They listen to Ime about I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know if he had a hand in Amen. I don't know that for sure. But they loved when Amen fell to them at 4. But they believe in Ime, and I wouldn't be at all surprised. I wouldn't. I know this. Ime's going to be in on if you're going to make a big call on Giannis Antetokounmpo and trading away a lot of your young talent, your good young talent. Ime is going to definitely have a say.
I think it would be a strangely unpopular trade. Like I know that it's sometimes some of you may think it's easy to say that because, but when you get. Like, I didn't love when the Rockets traded for Charles Barkley, and they had a young core, and they broke it up. But I didn't like it. But even though I didn't like that trade, and I was against it, when you have a star player, like, there's something fun. There's something different. There's something, holy crap, what could we be with Giannis? I just think it's going to cost. If I'm the Bucks, these terrible trades I see people formulating who are primarily Rocket fans, just because you put a trade suggestion up where salaries match and it's on a graphic, that doesn't mean it has any validity. Just because you have a nice graphic, people get fooled into saying, hey, this is actually out there right now. The Rockets could do that. One of my sons sent me, I said, no, it's not. It's just a graphic. It's just some guy made a graphic that showed, and it was like Tari Eason, Steven Adams, Jeff Green. It was something that I'm like, and a bunch of draft picks. If I'm the Bucks, I would tell you, are you out of your mind? The only way you can play this game is to make a trade for the Bucks. The only way you can realistically is say, what would you want if you're the Bucks? Would you want Jalen Green and Steven Adams and Jeff Green?
No, you would want
Smith?
Alpi.
No.
You would want Alpi.
It starts with Alpi, and then you want either Tari or Amen.
Yeah,
you got to have both those guys. Nope. And right now, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I don't know that this is a championship team, but it sure is fun to watch them grow and be a lot better basketball team than we've seen the last couple of years.
I don't think they're not a championship team. I don't think it's been defined that they don't have the makings of a It doesn't mean you can't twist and turn some things in the roster.
Well, they already did with Brooks and Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, you can't, that's what I'm saying. You can't tell me that they for sure can't win a championship with this general iteration. Once again, there's moves and changes you can make. But this, in sourdough bread, you have to have a starter, right? You have a starter. Yeah. They've got the makings of getting to a very high level right now. Now, how you click the tumblers in place, that's for Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka. What I am worried about is, could a trade where you get rid of so many young core players be a misstep and you accidentally close a window a little bit on yourself, just slightly? I am worried about that a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't like it from the get-go. Getting rid of the young talent for Giannis, I don't know. I like to watch this team. This is a fun team to watch. And it's funny. I mean, the how they're mirroring the Texans is just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The terror, the havoc that they create, the defensively, that's what the Texans are doing.
Rush swarm, yeah.
The Texans are number one according to the 33rd team on creating havoc defensively. The Rockets are incredible. Tari Eason had 6 steals in 23 minutes. 6 steals in 23 minutes.
Right.
That is insane. It is crazy. He and Amen Thompson and Alpy and Van Vliet and Brooks. And Brooks came in here as the guy that was going to establish a defensive presence.
Well, maybe it's helped.
Yeah.
Actually, having him out on the court in practices, maybe that's helped.
I think the biggest impact is Ime saying, "Come sit here. You're not playing defense. Come sit right here. You sit next to me."
And I love that there were so many people who are all fussy when guys had to sit.
Yeah.
It's the best thing that ever happened.
Yep.
You got to learn that if you don't do what I want you to do, you're grounded.
What did Saban say? The biggest, it was just came out. I just saw it this week. Saban said the biggest inspiration for a guy to play hard is benching him. Mm-hmm. Like, you come here, you're not going to play. That is the biggest inspiration for a guy to play as hard as
now
he
the
can.
difference now is they'll just get in a portal. They just go, see, my kids can't portal out, but I can bench them, which is groundings.
Yeah.
You can bench your own kids, and they don't
take
like
away
it.
their phones.
Oh, that's a bench. That's a severe bench.
Yeah.
That's a suspension.
Yes, it is. That's a league suspension.
That's a league suspension. Your boy Dylan Brooks, ever since you were big up him with shooting.
Yeah, he's not as good right
2
now.
2 of 13 for 3 ways.
0 for 7 last night.
Like, you can't get too excited when he's doing it. Like,
0
that's
for
nice.
7 last night.
It's nice that he was shooting well for a while.
Listen,
he'll be
when
30.
he's doing well, you give him his props.
Yeah.
And when he's not,
but don't act like that's who he's going to be.
I'm not. But I'm going to give him props when he's doing
It felt
stuff.
like you thought he had fixed his 3-point shot.
He did fix it, except it got broke again. Sometimes, like your shoulder. Oh, it's all great, right? No, sometimes it hurts again.
Well, actually for the Rockets, so far this year, so his 3-point shooting now is actually down to 36%. It was 40-something. Now he's all the way down to 36. His career is 34.6. Last year, he was 35.9. So
who?
Dylan Brooks.
He
was 35. That's
3-point shooting. That's pretty good.
I'll take that for Dylan Brooks.
That's pretty good.
I'll take that for Dylan
34%?
Brooks. Yes. I'll take it for Dylan Brooks.
That's better than 50% true
no
shooting.
No question.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'll take 34% all the time for me.
Well, I want a little higher. He's career 34.6, and yet nobody ever said they wanted him shooting a lot of threes. Because when he goes off the charts, But he's not as bad a 3-point shooter statistically as I thought. His worst 2 years were his last 2 years in Memphis. Now that also, no, I mean he's shot almost 6 threes. He's shot over 5 threes a game now for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the last 6 years. I'd like for him to get better as he gets older. Maybe end up at 37%. I'd like that. 38%. Pat Beverly got to be where he was a pretty good 3-point shooter. Everyone used to think Pat Beverly was a disaster with his 3-point shooting, and the reality is he actually became a much better 3-point shooter late in his career. With the Rockets at least. He had look at the Rockets. Pat Beverly, 38% from 3, 40% from 3. Then he was 35, 36, 37% with the Rockets.
I care about Pat Beverly.
42% with the Heat.
I care about Dylan Brooks going 0 for 7.
Actually, I take it back. Pat Beverly got worse as his career went on.
Take it back.
No. With the Rockets, he was good.
He was all right. His
career 3-point shooting was 37%. If Dylan Brooks can get to 37% as a Rocket, I'll be very happy. Now, you got 2 years left to do it because we ain't giving you no more money.
Okay, we got breaking news coming around on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And invite somebody you're sick of. Somebody you are sick of.
Embiid out for the year.
Yeah. No, that's not it. But Vanderford Air, I mean, if you're sick of having hot house.
Yeah, I'm not sick of Vanderford Air. And, it's actually cooler house today. Where's your house? Where's your furnace? Are you going to be ready? You're getting a little taste of cooler weather, but I don't know, your furnace may not even come on. You may say, it's fine. Let the house get down to 68. I'm fine with it. That may be what you're dealing with. But it might actually get colder. in your home, and you want to have that furnace ready to roll. So I reached out to Robert and the crew over at Vanderford. I'm having them come out and run the checkup on my system. They're going to go through everything, including my whole home dehumidifier, which they put in. Yes, I keep my dew point legitimately under 60% at all times in my house. With the whole home dehumidifier, takes the humidity out of the air and then puts the air back in. But I also have the furnace I want to get checked out. I want to make sure that the drain, that they clean out the drain from the emergency drain. That's going to be a big deal. Vanderford Air just makes sure that your air conditioning is running the way it's supposed to. They make sure your furnace is running the way it's supposed to. And they want you to be as efficient as possible so that you can save money and be comfortable. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're going to have a very busy 9 o'clock hour, so let's give you guys a chance to win something. Do you want to see the Cougs in their final home game of the 2024 season? I'm going to give you the chance right now. Caller 5-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs play the Baylor Bears out at TDECU at 6 p.m. on Saturday. It's senior day, and it's also the Houston Blue game. You get to see those great uniforms back in action on Saturday against the Bears. So if you don't win the tickets from us, you can also get tickets from the Cougs. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue, and pack that stadium. And if you're one of the first 20,000 people, you're going to get a towel. Compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. The Cougs in their blue uniforms against the Bears.
How about that? Man, I was so disappointed reading this story. So here's the headline.
Is this a breaking news?
Yeah, this is breaking news. The FBI is exploring whether Patrick Mahomes' Travis Kelce burglaries are part of a transnational crime ring. I originally thought Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are burglarizing homes.
Why would you think that?
Because
the wording got them.
Yeah. I'm like, totally sweet. These two are going to be kicked out of the league. They're burglarizing, and they're part of a transnational crime scene.
Yeah. That would have been a huge story.
That would have been huge.
They got their own crime ring. That's incredible.
And here it turns out.
And what better way to sell
they
it
were
than burgle your own house?
They were a victim.
Well, you know what's happening to athletes because you always know where
Jose
athletes are.
Altuve has had it's happened like 4 times to Jose Altuve.
You should get the death penalty if you burgle Jose Altuve.
Yes.
Somebody who's that good a person.
Yes.
You should. I'm sorry, but you should get the death penalty.
I just signed your death warrant.
Where did you get that?
What's that?
Some judge talking to someone who just got the death penalty.
I just signed your death warrant.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you had that in your bag.
I just signed your death warrant.
That should.
Oh, he was a complete a-hole.
I don't remember the case. I just remember the sound.
God, I do. He was smug. Actually, he was happy that he had killed. I was glad for her. Bobby Portis, Mike Conley Jr., Linville Joseph, all these guys have been burglarized.
I think it happened to Jordan Poyer too.
Who?
Jordan Poyer happened to him.
Jordan Poyer?
You always know that you know where they are.
I'm glad his wife went home.
A road game, you know where everyone is.
You weren't glad Bobby Portis' significant other wasn't home?
I don't know his significant
You just care that Rachel Bush wasn't home?
Yeah, Rachel Bush. Thank God.
Google this.
Oh, my God. You haven't seen Rachel Bush?
I probably have.
You have. Anyway, that makes me sad.
But she wasn't at home.
But she wasn't. Yeah, thank God. Thank God. Well,
no wonder you like her. Jeez. This is the most predictable picture I've ever seen. I mean, it's halfway out of the picture. No wonder.
Yeah. Well, nothing. She's just, a fine-looking young lass.
Are you Irish now?
Yeah. She's Irish.
Oh, no, lass.
Would you want her to get robbed and be home during a robbery if she
was less attractive?
Mm-hmm. Or ate pancakes for breakfast?
He would not care.
Nearly
at least he's honest. At least he's
Imagine
honest.
him feeling bad because Rachel Bush, who wasn't home, had her place robbed. I feel bad for her. What?
Does she?
Why?
I'm going to take a guess. I don't know this, but I'm going to guess that she at one point was an influencer or currently influences.
I think she does now, doesn't she? I think she does.
Well, with the 4 million Instagram followers, I would imagine.
Well, there's bathing suit pictures. You don't get to the M without bathing suit pictures.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You got to do bathing suit pictures to get up to 1 million. And she's got 4 million.
Yeah, she's good. She's talented.
Yeah, right. I mean, no,
talented how?
I'm worried about his stuff getting replaced and recovered.
Talented how?
She's talented. She's just
what does she do?
A talented young lady.
Do you know what she does?
I'm sure
skincare
she stuff with bikinis on.
That what?
She influences stuff
with the bikinis on.
She influences things with her bikini on.
Yeah.
Technically, did he tell a lie?
No, but he said talented. I'm trying to figure out what he knows about her talent.
Yeah, I don't know what. Well, maybe he knows this.
That is talent.
Was it God given?
He knows that.
Is that God given talent?
Yes.
All
talent is God given.
Not necessarily. Actually, frequently it's no longer God given.
Yeah, even surgeries were created by God, so they were all God given.
God didn't create surgeries.
He did.
What are you talking about?
On the 8th or 9th day.
No, what you're supposed to say, God gave the surgeon the talent to.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, that's what you would say.
Yeah.
But he didn't create the surgeries.
Yeah.
Well, she better not watch that Demi Moore movie I just watched yesterday.
Oh, The Substance?
Good Lord.
That was rough. I've only seen the first 25 minutes of it. The first 25 minutes is rough.
You think it's rough?
I'll finish the movie, but the first 25. Oh, okay. This is where we're at.
Yeah. Oh no, it takes you for a ride. You feel bad for Demi Moore. It's trust me. It makes you, but it is over the top now. It is over the top. The shots you get in the workout clothes. It's so
the 80s workout clothes.
Yeah, the 80s workout clothes. It's so intentionally over the top. It's wild.
Talk about assaulting your eyes.
Oh, there's a lot of eye assault going on.
Oh yeah.
Not your kind of assault though.
What do you mean? No. Well, no.
John won't like that.
Well, what?
There's just things we know you'll like and won't like in a show.
Okay. All right.
In a show where people in workout clothes.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it. It's called Substance?
The Substance.
The Substance.
Yes.
All right. The Substance. I've got to watch that now after the disclaimer because you guys were right about the 3rd and 4th episodes.
Well, yes.
You were absolutely dead
but
on.
the turn in episode
Now
7.
I can trust you to.
The turn in episode 7 made 3 and 4 a little less.
Yeah,
great.
It wasn't as
Yeah,
fun.
but we'll always have 3 and 4. We'll always have episode 3 and 4, though. You can't take that from me.
You can't
I went and watched episode 3 again the other day,
You did?
apropos of nothing. I'm just like, let me just see what happened in 3 again.
Wow, you forgot?
I refreshed my memory about this show.
So soon.
Bing, bang, boom. Diddly, biddly, boodly, boop.
Even when you got the context of how it actually went down?
I don't care.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. Even still.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to use your imagination there, Del.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Well, no, you don't.
You don't
Yeah,
really
that's
have to
it. It's all
use your
there for you.
imagination on that.
Time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows Beauty. Okay, so here's the deal. All you guys, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Linville Joseph, get you some Gulf Coast windows, okay? That's how solved. The bad guys have a hard time getting in with the Gulf Coast windows. So I'm telling you, double pane, double strength. They are, and the beauty, the security, the privacy, all of those things, they really matter, and they matter with Gulf Coast windows. They matter with Jim Fiume, who's been doing this forever. He loves putting windows in for people. Been doing it for over 35 years now, 36 years going on, and he is the best in the business. Has been the best in the business, will continue to be the best in the business. I mean, when you go and see the quality and then the installation, the warranty that you're going to get, and the top-notch everything, first class at Gulf Coast Windows. You're going to put in windows? Don't skimp. Really, don't. Because you're going to improve the value of your home every time when you go with Gulf Coast Windows. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we do every Thursday. John Chill joining us to talk about the numbers, what's going on at the DraftKings Sportsbook as we head into another week of football. John, our Texans couldn't have been good to you guys. I would imagine the money, even at what were the Texans, 7.5? Even at 7.5, you had to have a bunch of Texans action, no?
We did have a lot of Texans. You're starting to see people fading against the Cowboys just in general now, and so yeah, definitely Monday night was not good for us. But there's a time about this week as well. Everybody's starting to go against certain teams more than picking who they think are going to win. But the Texans weren't good to us. Some that were. I know we had a lot of Green Bay action last week, Chargers and Falcons. So we kind of rebounded, even though the Texans beat us up a little bit. But it was close for a while, and then the wheels came off for the Cowboys.
Have you ever seen a run like we're seeing with the Lions? By the way, this just stretches into 2021. From a spread standpoint, they're covering at an unbelievable pace relative to what we're used to seeing. You may have a year, but usually things even out. Right now, the Lions are just covering left and right, even in games where they had 5 interceptions. The Lions either pushed. They may have lost that in some spots, but there's also a lot of places that had the Lions 3, even with how bad they were against the Texans. Like I just have not seen a team cover like this over this amount of time.
Yeah, I think what was the last 2? I think they're close to 80%. I know I saw some stat earlier this week. It's at an unbelievable rate what the Lions are doing, and I think they're trying to adjust for some of these lines. I mean, you look at this week. Colts, they're not playing bad. Actually, Richardson, I think he's 6-1 against the spread this year, which is ironic, being he was benched for a couple of weeks. But getting 7.5 at home, Detroit's just laying the lumber with everybody right now, and it's to see what lines are out there, and to see that a Colts team that's playing pretty good is getting 7.5 at home. It says a lot for Detroit too, and. And again, Detroit could probably light them up and beat them, 34-10, I mean, but yeah, I think it's interesting that, you usually do see that, and usually see Vegas and us trying to figure out, try to get that back to evening it out. And it just seems like Detroit just keeps on, impressing every week and beating that spread. So
you can't put a big enough number on them. You just can't.
No. I mean, you look at the Chiefs. I mean, getting 11 against the Panthers. That's a big line. They've played well. They haven't played, to their standards. But you look at they're giving 11. And Detroit's still 7.5. So it's interesting in regards to Detroit. To your point.
Absolutely. We've got John Chill with us here talking DraftKings Sportsbook on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What you couldn't do the Tyson? Did you showed it obviously in the Sportsbook? You couldn't take any bets on it, but I think that for the 2 fights before it really helped boxing. Obviously Tyson and that killed the sport, but the 2 fights before, John, were excellent for boxing.
I agree. To promote boxing and to get it back to where it was, I agree with you that the girls' fight was one of the best ones to watch, and the one even prior to that, the comeback. I thought that would be over in the 3rd round, and they went the distance, and he came back. But it was definitely good for boxing. We were able to. Actually, we lucked out. It must have been a certain stream we had. We didn't buffer at all here, so it was a blessing that we didn't have the buffering issues everybody else did. But it helped out. I just saw too it was the most bet fight MMA or boxing in the history on Friday.
The most bet, not just the most watched, the most bet.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I wish Louisiana would have had it or put a cap on it. But it was interesting to see how much money. I think someone bet $1 million at Caesar's Palace on Jake Paul. So they were accepting large bets on that as well. But that was the most bet boxing or MMA event.
Well, it turned out for everybody that bet. I mean, it was a farce. There's video of Mike pulling a punch. I mean, Jake Paul's chin is wide open, and Mike going for it and then stops. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
It was. I was. coming from that generation, I was a little disappointed to see Mike's performance in there, and he just looked wobbly. I mean, he looked wobbly walking in. I was like, he didn't even look good getting into the ring. And
no, I did not like the way he walked to the ring. I was like, golly, this doesn't look good at all.
But you can take boxing. You just couldn't take that one, right?
That's right. Yeah. We took the other fights, just not that one.
Maybe wisely so.
Yeah.
Maybe the commissioner said, I'm not sure this is on a level.
Yeah, right. No, absolutely.
So
the other two fights were on the level. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Except I'm not sure the judges were, with Taylor winning over Serrano. Serrano looked like she won the fight.
Boxing's had that issue for years.
Forever.
Forever. For literally since the beginning of time. What are we looking at for Heisman Trophy MVP? Are you getting futures bets? John and I were talking about how it's kind of getting a little bit interesting with Offensive Rookie of the Year, with Bo Nix starting to move up a little bit and close distance on Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I mean, the Heisman Trophy right now, Travis Hunter's a huge favorite, minus 350. Genty's at plus 380. You're starting to see movement, in different areas for that. But definitely the Heisman Trophy, is definitely moving here in the last couple of weeks. And I think we talked about it a little bit before. I think some of this is, for Jenny, if they stay in the playoff hunt, I think he's going to be the number 2 pick. And, I think it'll determine as well, as long as they're in the playoffs, I think that's where you'll see the Heisman Trophy winner, no matter what their stats are. So, Dart's at plus 4,000, Milrose at plus 2,800. So, it'll be interesting to see her come to the wire. It's interesting to see, how they're doing the 12 teams and who gets a bye and all that. So it's interesting I think we're seeing actions on futures as far as who makes the playoffs. That's one of our bigger future bets right now is, who will make the playoffs, and definitely changing. You look at Georgia. I mean, Georgia was out of it. Now they're, one of the favorites to be in the playoffs. So it's interesting.
Yep.
And we got Buckeyes this week in Indiana. We'll see what happens there.
You getting action on it already?
Yeah, we're starting to take it. I think we got about 60. I think it's close to 70% on Indiana right now.
Really?
Yeah, I was shocked when I pulled that up to see what the splits were on that. So,
Ohio State,
their offensive line is so banged up.
They're banged up offensive lines. Indiana, people want to not believe in them because they haven't played anybody. But what if they're pretty good?
Yeah.
What if they're well coached? Is this just too many points? I think it's maybe just too many points. It may be just that.
Yeah, 13, and Ohio State really, they score, but they're not scoring like they used to, like years past. But it'll be interesting to see Ohio State if they lose. Are they still in the playoffs? Speaking of that, they'll be one of the 2 lost teams, and that'll be interesting to see how they handle Ohio State.
Yep. Oh, we'll be talking about that next. Let's cut it here, John. We appreciate it as always. John Chill, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, DraftKings Sportsbook, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we'll talk to you again next week, buddy.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Sean.
All right. Josh Pate going to be here on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now.
What we see. Something, by the way, Josh, I'm glad you asked that question, John. What we see in college football, to my eyes, I love the way when Josh Pate talks, I get all excited about college football.
Well, that's what we're going to do next. But right now, we're talking about the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Look, by the time you leave your house, you go to the airport early, right? You got to be there over an hour before your flight. Then your flight is 3 hours to Las Vegas. Then getting your luggage, then going to your hotel. You could already have won thousands of dollars in Lake Charles because it's 2 hours and 15 minutes down. By the time you're taking off, you could be in Lake Charles already, okay? Depending on when you get to the airport. But here's the deal is it's just like a Vegas casino. It's so much fun. It's got everything, all the amenities that you would want. You got 12 different restaurants. You got wonderful seafood restaurant, burger places, steak, Italian, Asian, whatever it is that you're looking for. You got it. You got the Blue Martini, wonderful lounge. You got the pool, with the music and the swimming and the bikinis and the everything going on there. You got the golf course, which is great. Love that golf course. Play it all the time. Love it. You're going to love everything about the hotel is beautiful and clean and wonderful. And then, of course, the casino is a Vegas style casino. There's no downside. If you're looking for a great little getaway, a lot quicker, a lot easier than Las Vegas, it's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
Hey guys, want to tell you about Republic Boot Company. John and I did some shows there last year. I enjoyed the shows there. It's really fun. It's just when you walk in, it tells you everything that you need to know about the experience you're about to have. They have custom fit cowboy hats. They have custom. They can take boots off the shelf. They're 1836, which is a lot of different designs. But then they can custom fit them to your foot. If you have a wider foot, they've got a way to do that. They've got actual custom boots. You can come in there and put your college on there, your company's logo on there, anything you want. There's a variety to choose from: the ostrich skin, shark skin, snake skin, every skin in the planet you can think of. They'll do that for you as well. Basically, John, anytime you need rodeo apparel, you've got that at Republic Boot.
You could get it right off the rack. That's how good 1836 is. But
really
they customize it to your feet. They customize it to your head. I love my jacket. Love my jacket.
You got it from there.
It's the nicest. Yeah, it's the nicest sport coat I have, and I got it right there. And I got a great price. And you're going to get a great price, and you're going to love the quality. It is second to none. You're looking for the best way to get into that rodeo mode. How about some rodeo stuff for Christmas this Christmas, this holiday season? That's right. You can buy rodeo stuff for somebody for Christmas. RepublicBootCompany.com, 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, just off 11th and Studewood. RepublicBootCompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Our favorite time of the week, Josh Pate, College Football Show, brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat of Houston, right here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We love talking college football, and Josh Pate, there's nobody better at it in the country. So, Josh Pate, let's talk about what went down this week with the rankings. I don't know how much I know you're not crazy about the rankings, and it'll all play out. But Tennessee at the bottom, outside looking in right now, deservedly so.
Do you hear my voice right now? You hear the wishy-washiness. I think there are solid arguments to be made both ways. I don't think Tennessee has done enough to sit there and defiantly yell, "We belong in." I could also sit here and just as easily make the case that, well, we could go down the strength of schedule road and you know where that goes with a team like Indiana, but then Indiana's undefeated, so they deserve to be up there. You said it will all play out, which is the right way to say it. A lot of people are saying it'll all work itself out, and I'm not quite sure it will work itself out because if a lot of teams just keep winning, then obviously it hasn't worked itself out for everyone because someone like Tennessee is going to get left out. I think if you fast forward 2 weeks and you tell me they've won their final 2 games, which are both very winnable games, and they're sitting there at 10-2 instead of 8-2, and you tell me that Indiana has lost Saturday and they are 11-1 instead of 12-0 playing in the conference title game, that's when the knives come out a little bit, because that's where, I mean, I'm going to be really, really solidly in the corner, as I told you guys last week, that Indiana, if they do not beat Ohio State outright, does not have a resume leg to stand on. And then it devolves into the abstract of, yeah, but they're 11-1. Yeah, but they're 11-1 from a Power 4 or even a Power 2 league. Yeah, but all you can do is win the games you play. And it's just going to be either data-driven or it's going to be emotion-driven. And I think in the data-driven argument, you give the edge to Tennessee. In the emotion-driven argument, you give the edge to Indiana.
Who covers more? That's how I'm going to do it.
That's how who covers the most?
Spread stats.
That's
my tiebreaker.
Talk about convoluted though. Let's say everybody wins out like they're supposed to. Texas A&M and Texas win this week.
Never happens.
And Texas A&M goes and beats, or even if they lose, because Texas will have 1 loss, and then there's going to be all of these teams with 2 losses, and then the team that gets to play Texas or Texas A&M in the championship game loses that game. They're probably out. That will suck. That will suck for that team when the other teams that are just sitting there are going to just work. Are going to be in because they didn't play.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. All right. Now, I want us to remember this moment because I completely disagree with you, but I don't know for sure. I say I disagree with you in a sense that I think when you take the SEC and the Big Ten, I can't vouch for the other conferences, but when you take the Big Two team or Big Two conferences, I don't think their teams are going to get punished for losing their conference title games at all. So let me be very, very intentional with how I said that. Let's say what you just said happens. Let's say it's Bama, Texas in the SEC title game. Let's say Bama goes into it as the 8th seed. Now, if they were to just hit the freeze button and not play the game, that would mean Bama is in line not only to make the playoff, but to have a home playoff game. All right, so then they go to Atlanta and they lose. Not only am I saying I think they'll still be in, not only am I saying they won't be punished for it, I'm saying I don't even think they'll drop from 8 to 9. Because even then, they would sit there and rightfully scream, you guys had us locked in for a home playoff game, and now we got punished because we were good enough to go play for a conference championship, something these other teams around us weren't good enough to do, and now you're rewarding them for having sat at home. And then you think about what Kiffin said earlier this week publicly about how he doesn't think playing in the conference championship game is worth the risk. And he got a lot of hate for that. But I said on my show the other night, I've had no less than 6 other head coaches say that to me this year behind the scenes. None of them have said it publicly. And Kiffin actually hasn't said that to me, but he has said it publicly. So there are a lot of people thinking that. And those conference championship games are worth a ton of money. You cannot, absolutely cannot, have the value or the integrity of those games compromised in the future by people not wanting to play in them because you've taken punitive rankings action against the losing team.
Absolutely. I agree. Agreed. However, a 1-loss Indiana team against a 3-loss Alabama. I know that Alabama is better, but a 3-loss team gets in and a 1-loss Indiana doesn't get in. The optics are not going to be great. And then there's the whole thing about the SEC and Big Ten. If they're listen, the SEC might not even be happy with just getting 4 teams in, and they might be pissy about it and say, well, we're still going to pick up our ball and we're going to go and start our own deal. Big Ten going to be okay with 3 teams in and 1-loss Indiana out?
They won't be okay with it, but they ought to be okay with it. So I guess it's two different answers I gave you there.
Why should they be okay with it?
No. They should be okay with it because their other brand teams have let them down. Michigan let them down. Nebraska has never come through for them yet. Your Wisconsins of the world, your Iowas of the world, they never came through for them this year. Ohio State's done their job. Penn State's done their job. And then Indiana, who else am I leaving out? Oh, and Oregon. Oregon came to the table 3 seconds ago and has done a better job than anyone. USC let them down as well. So, and when I say let them down, I mean multiple losses. I mean not even in the conversation with 2 weeks to go in the regular season. So if Indiana's your last hope and you as a conference have screwed up scheduling to the point where it's so imbalanced, they managed to miss all the big boys, play one of them and lose, and then otherwise play 6 of the bottom teams in your conference. Oh, and by the way, since everyone wants to make this argument about other teams, Indiana's out-of-conference schedule is horrifically bad. Just to hold everyone to the same standard, there's not a leg to stand on there. I know you can get mad because you wanted more teams in, but I'm looking at it from the outside and saying, can you really argue that you deserved more teams to be in? And the only argument with Indiana at that point would be record, which is why I think every week I've come on your show forever, I've said, you are what your record says you are is one of the biggest lies in college football that people just keep telling for some reason.
Yeah. And to prove your point, they got 4 of the top 5 teams in the country, and then the next team is Illinois at 25. And Illinois at 25. Not any of the other big names that you mentioned. That's how top-heavy the Big Ten is this year. Josh Pate with us here, brought to you by Damaris and by Bobcat of Houston every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where are you going this week?
I am in Tempe, Arizona, as we speak.
Ooh, you said that last week, too. You knew that Arizona State was going to go and win there.
See, sometimes I close my eyes and the dart actually hits the board. I'm looking forward to this because I've never been to a game at Arizona State. So Brigham Young comes to town. Everyone else is in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm told it snowed yesterday. Yeah. And I can tell you guys, I'm looking out the window right now. I think we're going to hit 82 degrees here today.
Well, Kenny Dillingham has done an amazing job over there very, very quickly. It's the era of portal football where it's like a massive – just think of Bill Schneider and JUCO football the way it used to be with Kansas State. Now the entire country does it, and the JUCOs are now portals. There are other college football teams in every division. And what he's been able to do there has been terrific. They're about a 3-point favorite against BYU. That's been a solid BYU team all year long. It is a very good game. It's a game that we never anticipated starting 2024 that this would be one of the one of the bigger games of the year. I don't want to oversell it, but it's a for football fans, it's a big game. It's
Levitt is fun to watch. Sketabo is a beast of a running back. They're fun. That's a fun football team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys remember in the spring? First off, I endorse everything Lance said about what Dillingham's done. It's almost like Dillingham refused to understand what he was supposed to inherit. He was inheriting a disaster. They had all the Herm Edwards stuff. They were a mess, and he was basically hired as a stopgap and just kind of do what Mike Shula did at Alabama. Just ride us through the dark days here, and then maybe 5 years from now you can win. And he's like, no, I'll go ahead and win now. But do you remember in the spring, Jaden Rashada was the former 5-star quarterback. They had that big mess with him and Napier at Florida, and he transferred from Florida to Arizona State. And then everyone just assumes, okay, well, he'll definitely be the starting quarterback at Arizona State. And then at the end of spring, there's a big headline. Jaden Rashada's leaving Arizona State. And everyone thought, oh, my goodness, that's just going to cripple their chances this year. And I reached out because I had a little suspicion. And I reached out, and immediately the feedback I got was he's leaving here because he was losing the quarterback job to Sam Levitt. Now, at the time, that story didn't really get circulated well. I think if you dug into it and you had the right folks in your Rolodex, you could find out. But now fast forward a few months, I don't know when the last time was I heard the name Jaden Rashada. Sam Levitt, you're right. He's torn it up out there this year. They're in ascension mode at the right time.
It's crazy. Jalen Rashada's just turned into nothing. and Levitt, who was one of the guys that they targeted in portal, has done a terrific job.
He's been good. He's fun to watch.
It is.
Yep.
You got to be careful when you start dealing with multiple portal guys. Like once a guy portals more than once, I'm pretty much done with them.
Yeah.
You know what you're dealing with then. But I really like what Kenny and I did some stuff with Kenny Dillingham's right-hand man, worked on with John Dasswood, a local injury lawyer here, on a NIL deal, and he did an NIL deal with Arizona State, only because he was opening up an office in Phoenix, and we kind of knew they weren't going to be very good, but there was something strange in talking to Dillingham's right-hand man that you really got the feeling this is something they expected. Even when they sucked last year, they were not good. They were. It was they knew what they were up against, but I think they expected this to happen fairly quickly, which is a credit to them. Sometimes you need to not know what you shouldn't know. In other words, ignorance is bliss. And some of this is great confidence, and some of it is just not understanding that you're not supposed to be able to do this quickly.
Yeah, it's just competitive arrogance, or it's almost competitive ignorance.
Yes, it is.
It's watching someone who doesn't even know enough to know they're supposed to be taking it on the chin every week. And that's why you look at Dillingham, and I would encourage people, because most people still really don't know a lot about him, just go watch him in post-game press conferences. He is exactly the kind of guy who would do what he's doing at Arizona State, given the circumstances. Because kind of a square-jawed, like gravelly voice traditionalist probably crashes and burns in this kind of environment. Dillingham he's in his early 30s. He does not reek of grizzled veteran head coach at all. And everyone loves playing for him. And he would be really good at a stand-up comedy club on a Friday night, but he's also really good at coaching football.
Competitive ignorance is a term that should be trademarked.
That is
because I know exactly what it means. And it's usually you got to be young to have competitive ignorance. You don't know any better. Young players, young teams, young coaches, you just don't know any better. You don't realize that that's not how the story is supposed to be written. I love that term.
As is now, Boise has a bye. You think that lasts?
I don't. I was looking at that the other night when that came out. First, let me say, if Boise does get a bye, they will burn couches in the SEC and Big Ten. Because that is not why they built this thing the way it's built, no matter what they tell you publicly. This thing is not built to give a seat for the little guy, especially a first-round bye. But I was looking at it, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, well, Boise's where they are right now. I think still whoever comes out of the Big 12, whoever wins that championship game, is going to have a good enough last-second boost in their strength of schedule that I think they'll jump Boise. And all that means is they'll be the one that gets the other first-round bye, and Boise will be bumped down to whatever seed they're bumped down to, but they'll have to play in the first round. But then the question becomes, they don't automatically have to rank that fifth conference champ 12th. They could rank them 7th or something like that. It's unlikely, but, that would result in someone having to go to Boise, Idaho for a first-round playoff game.
Woo!
And I also think they'll look to avoid that, just all due honesty. So I think the Big 12 team will jump them, but I'm only like 65% sure of that right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. Yeah, but the Big 12, the Big 12 kind of deserves it. It's really not been a good conference this year, has it?
It's been a competitive conference. I think it's been it's been what we thought it would be. I just think you judge the Big 12 based on what your expectations were going in. If you wanted them to go toe-to-toe in terms of quality of product with the SEC or the Big 10, you're going to be disappointed, and you're going to forever do Colorado's winning out here, but they'd get crushed by the fourth best team in the SEC. Okay, well, so what? That still means it can be fun to watch. Now, if you watch it in a vacuum, like I have, I don't really worry about how they'd stack up against everyone else. I hate the playofffication, if you will, of the sport, because now you can't just watch a conference in the context of the conference's championship race. Now everyone watches a conference and they're asking things in terms of playoff race, and I prefer the way it was before instead of the way it is now. But I think we've gotten what we expected from the Big 12.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's competitive. That's for
fun.
sure. It's just not.
It's fun.
Not at the top of the. It's not at the top of the food chain.
Colorado has been underrated this year somehow after last year's massive overrated. We know what last year was. Colorado's a great story this year. They really are, whether you like them or not. Most people probably hate them. They're a great story. What Deion has done. We can't say one thing about Kenny Dillingham. Now it's different. I will say, actually, what Dillingham does. There's not people flocking to. People want to flock to.
Yeah.
Flock to the show, to the carnival for Deion. And Deion has been his own worst enemy in some regards. If you know behind the scenes with some of his coaching stuff with his coaching staff. But man, the fact that BYU's there and Colorado State can be a spoiler and Arizona State is doing what they've done, like it's pretty cool for football fans.
What? That's what this is supposed to be. All right. And we've been waiting for it. And I love it. Because the games, this Arizona State games means something as opposed to it wouldn't have meant anything in years past. So this is cool. And you're going to be there. Josh Pate will be there, and we'll talk about it next week with him right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by Damaris and Bobcat of Houston. Josh, have fun in Arizona.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there's Josh Pate every week right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. One of our listeners, he texted me and he said, "Hey, I'm going over to Game Day Men's Health." And I asked him how to go, and he said it was awesome. It was awesome. He already got his first injection. And if you're somebody that's in your 40s, maybe your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, and you haven't gotten any testosterone lately, if you don't feel like the same guy that you used to be, maybe it's your low testosterone, go get tested. And I'm going to tell you where you get tested. You get tested at Game Day Men's Health. You get tested at Game Day Men's Health because it's absolutely free and because they have a lab right there at the facility, which the other guys don't. Okay. At Game Day Men's Health, they have the lab and it's free. There's men's tea or whatever it is saying, "Oh, $25 this month for Movember." $25? I ain't giving you $25 to tell me whether or not I have to give you more money. Beat it. Men's tea, Game Day Men's Health, absolutely free. Your first consultation. And they have, I'm telling you, they have the solutions for all of your needs at Game Day Men's Health. You're looking for a great place to get that tea, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
There's nothing like getting a new car and driving it, but the process of getting that car can be a pain. That's why I'm letting you know about Monument Chevrolet. Their whole model is to get you in there and get you out of there with the new car and make it easy for you. It's not supposed to be difficult. the prices don't change. There are no upcharges. There are no fees that you didn't expect. They want to make your experience at Monument Chevrolet as easy and as painless as possible. You can check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And when you see those prices on the website, they're going to be the same prices you see when you get out there. They want you to become part of their family because they're a family. They're family owned for 50 years. They've been in Pasadena that long, servicing the community and making the driving experience for the people who go there great. So you go out to Monument Chevrolet, and that is at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225, and check out what they have to offer. Maybe you need a pre-owned car, or you're a business owner and you need a new car for your fleet. They have that out there too. They have the 6th largest fleet in the country. So check them out if you need something for your business. And remember, they have a great monthly offer. It is 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Check out their salespeople. They're nice. They're friendly. They will do work for you because they got a contest out there, Salesperson of the Week. Jonathan is the salesperson right now. So check them out, Monument Chevrolet. Go to monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Lance is like, hey, this is supposed to be tomorrow. Why are we doing this? Because if you listen to the show, you'd know that we're doing this today.
Or happen, just look at a rundown.
He goes, all I'm here for is the double bangers. That's all my job.
I'm a professional double banger.
Is that what
Noisemaker.
Yeah.
Nah, too late now. You said it.
No, you're a professional double banger. That's what you said. Justin is here. What a week he had last week. Hated it. Justin, you were on fire last week.
Get lucky every now and then. Lance will be happy, though, because I got a lot of double banger bait today.
He's double banger bait. He's baiting.
Gator bait.
He's baiting. All right. He is out there with his short skirt on, walking the street.
Whoa.
He could be out there with his muscle shirt on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why does he have to wear short skirt
on? Easy, Bobby Knight.
No.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Maybe Justin's wearing his
trying to
tight-fitting
reel
jeans.
in the serial killer.
Maybe he's got his tight-fitting jeans on. Well, most serial killers are going to be men.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely.
But Jeffrey Dahmer would have rather he had his jeans
on
than his skirt on. Okay.
No. I would much rather see Justin without a skirt on. That's for sure. Here is okay. So what do we got going on? Is Warehouse Live open this week?
Yeah, we got shows this weekend. Friday night, we got Destroy Boys, which is a punk rock band. Saturday night, we got Life Jennings, which is R&B. And then Sunday, we got The Locks, which is the hip-hop act. And then we're shut down till after Thanksgiving.
Shut down till after Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
Going to shut it down. Nice. So you got your opportunities to get on out there. WarehouseLive.com. See all the shows at WarehouseLive.com. All right. Our contestant this week is Jake. Jake, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? How are y'all?
Good, man. What do you do for a living, Jake?
I'm actually a cowboy.
Wait.
Whoa.
Okay, so explain this. Give a full explanation about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I've got a ranch out in just south of Beaumont, and I work cows for a living. I'm actually on a horse right now.
Yeah, he's
come on.
He
Are you
can't
serious?
possibly lose. He's on a horse
Hold
right
on.
now.
Do you have a mustache?
I got a full beard.
Full beard.
We got to ask Sam about this.
Let me ask you this. Is it like in Yellowstone where you got those hot barrel racers in the cabins with you and all the guys are doing stuff? Is that
the bunkhouse?
The bunkhouse, yeah.
Yeah, in the bunkhouse.
Do you have a bunkhouse?
No bunkhouse. No bunkhouse.
No
I wish.
bunkhouse.
Do
you have your own rip? Do you have your own rip on there on the ranch?
Do you brand the guys on the ranch?
We got something like Rip. We got somebody similar to that, I guess.
You do?
Is it a lifelong job where they get branded as well?
Yeah. Do you ever drop guys off
no.
at the state line?
Hold on, I want to hear the branding.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that.
No, not
branding.
that.
I got a couple tattoos. But.
Just tattoos.
Yeah,
tattoos.
That's
What do you?
different.
Okay, what's the name of your ranch?
It's Herbert Club and Son.
Okay.
And what do you?
That's a lot to put on a
what
brand.
do you tend to? Is it a cattle ranch? What do you? It's a ranch, but what are you doing on the ranch? How do you make your money?
We raise beef cattle.
Beef cattle, nice. Look at that.
Yeah, actually, if anybody wants to buy some beef, give me a holler. I'll sell it.
Let's do it.
Straight from the ranch. Okay.
Bro, get his number.
Do we have to kill the cow?
I already have his number.
You got his number? Take his number, Dale, because I'm calling. I'm calling.
Do we have to kill it, or you're going to kill it for us?
No, what are you talking about?
No, I take care of everything for you.
You don't have to butcher the cow yourself.
All you do is pick it up. We're not butchering cows. He's not. He's
he
a cowboy.
He didn't say he was going to do it.
The territory.
What, you need a trailer to haul the cow back to Houston, and then you're going to kill it? No, you don't have to do that.
In the backyard.
You're going to butcher it at your house. Wendy's going to be pissed.
And in the kitchen. Butchering up a cow.
What are you
doing,
honey,
look
John?
what I got. Look what I got. All right, that's the most interesting. Now,
yeah.
So you're going to come in for what are we playing for, Justin?
Cowboy.
Well, let me preface this by saying, A, I ain't driving to Beaumont to pick you up if you beat me.
Okay. Right. So
and B, I say, John Lance and Dell and I, why don't we just split a cow? We'll each get a quarter of a cow.
You want a quarter cow? I'm in.
What am I going to do with a quarter of a cow?
You put it in the freezer.
What are you talking about? You have steak.
You want to eat?
What are you talking
What
about?
am I going to do with that much
You want to
beef?
eat? All right.
All right, we're gonna do December 10th Rockets game with the opponent TBA because I believe that's the second round of the in-season tournament. So we don't know the opponent yet, but there will be a game on December 10th.
Okay, there it is, and it'll be the colorful floor that you got your eyes can't adjust to. That's going to be awesome. So you got that, but unfortunately, you're out of the limo range,
Unless
Jake.
you get a hotel. Dustin will take you from the hotel and back.
Oh,
yeah,
but not from Beaumont.
Make a little
Make a
weekend
trip of it.
Oh, yeah, he might be able to do that.
I might have a lady friend around Houston. I could.
There you go.
That's
boy.
it. Look at that. Well, you're a cowboy. You better.
Yeah, bring a barrel racer.
Yeah. Yeah. Are there any barrel racers here
think,
you know of?
I don't think that's the life of cowboys, what you see on Yellowstone, hanging out with barrel racers all day.
Yeah.
Well, they're hot now. Okay,
Yeah,
barrel racers.
Well, the ones who are cast, yeah, for sure.
Well, the ones that are on the show.
Yeah,
right.
they were cast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. All right, so let's go. This is it. This is awesome. Let's see what the cowboy knows and see if he can't beat Justin out of them tickets on December 10th, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's play our game. Justin, you're up first.
So we never ever get to pick the Thursday night game. So let me jump on it. I'm going to take the Cleveland Browns plus 3.5 at home versus the Steelers.
Now that is double banger bait right there. Cleveland Browns plus 3.5 tonight against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jake?
I'll go with the battle of the Harbaughs. I'll take Jim. Give me the Chargers plus the points.
Chargers
nice.
plus 2.5 against the Baltimore Football Ravens. Chargers plus 2.5.
Jim versus John this
week. He lost to his brother last time in the Super Bowl. So let's see. Justin?
All right. If this doesn't bait, I'm not sure I can bait. Let's take the Indianapolis Colts plus 7.5 versus Detroit.
Detroit is a 7.5 point favorite against the Indianapolis Colts, and Justin has the Colts in this one.
Right.
The Colts plus
Home
7.5.
dog.
Jake?
We'll go ahead and double bang that one.
Double banger!
Well, dirty, filthy.
You always
Well, dirty, filthy.
I like to spit in his mouth while he sleeps.
You got slime all over that.
Did you do that to that mic?
No, mine is fine.
Good.
His is a mess.
Sorry, JoJo Hurts. You're screwed.
Who cares? It'll dry by then. That was a double banger. Detroit Lions and Indianapolis Colts. Justin, you're up.
Let's go with the Arizona Cardinals. I believe they're a pick'em at the Seahawks.
Pick them at the Seahawks. Arizona Cardinals on the road is a pick them at the Seahawks. Who'd have thunk that? Jake?
I'll take the Rams plus the points.
The Rams are +3. Excuse me, +3
We're
at
taking
home.
points today. We got dogs on this. Yeah.
Well, he's a cowboy. He knows stuff.
Yeah.
All right. The Rams +3 at home against the Philadelphia Eagles. Justin?
Let's keep the dog train rolling, and I'm going to take the Tennessee Titans +7.5.
Wow. You're taking really bad football teams today.
Yucky.
Oh, horrible. The Titans +7.5 against our Houston Texans right here at NRG Stadium. Jake?
We might as well double bang it again.
Double banger!
Please, someone help me. Please, someone help me. I'm all about that glory hole. I'm all about that glory hole.
Ich bin davon klon und Stein.
That is a double banger. 2 double bangers. How awesome. Awesome. Justin, your last one?
I told you I had some bait today.
Oh, you did.
You did. Yeah.
All right. We're going to end it on a fizzle with the total. I'm going to take the Eagles over 49.
Over 49. Over 49. Eagles, Rams. Over 49. And Jake, your final pick?
I'm betting Brock Purdy's not going to play. I'll take Packers -2.
Packers. Green Bay Packers without Jake Purdy in that, or without Jake Purdy, without Brock Purdy in that game is Green Bay Packers are -2 at home against the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes,
there you have it, Del.
Yes,
All right, we got for Justin Browns +3.5, Colts +7.5, Arizona Pick'em, Titans +7.5, the second of the double bangers, and over 49 Eagles and Rams. Jake has Chargers +2.5, Lions -7.5, the first double banger there. Rams +3, Texans -7.5, and Packers -2. If that sounds right, we're good to go. We will have our answer by Monday night. I think that Chargers game is a Monday night game. Ravens game is a Monday night game.
The Ravens is a Monday night game.
So we'll have our answer. Maybe have our answer Tuesday morning.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see if it lasts that long.
Yeah.
If it's still competitive, we'll see. Well, Jake, man, by far the most interesting. Well, I hate to say it. All the other people are fine people, but being a cowboy, that is awesome.
A real life cowboy.
We may end up getting a cow out of this.
Get Jake's number because we want a cow.
We have the cow.
We're gonna
we
buy
have
a
the number. We have the number.
Buy a cow.
End up buying
That's
a
right.
cow.
You're not buying a cow.
Well,
I want
everything
the rib
that comes
eye.
from the cow.
Yeah.
I'm going to take all of it.
Hey, this is actually the second time I've played this. I played this about 4 years ago, maybe.
You did?
Did you win?
Yeah. I did actually win. I did, yeah. And I got a trip to a steakhouse.
I don't believe it.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
He got a trip to a steakhouse?
A steakhouse. That's the last thing you needed.
Justin, were you giving away steakhouses back then?
I don't believe so, but
yeah, I don't remember that being a thing. Maybe he won something else. I don't know. I don't know. But steakhouses.
Maybe it might have been. Maybe it was China Garden.
Oh yeah, China Garden. We did do China
Garden.
Garden.
And we did Nick's place after too.
Go ahead. What's the name?
Del Frisco's.
Oh, you get.
John. Yeah, you probably gave away the gift card because you're speaking for Del Frisco's.
Yeah, I was doing.
Yeah,
it.
okay, that
we
might have
probably
been
had Del
it.
Frisco's gift card.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, a cowboy needs a steak
ago.
too.
It was probably 4 years ago. 5 years ago.
He doesn't need a steak.
Cowboys got to eat steak too. So there you go. There you have it. Hey, Jake, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thank you all. Enjoyed it.
There's Jake and Justin, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. Go check out all the shows and see Justin there and get there before Thanksgiving because they're going to shut it down for a little bit after Thanksgiving. Justin, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for playing our game. We appreciate you sponsoring this thing.
And thanks for the double banger bait.
Yeah, you're
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going fishing this week with my kids, so I had to practice this little bait there. So
Yep.
Anyway,
He's throwing out the
you
bait.
You guys have a good Thanksgiving. Are we on next Friday or are we off?
We're off next Friday.
All right. Talk to you in a couple weeks.
Okay, buddy. There's Justin right there. Yeah, you got to feed the fish. That's what Justin just said. You got to feed the fish. Okay. I don't know. Tennessee, Cleveland, and Indianapolis are 3 of his picks. He's really going crappy teams.
Hey, bad teams have to cover too.
Not always.
Well, they can't.
Not against the Lions, they don't.
Not always.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, no, they're beating the Lions this week.
The Colts are?
Yep. You heard it here
They're
first.
Okay.
Sebastian told me it's like Rocky 4.
Mm.
The Colts are Rocky, and the Lions are Drago. He told me that the Lions are Von Drago and the Colts are Rocky, and they're going to win.
Huh. You listen. Well, Sebastian's always right about it.
Always.
Always.
High winning percentage.
Time to talk about HR&P. They're winners. Love HR&P. Love what they do for us. We love HR&P, and you as a company will love HR&P as well. Don't do it yourself. I mean, this DIY, do-it-yourself thing that you're doing with payroll is stupid. I mean, do it yourself if you're going to put in a patio, a floor or whatever, that's fine. Do it yourself payroll, not smart, not good. Here's the deal. You aren't in that business. They are. They know what they're doing. They have technology that's second to none. They are not going to waste time on it. You're wasting time. You're wasting man hours. You're writing checks. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're doing it wrong. And if you're with an admin company now and you're like, wow, we sure do have to pay them a lot every month, maybe you need HR&P to come to your business, check out how you're doing it and how they can do it and how much money you can save. Because I've seen them. Been there, done that. Seen them with breaking down companies, and they're like, wow, we can save you. In one case, it was like $150,000 for a small company. That's a lot of money for a year. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people. Let the professionals do it at hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are men supposed to wish men a happy birthday?
Yeah. Yeah, we do in text strings. Yeah. Hey, happy birthday. Thanks.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why are you asking that question?
Yeah, happy birthday's okay. On Fox News host Jesse Waters was slammed for pathetically stupid happy birthday claim for Joe Biden. And then it was it morphed into, are men even supposed to wish other men happy birthday?
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, I think birthday wishes.
No, we don't make a big deal about it.
I don't know. I just think birthday wishes are so dumb anyway. You breathed another year. You didn't achieve anything except living.
Life is hard. Life is hard.
No, life's not that hard.
Big
Not
deal.
for you.
Yeah.
Not for you, but for other people.
Big deal. Well, life is hard for these hunters. Apparently, 2 hunters died of heart attacks while hauling away a heavy deer. You think there was just a little karma that going on there? Kill this deer, guess what?
Kill
Take
you.
that. Take that.
I don't know. It was hunting season, and part of killing deer is to control the population. So,
or they like to kill stuff.
Or I mean, that's what they put out there. Hey, we're controlling the population, or we just like to shoot stuff.
Right. No, we just like to shoot stuff. Yeah. We like to sit in our warm little huts and put a feeder out there for the deer to come walking up, and then blam. I mean,
that's sport. Isn't that sporting?
That's a great sport. How about we do that? If there's somebody that's going to be way bigger than us, they put our kids walk up to the kitchen table, blam. No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, for their cereal in the morning. That's exactly what we're doing to deer. Okay. What the?
I don't know that your president's going to love your comments on the hunting. By the way, the true hunter are the guys. I knew a guy, Danny Hill, used to do this. He used to go hog hunting, feral hogs.
Yeah.
The hog hunting with a knife.
Well, that's badass.
Hand.
That's badass.
Not the one where you sit there with a machine gun.
Yeah.
The machine gun and
a
a helicopter. Got him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You hover above, rain hell below.
Killing them
hogs real nice and slow.
I forgot.
Brett Miles going to throw that gas down around your knees, put you on your ass.
What was...
How about
this? Had a story about Brett Myers hog hunting. That's the only way I could have come up with that.
I don't know.
You know how your brain works. That's not the only way we could have come up with that.
That's not the only way. Well, something would have had to make me think about hog hunting.
This
I
church
think we played a Brett Myers song.
Yeah.
This church has an AI Jesus for confessions. It gave me so much advice. Do you want to go to confession to an AI Jesus?
Can I get to design my Jesus? Can I go?
Well, I think it's already designed.
Is it the basic typical Jesus?
I just got a text that said, "Happy birthday, Ron." My text string from my guys who I play basketball with at Tulane. And so a guy just got a happy birthday text.
Yeah.
That's how friendly we are.
You breathed another year. Congrats.
I have started messing around on the AI stuff. I downloaded that Chat GPT thing, and I was asking it the most vulgar questions, and I did it to the female voice, and I would ask her the most vulgar stuff, and then I'm like a little kid, like, I bet she says something like seriously, like, I'm not going to answer that or whatever, and then she would give answers like, typically, a man and a woman's connection is mostly fueled by emotion and personal connection and communication. Like, that's not what I asked you. Stop avoiding these questions I'm asking.
I asked you a filthy
dirty question. Like Gilbert would say, filthy, dirty.
Well, dirty, filthy.
Dirty, filthy. But this AI, and then I'm like, all right, she's not, I can't be. I said, just give me a good cocktail recipe with Campari. And then she just went, and gave me this badass recipe.
How about that? UK church is mixing sermons with WWE-style wrestling matches to increase attendance. Do you want to go to church and have a WWE match, a breakout at your church? Yes.
No.
What do you mean?
Father Troy would not want that at all.
Where is our father that used to call the show?
Father Clint? Father TJ.
No. Father TJ. Father TJ, this
no
is a
way,
great
Father
idea.
TJ. No way, Father TJ would be okay with
WWE. We're going to increase attendance, everybody, and then we'll talk about Jesus too. That'll be great. That is what we need.
That's like something.
That's what we need.
That's like
in
the
church.
Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight type.
Well,
energy.
yeah. Okay, you don't think people would go? Yes, they would. They absolutely would go. I'm doing it. I'm in on that.
Late.
I'm in on WWE.
They
at
get
church.
there late and wait for the fights.
All right. What if you do the fights early?
Early.
Yeah, and nobody can leave. You lock the doors on everybody.
That seems like a fire hazard.
It does seem like a fire hazard, but that's okay. We're going to talk about Jesus. All right, we're done.
Now you just can't leave.
Dallas next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, along with this guy Mapesy. But right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. Look, I got $2,000. If you've got a Jeep, I got $2,000 for you if you want to trade it in for a Bronco. I got $2,000 for you right now if you've got a Ram. You got a Ram truck, and instead you want the F-150, $2,000 more. This is on top of all the rates. This is on top of unbelievable interest rates, unbelievable rebates. I mean, I'm talking about you getting into these Ford car trucks at a great price. And it's how you want it, not how they want it. Listen, Chastang Ford doesn't care how you want it. That's the way you should get it, right? And they don't care about making $1 bajillion off every sale like the other dealerships do. They just don't care. They're not about that. They're about giving you a square deal, giving you the best in service, and making sure that you're in a truck or a car that you can afford, that you're not choking on the payments. You'll enjoy your experience, and then you'll be back at Chastang Ford. I've been back. I've bought 4 vehicles from them because I love the way they do business, and you'll love the way they do business too. Tell them that you heard it right here. Chastang Ford. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You can do it all online as well at chastangford.com.
what did it take? Like 48 hours for the Rockets to push back on the narrative that they're going to trade their young core for Giannis. We'll get to the game. The young core won again last night. They beat up on the Pacers. But the reporting is that, nope, not us. We're not interested in trading for Giannis. The internet doesn't believe the Rockets side of the story, by the way. Not surprising that the internet is skeptical. This comes from Kelly Eco of The Athletic. And we'll hear from Brian Windhorst about who's untouchable in the Rockets in a little bit too. But after a couple days of how much would it take to secure Giannis if he wanted to leave Milwaukee, which is another part of the equation. There's no belief that he actually wants out. The Rockets have let the world know through one of the local reporters that they're not trading their young core for Giannis. Do I believe they wouldn't do it? No. I just think it makes good business sense, considering the Bucks' unlikeliness to actually trade him, to let everyone know no one's on the table. Hey guys, don't worry about it. At the time of the report, they were 10-5. Now they're 11-5. Guys, you're not going anywhere. We love you all. And at least right now, they should. They beat Indiana in a game that was 70-67, and then the Rockets went on a 16-5 run, and the game was never close after that. Credit to Alperen Sengun for bouncing back from early foul trouble. Some guy named Quentin Jackson drew 2 fouls on him in a matter of minutes, and that short-circuited his start. But the Rockets are hard to play against, and for all the jokes we'll make about their lack of shooting, and of course the praise we'll give to the Terror Twins, they are hard to play against. There's no one's interested in playing the way the Rockets play, or at least playing against them on a Wednesday night in November. The Pacers weren't looking for that. The Pacers aren't a team that likes to play defense anyway. They're hurt right now. I mentioned Quentin Jackson. He doesn't really get minutes except when they're missing parts of their guard rotation. I think Nimhard and there's one other guy who didn't play who plays a big part in what they want to do. They weren't Shepard. No, that's third guy. It's Ben Shepherd is Nimhard, and then there's Neesmith who didn't play either.
Yeah.
So it's all three of them. Like Ben Shepherd would have started yesterday, except for not being available. So Quentin Jackson played, and he did some things early. But obviously, a guy who is probably their 5th best guard. He wasn't going to be a great impact on the game. So the Rockets win, but no one wants to play the way they play in November on a Wednesday. The Pacers didn't, and it showed. After the Rockets put a kick in, took it to an extra gear in the middle of that third quarter, the Indiana Pacers like, you know what, we're banged up. It's the first game of this trip. We're out of here. Don't worry about us. You guys got this. And the Rockets did. It was a celebration last night. You had the former players back celebrating the 94 title team and the 95 team. Vernon Maxwell was in the building. Hakeem was in the building. Kenny Smith, Mario Ellie, they're all there celebrating. I don't know if Bullitt was there. You did ask that question yesterday.
I saw a tweet saying.
Okay, Matt Bullitt was there. I imagine all those guys. I mean, I don't want to be like, hey, ain't got nothing to do. Why wouldn't you show up? But like Kenny Smith actually has stuff to do. I know he does. I watch him on TV Tuesdays and Thursday nights. But for a Wednesday night, Kenny didn't have anything to do, so he was there. That was nice. And Sean, I know you wanted them to wear their throwbacks. You saw them in the jerseys representing the banners. What did you think of them in live action?
They look just like the banners.
Oh,
couldn't believe how much like the banners. They're fine. They're perfectly fine jerseys.
Perfectly fine. It's not a bad way to describe
it. Looks a lot better when you win by 17.
When you're 11-5 and you beat up on the Pacers, it does look a lot better. And that's where they are.
Forced 23 turnovers.
Yeah. I mean, they're a team who gets after you, and when they do force turnovers, their ability to convert those into buckets at the rim, they're pretty good at that. I don't know about their half-court offense. In fact, I do know about the half-court offense. I watch them enough to know. It's not great, but their ability to turn you over, and even when they don't, when you shoot a bad shot and they get a rebound, they'll push the ball up the floor, and they like early offense. If you get the Rockets into the back half of the shot clock, you got a real shot to stop the possession. But they want to get up the floor quickly, find that first look before you're back and set, and then they'll run their offense that way. So another really nice win. Indiana was a playoff team last year. Hell, made the Eastern Conference Finals. They're not what they were, partly because of injury and maybe partly because that was a phony run. Indiana, I'm not sure we believe is a real contender to make another run like that. But hey, they were hurt, banged up. They're coming into your building. You took care of them. You allowed that fourth quarter to be mostly an exhibition, and that's good. Another one, nice to bounce back after the loss in Milwaukee.
Tyrese Halliburton, your Linsandy run is over.
I've seen people put that out there.
4 points, 1 for 7.
It's been a rough go for Tyrese Halliburton. He is not the guy he was to start last year. Even in the middle of last year, there was some fall off. He's been injured too. The internet jokes about him and his proclivities off the court are funny. Just look up Tyrese Halliburton. You'll see some of that stuff people make jokes about. But he's a good player. He found his way onto the Olympic team and did not play, and everyone understood why. He probably can't be the best player on a title contender, at least from what I've seen.
No, I 100% agree. He has very funny home road splits. He averages 20.8 at home and 11.8 on the road. Is a nice, cool 9-point drop off.
Is it? It's not still called Conseco, but he's a field house merchant.
Yeah, he is a field house merchant. He's shooting 40% from 3 at home, 20% on the road.
Oh, that's rough.
It's
bad. That is rough. And on the year, he's been bad. He's under 40% from the floor, under 30% for 3. Not exactly the guy who was an all-star last year. Tyrese Halliburton. He coming off the Olympic experience. People expect that to be a giant jump. Like Bam hasn't come off the Olympic experience playing well. So maybe we stop saying, hey, you get around all these superstars and you up your game. It doesn't happen all the time.
I mean, Embiid's been awesome though.
Yeah. Another banner. Well, he actually played well last night. Did not matter.
He hasn't played well.
He played well last night.
He played well last night.
Did not matter. The Sixers lose again. And look at that. Paul George gets hurt again. Same knee he hyperextended in the preseason. He did it again.
Yeah.
They had Maxey back, who's on a minutes restriction, excuse me. And they had Paul George back, Embiid back, McCain, their rookie who's played well. Did not matter. They lost to a beat up Grizzly team who was running out Scottie Pippen Jr. and he played well.
No John Morant.
No.
Grizzlies team. So they were a healthy unit, or at least a healthy big 3 unit for 17 minutes last night.
Yeah. I mean, they're cursed. I don't know what else to say about the Sixers other than they're cursed. And they're now are they in the Cooper Flag sweepstakes? Should they? They're not going to quit on the year because
I don't think they will.
They've invested too much into this year.
Yeah.
But do we think this team is going to stay healthy enough to get it together to make a run in the East?
Yes.
Like a 3-week span of them playing well and staying healthy would be enough to get them into the top of maybe not the top of the conference, but certainly in that 5-6 range if they could ever put that together.
They're 5 back in the loss column to the Orlando Magic, who are in 4th place.
Yeah, at 2-12 now are
the Sixers are 2-12. The Orlando Magic are 9-7.
And Orlando Magic have been playing the bulk of the year without Paolo Banchero, and until last night, they were on I think a pretty good winning streak, and then they dropped the game last night. So they had kind of cratered a little bit without Paolo, who started off well or great this year. They found it because Franz Wagner had played really well. And then they dropped one last night. So, yeah, the East is still a place where you can make up some ground.
There's 4 teams above 500 in the East.
Yeah, the Magic lost to the Clippers last night on the road. So, yeah, that's where we stand. But the Rockets themselves, 11-5, a game out from the top spot with the Warriors, Thunder, and Lakers, who have now won 6 in a row ahead of them. And that led to LeBron telling the world, I told you about Dalton Connect. People didn't trust me because you always say I'm a liar. He acknowledged the internet's thoughts about him always lying about things. He goes, everyone thinks I'm a liar. Everyone talks about it. But I told y'all about Dalton Connect, who has played well recently. We went over some of the numbers, I believe.
I'm good on the Dalton Connect victory lap 10 games into his career.
Yeah, we can hold off.
I'm fine.
We can hold off because he was not good early, and then he has been good lately. And people are deciding to make sweeping judgments on what he'll be.
I do have something related to the Rockets and the Giannis question. Maybe we do it after the break.
Yeah, because we'll play the sound from Brian Windhorst about those Rockets and who's untouchable and who isn't. And it's interesting considering the guys who are untouchable don't even start. So we'll hear that sound and we'll get more into why they may be holding off on on a big decision about what their core can and cannot achieve. So we're just getting started here on the show. We'll get into expectations for this weekend in college football. We got a surprising game, the Big 12, that could decide half of the Big 12 title race. We also go around the rest of college football because the Ohio State Indiana game is a big deal. More complaining from SEC coaches, of course, because they're never going to stop with that as a stumping campaign. And I need NBC to get something done. Get it done. We'll explain it later, but NBC is in negotiations with the man who created the best NBA theme song of all time. And the negotiations need to go one way. So we'll talk about that as well. But first, Sean wants to tell you, does he want to tell you about Prize Picks? No, that's in the next hour. That's at 11:13, not at 10:13. So we'll get out of here. We'll go to break, and we'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
A lot of you guys called in, but because John and Lance aren't men of the people, they didn't take your calls. If you want to get in at any point, you can, 713-780-3776. I saw some of you. Now, I know listening habits change, but you guys were holding for like 20 minutes and those guys still didn't get to you. You know that's not a thing here. You get in pretty much as soon as we see you. So
no promises on the wait time, though. That was a different show.
yeah. I can't say we have the shortest wait times in all of the industry. That's a different show's bit.
Yeah, we'd have to pay Raheel a nickel every time we say that.
Yeah, so I won't say that, but you guys call in. We'll get to you as quickly as possible. 713-780-3776. But while we wait, I guess, for you guys, let's get to this. Two guys are untouchable for the Rockets. No matter what trade you try to formulate, you go on the trade machine, you make a graphic and put it up on Twitter for engagement. Don't include these two guys because it ain't going to happen. Brian Windhorst yesterday told us who the Rockets won't trade no matter what.
The message, there's some teams that have been watching the Rockets, waiting to see if they move. And the message that's been sent out is that those two guys that McMahon just mentioned, Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, guys they drafted in the last 3 years, are untouchable. Now, everything in life's a negotiation, especially in the NBA, but I'm told those guys are untouchable. I'm not sure who else that affects on the roster, but
I would just say it would have to be one heck of a return to get the Rockets to consider trading either of those guys. They love those guys, and I think they fit the mold that Ime Udoka wants in Houston.
That is Brian Windhorst. I think Tim McMahon is the second voice you heard. Yeah. Amen and Tari are not even just culture fits. They're kind of culture setters. The thought was you would have Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks as your veterans who taught you how to win. Of course, you bring in Steven Adams. But as far as what you want this team to be night after night, Amen Thompson and Tari, those guys, they have the nickname Terror Twins for a reason. They're the biggest reason why the Rockets are hard to play. And not just hard to play because they're talented. It's hard to play the way you want to because those guys are so disruptive.
It's literally just a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass to play them. You don't want to do it.
Which in the regular season
it's perfect.
Can get you a lot of wins.
Yes.
If you're just a pain in the ass.
You can hustle your way to 46 wins doing it the way they're doing it. Of course, the ultimate goal for the Rockets is to win a title, and not that it has to be done this year. So it doesn't really matter how it gets done this year. Later as we see development, what we want to see from them, then we can start to get into half-court offense. Can these guys create their own shot consistently? But for right now, what they do is perfect for what the Rockets want. And they're untouchable, and they don't start, which I don't know how many guys you can say that about. Forget about this year, but ever. Guys who are considered untouchable who don't get to run out there at the start of the game. Now, starters, minutes, who closes, who starts. We always have those questions about what matters more. Of course, you want to be out there when the game is on the line. But they're at a point where they can still play those guys off the bench. And you don't know how being in the NBA affects people because egos start to pop up. And you're like, wait a minute. If I'm untouchable, why am I sitting behind Dylan Brooks? Why aren't I starting? Why am I sitting behind Jabari, who had a nice game shooting last night? But that's, I guess, down the line. Right now, the role and how they fit them are perfect. And all credit to the drafting of the Rockets. Whatever we think of the ceiling for Jalen Green, or if you buy into the Baby Jokic stuff with Şengün, they hit more often than not on their picks. Like Ty and others, Garuba. Those guys obviously didn't work out. Some guys aren't, but you have hit guys at a real clip. We're talking like OKC clip, and hell, their best player is a guy they traded for. So there are some differences, but credit to that front office.
So I think maybe this is a little bit of prisoner moment, and like today they're the 4 seed in the West. They have 11-4 record, 11-5. So this is obviously like asking it at a high point for the season. But with the Giannis news, or the Giannis we're not interested news, how successful do the Rockets have to be for you not to want to trade to break up this young core for Giannis? Like because chances are, no matter what, it's not happening in the season. Just to have the timing of it, you need Giannis to be way more upset, way faster than he is right now. You probably need the Bucks to fall flat in the playoffs again.
Another disaster playoff run for them. Yeah.
So that gives this Rockets team theoretically the rest of the season to see what they do. How good do they have? What is like the benchmark for you to be like, you know what? I actually am not interested in breaking up this core for Giannis. I mean, Durant's probably a different level, like Booker, just
whoever it might be.
superstar X who could be available.
That question popped up this morning, and they were both against it. And in the moment, you think about the guys you draft, you're attached to them. You want to see them go together. The thought of a young team building and growing together and then becoming a title contender and eventually winning it is like the dream of everybody. You want that to happen. Of course, me being the contrarian, I just laid out examples of how long are you willing to wait? Because these guys aren't 25, 26 where they're nearing their prime. We're talking at the very beginning of understanding how to play basketball at this level. So are you willing to wait 5 years? And you may say, why would it take that long? I'm just going by NBA history. And if we're talking 4 or 5 years down the line, they're not all going to be here. You're not going to pay all of them. If you have 2 untouchable players and then you already are giving money to Şengün and to Green, you're not going to be able to pay everyone. And, of course, you have the promise of Reed Shepherd, and Jabari's going to ask for money when his time comes. How much are you willing to dole out to keep this roster together, considering the constraints the new CBA has put on roster building? So you have to take that into consideration. It's not this utopia where, hey, all 5, 6, 7, whatever you think the chorus can grow together, you can pay them reasonable amounts, and they can stay together. Hell, the Rockets' greatest run since the title team that they celebrated yesterday was the fact that Oklahoma City had to make a decision, and that was before the big constraints. They had to make a decision. Do we want to pay Ibaka, or are we paying James Harden? And they decided, hey, we already got a perimeter player in Russell. We got Kevin Durant as our scorer. We want to stay big and keep Ibaka. They said, hey, we can't pay James. He's got to go. And the Rockets took off from there. So with all the caveats that I threw in, it really depends on who you have to send out. For me, if the Bucks and they would be in their rights to ask, say, yeah, you know that cool nickname you have for those 2 guys? We want that nickname in Milwaukee. And throwing Şengün in there. And you know what? Since you gave us your 2 untouchable guys and Şengün, we'll only take 2 picks from you. Does that sound like something you want to do? Probably not, right? But you are getting a top 5 player. If they're asking for that much, I can't be guaranteed that Giannis, Jalen Green, Jabari, and Dillon Brooks are a real title contender. So I'm going to say no. I'm passing because I don't think what's left over is good enough unless there's another trade that we haven't foreseen coming. What they would have left wouldn't be good enough. So I'm saying no. Not because I'm against tearing apart this core. You would have to make another move to be a real title contender in my eyes.
Yeah. And just to drive it home even more, the youngest guys in recent history that win finals MVP, win finals MVP. All of them are 25, 20. There might be a 23. I think Tim Duncan was 23, but obviously that way different
99
circumstance. Yeah.
I think Wade was 24, so he had spent a lot of time in college.
But you also think about these guys who are the second, third, fourth best players on these teams. That's older Shaq. It's that Miami team, which is all veterans other than Dwayne Wade.
Yes.
The Spurs teams at that point in the late 90s,
Avery
all
Johnson,
veterans except for Tim Duncan, who
David Robinson.
Also stayed in college.
You also had one of the greatest coaches of all time. We didn't know at the time, but that was coming too.
Kawhi Leonard.
Later.
The older Spurs all around him. So you do need Giannis, I think, was 25 when he won Finals MVP. Brook Lopez, Drew Holiday,
Chris Middleton.
Had
veterans everywhere.
Yeah.
This team would have veterans, but not veterans we think are good enough to be the second and third player on a title team.
So you are gonna probably going to have to wait a little. Like, if you do want to stay patient, just know that you're signing up for like 4 years of patience.
And that's what I laid out to the guys. And, there's some pushback about what Golden State did. Well, Golden State made the playoffs twice.
Yeah.
Had a flame out in the first round, the second time, then fired the coach to get it done. So it wasn't like, I know people think it happened overnight, but they had issues with Curry and his ankle. They weren't sure. Kind of reason Golden State was able to sign KD is because Curry's contract was so favorable because they didn't want to give him a lot of money initially because of his ankle.
Yeah.
A lot of things worked out for them, and they weren't great initially. It took building to getting to the playoffs. It took going through a coach who wasn't good enough, firing him, and then they took off in year one with Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
So it can happen a lot of different ways. I just wouldn't compare them any potential shooting up the contender ranks to Golden State.
Yeah.
I don't think that happened overnight.
Curry was drafted in 2009.
Yeah.
The year they won the championship was 2015.
Yeah. So
that's 6 years.
He was a young veteran.
Yes.
At that time. He spent 3 years in college too?
Yes.
So he was at least 2
years ago.
Yeah, he was 27, 26 when they got going and won. So the comps, you just look at NBA history, and winning early with 23-year-olds is not how it works.
Maybe you're the OKC team, the 2012 OKC team.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, if you have 3 Hall of Famers on the roster.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
3 guys that would go on to win MVP.
Yes, if you have that, then keep them all together and get ready, because things are going to pop off pretty quickly for the Rockets. Irv, ICU /Eric /LaRasa, the intern's up on your game. So you have to wait because you tricked the intern 2 days in a row. Normally I would get to you, but you know what you did. So before we get to Irv, when we will come back and get to him. But before we do that, let's talk about MyBookie. It's Thursday, which means it's risk-free betting. So if you want to bet on tonight's games, particularly that Thursday night game on Prime, you can do that with MyBookie. And if you're wrong, who cares? You get your money back. That's perfect for Thursdays. You're not sure about something in college basketball? A lot of games to look at. Once again, if you're wrong, doesn't hurt you at all. But if you win, obviously you keep your money. Go to mybookie.ag to try that out. You can bet on the NFL, the NBA, college football, NHL, all that and more. MyBookie provides that. And remember, they have that tiered program, that loyalty program, where the more times you bet, the more chances you have to win prizes. That's pretty nice. Use that promo code BET975 and check them out. They match up to $1,000. So spend $400. You have your own. You get to use $400 of theirs. That's pretty nice. MyBookie.ag is the website. Remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So it didn't just break, but Luka is going to be out for some time with a wrist injury. And Sean and I in a break were just going through all the teams in the West who are dealing with major injuries, from the Suns with Durant and Beal, as far as maybe not major injuries as far as they're going to miss 3 months, but just missing time, an extended amount of time early in the year. Obviously, Luka, I just mentioned. You've got the Pelicans, who don't have Zion, Brandon Ingram. CJ McCollum didn't play yesterday, which led to Elfrid Payton starting at point guard. In year 2024, in the year 2024, Elfrid Payton is starting at guard in the NBA again because of injuries. So part of the benefit of being young and full of guys who are talented, it feels like you don't get beat up as much. All the aches and pains that keep the older teams out and hurt them when they're trying to win games hasn't popped up with the Rockets. And even if it does, you have another guy waiting and begging for minutes. So all good for the Rockets right now, 11-5, and 2 games against, I would say, Irv hung up. Sorry, Irv.
Yeah.
You ain't built for this, apparently. With 2 games to go with the surprising Portland Trail Blazers, mostly because they had won 3 in a row, which I never thought they would do this year.
Yeah, they beat the T-Wolves twice.
One in the Great NBA Cup.
Yes. Which ramifications for
opens
West Group,
up the group for the Rockets.
Group the Rockets are in. They should name the group something other than ABC.
Yeah, it doesn't help you remember it.
Just name them after somebody.
Yeah.
Don't even have to be like Michael Jordan or anything. Just name them after NBA Cup legends.
Mitch Richmond.
Or NBA Cup legends.
Like Austin Reeves?
Yeah, Austin Reeves. Ben Mathurin.
Yeah. Yeah. Aaron Nesmith from last year.
Nesmith.
Yeah, all those guys from last year who won.
Just name something other than ABC, because
yeah,
I do not know which letter the Rockets are in. But I do know that they are in the same group as Minnesota and Portland. So that Minnesota getting a loss is big. Rockets need a win, and probably win with some style points to help with the point differential.
Yeah, let's blow out the Blazers.
If you can, just run it up.
Yeah,
they did it against the Clippers last week.
Yeah, no need to stop against the Blazers, who are scrappier than you might think. So they're not
like
as
worse
bad.
Rockets. They're kind of just like Rockets, but everything just didn't work out quite as well.
Yeah, Klingon has played well early. Robert Williams, when he can actually play, has been effective. Scoot Henderson is still a guy you're not sure about. Shane Sharp has been good early in the season. So they've got some guys that are young but aren't the type of, at least aren't on the trajectory right now that the Rockets are.
DeAndre Ayton.
Dominating.
He's still like, what, 26, 25?
Yeah, he's always looked like he's 36. But
he has Gregoditis. Yes.
Yeah, but he is like 26 and still thinks he's one of the best players in the game. But
dominating.
He is not
just
doing
read
any
his back tattoo.
Yeah, just ask the Blazers why they feel better about playing the rookie Klingon as opposed to dominating. So that answers your question. But the Blazers' leading scorer is one Jeremy Grant at under 17 points per game. So they're not actually high scoring, but they do show up and they try hard, which is something that they have not done recently. So we'll see what happens when the Rockets have 2 games in a row against the Blazers. The first one is tomorrow at Toyota Center. All right, anyone want to get in? You can. We got a call right now. Maybe that's Irv calling back. 713-780-3776. So the Texans were back at practice yesterday. Kamari Lassiter limited. Will Anderson limited. The belief is they both will be available for Sunday, but you never know. But at this point, limited participants yesterday. Christian Harris obviously did not practice, but D'Amico says he believes he'll be back this year. This feels like an Astros thing. We'll believe it when we see it, but your head coach is saying Christian Harris won't be out all year. So that'd be great if we can actually see him before the regular season is over. Larasa/Eric/Irv has called back in. And I want to let you know before you say a word, Irv, that the intern you tried to trick yesterday says she understands why you would pretend to be Eric because Irv is a terrible name. Welcome, Irv, Eric Larasa.
Thank you, Del. Long time caller, first time listener.
That's not true.
What up, Shawnee? How you doing?
Doing all right, Larasa.
Man, All right. Hey, gentlemen, look, man, Dale, you pretty much just kind of took it away from me about the Rockets. And why destroy this core? And then you just started the rebuild button from destroying everything you did from before. Just take all the bad juju away. Forget about Daryl Morey, James Harden. Hit the reset button. But why go through the trouble of struggling 4 or 5 years? Who was their coach, man? Steven Silas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why struggle 4 or 5 years and then at least have a potential with this young core and coming up with them? At least try to see develop. Maybe they become a team. I know we don't have a star here, a superstar to say like that. I wouldn't want Giannis here. You know how much money we're gonna have to pay that man after a while, and for that, I mean, I feel like this kind of feels like the Astros of 2015 when you start building them up again, and like you get those young picks, early picks. Just go with it, man. Don't try to disrupt this core. You know, I agree with you there because you kind of pretty much say what I was going to say. But why are we not focusing on women's basketball anymore? What's going on?
What do you mean?
The Lady Cox are undefeated. UConn's undefeated. And the Lady Horns are going up there, man. Who do you think is going to win this year, man? I'm going for the Lady Cox, man.
You done? Man just called in to say that. Look at Joe. I can see Joe looking at me through two panes of glass. Joe, I didn't tell him to say what he said. The Lady Gamecocks is what he's referring to. And I don't think they call them what you're calling them. I think they do that for that. They call them the Lady Gamecocks for that reason.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can buy merch.
I don't think you can buy any merch that says Lady non-Gamecocks. I think it says Lady Gamecocks and that's it. Game is a very important part of the branding there. Why we don't pay attention to women's basketball? I mean, this show has never had a giant focus on it, but also it's the regular season. We're not really paying that much attention to men's college basketball. If I'm going to address you seriously, although I know why you called, but let me address what you're saying seriously. For someone who's like, hey, how come you're not paying attention to women's basketball? Well, first things first. Caitlin Clark's not playing in the college ranks anymore. Maybe you like the Cavender twins. They started out well for Miami. Haley Van Lith at TCU. You want to pay attention to her? Sure. But it's not the tournament. If men's basketball isn't going to get that type of run, women's basketball is it. I know UConn and Gino celebrated yesterday. Gino, what did he break? The all-time wins total? So congratulations.
Finally.
Yeah, he's been doing this for years.
I feel like all he did was win 90 games in a row my entire childhood.
Yeah, what took you so long, Gino? What the hell? Pick it up. So he did that. A lot of the UConn greats were there. Maya Moore, Sue Bird, I think Diana Taurasi was there as well. So, but as far as the games with the current players, we'll wait. As the postseason comes around, I'm sure we'll talk about it more. But
yeah, I mean, the number 4 team in the nation, the Texas Longhorns, at home last night, beat Tarleton State 83-41.
You want us to break that down? No, you don't. You just want to get off your joke, which I get.
Big game by Madison Booker.
Shaylee Gonzalez is no longer there, and she playing in Europe now.
Yeah,
the transfer from BYU. I know of her because she had a YouTube following.
Rory Harmon coming back from injury.
Yeah, so the Horns are going to be good. Probably
it's too early to tell.
Yeah, who knows? But probably better than the men. I think we can say that for sure, right? Yes. Rodney Terry, what up?
I will not say anything.
Can wait on it.
I'm going to wait until Trevon Mark comes back to make my opinions known.
You need that one final piece before you make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I respect that.
I'll give him conference play.
I respect that.
I'll give him 3 games of conference
but
play.
So I guess we can tell where you're leaning if you're only giving them 3 conference games.
It's the SEC. It's not the Big 12 anymore.
It's true, but the SEC's fine, right? It's Auburn, Tennessee.
Good. It's good.
Yeah,
it's not.
You got Cal at Arkansas now.
It's not Big 12 good.
No, it's not. But we'll see how the Texas Longhorns do in men's college basketball. Okay, I was going to get to the Texans sound, but we got derailed. So we'll get to what CJ said about Titus Howard and his performance. And I appreciate the pettiness from Micah Parsons. I'm not going to get into him just saying stuff in the microphone saying we're a damn good football team. Look, I got a microphone in my face. I say some things just because there is one. He's got I don't know, an hour to fill to talk about his dumb, stupid football team, of course he's going to say dumb things. I ain't going to hold him to account for that. But I will talk about what he said about Dalton Schultz because I agree with him. I agree. It's not like me to agree with the Cowboys, but in this case, I agree with Micah Parsons said. So we'll hear from him. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
713-780-3776 is the number if you want to call in. And we do have a call from Pena, so we'll get to him. And then, depending on how this goes, we may get to the Texans here or get to them in hour 2. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Hey, man. So since they said Amari Thompson and Tari Eason are untouchable, what do you think we can get for probably? I mean, this is just a speculation. What do you think we can get for Jalen Green and Sengun as a package or individually? It's just for talk. I'm not saying I want that to happen. It's just for talk. And how do you like Jakob Pertl for 28.5 PAR? Under or over? Thank you. Have a great day.
I'm assuming that's points, assists, and rebounds. What does PAR mean?
PRA, yeah, points, rebounds, assists.
Points, rebounds. Who is Jakob Pertl playing? The Raptors?
Plays for the Raptors.
No.
Who are the Raptors playing?
Yeah, who are they playing? Yeah.
You know what? Believe it or not, I don't have that.
It's not surprising. They're playing the Wolves at home. 28 points for 28 combined for Jakob Pertl or Pertl.
He's been going over lately.
Yeah, he was
Soaring
good against
over.
the Rockets, wasn't? No, who was I watching where he was lighting some team up? I forgot who it was. It wasn't the Rockets.
Boston.
Yeah, I was watching him against Boston, and the announcer's like, Jakob Pertl again? They were incredulous. Brian Scalabrine was incredulous that he kept scoring on them.
Someone box that guy out.
Yeah. Brian Scalabrine, the guy who said that if Peyton Pritchard was getting starters minutes, he can go for 28-7, averaging 28-7. As I thought to myself, look, I know you're the hack, the homer for the home team, but Peyton Pritchard is 6'1". Forget about this season. How many 6'1" guys in NBA history go for 28-7? And Peyton Pritchard is going to be the guy who does it?
Yeah.
Once again, some guy with a mic in his face just saying stuff. I thought to myself, wait a minute.
That's like what LeBron averages.
Yeah. A 6'1" guard who can't beat anyone off the dribble is going to, unless they're late on a closeout because the Celtics are swinging the ball around. He ain't beating anyone off the dribble without that. He's going for 28-7 with starters minutes. Cut it out. So you're saying he's a Hall of Famer is what you're saying. If he's starting. All right. Enough.
You'd be on a Hall of Fame pace. Don't be ridiculous.
But if he thinks that's what's in him, he thinks he's got Hall of Fame potential.
The guy's currently averaging over 27 points per game. Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Luka Doncic.
Okay.
LaMelo Ball.
Mm-hmm.
SGA. De'Aaron Fox. Jokic, Tatum, AD, Giannis.
I don't hear any 6'1" guys in there.
Okay. Brunson is next. Like, Brunson's at 25.
Yes. I think he might have gotten to 27 or so last year, but he didn't average like 8 assists. He didn't do that, which is part of the equation too. Okay, as far as Jakob Pertl. Sure. Go ahead. I don't know. Don't ask us. I mean, I don't know. It's the Raptors versus the Wolves. The Raptors are scrappy too. They don't win games, but they're scrappy. They pushed the Celtics in that game I watched. Sure. I mean, is Rudy Gobert playing? It's probably going to be a little difficult for him to get to that number with Gobert out there. I mean, against Minnesota, he averages 8 and 3. They played already once this year, and he went for 8 and 3. So probably don't do that. Probably go under.
Okay.
I mean,
less.
Yes, less than 28 or whatever the number is. I hope we satisfied your interest, Pena. The other thing, as far as the Rockets are concerned, what could you get for Green and Sengun either together or separate? I'll ask you this, Sean, because I'm not sure about this. Is Jalen Green, considering what he will be paid next year, someone where a team would have to add picks and a player to get him? Is he a positive value right now for a team? Inefficient.
I think so. I think just because people look at him as still having upside.
Yes, I would agree. But if you remove potential from the equation, which you cannot, obviously, we're dealing in reality.
No,
but how he plays,
yeah,
and what he's going to get paid next year. Yeah, I'm not trading for that guy unless you're giving me something to take him on.
Yeah,
but you have to have the belief that he will develop into this on-ball dynamic player who will make shots at a more efficient clip and can be a lead guard or at least a complementary second piece on a team.
Could you trade with those two guys for Zion Williamson?
Yes. Let's remove the want to, and if it's a good decision. But
just
could
like
you?
theoretically,
Would the Pelicans be
both
sick
teams,
of his crap? I don't
Yeah.
by crap, I just mean injuries. I don't know what he is as a player, or I mean as a person in the facility when he's actually just hanging out. But as a player and his injuries, could you get the Pelicans off of Zion for Şengün and Green? I think that's a close one.
Yeah, or let's just say like theoretically, like
Şengün and picks. How about Şengün and picks?
Yeah, probably.
Şengün
Because
and
the Rockets have like
Şengün and 3
6
first
picks
round. Could you get the Pelicans to trade you Zion for Şengün and 3 first round picks?
If the Pelicans are shopping them, I have a hard time thinking that they get
That's enough.
a better.
Oh, you think they wouldn't get anywhere close to that?
Or not anywhere close, but I think that'd be probably the best.
That's the best offer. You're getting now. Şengün had a good night last night, but he hasn't been great this year.
You're just getting a different post scorer with
who's more durable,
and probably better at defense.
Probably. I mean,
like,
when Zion,
Şengün's been pretty good. The advanced numbers really like what.
When Zion
Şengün's
is engaged and trying and in shape, tremendous athlete. But we rarely get that. He's not around enough. And you're already expecting the next injury as soon as he comes back from the current injury.
Could they? I mean, okay. I guess this is just kind of comparing what he got traded for. Karl Anthony Towns.
Could they get
for Karl Towns for the Jalen and Alperen Şengün?
He got traded for Randle and DiVincenzo.
Yes, and maybe a pick. I don't remember.
I don't remember if there was a pick involved. There might have been. No, you're not getting Karl Anthony Towns for that.
Can you get Randle and DiVincenzo for Giannis or for Jalen and?
I think Minnesota. I think Minnesota would do it for Şengün. But I don't know where they're playing Jalen Green though.
Yeah, that's what
you're gonna pay.
Have to take that
You're gonna pay a backup $30 million. Yeah.
Hey,
not
just send us Rob Dillingham back. We're good.
Okay.
Deal is deal. Now we have the Kentucky backcourt from last year that was a 3 seed and lost in the first round.
Yeah. You mean the one that didn't start for parts of the year?
Those guys didn't start.
Yeah.
I forgot. Oh my God.
Yeah, Rick Pitino didn't start 2 top 10 picks.
I think Antonio Reeves did play for the Pelicans, which, by the way, like Pelicans are basically having open tryouts.
Sure.
So whatever, but Antonio Reeves did play last night.
I think Şengün very valuable despite the slow start, even though he played well yesterday. Jalen Green is my question mark. If you're throwing him in a deal where you're putting those two together, I think you'd have to make up for what people think of Jalen Green.
Could you trade for Jimmy Butler
for Şengün and Green?
Yeah, Şengün and Green, Jimmy Butler.
The problem in this scenario is, amazingly enough, Tyler Hero's playing at an all-star level.
Yeah,
so
we got Jalen Green at home.
We got
and now he's actually starting to play good.
We actually got a more efficient Jalen Green. I know it's hard to believe. We got a more efficient Jalen Green at home. Why would we want him?
Wait, is Jalen Green just 2 years behind the Tyler Hero track?
And by the way, Tyler Hero's been around so long, people think he's like old. He's like 24.
Yeah. He's like 2019 draft.
Yeah. But I think because he's been playing meaningful minutes his entire career, people think he's like 27, 28. He's only 24 years old.
There's one draft between him and Jalen Green.
Yeah. So I think you could get Jimmy Butler for both. Yes, I think you could. But not now. The Heat would have to be 24 and 25, and they eventually make the move, something like that.
James Harden for those two guys.
Stop it. The Rockets aren't doing that. Yes, the Clippers would do it, but the Rockets aren't doing that. Yes. Well, let's not sink to certain depths.
I just like it's a very fun game to play.
It's a very fun game because the Şengün thing is obvious, but then you have to include what do people think about Jalen Green, who are actually executives as opposed to like Slam Magazine's Twitter account where they think highly of him, and Bleacher Report probably does too.
Tyrese Halliburton for those two guys.
Yes, stop it. This Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, Jalen's better than him.
Yeah, what are we talking about? We saw it last night. Why would? Yes, of course you would. We saw them on the same floor. Wasn't even a comparison. All right, silly stuff can always continue if you want to add to it, but we'll get to some Texan stuff when we come back. Jalen Green is probably not a guy who's going to fetch you much, at least in my eyes, and you're not, and that's just how it is. But we'll get to the Texans. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud about his right tackle, and we'll hear from Micah Parsons about the Texans tight end when we come back. Let's get to this. I kept talking about it, but, people called in. We got distracted talking about Rockets basketball and trades. So let's get to this. Yesterday, the Texans were available after the first practice of the week. And CJ talked about a much maligned unit, the offensive line, and he credited his right tackle, Titus Howard, for his performance. Michael Parsons had one tackle. Some pressures were there, but he did not affect the game. Something I hoped the Texans could do. Keep him from ruining the game, because the Cowboys didn't have much else as far as things to stop the Texans from at least performing well. And they did that. And credit to the offensive line and credit to Titus Howard. Here's CJ Stroud on the performance of his right tackle.
Got some more quick game in there. Got some times where, we're helping their star rusher or, I thought Titus played amazing. Titus was in there battling. Him and Micah were going head to head pretty much the whole game. And, Titus did amazing. And, ILT played well, J-Pat.
Larry Tunsil and Jared Patterson were the other guys you mentioned. And yeah, the plan was good. They didn't allow the best player on the opposing team to mess with what they wanted to do. Things weren't perfect. They never are. They're not going to be a good offensive line unit. I think there are just too many limitations. They have like one plus player, and that's Larry Tunsil. And even he hasn't played at his best through this season. But Monday was good enough. If good enough is what you can strive for, that's fine. It may not be great, but be good enough to keep your quarterback clean and help him operate the offense. And they ran the ball well, thanks to Joe Mixon. So credit to the offensive line. That was a performance that you can hopefully build on. The man he mentioned in that clip was Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons has his podcast. So despite the loss, he has some things to say. He talked about how he believes his team is a damn good football team. All right, Micah, sure. But what he said about Dalton Schultz, I gotta admit, I agree. If you missed it, Dalton Schultz had a Twitter video. Might have made it to Instagram. I don't know if Dalton Schultz has one, but it was on Twitter, and it's a video of two glasses of coffee, glass mugs of coffee, and it's just black coffee. You can't see anything, and then he pours like milk into it or cream, whatever, and then you see written on the glass something along the lines of the Texans are the team in the state of Texas, something like that. Michael Parsons took offense, mostly because he didn't think Dalton Schultz did enough to be able to make the video. Here's Michael Parsons on his podcast. I think you might hear Trevon Diggs in there as well on what Dalton Schultz did.
I actually saw Dalton Schultz put some little coffee troll thing on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell? That little petty sidebar that is you over there, you feel like, like, come on, dog.
Laugh now, cry later.
Like, go on, dog. Like I get it. Like Joe Mixon, did that. He had a decent game, 100 yards, 20 carries, but like no impact on Twitter. Come on, yo. We know in our minds we're the real team in Texas. I actually saw.
Oh, that final part is dumb. Who cares about that? It's not college football. The real team in Texas stuff. Well, you can leave that to the fans because, hey, in-state rival, I guess, that you play once every 4 years. But I don't know why the players care that much about beating the Cowboys, other than maybe the Cowboys trash talk, so you have to respond. But as far as him getting after Dalton Schultz, I agree. Dalton Schultz, I think he had 5 catches for 33 yards. If you were tied for 4th place as far as pass catchers on the day, no video trolling. You didn't do enough. There's no impact. Now, Mike had less of an impact, but he has a podcast. He's got time to fill, so he's got to talk. You catch 5 passes for 33 yards, and you still have yet to catch a touchdown this year. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Dalton Schultz has been blamed, and probably wrongly so, for a couple of C.J. Stroud's mistakes. Like there's the play against the Patriots, I think, where people are asking if he could have caught that ball. Dalton Schultz has not played up to the potential people thought he could reach. 5 for 33. I know you're an ex-Cowboy, but nah. The video, I'm out on Dalton Schultz in that video.
Top 3 pass catcher.
He was a tied for top 4. He was tied with Metcalf.
But you have to be top 3.
You have to be better than 6.6 yards a catch.
Okay.
5 catches for 33 yards.
Yeah, I think you need 75 maybe 60 with a touchdown.
Yeah, you got to be something better than that. Look, I'm sure he had that video planned. Hell, he might have done it before the game. He might have just had it ready.
Double-digit fantasy points.
For the people, yes.
That's what you had to get. You had to get double-digit fantasy
points. For you to go on social media and use a video to taunt the other team.
At least 10.
You have to at least gotten the double digits. What you did doesn't warrant a taunt. But I'm sure he filmed that video before and had it in the tuck. Oh, yeah. And when they won, let's roll the video out. Yeah, I did the work already. I might as well put it out there.
I used all the coffee, all the creamer.
Yeah, I didn't even drink the coffee. Can't just waste coffee.
Threw it out.
Yeah, I got to put that video out there. Look, Michael Parsons, I ain't gonna agree with a lot of things he says, but this one, cut it out, Dalton Schultz. Go score a touchdown. Hey, if you don't score a touchdown for your team through 11 games, no Twitter troll videos. That's the standard we're setting here. I had set a standard of a second half touchdown by the offense. They got that done. Dalton Schultz against the Titans. Score a touchdown. Then make any video you want. Can we get you in the end zone once? Come on, man. And it's the Cowboys, too. That's a terrible football team that you're trolling. I get the connection. I know he played there. But now we're in the year 2 of you not being there. Let it go. I'm not going to say he was too distracted making that video to go score a touchdown. But I'd like him to get in the end zone at some point this year.
Stick to football. Enough time on TikTok.
No. I'm
quit dancing. Drinking coffee.
Tell it to Jared McCain. Doesn't affect him and how he plays. But I'm not telling
Scoreboard.
him they don't win games, but he scores points. I'm not telling him not to have outside activities, but save the troll video after you have a good game. That's all.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. Now, what was he going to write on the coffee mugs for
the Titans?
Titans.
What can he do? They're not even wearing their H-Town blue helmets, so it's not that. What can he? So he can't be like we're the real Oilers. I don't know what you would write. I don't know what he would write. I don't think he has any beef with the Titans, but or maybe he wears an H-Town blue jersey that the Cougars are wearing this week.
Yeah,
in a taunt to the Titans. The real blue resides in the city. Whatever you would write. And speaking of that,
I was gonna say they'll be wearing them against Baylor.
Yeah, and I believe we do. I want to make sure before I say it.
Let's do it.
I can't say it. I can't say it unless we have them. We do. We've got tickets to Baylor versus the Cougs Saturday at 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. They're going to be wearing their Houston Blue uniforms. It's a Houston Blue game, and it's also Senior Day. So if you want to go out there and check out Willie Fritz and his team and their final home game of the year, be caller 5 at 713-780-3776. Tickets start at just $15. If you don't win them from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. But if you want to win tickets from us right now, 713-780-3776. Go out there, come early, be loud, wear blue, and pack that stadium. As I said, it's the final home game of the season, Senior Day. And the first 20,000 people get a towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And they fought off all the lawsuits. They told the NFL to beat it, and you'll get to see the Cougs in those uniforms this weekend against the Baylor Bears. 713-780-3776. All right. One other thing I do want to let you know about, the Cougs aren't the only game we're focused on. On November 30th, the rivalry is renewed as Texas A&M faces off against the University of Texas at Kyle Field. Stay tuned to 97.5 and 92.5 for extensive coverage of that historic game, presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You'll hear interviews from guests from both sides and spirited conversation from all the hosts here at 97.5. Also connect to our coverage on the ESPN Houston YouTube page and social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em. We have a hook 'em on the show. We got to hook 'em on the show. And I have a question for you, Sean, because I just did Cougar tickets, so I have to throw up the H sideways because I don't want people to think I'm throwing up the horns.
Okay.
I know you're not allowed to do the gig 'em stuff unless you're an actual Aggie, so I won't do that. But the proper way to throw up the horns is a simple this, right?
Yes.
And of course, the bad way is if you flip it and then you might get sued,
Yes.
or a penalty will be
Yeah.
thrown.
It's like a
It's like a slur.
no.
Is horns down like a slur?
I think it gets more egregious the farther the angle goes down. you
So
know?
are you a fan? If you had your pick as a Horns fan, would you rather people just strictly go to it quickly if they're going to do it, or do you want to be tricked like people do to Miami's logo sign where they go
The up,
like
down?
that? Which one would you rather have? The hey or just the quick that? Which one do you want?
The quick down, because when someone's wearing a A&M shirt, I'm not
You're
going
not
to be
going to be
surprised.
tricked. Yeah, obviously not. But in a neutral color, you think someone sees you in your Bevo hat,
Just like
and you're
walking
walking
down
around,
HEB?
and they're like, and they see you in your hat, and you're like, and they give you the horns, like, yeah, big
Okay.
game on Saturday, and
In
then they
that
go,
case, in case up then down, that plays.
yeah, okay,
That plays.
all right. So just trying to figure out. Make sure you have the proper hand signals for this weekend. You're going to the Cougs game. Throw up the H. If you're a Baylor Bear, I guess you do the Sick'em thing.
H is down.
And obviously
Shasta down. You do the
yeah, maybe
the paw down.
But they have their Sick'em, right? Don't they have a
They
hand
do.
signal?
They do.
And then for next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, be ready with your hook'em or your gig'em.
Stay ready, so you don't have to get ready.
Exactly.
That's what I say. We're 100% focused on Kentucky. I mean, no, who are we? Auburn.
No, that's A&M who plays Auburn.
Oh,
Who do you guys?
I don't know who I'm.
Who does Texas play?
It's Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky winners of one big game. They beat Ole Miss on the road.
I think that's the only SEC win they have.
Yeah, and they
came close against Georgia.
That's their second SEC win,
Georgia.
almost beating Georgia.
Yeah.
Who still has their coach whining about things, even when he's firmly entrenched in the playoffs, still complaining about stuff. I guess the possibility of heading to Penn State for a road playoff game is bothering him. I do want to see Georgia in the snow. That would be fun.
Yeah, I saw a video of it snowing in Ann Arbor today.
Yeah,
or this morning.
Well, we won't have to
or
worry
not
about
Ann Arbor, South Bend.
Yeah, some Southern team going up there will be fun.
Yeah, and the caption was like, right now it's scheduled that like Alabama's going to play here in a month.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty cool. That's my only concern about matchups as far as the first round games. I want all the Southern teams, mostly because they're SEC, to have to travel someplace. It won't be the case for all of them. At least one of them is going to have a home game. But if I could get my way, send them all up to places they don't want to go and see how they handle things. I'm not saying they won't win, but I want them bitching and talking about how their the sideline warmers don't work. Please give me that so I can hear more whining from SEC country. All right, we're going to go to break here. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now is the best time to get in because they're always offering discounts. They're offering discounts basically every single day on player projections. They'll lower a player projection, so it makes it more easy for it to go over, or you get more, and then you can win. Guess what? You can win more. Even next week, this isn't this week. This is for the Thanksgiving Day game, the Dolphins versus Packers game. It's going to be a special projection for Tyreek Hill to get half a receiving yard against the Packers. So if you think that Tyreek Hill can get more than half a receiving yard against the Packers, well, you're halfway there to making some money. All you need to get is one more correct pick on top of the Tyreek Hill to get more than one passing yard, and you're already winning. I think that'll be 3 times your money with just 2 correct picks. So best way to get in on the action right now is you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
No, I did not catch 5 passes for 33 yards, Art. But even if I did, I would not make a video with coffee mugs taunting my rival. If I had scored a touchdown, I would have been well within my rights to. This goes back to our Zion discussion from Dream Shake. He thinks Zion's too risky in a trade. His body looks like it always breaks down, and he's young. Only guy I can think of that got over it was Curry at a young age with his ankles. That's always a concern with Zion. It wouldn't surprise me that he would still command a pretty big trade package, but anyone trading for him would understand that this could blow up in your face, and it may be a reason why when you throw in his contract as well, he's not a guy who's easily movable, despite the talent that you see when he's actually on the court, which he currently is not. Yeah, and Curry's one of the few. Embiid's been troubled with injuries. He was able to win an MVP, but injuries have bothered him since the very beginning. It's the reason he fell in the draft. Not that far, but he fell behind others because his injuries. Curry has been able to find a way to get through it and become one of the best players to ever do it. So I don't disagree with you, Dream Shake. And I don't know if they go to class, Art, but he asked me this about Colorado because Colorado just got a 5-star recruit, 5-star quarterback Julian Lewis.
Live on McAfee.
Formerly the commit to USC, right? Was he at USC? And then he decommitted, then USC got another guy.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and now he's going to Colorado. The thought was Colorado. I think maybe Georgia might have been involved too. He picks Colorado.
I know he visited Indiana.
Yeah, I think his top 3 after decommitting from USC of all teams, what a grab bag. Indiana, Colorado, and Georgia. He winds up at Colorado, and his commitment photo features him, or at least his, his visit photo features him with Shedeur, and Shedeur giving him keys to some car, I think, as part of while he's sitting on a throne.
Well, keys to Colorado
Keys
football.
to the Colorado program. That probably makes some sense. Just, hey, I know you're a freshman. Just here, take it. This is yours. Forget about anyone else who's here. This is yours.
I'm a number 3, or not number 3, but like a top 3 draft pick in the NFL this year. But I'm sure you'll do fine.
Yeah,
true freshman. That always happens,
yeah,
right?
And I'm sure my dad will be here for your entire career. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about all the rumors, right? It is interesting that any kid from Colorado would particularly a kid of that caliber, would be like, you know what? Yeah, I trust that Deion's never going to go anywhere.
I mean, but the thing is with the transfer portal, like you don't have to trust.
No, I know.
If he leaves, you can bounce.
Of course, but going in, even believing for a second, that he's going to be there for the 3 years, you hope you're there before you go to the NFL.
You have Michael Irvin saying like, "Hey,
Warren Sapp."
If he draft but Michael Irvin saying like if the Cowboys draft Shedeur Sanders, he's gone.
Yeah. I don't think the Cowboys are drafting Shedeur Sanders, but yeah, to your point,
like just people on the radio are just like,
but we would know
Deion Sanders will leave.
But that doesn't even make any sense because we would know Shedeur. I mean, we would know Deion's status before Shedeur gets drafted.
Yeah,
it's not like, well, we drafted Shedeur. Deion's now made a decision.
Although, if any team was to do it,
Jerry Jones, how he works, he would keep Mike McCarthy on till the draft. And then fire him because he got his guy, and then bring Deion on. Deion would just tell Colorado bye in the middle of April, late April, and then head on to the NFL.
When you add the names of the people making these decisions, it starts making a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
Or not making more sense, just it's more possible.
Yeah, the logistics of it means it makes no sense. But then we start throwing in Jerry and Michael Irvin and Deion. It's like, well, possible.
That's the crazy.
The guy breaking the news looked like he was barking on the sideline at Louisville. But hey, reputable news source. He knows.
He has sources.
Yeah. But I think he's got the timeline mixed up as far as how it would actually go. But hey, Colorado's still making moves. Got a 5-star recruit at quarterback. And also got a big game this week. Well, mostly because all their games at this point are big because they went out, they get to go play for a Big 12 title, which I guess would surprise a lot of people considering what the Big 12 was supposed to be coming in. You had the thought of Oklahoma State being pretty good. They have not been. They've been awful. Obviously, K-State has fallen off after starting off the season as a Big 12 title contender. Iowa State, another one who's still in the race. They need some help. But Iowa State was a top 10 team for the better part of the season, and now they need help from someone. They need a lot of it. And, of course, you got the big game in Tempe. Of all teams, Kenny Dillingham's Arizona State team has BYU coming to town with a chance to solidify their spot. Both teams do solidify their spot for a Big 12 title berth. Josh Pate of the Josh Pate Football Show, certainly a weekly contributor to the John Land Show. He's going to that game. He picked that over Indiana and Ohio State, and frankly, why not?
Weather is probably why.
Yeah, he said.
So he could wear a tight T-shirt on the sideline.
Oh, so you have hate for Josh Pate?
I don't have hate for him.
That sounded like hate.
I just know what he wears on all these sidelines. I see the video.
I do too, but the tone that you used sounds like hate. I mean, I'm aware of what he wears. Everyone who knows him knows what he's going to wear. Yeah, so you think he can't get the fit off up in
if he has to wear a jacket? I think that comes into his.
You think that comes into what he chooses?
A little bit of an equation, yeah.
That's painting that man as a little shallow.
Okay. So other than
you're not disagreeing.
Other than the Indiana Ohio State game, I'm just moving on. The two biggest games probably are in the Big 12, with the BYU Arizona State and the Colorado Kansas game, as far as most impactful to the bigger picture.
Yeah, the Colorado Kansas game is along the lines of Colorado don't screw it up, and Kansas.
And it's a 3-point spread.
And Kansas just beat BYU in a game where BYU was trying to not screw it up.
And now you're going not into their home stadium. You're going into Arrowhead, but you're still traveling to that game.
Yeah. I mean, there are other games that have that same tone, but considering what Colorado has in front of them, it's one of those games where you're like, you're now on the side of people actually seeing their substance. Don't make the mistake of losing this game and people starting to, okay, this is kind of the Colorado we thought when it got going. And that was I put it kind of a note in the rundown. This is the first time they've really had real stakes. They've had like pressure because of the outside stuff, the non-football stuff. They've had expectations because Deion's the coach. But as far as stakes for them in the first 2 years, this is the first time. I mean, last year was all about kind of not embarrassing yourself, and at least they started off well. And then, of course, people started to lose interest as they kept losing. But now we're talking about, hey, you got a real goal you can reach that means something for the program. Can you do it? Can you avoid what other teams have fallen victim to, losing a game to let's just say, a team people don't think should beat you, despite what the line says. The line says Kansas has every shot. And we've seen Kansas play close games. We've seen them beat BYU, as I mentioned. They've been in these games. Can Colorado get out of there with the win? I kind of like Kansas. They're scrappy. They were a team who was expected to be pretty good too. I didn't even mention them in the whole Big 12 upheaval. That was a team that was supposed to be good. People love their quarterback. He's dealt with injuries throughout his career, but they thought if he was healthy, that Kansas team could go on a run.
Yeah.
And they've had to deal with the problems plenty of teams have had to deal with. It's not the greatest spot for Colorado. No. That team, considering what they've gone through as far as a season for Kansas, that's a team looking to just even make a bowl, and they have to beat Colorado and then have to win next week too.
I mean, listen, they started 1-4. Actually, they started 1-5. But the fifth loss was a 4-point loss in Tempe to Arizona State. Then they destroy U of H in Kansas. Then they lose by 2 to Kansas State in Kansas State. They win by 9 against Iowa State, win by 4 at BYU. So they're a team that is playing like a different team right now. They're coming into their own at the end of the season. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, they'll have to win all their games to get bowl eligible. So I don't know if it's going to be enough to quite get all the way there. But yes, this is better than their 4-6 record would indicate. That is the team that Colorado is playing. I still think Colorado gets just to get the win, get out of there with a win, but it's by no means like a easy spot or a safe pick.
No. If you're going by record, you think, okay, Colorado's got an easy one, but
they
not
play 4-16,
but not not all. I think another one doesn't have the same type of danger because I think Ole Miss is better than the difference between Ole Miss and Florida is I think larger than the difference between Colorado and Kansas on a game where you have to travel. But that Florida team looked pretty good against LSU at home. DJ Lagway made it out of the game, played well. Their defense played well against an LSU team who we know can score when Garrett Nussmeier isn't scattershot with the arm. And now you have Ole Miss coming to town. If you're Ole Miss, you would have hoped Florida was dead, like they had stopped trying. You would have had hoped, hey, you know what? Maybe DJ Lagway's not that healthy, and Aiden Warner's playing. Instead, you get
Swamp only half full.
Yeah, instead you're going to get an environment where, yes, our season didn't go the way we want, but we got our quarterback. He's back. We won a big game. Let's go win another one and ruin Ole Miss this year. And not that it matters for Bailey Napier now because they've already decided he's coming back. But the Lane Kiffin to Florida stuff will be a thing until either Napier turns it around or they fire him.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a bad idea for Napier to go put one on Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. That's just some of the game behind the game stuff that I'm interested in that one. Can Jackson Dart? Like we kind of slandered him in Ole Miss because we didn't think they could beat a Georgia team because they have been in these situations before and didn't come up with the win. They did it. I think they've had the bye. Now they got to go to Florida. It's a tough spot for Ole Miss. They should win. Obviously, the line says they should win, but it's dangerous. It's dangerous for them with all they have in front of them.
It is dangerous. I think they get through it too, just because I don't know if Florida can do it back-to-back weeks and do it back-to-back weeks. One against LSU.
LSU's not good. There is a difference between LSU and Ole Miss. One of them is good. The other isn't.
Exactly. Like LSU, it's a weird thing where they play all these big games, or they've played big games, and then they just lose them.
Yeah.
But they don't really get, like, in our head, they don't get knocked down to where they
because
are.
Because they're LSU. You see the colors, you see the brand.
Yeah.
But the LSU did beat Ole Miss. Now that's back in early October. Yes. Yeah, it's too tough. I've been told.
Such a grind.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait. Yeah,
they
maybe I shouldn't be saying
other.
that LSU actually isn't that good, and Florida, just because you beat LSU, you don't beat Ole Miss.
Yeah, when Ole Miss doesn't beat LSU. So yeah, this is the thing. This is the gymnastics we do in our head about trying to decide who wins these games. Considering that game with LSU and Ole Miss happened 5-6 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
And the teams are different. LSU ain't the team they were when they beat Ole Miss, and Ole Miss ain't the team they were when they lost to LSU. So what does it mean if we do the transitive property thing? It doesn't mean much. It's another week. Ole Miss has had a bye, and now they have their shot to really their last test. Then they got the Egg Bowl at home, which they should win pretty easily. This is their last test. Even if they don't make the SEC title game, they're in a good spot. And Kiffin talked about it this week about how being punished for playing in the SEC title game, losing it, and then not making the playoff because you lost a third game while other people in your conference are sitting at home. It's tough, and coaches would rather not make it if that was the punishment. We'll see how the CFP treats teams who are in that position. I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think they're dropping a team. Like if you become a 3-loss team because you lose an SEC title game, I don't think they're dropping you behind someone who you were better than in the conference just because you lost.
Yeah.
Unless it's such a blowout that
don't get Wisconsin versus
and if you lose,
or Ohio State.
And they have it in their bylaws, I think, that if you lose players and they think it'll distinctly affect your performance in the playoff, they will drop you that way. So don't lose your starting quarterback. Shout out to Joey Galloway. And don't get blown out. I think they will give you the benefit of, hey, you had to play another really good team while the other team behind you didn't, so we're not going to drop you.
The only exception I could possibly see to that is a Texas A&M team that gets in with 2 losses, gets into the title game with 2 losses. They might even be able to get in with 3 losses since they don't have. If A&M
They lose to Auburn and beat Texas.
lose Auburn, beat Texas, tiebreaker. They're in the SEC title game, and then they lose again. Now they're a 9-4 team.
Yeah,
that's where I could see
two more losses than a team who's waiting to see know their fate. That's going to be tough.
But
to
like
overcome.
Ole Miss, Georgia, and Alabama, if they get in and lose in the title game, they're all in.
Yeah, you can't have you can't have a third loss going in, particularly in conference. Although it wouldn't be in conference for them, but you can't have a third loss going in and then drop to a fourth, and the other teams are waiting behind you with 2.
And or Indiana, 11-1.
Yeah, 4 losses won't get it done.
Yeah,
but the 2 and it goes to 3, then you're going to have some debate.
I could see you dropping from a 7 to a 9 or something like that, where you go from hosting a game to
That's
going
the
on
other thing,
the road.
Coach. Why are you dropping me out of a home playoff game because I lost to a good team in the title game? What's the benefit of that?
I could see that happening and them having a case to be upset for that.
To be pissed off. Yeah. And that's why they say, is it worth the risk of potentially getting a first round bye, as opposed to now you lose your spot of hosting a game to go on the road someplace, which is what I want, some southern team going up north in the snow. Okay, we are we're late, but that's how it always is. We'll come back with more Texan stuff to get to, as they were back at practice yesterday, and we'll go around kind of the world of sports. We kind of touched on the things we normally talk about here. We'll get to some things we haven't gotten to yet, including the negotiations that I think need to go one way and one way only. It should be an easy one. Give the artist what they want so I can hear this song when the NBA officially is back on NBC. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So, if you don't know, NBC now has the rights to the NBA back. It'll still be on ESPN. It'll still be we'll still have Inside the NBA going to ESPN as with a licensing agreement, but now now the NBA will have NBC back as a broadcast partner. And that only really means one thing. It means the greatest non-college football theme song, at least sports theme song of all time, should be coming back. And we assumed that would be a thing. And then John Tesh said, actually, they haven't talked to me. They hadn't talked to me when they said they were bringing it back. John Tesh went on CNBC and said, hey, when they announced that the rights were coming back, they also let it out that, hey, Round Ball Rock, that's the name of the theme song, would be part of the package. But we hadn't talked yet. But because people started squawking, it's back. It better be back. Get it done. How can this song not be part of it? A lot of you know what it sounds like. Maybe some of you don't. I'm going to remind you what that song sounds like. I know it's going to make you think of Michael versus the Knicks and Michael versus the Jazz, but the Rockets played under this theme song when they won their titles too. How can it be on the NBC without this song? Oh, and by the way, we're still going to let it play. I don't want some reformatted version of it like the SEC on ABC or ESPN has like a revamped version of an old theme song. I don't want a revamped version. In fact, John Tesh, I don't want you to re-record it. Just give them the rights to this song, and we'll start fresh. This is the song I want to hear. I don't want it to be a little drummier. I don't want a giant rock guitar in it. This song is perfect as it is. Just give it to me. Just have it ready to go when like Jack Collinsworth is calling the game, because I'm sure he'll be part of it.
It'll be Noah Eagle.
Yeah, of course. Noah Eagle will be part of it.
Okay. Do you want it remixed like the
No.
Lenny Kravitz? I want to fly.
I don't want
Quavo?
any changes. No
So
changes.
you don't want Lil Baby on this?
No, I don't want.
Got bad.
I don't want Glorilla on it.
I think I do want Glorilla.
You can have that version. I don't want this.
Only on the Friday night.
I don't want the Glorilla version of it when I watch the games. If they want to sell it as a companion piece on
the Glorilla cast.
Yeah. They want like the Manning cast. They want the Gorilla cast, and she gets to talk about the NBA, and her song gets to play in and out of breaks. Fine, but leave this on the main broadcast. Like put Glorilla on USA. When Glorilla has their when USA has their Glorilla cast, that's fine. But whoever's calling the games, whoever they choose, this song should be taking them in the breaks and going out. That's all. It's perfect the way it is. If I hear some stupid, amped up rock guitar version of it, there's nothing I'm going to do. I don't have the power.
Dragons brings you.
Get the F out of here. Imagine Dragons are around so much. Well, they had a thing where ABC would bring them on for like, hey, sporting events. They would, hey, let's get Imagine Dragons. One of their latest songs can be the song that is the sound of this playoff or this event. No, Round Ball Rock, leave it alone. Why change it? Just keep Common away from this song, please.
Oh,
I'm just thinking of all the acts that have been attached to NBA events, like Common at the All-Star game. Yeah. I don't need it. Cut it out.
J. Cole reimagines.
No. We don't hear from J. Cole until he decides he wants to get in a battle again. And it can't be against John Tesh. Stay away. No
DJ Khaled remix?
Nah. No Pitbull, none of it. No Mr. 305, none of it.
DJ Khaled.
No. Him and John Tesh can do something on an album together. That's fine.
Even that, like, keep it to social media.
Sure.
That way I don't have to see it, DJ Khaled.
Honestly, you're right.
Keep it off my TV screen.
But hey, they're talking, so we got a real shot to have this come back.
This seems a lot like what we're talking about with the Rockets. Definitely not interested in Giannis. Amin and Tari Eason are definitely off the table. I think it only benefits John Tesh to be like, I haven't signed anything.
Of course.
I'm still negotiating.
Of course it does.
This is just part of the negotiating process. I have a very hard time believing that we won't hear this for the first NBA on NBC.
Yeah, there's no way they should start a broadcast without this. But I'm down with John Tesh. CTC, team cash those checks. Get what you need out of them, John Tesh. She's talking. I just see her. I don't know what she's saying.
Because she popped her neck and it was so loud. That there's no way the mic didn't pick it up.
Oh, the volleyball thing. It's usually a hip or something, but this time, the person we're talking about is Sam. She's sitting in because next week Sean won't be here, so she'll have to get ready to do the show once because AJ will do it the first 2 days. But don't pop your neck on the mic if you can. I know it seems like it's like an automatic. You shouldn't even think about it. But if you can, don't freak out Sean anymore.
No, I'm just worried about the audio quality.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Again, it's so loud that there's no way the mic doesn't pick it up.
It's like she's crinkling.
It's like a gunshot goes off.
I always compare it to crinkling an empty water bottle.
That too.
Yeah.
That's probably more
a gunshot.
On the decibel levels, that's more what it sounds like.
Yeah. She was an athlete. Still is, everyone. She put herself through a lot of pain to play volleyball at what once was called Swag U. Now got a different name.
I think it's Sagu now. Oh, it's Nelson now.
Yeah, Nelson. Go back to the old name.
That's whack.
Yeah, Nelson. Who paid to get that name changed? Sam will join us next week. Well, me and the rest of you guys, because Sean will be out here. All right, we got one more segment to go. Roundball Rock coming back. Hopefully, John Tesh says it's in the works. In its original form, please. We got one more segment to go. We'll be back.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
What do we learn today? Ahmed and Tari untouchable. The Rockets aren't in on any Giannis trade, and the internet doesn't believe them. The internet believes that the Bucks wouldn't trade Giannis anyway, so the Rockets are saving face. I saw a lot of. I just met my girlfriend at Buc-ee's where I just started working, and I'm not going to leave for Sydney Sweeney. That was a lot of the tone of the internet. Like, yeah, sure, you're not going to break up your core for Giannis. You had no shot at Giannis, so now you're just out there saying stuff, Rockets, through Kelly Iko of the Athletic. There's a lot of that. The Sydney Sweeney has become the default growing question for that bit that people are running on the internet right now. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Just like I couldn't get with Sydney, just like I turned Sydney Sweeney down, you turned Giannis down. All right, everybody. Don't believe the Rockets if you don't want. But
I have not turned down Sydney Sweeney. Just for the record.
I'm glad.
I want Kelly Iko to report that.
I'm glad you're admitting to that. That it wasn't you.
Let me see if I can.
You're not the reason you two aren't together.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're admitting to that.
It's not.
It has nothing to do with me.
Just, it's a timing thing.
Yeah.
Mostly, we've never been in the same place.
I thought you were going to say you're in different parts in your lives. So
no, we've literally physically never been in the same room.
Yeah,
together.
You've never been able to meet her. Has Cam Rising been in the same room with her? Do you think?
Probably not.
Probably not. No. What's she doing at a Utah football game? Why would she be there? They don't play that exciting of a brand of football. How would they get Sydney Sweeney there? Yeah. So
and when they played Colorado, I don't think she was there.
No, you don't think she wanted to hop on the Deion train?
Chance,
yeah. You don't see a lot. You don't see a lot of Hollywood actors showing up at Colorado games. No. It's a different. It's rappers and former athletes. That's generally what it is. You don't see a lot of. I don't suspect we'll see like Florence Pugh at a Colorado Buffalo game at some point. I don't think she'll be at the Big 12 title game if they make it.
I am open to a relationship with Florence Pugh as well.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. Kelly Iko is reporting.
Can he report that as well? Yeah. Sean Mapes is open to discussions about dating Florence Pugh.
It's like when Shams quote tweets himself with more reporting on top of his reporting.
Yeah. Oh, this is your version of it.
Yeah.
Start just listing all the women you wouldn't be against dating. Thank you. If they so chose. If they choose to date you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a way of shooting your shot, which into the ether where no one that needs to hear it will hear it. Oh, look at that. Sean is willing to date Florence Pugh. Florence Pugh will never hear it, unfortunately.
Maybe she's a podcast listener.
You can always slide into the DMs and go, Florence Pugh, I just want to let you know.
Half court.
Yeah, there have been reports.
Dylan Brooks last night, 0 for 4.
Sources close to me.
0 for 7.
Yeah, sources close to me tell me that I wouldn't be against it. I'm not ruling it out. But the Rockets have ruled out Giannis, and no one, like I said, no one believes that they're the reason this trade isn't happening. Hey, man, I don't mind them if it was anything they actually explored. And the funny part about it is the actual impetus was, hey, they're interested in Kevin Durant as their dream guy. But if not him, maybe Giannis.
It is funny, and if I took this seriously, would be concerning that they're willing to be like, Giannis, no thanks. Kevin Durant, yes, please. Like that, I don't want to believe that they actually
would
rather have Kevin Durant on their team than Giannis.
Yeah, I need the Kelly Iko report to state that too, that they're not willing to break up their core for Kevin Durant, because that was the actual bulk of the article.
Yeah.
Or the bulk of the blurb, that they see him as the dream acquisition. So not in on Giannis. But if Kevin Durant asked out, currently injured Kevin Durant asked out, they'd be all over it and break up their core.
15 years older than all your best players.
And a half a decade older than the guy you don't want. The guy who generally is available to play. So there that is. The Rocket conversation, I guess, will be something where they're always looking into deals, but are happy and more than happy with the guys currently on the roster, which is fine. They're 11-5. They got a couple games against Portland coming up here. So there's no reason to believe, other than just how the NBA goes, that they will be 13-5 or won't be 13-5 when they're done with that 2-game stretch. Okay, we're done. The Killer Bees follow me. Gallant George follow me. The Killer Bees follow them.
Have the Killer Bees ever followed your show?
I've never been in a spot where they would. I've never filled in from 12 to 3.
Yeah.
Have I?
Probably not.
Probably not. So no, they've never followed me. They follow Gallant George. Those guys are up next. So if we're done, what does that mean?
That's what I do. Dominating the paint.
Remember where that button is, Sam. You might have to hit it next Wednesday. Just be ready. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Thursday. It is November 21st of 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lovely outside.
It is wonderful. It is about effing time.
Yes.
But it is wonderful outside. So we've got lots of stuff to discuss today. Apparently, I was challenged to a fight on our afternoon show. We'll get to that later.
What?
Yep. Actually happened. It wasn't a very well done fight promo.
Oh, yeah. So typical.
But no. Listen, we do not diminish anybody. This is a positive vibe show going forward. So we will address that. We will talk as well about a fun throwback night for the Houston Rockets. And on top of that, take a look ahead at the Tennessee Titans who the Houston Texans play on Sunday. You know, I normally hate the Tennessee Titans, specifically their fans, because I don't know why. I just get into it with them a lot. Of all fan bases in the NFL, I would have thought many others would be the ones that would respond as angrily as they do to me. But I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them. So we'll talk about that too. But I feel like based off of something, Joe, that I saw in The Athletic, we got to start with our Astros countdown to pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. So we're 83 days away. And Joe, I remember we've discussed this multiple times. First off, you're of the belief that it might not be that difficult for the Astros to bring Alex Bregman back?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be this astronomical. I think it'll be within their means, within their resources.
Okay.
Mainly because, I don't know, he's already the third highest paid baseman in baseball as of last year. So
And there's something else, too, at play, because who's his agent?
Scott Boras.
And what is he?
Washed.
Okay.
Very.
Well,
he's cooked.
I don't believe the Athletic's Ken Rosenthal thinks Scott Boras is as washed as you believe. Now, we discussed this before. Tim Britton from The Athletic projected a 7-year, $189 million contract for Alex Bregman. Whether that's from the Astros or another team, I think that's besides the point. But here is what Ken Rosenthal said that he thinks the Astros are looking for. Quote, I suspect that Bregman and his agent, Scott Boras, are aiming for a deal closer to 11 years, $350 million that Manny Machado signed with the Padres in February of last year, 2023. And it doesn't sound like the Astros feel that way. I don't know if other teams do. In this report, other teams, including Bregman's previous club, the Houston Astros, likely view it as an outlier. So clearly there's some contract negotiations going on and some, I would say, just schmenzer measuring as well. A good old-fashioned Mexican standoff. Who is going to end up right in the end?
The Astros are going to end up right in the end. There's no way Alex Bregman, who I love, who is aging, who is often injured, and who starts incredibly slow, is going to get an 11-year, $350 million contract, or really anywhere close to it. I would be shocked if his deal, unless his goal is to play for 11 years, like maybe it is a higher number. Maybe it's 11 years, $250 million. But I don't think he's going to sign an 11-year contract with someone.
Damn. That's not positive. That's not positive about our hero, Alex Bregman, Joe.
Probably positive for the Astros.
$350 million is a lot. 11 years is a lot. You ever watch South Park? This is all. This now just stuck in my head. There's an episode where the boys meet Chef's parents, and Chef's parents are constantly being harassed by the damn Loch Ness Monster for about $350. That's what they're looking for.
They want that.
I need about $350.
That's Alex Bregman.
$350.
That's also Alex Bregman.
$3.50.
$350 million. I'm gonna need about $350.
$350,000.
$350 million. Imagine Scott Boras comes in here and all he does, he takes out a laptop and he just shows that scene from South Park to Jim Crane and the Astros Letterman jacket Skull and Bone Society, which now is just also Jeff Bagwell and maybe Craig Biggio.
Yeah, I think Craig Biggio is still part of it.
No more Reggie Jackson.
I think we'll find out. I think Cavan's Biggio is a free agent this offseason again. So we
boy.
might really find out how much the Skull and Bone Society controls the Houston Astros. I get what they're doing. They're trying to put it out there that he wants a lot more money than what is being reported, than what they're seeing. But between $350 million, the willingness to play second base, all I hear is desperation.
Ooh.
Like it just feels like someone is trying to flood the market with the idea that someone's going to get close to this number. But like who's going to get close to this number? The Dodgers? Well, they're meeting with Juan Soto. I hope that doesn't happen. I guess if Juan Soto were to go to the Mets or the Dodgers,
grimaced.
like maybe the Yankees are doing this, but the Yankees haven't been spending much money recently.
Yankees are cheap.
Exactly. They're not the organization that they were. Boston, maybe.
Boston's posturing. I'll believe it when I see it.
The Cubs aren't even in. Like those are your big market teams. So the Mets?
I don't know who's going to throw $350 million at the consolation prize of free agency, because that's what Bregman is. Bregman's second place at best. I'm sure there's somebody else out there that you could make an argument for that actually would be a more reasonable signing for a higher dollar figure. But interesting to see that. I feel like Boras is just going to end up disappointing Alex Bregman.
I totally agree, and that's part of the reason why I think he's washed. Like he got Blake Snell, fired him last year. Jordan Montgomery ended up in a good contract, but look at his two clients two of his clients who signed last year. The teams don't even want them.
Yeah,
the Diamondbacks don't want Jordan Montgomery. Reports coming out now that the Cubs are trying to get rid of Bellinger because of these opt-out deals. Matt Chapman signed one of these opt-in deals, and now he got paid actually a contract in the regular season, but nowhere near what these guys think they're worth.
About $350?
About $350?
Give me about $350.
$350.
That's what I wanted about $350. That's when the Astros realized that it wasn't Alex Bregman all along. It was the damn Loch Ness Monster. One last little quote. This is from Scott Boras. Bregman's value is beyond the customary season metrics of an excellent infielder. Owners covet championships. They openly admit in meetings the uniqueness of Bregman's leadership and postseason performance are not included in his wins above replacement evaluation.
How's that working out for Carlos Correa and the Minnesota Twins? How's that working out for George Springer and the Toronto Blue Jays?
It is a good point. I mean, one player in baseball. This isn't like bringing Tom Brady into the box.
Yeah, what is the $350 million contract for the Padres gotten?
Yeah, honestly, the Padres, good for them for continuing to spend, but the Padres are 100% the cautionary tale of this doesn't really do much for you.
Rafael Devers in Boston, what is his 10-year, $313 million contract? What has it got in Boston? Fourth place?
Boston restaurants are definitely cashing in on that.
Oh, is he an eater?
Hey,
well, he's a hefty fella.
Oh, I guess he is.
He's not quite Kung Fu Panda big, but
he's
portly.
Yeah, he's baby fat.
Mm-hmm.
At 27 years old, or however old he is.
It's still a little bit of time. He can still claim that he's in his babydom.
Yeah,
his baby era.
You never know when the baby fat rolls off. If it never went away, is it still technically baby fat?
That's the thing.
I can't relate.
I think it's adult fat. For Rafael Devers.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because I'd go through an eating disorder before that ever happened to me.
Yeah,
100%. Oh yeah. If I'm ever big, just push me out the window.
We know things are bad. Like if we just come in
if I'm big, you'll know someone really hurt Paul.
Like Paul goes away from Christmas Eve till after the New Year's, and all of a sudden he comes back and he's got an extra 30 on there.
No,
what you been doing, man? What you been doing the last week and a half?
I will send myself to a Tony Perkis fat camp.
So you didn't do a freshman 15?
Yeah, muscle.
That Syracuse muscle.
No, I'm not kidding. I mean, I weighed like 140 pounds going into college, and I gained like 15 pounds. I actually started, get this, lifting. Didn't know that you should do that to get jacked. Thought playing football would just naturally make me jacked. Did not.
No, it didn't.
Nope.
No.
I don't know how I survived with basically zero muscle playing football.
I can't wait for in 6 months. Like we don't see Paul or something over a long break, and he comes back looking like Ben Stiller's character at the end of Dodgeball.
If I won $350 million like Alex Bregman is looking for, about 350, I could theoretically end up like that. That's the only way I see it happening.
That might actually be like a good
I'll just become
Halloween costume for you. The fat Ben Stiller.
No.
Fat bastard.
I mean, listen, that's not what Halloween's about to me. You guys know what it's about. It's about the spirit of Halloween.
That's a good spirit. Walk around with like a bucket of KFC.
That spirit is not getting me the kind of spirit that I would like to
obtain.
Get spiritual with.
Yes.
It's Gallant George, Joe, and Paul. So we'll see if Alex Bregman gets that $350 million.
Good luck.
83 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Texans play the Titans on Sunday. I feel bad for them. And how can you not feel bad for them when you hear them talking about themselves? Stick around. You'll hear what they had to say. Will Levis, Jeffrey Simmons, stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Titans fans annoy me, the online ones, and more importantly, the ones that live in Houston. They left you, and they were never all that good to begin with. I don't get them. Do I hate the actual team? I want to. I don't like the ownership group because I know they did y'all wrong. But this week especially, with this team too chicken bleep to actually wear the Houston Oilers uniforms on the field Sunday at NRG Stadium, felt really good doing it in their own backyard against a backup quarterback who they lost to. It's hard for me to really muster up any extra emotions on top of a game that I think we look at with Will Anderson back from injury, with Nico Collins back from injury, and expect the Texans to win even if there are some matchup issues.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're like little chihuahuas. They're fans. They bark a lot. The one guy who went super viral last year, he's really loud, screams into his phone. But they're a weird fan base. I definitely don't. I'm with you. I don't understand the people who still root for the Titans. It's like a toxic relationship. They broke up with you. They were not good to you. They gave you no joy in the end. And then they disrespect you on the way.
Yeah, they stole your uniforms. You can't even wear a Houston Cougars edition of what the Oilers used to wear because of all the copyright stuff. That's what I don't like, and I feel bad for the Oilers players who can't get honored in their own backyard. It is partly on the city for not fighting to keep the history and the uniforms. Really, I think everyone kind of lost back in 1996. But I'm looking at the Titans right now. I feel bad for him. This is Will Levis, who is talking about how he's improved this year. Mr. Mayo, Jeremy Branham's apple in his eye, Will Levis.
I haven't thrown the ball underhand or just past it, so that was an improvement. No, I mean, going back and watching the film, even of the first few weeks, I feel like decision-making standpoint, how I was seeing things was definitely a little bit better these past couple of weeks, but it wasn't like a.
So he thinks he's improving.
Look, the part of that's funny is the recognition of acknowledging what he did at the beginning of the season, having disastrous level plays a couple weeks in a row.
I like the self-awareness,
yes.
But I mean, you have to be self-awareness when people are still seeing commercials with you for mayonnaise.
Yeah, I feel like you got to pull the plug. Like that would have been. I thought this about Baker Mayfield when he was basically benched in Cleveland, but he was still doing the mowing the grass commercials.
Yeah,
it's like once you lose your job or just playing that poorly, the commercial campaign should auto stop. But it's funny to hear like the self-awareness. He's been okay. He's not the worst quarterback in the NFL, but that's pretty much as good as it gets for them. Like he's not what they hoped it was. Malik Willis still has like as many wins this year for the Packers as Jordan Love does.
Oh, that's the worst.
He's not Mason Rudolph, I guess.
There's a chance, and it's slim because, I mean, it's Mason Rudolph, I think, who he's competing with, unless there's somebody else on the Titans depth chart who has any potential whatsoever. But there's a chance this is the last we see of Will Levis against the Texans. There's a very good chance. Levis, meanwhile, said that he's not comparing himself to other quarterbacks in this draft class. I continue to feel bad for him.
Yeah, definitely don't find any value in it. Just knowing everyone's situation is different, and there's that's the youth of joys comparison. So I mean, I'm not looking at those types of things, but obviously looking at them from just a player standpoint, how they've been able to play the position. Obviously, CJ's done a great job this past year and a half. It's been fun watching him and seeing him develop in this league. I'm hoping to have a bunch of battles against him in my career, and I'm looking forward to get out there and compete against him Sunday.
Probably not happening, a bunch of battles against him in his career. And I feel bad. I feel bad for Levis there because he starts off saying, yeah, I'm not comparing myself to anybody. And then as the answer continues, he says, but CJ's been really good.
He's like admitting defeat in that sound clip, which and hoping to have a lot of battles. Because
you got to play his way. He's got to earn some more battles.
Yeah, but is it more realistic Will Levis is a starting quarterback in week 18, or the Texans have locked up a playoff spot, can't move, and Davis Mills is the starting quarterback? Like, this could be the last time we see Stroud versus Levis, to your point.
Yeah.
And it might be because the Texans are in the playoffs and they're not.
I don't want to get too frisky about that because, again, the Texans can't really overlook anybody. I know that they beat the Cowboys, but I'd argue that the Cowboys have less going on than the Titans right now, which is really saying something because at least the Titans have a good defense. But, yeah. The Titans, at least some guys have confidence, but I mean, this also just another ridiculous clip. This is Titans defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. He sees a path to the Titans winning the AFC South.
Listen, man, we know what's in front of us. You know how the season been going, and you know we've been just so close to winning games. And right now, it's, wouldn't be no better other time to figure it out because like right now we got 5 division games in front of us, and quite frankly, if we win them, we can win the division. So we just gotta take game by game, and it's no other way to do it than other than this weekend going and trying to send a message to the division this weekend.
Yeah, I mean that puts them at 7-9 with 2 other games besides that,
right?
Or 1 other game besides that.
They're 2-8 right now. There's 7 games left. They have only played 1 divisional game, and all right, I'm gonna pump their tires a little bit because I feel bad for them. I feel like this is an ASPCA ad. Arms of the Titans. You've got only the 3rd worst point differential in the AFC. You're in 3rd place in the AFC South. The Oiler throwback uniforms are really sick. You're not wearing them.
Cowards.
I think I'd feel something if they were wearing them for this game. I think they're letting the NFL down. There would be more buzz for this game if they were doing it again.
They went over the top last year and it blew up in their face. It's like they kind of embarrassed themselves last year. Everything says Tennessee Oilers. It's all over the stadium. Everyone that works for the team is wearing it. Mike Vrabel is dressed up like Bum Phillips. Like all these things are before the game, and then they lost to Case Keenum.
Mm-hmm. And Texans fans, not even just Texans fans. Texans fans hate him, but the Texans are looking down on him. And I mean, they're not going to even wear the H-Town blue uniforms for this game as a FU back because supposedly, and this is per Landry Locker, he's heard from certain folks that wearing it for the Titans game is beneath them. Like they're going to wear their alternate uniforms, the H-Town blues, for a big game against the Bills. Or maybe they wear them again on Christmas. Because they could wear the alternate uniforms one more time. They're expected to do it on Christmas against the Ravens. Whatever that is, I don't know what it is. But, and we'll play this clip later in the show because I did want to make the audio a little better. But Hannah McNair, while at an event benefiting firefighters in literally a firefighter's uniform, the helmet, the suit and all, when asked about the Titans rivalry, we've taken over Houston. We've taken our fans back. They are just the Titans now.
Hey, she's right.
Cal was so diplomatic before she decided to throw that little barb in there. And I love that she continues to throw the barbs, but she's the only person that's putting any juice into this lifeless game this Sunday.
It's like that. I don't know what the relationship dynamic is. He must just like complain about it at home all the time about how much he hates the Titans and the Adams family. Because then in public, he's always diplomatic. Whether he's doing interviews like this or on the radio, and she's always the one taking shots. She's just standing up for her man, Paul. She's just standing up for what she believes in.
I like it.
I do too. It's funny.
Hannah is a pistol, and I appreciate pistols. She shoots. And she often scores.
I do wish they would have worn the jerseys against them because it would have been funny. But at the same time, what Landry said is right. It's kind of beneath them. The Titans are beneath them. There's no juice here.
No.
Everything
it would be a disaster if they lost this game, but that's the only way this game gets juice is if they somehow blow this. That's poor Marine is just trying to manifest right now.
Also, it would really drive home how much the Texans or how much the city of Houston lost if the Titans are wearing Oilers uniforms and the Texans are wearing the H-Town blue uniforms, and really drive home the like, oh wow, we're really just kind of doing like a knockoff version of the way better jerseys that you let walk out the door.
Fair, but I like them. I like the new ones.
Better than the Oilers jerseys?
That's hard. I mean,
yeah, and then you see them on the same field together. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, this sucks.
It would have been fun if the Houston Texans nicknamed themselves the Landmen, like the Landman, starring Billy Bob Thornton on Paramount Plus.
Did you watch it yet?
I have not. I keep on watching that scene, though, because it makes me laugh so hard.
It is so funny.
It's so funny.
Is this a sponsored segment, by the way? What just happened?
I don't know. Because it's like, they really like, the show seems portrayed by that one scene.
The Houston Landmen versus the Tennessee Oilers.
It might have been a better name than the Texans.
I bet that. But again, the Oilers would have done a cease and desist for that. Again, I kind of wish they were fighting at all. I feel bad for them right now. I feel like I'm punching down. Jerry's got a thought on Texans Titans. 713-780-3776. Jerry.
Hey, Paul, quick question. Did you ever feel bad growing up as a Patriots fan for the Bills or for the Jets?
Bills, yes. I used to feel bad for the Bills. Not kidding. Jets, never. Bills, yes.
That's exactly what the Titans are to us. I will never feel bad for the Titans. I laughed when they drafted the buffoon that wants to put mayo and everything in his drink. I mean, those commercials are awful. The Titans are awful. I hope the Titans at one point in my lifetime can go 0-17, maybe 0-18 in the future. I hate that team. I never grew up watching the Oilers, so I have no, ties to that. And also the second point is those commercials they should just take them off. The only good commercials out there right now with the quarterbacks is the progressive one with Case Keenum, the backup quarterbacks. And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the phone call, Jerry. I wish I could manufacture that hate right now. I don't have it. I might have to go back to read some of the old tweets that I got from Titans fans when I told them Marcus Mariota was mediocre. They got so pissed at that. And the time where I broke the news that Jake Locker was getting benched for Zach Mettenberger. I don't know why they got mad at me for that one. I still can't figure that one out.
Because Mettenberger was coming in and they had to blame somebody.
But I mean, they're like, oh, this guy doesn't know how to report. And like all the Titans reporters were like doing this circle, you know what, about like, oh, this guy doesn't understand journalism. Because I was trying to get a secondary source from in the locker room. The source that I had was a great one, but we wanted to confirm. They're like, this guy doesn't know how to report on the news. And then a bunch of Titans fans came after me. The occasional, death threat, et cetera, et cetera. It happens. It's the internet. Nothing is actually real. I want to manifest that hate. I appreciate that Jerry can.
Yeah, I think it's what I've always thought about the Texans, where there's something missing within the AFC South still. Like there's not really that hate for the Jags. I think there is more for the Titans. The Colts has been too one-sided in the history of the franchise to have a lot of that hate versus the Colts, and now that they're rolling out these garbage quarterbacks, frankly, and guys are being benched for Joe Flacco, it doesn't make it much easier. So it would be nice if the Titans could actually put together a competent football team at the same time as the Texans now, and they'll have a chance to draft another quarterback this year, and they probably will. I mean, you could sell me on Shedeur Sanders versus CJ Stroud.
Here's the problem, though. They're in that zone of they might find themselves on the outside looking in because there's so many bad teams this year. There are, at this moment in time, 5 2-win teams.
That's why tanking doesn't work, to your point. That you talked about, is that there's 5 2-win teams and there's another, 4 3-win teams?
Organizationally, you just have to be strong. The Titans are not. I don't think they're a disaster, but firing Mike Vrabel, I don't understand what that was about, because I don't understand how any of what's been going on for the Titans could have been Vrabel's fault. I really don't. I mean, Ryan Tannehill, it was a nice little run, but he went back to the Tannehill that he was in Miami, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what Vrabel was supposed to do.
I mean, I think it goes back to that draft where he's so pissed on TV. It's not his fault, but when they traded AJ Brown, that was kind of the end, and then they let that GM who trades AJ Brown, they have to then fire him.
Yeah.
They keep Vrabel, and then they bring in a new guy, and then he fires Vrabel. And it's like, what are you supposed to do? And now Vrabel's probably going to be a head coach somewhere next year and probably be very good.
Yeah, and probably get more money too, honestly.
Yeah.
Think about where the Titans are in the grand scheme of things. They're not one of the more valuable organizations. And honestly, I think the only thing of value that they have are those Oilers throwbacks, which their fans did not want them to wear when they first were wearing them in Tennessee.
Their head coach was wearing the Oilers hat this week at a press conference. So he's trying to kind of keep it alive a little bit.
He's trying to do anything to make the bosses not fire him.
I mean, that's probably why Vrabel had to dress up last year. You think he got told to dress up?
Oh,
I
that
think
would
so.
be the most funny Me Too scandal.
Like
where head coaches for the Titans are talking about how Amy Adams, like she's the late Jerry Richardson, is making her head coaches wears clothes that she likes. Why don't you get in those jeans and wiggling them?
Don't forget that hat. Don't forget that hat, Mike.
Getting those boot cut jeans and put that 10-gallon hat on, Mikey. Oh, I love the way you look in that cowboy hat. Oh, look at you. Why you put your hand in your head?
That might be the weirdest thing you've ever done.
Why? That's what Amy Adams is probably did.
Probably.
Amy Adams was probably sizing Mike Vrabel up in that moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mac.
That's why she got fired. Or that's why he got fired.
I mean, if you really want to be a conspiracy theorist, go down that rabbit hole. He's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Focus groups are all the rage right now. Let's do a focus group real quick for every single team in Houston. Astros, Texans, Rockets. How do we focus things going forward? Talk about that. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It seems focus groups are all the rage these days.
You ever been a part of one?
I have never been a part of one. I don't think anyone would really value my opinion in a focus group. I feel like I'm too negative.
But I think you probably need someone like that in the group, right?
Yeah, but would my views, which some consider to be the natural contrarian, would my views reflect what said focus group is looking to accomplish? I'm not so sure. Been a part of big meetings, think tanks, but a focus group. That's when you're not actually a part of the people that are, I guess, discussing you. It's all, I think, outside voices.
Yeah, like I've been in one for the college I went to.
Okay.
They had us like the college student government.
Okay.
It was the dumbest thing I've ever been to.
Ever.
Because all the kids just bitched about how expensive it was.
Well, it is expensive.
And I was like, well, yes, you chose to go to a private art school. What do you expect to happen here?
To pay
giant
less.
waste of my time.
To pay less.
Yeah, giant waste of my time. I've also been in big meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget. I don't want to give away too much details, but there was this one big meeting I was in.
Okay.
And you were there.
I was?
And then randomly Booker T cut a promo in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
About how great we were going to be.
Oh, yeah. And then he left the company like
to come
a
here.
week later.
To come here.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, that was a fun meeting that night.
No, it wasn't. But I remember saying, hey, maybe we should talk more Astros.
Yeah.
And everyone said, no, what? No. Huh? Really?
Baseball?
I was like, okay, that's just a thought. Just a thought. Focus groups. We should make a couple right now. Okay. Houston Texans. What are we focusing on here?
Ooh.
What do they need to do better to win over the many fans in this town who are still not impressed that much? A la Shania Twain.
Yeah. How do we get the fans in the stands at the start of a game?
Oh.
Happy hour.
Well, does that always work?
I don't know. But I think we try it. Try happy hour ends 20 minutes before kickoff.
Okay. Well,
30 minutes before kickoff.
No, I think you got to end it closer to kickoff. I don't think you're changing people's habits here. I think this is just who this city is. They're not going to come to games early. It takes way too long to get there. I don't think it's all people tailgating in the parking lots. That's the reason that people are so slow getting to their seats at NRG Stadium. I do think it is a point of emphasis. Clearly the players and clearly the head coach are sensitive to it. Like there's no denying it.
Would you, in this focus group, would you tell said player, the quarterback, CJ Stroud, that that's a wise decision to be calling out your fans? Because I don't know. I think it's okay right now.
He's doing it in a political way. I feel like he hasn't stepped on any toes, but I do wonder if he continues to feel that way because clearly he's somebody who went to play football at Ohio State University, and I imagine he is underwhelmed.
Yeah.
How couldn't you be? I mean, Ohio State versus the Horseshoe versus this. No offense to any NFL fan base, but there are very few NFL fan bases that hold close to a candle to the biggest college football programs in the game day experience. There.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. I mean, I only been to one Texas A&M game, and until I go to another one, I don't think I'll ever be at an environment like that again in my life. So I get why he says it, but I just wonder. I would tell them to focus on the little things.
The little things.
Yeah.
Like finishing games?
Finishing games. Not jumping off sides or not having false starts.
Well,
no, they've slowly been doing that.
Interesting that you bring that up. D'Amico Ryan's the head coach of the Houston Texans. He said that the film shows that the Houston Texans are finishing games.
Did a good job of just competing and finishing in the second half. That's a point of emphasis for us, and that won't change moving forward. Like, for us to continue to grow and become a really good team, we have to finish games in the second half. So I'm most proud of our guys about that. That didn't change from watching the film.
I think they finished that game in the second half of the second half. But the third quarter, once again,
I'll be honest, I don't agree that they did. I don't think they really finished this last game.
I didn't either.
A lucky play.
They got the fumble return for a touchdown, and the game broke open. The score was a lot closer than the 34-10 final score. But hey, 34-10 final score in a year, that's all anyone's going to remember. And when you hold that over the Cowboys' head before the next Texans-Cowboys game. Astros, quick focus group. What are we focusing on?
Pay your players.
But they already do. They pay their players a lot. Look at their payroll, Joe. It's one of the tops in baseball. Honestly, they pay too many of their players, like Lance McCullers and Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero and Justin Verlander when they brought him back. And like they like paying people.
Pay the right players.
Pay the right players. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's a good starting point for the Astros. Pay the right players.
I would say trim their focus groups. Let's I don't know. Cut things down a little bit in the old brain trust of the Letterman Jacket Skull and Bone Society. I feel like they've started in a way with Reggie Jackson leaving. I don't know if he was forced out or left of his own volition.
Yeah, it's not super clear like what happened there, especially because some people think he's going to go work for the Yankees, but they pushed out Dusty, they pushed out Click. It wouldn't shock me if they pushed out Reggie Jackson.
Focus on better at bats is what I would say.
100%.
I don't know what happened last year. I don't know why everyone got so aggressive. Jose Altuve's allowed. No one else is. That's the new law. Jose Altuve can do whatever he wants at the plate. You have to be patient. Maybe Yordan Alvarez, depending on what injury he's dealing with.
What's good for Altuve is not good for everyone.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I would literally build a statue of him, put it in the clubhouse and say, yeah, he is above you on the pecking order. He does as he pleases. Everybody else, nah.
Yeah, you cannot do these things. From the non-baseball field stuff, definitely fix the AC.
The air conditioning needs to be better.
Yeah.
They're now named after an air conditioning company. I would say let's also try to focus on the frozen margarita machines for El Tiempo if I'm going to pay $18.
Okay, now
I'd like those to be frozen. Actually frozen.
Oh, are they not typically?
They're a little melty. Melty. Again, it's part of the air conditioning problem.
Gotcha. Okay.
If we're gonna pay $700 for an El Tiempo margarita at Minute Maid Park, I would like it. I'd like it to be frozen.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now I don't know if that's an the Astros might counter in this focus group and say that's not an us problem, that's a them problem, or it's a you problem for not drinking it fast enough.
No, but it's. I mean, it's coming out and it's looking not quite as frozen.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, but better at bats is good. Figure out your center fielder. Like, make a plan. Let's stick to it.
Okay.
Like, if you're gonna go with Chaz, let's just go with Chaz. If you're gonna go with Jake, go with Jake.
No, why not both?
It's working so well for them.
Competition breeds.
Yeah, great at bats.
Yeah, breeds better at bats. Iron sharpens iron.
I mean, sure, when they sent Chaz down for less than 24 hours because he had to come back because of an injury, he was much better after he got sent down.
Rockets focus group. 3-point shots.
Less of them? Make them.
Practice them.
All of the above.
They're gonna shoot it a lot. They just need to get better at them. I don't know how much better they can get. But to shift into last night's game, which the Rockets won again, they scored 120 plus points again, and you're seeing great defense. I think they had 16 steals. I think Tari Eason had 6. It's insane.
He's been all over the place defensively.
You got a good night from Jabari Smith Jr. shooting. That's a rarity. And Alperen Şengün did well. They started collapsing on him. He started kicking it out. And once again, though, Joe, you noticed something that's been a bit of a frustration. It's Jalen Green is not off to a good start this year.
Yeah, the first week was really good. He was shooting above 40%, but he was not good last night shooting the 3-ball again. And over his last 8 games, he's made a total of 13 3-pointers, but 8 of those came in 2 games. So besides one game against the Clippers where he made 5, and there was another game where he made 3, he's making
1 or 0 3-pointers in about every one of these 8 games. It's been really bad. And now he's not shooting like I think this is a positive, is that he's not just keeps jacking him up, trying to find a way out of the funk, but he's just not making anything right now.
I'd like him to focus on shooting less. I'd like him to focus on doing what the other things he can do to be a better player. I knew this was going to happen at the end of last year. I knew he was going to chuck up more, but I did not think he was going to chuck up this many more, because you take a look at the numbers that he's had. This is a guy who wasn't shooting a ton of 3-pointers just a couple of years ago. But this guy this year has gone in 3 years from 6.8 3-point attempts a game in his first year to 8.2. And the percentage has decreased year by year.
And that's why they didn't pay him the contract they gave Alpi. It's why he's probably still the guy that when there's a trade that happens, a team will talk themselves into. He's probably the one that gets moved.
I feel like he is best case scenario going to be an elite 6th man on a title contender. Best case scenario. He's very young, but the 3-point shooting, it's so spotty. And when it's like this, he does have his good nights occasionally. You need to have someone who you can pull the plug on and you feel comfortable pulling the plug on. And on top of that, I would say just somebody who is a complete matchup nightmare for reserves or players once they got a little bit gassed. I'm going to continue to say that about Jalen Green. I do think there's a place for him in this league, but to what Todd the Show is saying, yeah, I'm not enjoying this year.
No, he's not, and it's unfortunate because like for him in his career, like it will work out well if he eventually gets moved on to another team and becomes like that 6th man off the bench. It just doesn't work for the Rockets. Like you're not going to demote him and that's going to go well. Like that's not going to happen. But he will probably, I could very easily see him going the path of a guy like Andrew Wiggins and guys like Jamal Crawford, who were starters for their teams early on. It didn't go very well. And look what Wiggins has done in Golden State. Like he was a major part of a championship winning team, but he never lived up to the hype of being the number 1 pick in a draft.
No, he didn't.
That's kind of where I'm with you. That's kind of where it feels like Jalen's trajectory is still headed.
And nothing wrong with that. They're bringing up some of the shooting is not as great too. Somehow still, despite the shooting percentages not being great, they're still scoring 130 points a game, 120, 100, whatever. Like 3 of the last 4 games. Was cool to see all the legends get honored last night. Also, I'm happy for Joel. That must have been fun to be there.
I'm glad he went.
Yeah, I am too. Hakeem Olajuwon got the biggest cheers. You also saw Robert Horry get some big cheers too. I don't like the City Edition jerseys. They look like crap. But the Summit logo at midcourt, I like that. That was cool.
I don't hate the jerseys.
I don't get why they didn't just wear the jerseys that they wore when they won the titles. Like you win the titles 94-95, you switch them right after that. Okay, what a perfect night to wear the old uniforms, which I don't think they've ever done. Have they worn the old uniforms?
The City jerseys.
I think they've worn variants of the pajama uniforms, but I don't think that they have worn the iconic ones. I could be wrong, but it feels like the Astros have not worn the Tequila Sunrises in a while. And on top of that, the Rockets haven't worn just the traditional ones that they wore those 2 years where they won back-to-back titles.
It's strange. I don't hate the City Edition jerseys.
I don't. I have red and black. Come on.
I have a low expectation though.
Yeah.
Because for like 5 years they represented another country.
That was true. They were melting communism.
So when I see these, I'm like, at least it's in English.
All of the City jerseys, I'm just like, I just don't get anything from them because like they're gonna wear them 10 times this season, and then there's gonna be new ones next season. So it's like, no matter how good or bad they are, it's just like whatever.
Yeah,
like, you're only gonna have to watch them wear these again, maybe 10 times.
That's why I like with the Astros, at least like the Major League Baseball, they said we're wearing these for 3 years.
Yeah,
like it's going to be part of the Astros for 3 seasons. Now it's over. We'll get a new Space City or something jersey for the next 3 seasons. Because you're right. I mean, like I liked the astronaut ones.
Yeah, the ones from last year.
Yeah. No, the ones from Russell Westbrook, the white ones.
Oh,
and they were like the NASA lettering, but like they wear them for 10 games and then they're gone.
Yeah, and the ones from last year were cool too. It's just, again, you're gonna wear them 10, 15 times, and then you're gonna base a jersey based off the banners from the championship years, which, by the way, the banners say Houston, the jersey says H-Town.
I
don't like the pandering of H-Town. I'm just gonna say it.
You're not alone.
I don't like when the Texans do it. I think it's corny. I think it's corny when the Rockets do it.
There's a lot of it going on right now.
I mean,
if the Astros were purple jerseys
that say H-Town on them,
yeah.
Don't act like that's not on the table.
I think the Astros are hip and cool. We're pro codeine, is what they're saying. Like, that's what they're saying. It's like,
I know, but like
that's like Miami having cocaine uniforms. It'd be
I
crazy.
like those though.
I mean, they're Miami.
I don't like that.
What's the difference between Miami Vice uniforms and like the purple Astros?
At least the Miami Vice, they're cops. They're not wearing jerseys that are smattered in white powder.
Yeah, the H-Town stuff has gone way overboard, and I think it really started with Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did Cal McNair start this? Like, to really start pushing it?
The Rockets. I mean, I think the uniforms you're talking about, the Russell Westbrook, like they said H-Town on them. Like, but it was always just like a thing. Now it's like every team is just pumping out H-Town.
Yeah,
like. And having rap legends do everything. It's
and all they say for Texans games is throw your H's up. 100 times.
H-Town made is everywhere. Like,
yeah. My favorite still is during the Texans game when 50 Cent comes up on the screen and he tells everyone to throw their H's up, and I'm like,
yeah, dude.
I just love how they just have stolen him from New York.
Well, listen,
it's
I
so
have too.
funny.
I have too. Like, I've totally appropriated Houston culture. Okay, I don't know if I pull it off. I think a lot of people think I'm a fraud for doing it. What? I'm a transplant that's embraced the city I live in now. This is my home. I put the H in home and in H-Town.
My shirt says H-Town.
First, everyone.
Yeah.
Bury me in the H.
Shout out to Apollo. Love you guys.
So there you go, guys. There you go. Bury me. Not at Wounded Knee. Bury me in the H. It is.
Last time someone said that, it just didn't go well. I feel like that might be a curse statement.
Well, wait, he did that after they won the World Series.
Yeah, but what's he done since?
Well, Joe banners never go away.
Win another World Series.
That's the next thing to do.
That's true.
He did pitch in that World Series.
Pitch in a game.
Yeah.
Again, that'd be nice, Lance. Oh, Astros focus group. Fire your doctors.
We forgot about that.
Fire your doctors.
More focus from the doctors.
Yes.
It seems
Lock
like
in.
That new comedy that's getting promoted by every single streaming platform. Was it St. Dennis? Like, is that who the Astros are hiring from? Like a comedian version of a hospital? Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How you feeling about CJ Stroud? He had some interesting things to say at his press conference yesterday. And where do we feel confidence-wise this year with the Texans relative to the other 4 years where they seem to have a chance? We'll discuss. Stay put.
I'm not just a game manager. I can be a game changer.
That's Texans quarterback CJ Stroud. He can be that. Has he been that? Definitely not to the degree that he was last year. Whether that means he's struggling in a sophomore slump, or as some would say, stressing, I'm not sure.
I mean, he's changing the game for the other team.
Ooh, damn, got him.
Bazinga.
He has been saying a lot of quotes of late where they're ripe with sayings. And I feel like kind of like he is on the field. He's trying to do a little bit too much at the podium.
Yeah, he's posturing, a little bit. This is it's giving me CJ Stroud off-season podcast vibes, is the way I would put it. Where like he's kind of talking his talk, talking about game. What was it? A game changer, not a game manager. I mean, it's a nice quote. It pops when you see it in writing.
He's about to throw a lot more at you. This is CJ Stroud at yesterday's press conference. He was asked about the interception that he threw against the Cowboys, the one where he missed a open Nico Collins at the Cowboys 12. Here's what he had to say.
Just like I told you, bro, like shooters got to shoot. And, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So, I'm just going to continue to play and throw anticipation, throw no looks. Like I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna rather have fun. So yeah, I don't. If it means I got to throw more picks to get us to win, like it is what it is. But I mean, our coaches trust me, and I believe that I'm able to make some really good reads, and also be able to check it down when I need to or make the smart play. So I don't think it's just out of sudden CJ is throwing a whole bunch of picks. Like no, I'm doing the same things I've been doing. So yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Shooters got to shoot. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Go out and have fun. It is what it is. Got to be me. Just a lot of quotes along the way. I do like that he is outwardly confident through a stretch where he's clearly not playing as well as he did last year. Let's all admit that. Stop blaming people. He's not. He's not. He can only control what he can control, but he is not playing the way that he did last year. A little skittish, a little more inaccurate, more interceptions.
Yeah, but he's also like the way he describes his interceptions in that is that like they're a positive result because he's being more aggressive with the football. I don't think we're really seeing it either. Like we're not seeing him throw 3 touchdowns and 2 picks. He's throwing no touchdowns and 1 pick. He's also not being aggressive on these interceptions. They're bad throws. His last 3 interceptions are 3 of the worst of his career. So I hear what he's saying. And it's a lot. I think that's 2 weeks in a row now he's dropped shooters got to shoot. Last week he referenced himself as Steph Curry.
Well,
did he do it again?
I was going to play last week's quotes just to show that he's putting a lot of these out there. Honestly, this might not even be the Steph Curry one because I think this might be from Monday where he just keeps talking about perspective. And there's a lot of things happening in this quote.
It's not as bad as it ever seems, and it's never as good as it ever seems. There's always things to fix. There are always things to get better. But those type of games, you have to come out with a win, especially going up like that at half. You have to come out with a dub. So, but what are we going to do about it? Cry and be like, oh, we should have got this, we should have got that call, we should have made this play, we should have made that play, we shouldn't have did this. That's every game, but it's all about if you got the dub or not. So, you learn from it, you move on, and my message is just, man, let's stay tight. We have enough people talking about us, and at the end of the day, it's the world we live in. Everybody is, that saying, the person who talks about the other person with the plank in their eye, but they have like a wood chip, whatever. I forgot exactly how it goes, but that's the world we live in. It's easy to, to be the guy critiquing, but we're the men in the arena. Everybody's entitled to their opinion at the same time. I'm able to kind of like get away from it, but it's all about building up, not breaking down, and bending, not breaking, and building our house on solid rock, and we've been able to do that.
I'm trying to write down everything because
Look, man, for the people that crapped on him for like the S2 test last year, he's not helping himself. He ain't not helping himself.
I like CJ Stroud. I like that he talks, but you got to build up. You got to not build down. We're building a house on solid stone.
Do you build houses on rocks?
What was the thing that he said?
The plink in the eye?
The plink in the eye with the wood chipper? Sean, can we play that specific part again? Because I was trying to just write down everything he said. I ran out of space on the piece of paper. Look,
did he mean a blink of an eye?
I don't know. I don't know, Joe.
Google wood chip in eye.
And I don't want to.
Say
I'm truly. This is not me making fun of him. I feel like at the podium he's trying to do too much. Just like on the field, he's been trying to do too much. Is this a crazy thing to tie together?
It's a Bible verse.
Okay. Well, it's hard to remember all of them. It's a big old Bible.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the house on solid rock, like that's I was picking up some. You don't want to build the church on the sand or whatever. There are ones that like he will drop Bible parables.
You will
in there. I was not familiar with the wood chip one, and I'm not sure if CJ was quite ready.
Do you want to play that just specific part again? Here's
the world we live in. You know, everybody is, you know, that saying, the person who talks about the other person with the plank in their eye, but they have like a wood chip, whatever. You know, I forgot exactly how it goes, but
he's trying to say too much, and I feel like he's doing that on the field. It's a bit of a stretch to tie the two together.
Now, to be honest, I don't really understand what this is saying. So it says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? I don't know what that means.
That's a lot.
Oh, no, it's like the small imperfection on someone else when you have a big imperfection.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think CJ got that. But
I didn't get it.
He tried.
I didn't get it either.
There was a lot of words there.
And
focus group, less words.
I agree. Less words.
Football's football.
Keep it simple. Honestly, football is football. Better answer than that. Bobby can't give that answer. CJ, I'm cool with him giving that answer.
Yeah.
And then last week I think we had the same clip. I think he made a Steph Curry comparison and a LeBron comparison. But at this point I don't know. There's a lot going on at the press conferences. I am not dumping on him. I like CJ a lot. I want him to continue to feel open and free at the podium. I'm just saying right now, sort of like he is on the field, he seems to be trying a little bit too much.
Yeah, he's just missing his shots at the podium. He's not truly conveying.
But shooters got to shoot.
Shooters got to shoot. He needs to throw like 4 touchdowns this weekend.
I would like to see him do that.
Yeah. You know, instead of 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 passing touchdowns. I'll take that. There's a lot of words though. He's planking the eye.
Stop. I feel bad now. I feel bad for playing all of this.
I hadn't heard it, so I was confused as it was happening. I was about to start taking notes as well, and I didn't even know what to write down.
I just wrote down here, and I missed at least 3. Shooters got to shoot. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Got to be me. Go out and have fun. It's like the man in the arena. It is what it is. It's not as bad as it seems or as good as it seems. The world we live in, the blink wood chip thing. House built on stone. We build up, we build down. We don't build down. I can't read this. So yeah, it's a lot. There was a lot going on there. I think he's got to take a step back. Having Nico Collins helps. Offensive line changing up, it helps. Try less.
Yeah.
Honestly, it'll probably work out for him. He was great last year.
Yeah. No, I'd rather him do this and try to give, answers that are interesting than just be like super boring. At least he's giving us something to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. By trying out sayings and cliches and it not working.
Yeah. What's funny is I bet you there's people in the media who are there who are like, this was great.
Yeah.
You really nailed it with these cliches.
I don't know. I don't know if people heard the plank of the eye one or like.
No, I think if you're a good, wannabe friend
because you shouldn't be, and you're in the media. You tell CJ, hey man, let's not do that one again.
Well, that's on the PR staff.
But the shooter's got to shoot.
I think the PR staff should give him a little bit of advice. But hey, if you talk to a player and tell him this is what you should say, he might feel like you're talking down to him. This is coming from people upstairs. So you can't really do that. This is me encouraging CJ. I feel like CJ this year, he realizes he's struggling. He knows he can play better. He is trying to move on from one game to the next game. And I feel like everything seems to be trying to do exactly what he did last year. And he doesn't need to look at it that way. The situation is better. He is a much better running back this year behind him. He has Nico Collins back, who is a better player than he was last year. You have Tank Dell back at 100%. You did not have him the second half of last year. There's a lot of things that have actually improved this year. And I do think at times he has been trying to do a little bit too much, trying to make plays happen. Look, you were seeing it with Caleb Williams until last week with Sunday. With they bring in Thomas Brown, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, and that's why, all jokes aside, he is taking accountability in his own play. And he's really the only guy this year that when he meets with the media that really points the finger at himself and takes responsibility for the sacks that some of them are his fault. He doesn't blame the offensive line when he could. He can blame Bobby Sloak if he wanted to. He could blame so many different. There's so many drops this year from his wide receivers. Tank Dell, go back to week 1, right, when he has the drop touchdown. Like there are moments, or maybe it was week 2, but CJ could have pointed blame at everyone. But the gist of what he's saying is it's his responsibility to get it going again. And so like that I do very much appreciate that he's saying like it's on him, because it is.
It's on me.
Bill O'Brien special.
Did Bill O'Brien ever mention planks and eyes? And
no.
Houses built. What houses were built on?
No, he didn't do that.
No, but someone just texted us saying we're going to hell.
Well,
not for this.
Yeah.
Said y'all are going to hell. Maybe you need to pick up a Bible sometimes.
I knew I was picking up all this. You two there.
It's easier to pick it up when you read it.
Yeah.
Or when you get it right.
Yeah. That also helps.
The wood chip with the blink in the
That's
house
like if you
storm.
asked me like about a parable and I'm just like, I think it had something to do with this.
I'm rusty with my religious knowledge. I know, Sean, you're less rusty. You're closer to high school, and
yes, I am. Yes,
well, yeah, I didn't went to St.
by
Pius.
years
Yeah, I didn't know
closer to taking a religion class.
I did go to a Catholic school for my first 6 years in school, kindergarten through 5th grade, and I remember like I used to know the Bible like to the point where I would go to CCD, which is what you have to do before you get confirmed. And since I knew everything, like it was a waste of time for me to be there because I was the only person raising my hand and answering it because I also went to church every single Sunday. And I remember the day that Miss Campbell, who was my CCD teacher, said, Paul, you don't need to come anymore. Thank the Lord.
What a great day.
Hallelujah.
I
That's
thank
a great
the Lord.
day.
I thank the Lord. I was like, you know what? Finally, taking a class that I did well, it helped out. It was a fascinating class to take. Anyway,
I took one religion class in college, and it was the worst experience of my life.
It was?
I think it was the professor. He believed in papers. We wrote like 10 very long papers about things that were not about like the Bible or anything. It was like this weird like history / Bible class. I don't know.
College religion class
brutal
versus religion you're taught growing up class. It's a very stark difference.
Yeah.
I have not
clear.
I have not taken one. All I will say is if my sister was dating somebody who went to Notre Dame when I was in high school, and he came over to stay with us for Christmas, and he told me everything that he had learned in theology class, and I'm not gonna lie, that kind of ruined everything for me. Then she broke up with him. So this guy who I saw like one last time basically shattered my concept of religion, and then he was just gone from my life. This a-hole. It was nice. I actually ran into him at Little Woodrow's randomly in Houston, like on my 30th birthday.
That's great.
Random thing. Anyway, whatever. It's Gallant and George. Let's just roll all the way through. So CJ Stroud, he's trying to show that he's confident. I think we're all not very confident with where the Texans are after 11 games. So I thought to myself, let's compare where we're at confidence-wise to where we were at Throwback Thursday style 11 games through the 4 years where the Texans were at their best. That's 2011, 2012, 2018, and 2019. I remember Sunday, November 27th, 2011, because Saturday, November 26th, 2011, was the first time I ever did a radio show in Houston. And I remember this was after the bye week. The Texans were 7-3, but Matt Schaub was out for the year, and Matt Leinart was about to make his first start. And then in that game, yes, the Texans beat the Jaguars 20-13, but Leinart got hurt, and it was TJ Yates' time. That was a big gut punch. I think people thought to themselves, all right, they're 8-3. They've won 5 in a row. They're in a good spot, and they'd win 2 more before they lost their last 4 games of the year. I think that confidence-wise, people were definitely feeling worse than they are now because that team had a lot going on, but they were down to their 3rd-string rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I don't obviously I was a sophomore in college when that would have happened, but I can't imagine the confidence would have been very high with TJ Yates.
No, it
leading
wasn't.
the way.
It wasn't.
I mean, Matt Leinart, like I was just looking at looks like he was solid that day. 10-13, 57 yards and a touchdown.
13 attempts for 57 yards is rough. That's like 4 yards an attempt.
Yeah, it's 2011.
No,
it was a lot of hitting the tight end at shallow. It was a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Ben Tate out of the backfield.
They had a great running game that year.
They really did. They won a playoff game with TJ Yates. They better have ran that football.
Right. Also, JJ Watt. That was the pick 6
that helped.
Game. 2012. The Texans were 10-1. They beat the Lions on Thanksgiving in overtime, 34-31, thanks to a miraculous, horrible call, which we will always be thankful for, where Justin Forsett had, what was it? A 81-yard run where he was clearly down. The Texans were down 24-14 at that moment in time. And Jim Schwartz got so pissed off about the refs missing it on the field that he threw the challenge flag, which made it impossible for the replay to review it because they were automatically going to review whether or not it was a touchdown. They automatically had to review all touchdowns at that point in time. So ultimately, they lost that game because Jim Schwartz effed it up.
What a terrible coach.
That's some old school Lions stuff. That
Yeah.
never happens now.
Yeah.
It was. This was a weird stretch for the Texans. So they were 6-1. They got vengeance for losing to the Ravens the year before. On October 21st, they beat the Ravens 43-13. They had a bye week, and then all of a sudden they started playing a bunch of clunkers. They beat the Bills 21-9, but it was sloppy. They beat the Bears 13-6. Matt Schaub threw for less than 100 yards.
I remember that game.
They won that crazy game against the Jaguars where Matt Schaub threw for 527 yards and he had the walk-off touchdown to Andre Johnson. But at 11-1, people still were confident. I remember that was the moment in time where I, a-hole that I was, started saying, you guys ain't going to do bleep against the Patriots.
Which 2 weeks later,
I did end up being correct about that.
This is actually, before I moved to Houston, this is the season I remember the most of anything with the Texans. Because I remember it was the first time I ever had Andre Johnson in fantasy football.
Oh, yeah.
And he was awesome. He was awesome this year.
Had some big games.
So, yeah, I remember that one. I remember the Bears game because Jason Campbell was, I believe, the starting quarterback for that.
He was, you're right. The city was confident in the Texans.
They should have been at that time.
But there were question marks, much like there are question marks now.
Do you think there was more, like, when did the questions really start to turn on Schaub? Was it around this time, or like when people started to lose faith in him? Was it like 2012 when people started kind of bail on Matt Schaub?
It was the beginning of 2013.
Okay.
People were still in, but I think the rumors that Manning could have come here started to percolate, I think, after or maybe during the 2012 season. And Manning wasn't doing great with the Broncos. I remember his first couple of games weren't great. In fact, that week 3 game, the Texans beat the Broncos 31-25. And Manning threw for a lot of yards, but it took him like 52 attempts to get him. Like, it wasn't a great game for Peyton Manning, that one. But yeah, I think it was as the year went on, and then the beginning of 2013, everyone was out quickly.
Yeah. Well, there's also always
his house.
There's also the sense of like Matt Schaub, like you're gonna walk into a stadium with Matt Schaub as your quarterback to try to beat Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and these guys in the AFC. Like, there's always a little bit of like, you really gotta run and defense your way to this one, and Shanahan offense your way to this one. And when the Ravens actually won in 2012, like later that year, there's weirdly a little upswing of like, well, hey, Joe Flacco got hot and you hung in there with the Ravens.
This was when elite talk became sports talk radio every effing day. I was glad I did not have a daily show at that moment in time.
Because Schaub was better than Flacco before the playoffs.
Correct.
And then Flacco does that, and now is Joe Flacco elite? Well, Matt Schaub was better than Joe Flacco, so Matt Schaub is elite.
Right, exactly. Oof.
I couldn't imagine doing that.
So,
because we all knew he wasn't.
Yes, for both of them, the answer is hell no. But you had to pretend.
We're doing Throwback Thursday. Where were we at confidence-wise for the best teams in Texans history? Let's go back to 2018 and 2019 later on in the show. At some point today, I have to acknowledge a challenge to a fight that took place in the afternoon show. But up next, we've got the 10-minute drill. The Cowboys get more and more depressing. But is it more depressing than this unfortunate reality of primetime football in the near future? You will hear what that is next. Stay put. Thursday Night Football. Oh, no, it's the Cleveland Browns.
Great. Jameis Winston, baby.
Well, there's Jameis Winston. So, you know what? This could be worse. You have the Steelers at 8-2. Are they so good that they blow a team like Cleveland out? I don't know about that. The Steelers are just 3.5-point favorites for this game. The over-under is 37.
Gross. That's gross.
That's pretty bad. All of that, mybookie.ag, enter promo code BET975. Here is a very unfortunate development in the NFL schedule. 4 of the Browns' next 6 games are in prime time for now.
Oh.
Yep.
Why?
Weirdly, the 2 games that are not in prime time are against the Steelers and Chiefs, the other Steelers game they play. Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy. Like, they got to start getting some of these out of there.
I think they can flex some of them, but I guess the deadline to flex, and I don't know if it's happened yet, the deadline to flex their Thursday night, December 19th game against the Bengals is literally today. They play the Dolphins in Sunday Night Football, week 17. Week 18, theoretically, could be flexed into a good time. But they play tonight, the Steelers. They play the Broncos Monday night.
You know what would be awesome for the NFL to do right now?
What?
If they flex the Texans off of Saturday, December 21st, back to Thursday. So instead of having to play on Saturday and then on Wednesday on Christmas, replace the Browns on that December 19th game. Hook the Texans up a little bit. Texans, Chiefs, Thursday Night Football.
I think today's I think that 3-game stretch is so crazy. The NFL's like, we're going to get yelled at if we do anything.
They already have Beyonce scheduled to
That
perform
too.
one of the days. They
That
can't.
too.
They
But she's
can't move
performing on
things through.
Christmas. It's okay.
Oh,
I
you're
get
saying
that.
The Chiefs one.
Yeah, I get that, but it's a lot. Also a lot, the messiness of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's a sad Dak Prescott quote. The other day after the game, I guess it all just hit me. Boom. A couple of tears came down. This is going to hurt. It's going to suck at times. You just have to understand this is one of those moments that it does. I don't want anything right now other than to let it suck. Damn, dog.
Dude, that's depressing.
That is very depressing.
Well, they're saying on the broadcast that the rehab for this is like he can start running in 4 months or something. And you're like, oh
that
my god.
sucks. Like, what are you doing for the next 4 months?
Not running.
Call of Duty?
Yeah, and then terrible rehab where your hamstring has to get reattached to the bone.
I think you got to leave the country. Like, just get away from all of this.
Yeah, but you can't. But you can't run. Like, you probably can't.
That's what I mean. So just leave the country. What, you can walk.
Yeah, and you can fly private. You can get rolled onto a private plane.
You probably
Dak Prescott. He's not been coached.
Like, rolling him around like Cabo.
Yeah. Like, that's what Ezekiel Elliott used to do.
So he's probably going to do soon.
That's what Matt Stafford and Sean McVay did before they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No structural issues at AT&T Stadium. So at least you got that going.
I beg to differ, but that
yeah. Wonder when they open the roof again. Like, at this point, you can't open the roof again. With people inside.
No, Thanksgiving, just send a message. Send a message to America that you can still believe in some American institutions like Thanksgiving and Dallas Cowboys football and AT&T Stadium not falling apart.
Honestly, if they open it on Thanksgiving and then like they have to cancel the game, it wouldn't be the worst.
I don't think they're going to open it again the rest of the year.
Tommy DeVito versus
They hadn't opened it in 2 years.
That is crazy. You would think they would open it every once in a while.
So God can see the stadium.
Yeah, God can watch his favorite team play. Although maybe recently God's like, yeah.
But isn't that why
More
there's
of a
a
Chiefs
whole?
guy.
Isn't there like the reason why there's the middle opening?
That was the saying back in the day.
Yep. Speaking of Tommy DeVito, he's back in our lives, but this time he's trying to avoid fun and games. How pissed off do you think his agent Sean Stellato was when he heard that? Sean Stellato, member of the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame. Tommy DeVito's agent. Not Tommy DeVito.
For what?
That's rightfully so, by the way.
For being
I
a
don't think
clown.
Tommy DeVito should be in the Italian American Hall of Fame.
I honestly feel like he's got to get back into it. This is how you get the reality TV show, dude. And yeah, second time's not going to be as cool as the first time. There was no Linsanity 2.0. But no, man, you got to lean into the fun and games.
Yeah.
He got a football from the Pope last year?
Yeah.
Or this year.
It's very normal. I watched Godfather Part 1 and Part 2 this week in the background, like while I was doing chores and such. And it just checks out. Checks out.
I love how his Wikipedia, this is my favorite part. Stellato founded SES Sports in 2013. He is the president and sole agent.
Yeah.
You know
what? What's wrong with a
small
firm?
agency?
You don't like hire anyone in 11 years?
You can get the CEO on the phone.
Why would you want to hire anybody? Yeah, you can just focus.
I mean, look, we saw how it worked in Entourage. Like, eventually you want to be part of a bigger company.
Well, some people do and some people don't.
It worked for E.
What, you want him to work for
Screw
Scott
E.
Boras?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he wants.
He might help Scott out.
Unwash him a little.
I mean, Tommy's getting deals.
I don't think there's a lot of Italian sports prospects out there outside of maybe F1.
Oh, wait, you think he only has Italian
I
Italian
think
clients?
I know.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at how he acts.
Like, I bet you, like, his dream is like Anthony Rizzo.
By the way, more from DeVito, you always stay ready. You always stay ready. That's why he was ready to go. Drew Luck seems very sad that he didn't get a chance to start.
That was a tough clip to watch.
Yeah, I feel bad for Drew Lock. Brian Daboll, I understand not everyone agrees with the decision we made. Yeah.
Including your best player.
I don't think he agrees with it. I don't think Daboll agrees with it. He wants to try to win. They're benching him to save money.
Yeah, I wonder if they even tried to do it with the... Last year, the Broncos tried to get Russell Wilson to write this out of his contract, the injury guarantee. We haven't even got a report that the Giants tried to do that, to try to force him to force his hand.
No.
Seems like ownership was just like, dude, get him out of here.
I
Fourth
agree that Tommy DeVito is worse than Daniel Jones, but it's not that much worse. Like we're like, it's not like they're benching. They're not benching like Pat Mahomes here. Like they're still just benching a guy we all think should get cut this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So like I get why in the locker room they're like, this is BS. Like we're not giving ourselves the best chance to win. But I think on the outside, like this isn't some giant travesty that Daniel Jones isn't playing.
Definitely not.
If anything, it's more of like, why isn't Drew Lock playing?
Yeah, 100%. It's 100% that.
Because they're tanking. Like,
and that's where I ask, is Drew Lock too good to tank?
He can't be.
Maybe they just want Tommy DeVito for the next couple games. They're going to have to play Dallas on Thanksgiving, and you want to make sure that you're walking in with the worst quarterback.
For sure.
In that tank battle.
I mean, look.
And then you can go to your better quarterback.
Well, they have another quarterback.
Who?
Oh.
They signed Tim Boyle.
This guy.
We know he sucks.
Tim Boyle. Can't believe that. I am now like actually up. First, I didn't care that Tim Boyle's in the NFL. Now, like every time he plays, I see the stats.
Good for him.
How he's never been a good quarterback, like dating back to high school.
American dream. Keeps getting paid. Not that good.
You were probably a better high school player than he was.
That seems like an insult. Probably not.
No, to Tim Boyle, it should
Probably
be.
not. No, Tim Boyle is definitely better than me. Come on.
I don't know.
I appreciate the compliment though.
He was crappy at UConn.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Adam Schefter had a very interesting interview with Kevin Clark on Kevin Clark's football show. And Kevin Clark asked him a very pointed question, and Schefter used it to flex so hard. Emphasis on hard.
Weirdest place you've broken a story is what?
I can remember being in Denver one time, and I was how do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
And
sure.
And got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse. And so as I continued to lay there, confirm it, and got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
The story is funny.
That last part.
But the fact it's for a Dale Carter suspension.
That's the funniest.
It's just the funniest
and the fact he remembers it. He remembered like Dale Carter 8 games substance.
Like
abuse.
it's not like
Peyton Manning, broken neck. Andrew Luck retires in a preseason game. OJ killed somebody. Like, it's like Dale Carter suspended.
Well, he got the job
Honestly,
done.
I don't even know who Dale Carter is.
I
And that's
don't
why it's
either.
funny to me.
Got the job done
Both
in more
ways.
ways than one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I see why Woj retired. Like, the grind is tough.
Why did he feel the need to break this? And how little did he care about this woman that also
I mean, he
happened?
said it was the first time, so.
Yeah.
He didn't say it was she went on to be my wife.
Yeah, he
I
didn't say it
noticed
was,
that.
but he didn't say it was the last time.
Oh, yeah, that is
Like,
true.
it could be his wife.
When was Dale Carter active?
I don't even know who that is.
How young was Schefter when this happened?
Yeah. While you look that up, some great Jim Harbaugh quotes from yesterday. There's no Chargers media, so I could not find the videos online. Apologies. Here's what Jim Harbaugh had to say about the Chargers' 4-game winning streak and their upcoming game against his brother John and the Baltimore Ravens. Quote, when people are giving you accolades and compliments and telling you you've arrived, kick them in the shins. You kick them right in the shins. That's what you do. They're trying to make you soft. Kick them in the shins.
He's one of a kind. I'm glad we don't have more of him.
Why?
Because I think we only have enough room in our life for one Jim Harbaugh. Because he's just so incredible.
I wish everyone was Jim Harbaugh. He also said Justin Herbert's one of the best quarterbacks of all time. All in the same press conference.
He just said a lot of things about quarterbacks.
I was trying to look up the video of Jim Harbaugh saying this on X, and what I found was Jim Harbaugh quoting Nelson Mandela. I mean, the man is a treasure, and he's one of the best football coaches ever. I'm not going to co-sign the Justin Herbert, one of the best quarterbacks ever, but I do like Herbert as a quarterback.
So was he like, as the great Nelson Mandela once said, Justin Herbert is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time?
Yeah, that's it.
Don't fact check that.
I will not.
I love how it's like one of the best quarterbacks of all time. J.J. McCarthy said basically the same thing last year. And then Justin Herbert this year. And his number one strategy is don't let them throw the football. But it works.
Hey, he's playing football the way it should be played.
Mm.
Running the ball.
Run. Anyway, that is the 10-minute drill, guys.
Dale Carter's been suspended a lot.
I think it was 2000. He got suspended for a year.
How many times has he been suspended?
It said that was his fourth suspension.
Well, okay. At that point, it is kind of funny. If you're Adam Schefter, Dale again.
Got the job done, though.
He gets out a cigarette. Let me
More
tell
ways
you.
than one.
I know. God, that last part. The laughing was a nice flex. The last part, calm down.
You got to get in there.
I'm sure, just like most people generally are, you were rather disappointing. I've got the job done. Did you? Did you interview her? What did the sources say after the experience?
Also, he didn't tweet this because Dale Carter played in the 90s.
Right.
So
what was he gonna do? Like type out a newspaper article about this?
Did he call
on his
the
typewriter?
Denver Post hotline?
Yeah, who would Adam Schefter even been working for in 2000?
Denver Post. I
Yeah,
think.
Denver Post.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk about trap games next. We got a big game coming up the weekend after this weekend. We're going to be talking about it a lot in the near future. But I think one team is looking at this game a little too early. We'll discuss. Plus, could the Titans be a trap game? Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
November 30th, the rivalry is renewed. Texas A&M plays the University of Texas at Kyle Field. You want to stay tuned to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for extensive coverage of this historic game, thanks to our friends at Rebecca Creek Distillery. You'll hear interviews with guests from both sides, spirited conversation from all our hosts. We're going to have, I think, Brad Kellner on.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if there are others that we have on, but I know there's a lot of big names that'll be coming on the show. And you can connect to our coverage on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel and social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em.
Hook 'em.
So that game is 9 days from now. And unfortunately, Texas A&M, who plays Auburn on Saturday, is having to deal with the fallout from this slip up from Mike Elko at a press conference this week.
There's already so much talk about November 30th. It was announced as a night game today. How do you deal with that with your guys and saying, hey, we still have something ahead of us at Auburn, or is that even a big issue with your team?
I don't think it's an issue. I think when you're in the situation we're in, it's easy to focus on the task at hand. I think, those big games earlier in the year, maybe you look ahead. If we didn't have at stake what's at stake, maybe you would worry about it. I think our focus is single-handedly on Auburn right now and locked in on what we got to get done.
He almost landed the plane. He was so close.
That's so tough. I feel bad for Elko.
I know a lot of people, especially Texas fans, are looking at this and saying, oh, of course they're focused on us. And unfortunately, Elko gave them all the ammo that they need, because you now can no longer prove that they are focused on the task at hand. You can just keep pointing to this. It's the stenographer in court. Even if it's a sarcastic comment, the words have been said.
I can't even imagine what the rivals and these websites have just plastered all over the place. I mean, Sean's probably got it up written on his wall in his bedroom.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
But I will say, for Mike Elko, must-win game on Saturday. Must win. You got to beat Auburn.
I will say
you cannot have this quote thrown
one
back
thing
in your face.
One thing I've learned over the last football season here, as I was temporarily all in on the A&M wagon before
No loyalty.
Well, the problem is I've realized even today again how much Aggies and the teams I root for, how much we connect. Because before the show today, I was talking to our boss Todd about all this stuff, the Rebecca Creek and everything, and what we got coming up over the next week. And he said, God, they got to beat Auburn. And I was like, we're similar, us Aggies fans and Notre Dame fans. We're kind of the same here. So,
and I can easily see them having another South Carolina.
That would be one of the biggest letdowns. It's $700 to get into the stadium right now.
I mean, no matter what, it's a good game. A&M is good this year. I don't know if they're great, but they are good. Texas has the capability of being great. They've been underachieving of late. In a weird way, this game actually might recenter their focus. This is me doing spin zone for all y'all Ags out there. I actually think there's a chance that this is a chance for Mike Elko, if he's self-aware, to go in and say, look, we're focused on one thing this weekend. It is an Auburn team.
You have to make sure you get that right when you say it, though.
That would be so funny. If you
Coach
said,
Elko, you have to make sure you get it right.
We got a big game this Saturday against Texas Auburn.
Checked my notes.
Yeah, it would have been funnier if he did this just in front of the team and we found out. After they lose to Auburn. Reports say that when Mike Elko was meeting with his team this week, he accidentally said they're more focused on Texas.
Oh, you can't leak that out.
Yeah, it'd be like Joel Embiid.
I think that listen, trap games exist. I don't know if the Titans are a trap game for the Texans, but I'm glad you brought up the Joel Embiid thing. We were going to touch on that when we talked about the Rockets a little bit earlier. The leaky ships. It's funny that there are as many as there are in the world of sports. Joel Embiid was asked about the team meeting in Miami where somebody said that Tyrese Maxey confronted Joel Embiid. He needs to be on time ever. And Embiid to that said, whoever leaked that is a real piece of bleep. It's kind of annoying having to deal with the same things over and over and over. Oh, like being late?
This is why team meetings are most of the time
Players
death
meetings?
sentence. Yeah, player meetings.
Yeah.
Because a players only meeting, something gets leaked, and then like it's funny. I just saw I didn't see it on Monday night, but Scott Van Pelt and Joe Mixon having like an actual conversation about it. But that's because they publicly, the Texans, talked about these player meetings. But because of this one, instead of Joel Embiid actually wanting to take accountability, now they're all just angry that there's a traitor inside the locker room and leaking these details.
Oh.
Like, you got a rat in your locker room. And so now the focus kind of goes off of Joel Embiid being late and working hard, and it turns into, oh, well, like, now we can't trust our teammates. That's why these things never work.
I think they can, but there are a lot of organizations that just have people who are chirpy in the building, and it's institutional. I mean, the Jets have been this way for 25 years.
Yeah. And what isn't helping is like we saw with Michael Parsons, the podcast, the Paul George, who today put up a YouTube video. Paul George gets real on the players only meeting leak, Sixer struggles and more, featuring Reggie Jackson, who's a Philadelphia 76er.
Yeah.
Gets real?
I think
it's an hour and 20 minutes.
I think the podcast stuff makes it worse, all of this.
So much worse.
Because then they talk about it.
There's no way that you're a Sixers fan and you watch this Paul George hour and 20-minute podcast on YouTube. And there's no way that you come out of it being like, I feel better about where we're at.
And I
feel more comfortable where we're at.
Like, I'll give them credit. Like, if you're going to host a podcast, you have to talk about
Oh,
this
you
stuff.
have to.
You can't ignore it.
NBA drama is better than basketball these days.
Yeah.
No offense. The basketball, it's a lot of shooting and a lot of missing. The drama off the court, it is way better. And, to take it to the podcasting side of things, I mean, you see Draymond on his podcast, Draymond podcast master that he is. Draymond talked about tripping Zach Edey, and he said that people want him suspended so that NBA ratings will get boosted.
The ratings is low. We know Draymond name sparks buzz. We know that name carries weight. We know that's going to get people riled up.
Controversy.
Hey, man, ratings low. And sub in Draymond shit.
Draymond. We can't trust you. We can't trust you as a podcaster.
First of all, man.
Sorry, Sean. I won't even send to the next clip. I thought it was clean. I didn't watch the whole thing. Look, he's always podcasting, and I think he is tongue in cheek there. But it is interesting what this has done to a league where the games are not as entertaining. Now all of a sudden everyone's talking about all the drama, and I think a lot of people do eat it up, but it's not a good sign when that's becoming better than the actual product.
Yeah, no, they eat up the content. They eat up the trade deadline and the offseason and the podcasting and all the Gilbert Arenas stuff and all these different things that go viral all the time. Like they have a very clear, great market on TikTok and YouTube Shorts of NBA content, but no one's watching the games.
Well, the biggest thing is that they skew so young, and where they dominate skews young with the TikTok and the YouTube stuff. The thing is, across multiple kids that I know this age, the 18-year-olds, the 17-year-olds, they consume it on TikTok. They consume NBA stuff on TikTok and on YouTube, Instagram. They don't watch Space City Home Network to watch the Rockets play.
And the idea is obviously that they're eventually going to, but will they?
It's an entire generation of people that, like, again, they grew up on TikTok and Instagram Reels. I don't know if they're going to sit down and watch a 2.5-hour broadcast of anything.
And they don't care about their teams. The loyalty is gone from this generation
because of what the players did. Like, they don't care about. There's so many kids that do not care about the Rockets. They buy Steph Curry jerseys. They buy LeBron James jerseys. It happens in every market now where like they're not rooting for the teams they're supposed to root for. So,
and part of it's because
good luck to you.
Also, some of it you don't watch the game, so you're not like living and dying whether a team wins or loses. You're just, wow, John Morant's cool. That's what you do. You go, wow, that John Morant dunk was insane.
Man, that John Morant 13 punches of a teenager was awesome.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards. Wow, what a dunk. Also, what did he DM that girl?
John Morant. Oh, he's playing with his gun on Instagram again? That's cool. I play with my Nerf guns. Yeah, who would have thought that LeBron would be the man of good action here because he's leaving social media.
Thanks for telling us. Appreciate everyone doing
I'll
that.
holla. He said that at the end. He saw some tweet, I guess, where someone's saying social media is negative. And I don't know. Maybe he's taking his talents to Blue Sky. I'm not sure. He is definitely leaving social media, but he has it right. Just get off of this. Talking about it, chirping about it, like it's only going to backfire. And I think it is with Joel Embiid. It's definitely with Paul George, who, by the way, is hurt. Very easy to talk about the players only meeting when you can't do anything on the court to save your team.
He's on a minutes restriction before he got hurt.
Well,
we learned that.
He hyperextended the same knee.
Eesh.
That's not good.
It was like the same exact injury.
Man, you hate to see Philadelphia just disappoint.
Hate it.
They never do that in basketball. God, it's great being in the same division as the Knicks and the Sixers. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. You got Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, is $350 million something that Alex Bregman can really ask for? And I was challenged to a fight on the afternoon show. We'll finally discuss it. Stay put. It's the Cougs. It's Baylor. Saturday at TDECU Stadium. It's senior day. It's our Houston Blue game. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments, because nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets start at $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear blue as we pack the stadium for our final home game of the year, where we're celebrating our seniors. First 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And our team will be wearing their new Houston Blue uniforms. Pair of tickets to caller number 3 to 713-780-3776.
They're pretty sick. I like them. They also got this thing called a Houston Blue Blast at Little Woodrow's. We might have to go try it after the show.
A Houston Blue Blast?
Yeah, it kind of looks like the one like the Astros tried, but there's a big price difference.
Do you know what's in the Houston Blue Blast? Because
It
there was
doesn't
the
say.
Haterade. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
The $36 Haterade at Minute Maid Park, which I could not find.
Vodka,
Mm-hmm.
a dash of blue curacao. I think I said that wrong. Lemonade, club soda, sweet and sour, and simple syrup.
That does sound like the Haterade.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to that. Yeah.
Well, listen, Cougs are just taking all the ideas around town. The Houston Blue, not to be confused with the H-Town Blue.
But it's only $5, not 30.
Yeah.
So
that sounds like a deal. Anyway, Alex Bregman, former Astros third baseman, for now he's a free agent, wants $350 million per The Athletic's Ken Rosenthal. Wrote Rosenthal in a piece in The Athletic that came out today. The Athletic's Tim Britton projects a 7-year, $189 million contract for free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. I suspect that Bregman and his agent, Scott Boras, are aiming higher, specifically at a deal closer to the 11-year, $350 million extension that Manny Machado signed with the San Diego Padres in February of 2023.
I really just don't think there's a market for that for him at this point. Because everyone's going to be focused on Juan Soto. What that also might tell us is that because of Juan Soto, if this is what Alex Bregman wants, Alex Bregman might also do what we saw like Cody Bellinger and these guys do, where he might not have a contract at spring training. And I don't know if that will help or hurt the Astros, but I'm assuming it would hurt them. Because like at some point, the Astros do have to move on. If they're going to, like Willie Adames is a guy we brought up the other day. Like if you want to entertain the Willie Adames thing, and Bregman's like, well, it's just waiting and waiting and waiting. At some point, like you got to make a move.
It feels like them saying that they are willing, or at least saying through sources, saying through baseball insiders, that they're willing to spend north of $200 million on Adames, means that maybe they're going to come closer to meeting Boras halfway than we think. But also at the same time, it does seem to be showing, well, we can move on if we want. It's weird. Both sides seem to be playing hardball a little bit too hard here.
But at the same time, they've also been largely positive about each other. Scott Boras
Yeah.
and Dana Brown, and the reports of, I remember Ari Alexander, I think it was, put out that story a couple weeks ago, where it was like he talked to like 11 insiders, and every single one of them predicted that he would resign with the Astros. And it's like it's almost just like everyone thinks it's going to happen.
There does seem to be a lot of confidence in the Astros camp about this, but at the same time, when you hear a story like this and Rosenthal is pushing, I'm assuming something that he heard directly from Scott Boras, 11 years and $350 million is what they're shooting for. That's going to be hard.
It's going to be really challenging for him to get that. I mean, what's Juan Soto going to get? $500 million or something like that? You're going to give Bregman a contract that's even close to that out there? Like, it just feels like where baseball's at now, this is more of a baseball problem than it is an Alex Bregman or Scott Boras problem. The sport's in a tough spot. We just talked about the NBA ratings. Well, baseball ratings are not what you thought they were going to be. They only did 17 million on average viewers for the World Series. That's less than what the Astros Dodgers got in 2017. So it didn't even. It was Yankees Dodgers. It didn't even outrate the Astros Dodgers World Series. And I went farther. It didn't get close to Cubs Indians in 2016. It's like the sport just continues to go down. You got all these regional markets, all these regional TV stations that are gone, are bankrupt, and so these teams have no money to spend.
Right.
Hell, the Astros have a lot less money to spend because of the Space City Home Network now, and it wasn't the infrastructure that it was before. So these contracts just don't. I just don't know if they're going to exist. I think it's one a year. Ohtani last year. I guess Machado was last year too. So maybe 2 a year, but 2 is Juan Soto and Garrett Cole. Like I feel bad for the baseball players. It's not their fault, but
it's Scott Boris's fault.
That's their commissioner's fault. He sucks his job.
Well, I think it's on the owners. I think the commissioner is a very convenient patsy for a lot of faceless, wealthy people who are rather cheap in the way that they operate.
Oh yeah, I mean look at the A's. Look how little money they spend. They have one of the worst products we've seen for years, and they still make lots of money every single year because of the ref splits that happen. And people think it's going to go up still for some reason after the next contract. But it kind of blows my mind that people would pay more for national baseball games right now. I don't know why ESPN or Fox would do that. Like I don't know what they, besides having live rights, like what you get out of it. But same with the NBA, and they just signed a huge contract with Amazon and all these and ESPN. But yeah, I don't think Alex is going to get close to that. I know he wants it, but I don't think you can start that slow and then be in a sport where it's slowly but surely dying financially and get that contract. They're not giving him out anymore.
I'm with you there. I think he's going to have a hard time getting north of 300. But I do feel like the Astros seem more willing to give him a contract that we all thought rather unlikely weeks ago. We were thinking more like a little bit north of Matt Chapman. Now I feel like they're willing to go north of 200, which is an interesting development given just how they have always operated. And also, if you're Jose Altuve, I wonder how you feel about, yes, keeping Alex Bregman, but potentially Bregman getting more.
I mean, I still think Altuve might have taken a pay cut on purpose.
Okay.
He could have got more money.
Not selfless.
That'd be the funniest thing if Altuve was like, we got to bring back Bregman. I mean, if we're not bringing back Bregman, what are we doing? And then he gets $1 more than Altuve does. And Altuve's like, this is BS. I'm Jose Altuve.
Might be significantly more than $1.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If Bregman gets to like $230 million, would you rather have him at that price or Kyle Tucker at $300 million?
Good question. I feel like Bregman brings more to the table from an intangibles perspective, but I also realize the shelf life for Bregman is not the best.
When it was
just given his age.
Yeah, when it was Bregman $190 million, it's easily Bregman. But as you start to cross into the 200 territory and that gap between what Bregman and Tucker are going to get shrinks, I think I'd rather just pay Kyle Tucker.
Tucker hasn't done enough the last 3 postseasons.
That's very fair.
He had a big hit against the Phillies. He had a nice catch, I think, against the Phillies too. But for the most part, he has not done enough in the postseason. And I think that should be a pretty big factor in there. But I don't know. I don't know at this point. A decision, luckily, that I do not have to make. He is Joe. I am Paul. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass up next. Where were we at confidence-wise for some of the best Texans teams ever as they take on the Tennessee Titans after 11 games? And we'll play the audio of somebody on the afternoon show challenging me to a fight, which actually happened. I think we're going to have to parse the audio a bit. Stick around. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. What would the odds be on a fight with me and anybody else? Well, based off of a poll that Jeremy Brandon put up, I believe anybody else would be the major favorite. And if this was a fight that was officially licensed by some sort of bout-making company, you know what? You'd be able to bet on it at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. They will double your initial deposit right away. And yeah, you might be watching a fight that's even worse than Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. You can still bet on it and at least make it somewhat entertaining. You could also say bet on Thursday Night Football featuring, oh boy, the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers are 3.5-point favorites. The over-under for this game is 37.5. I am tempted to take the under. Do I want to watch a game where I'm rooting for the under? I can deal with that if it's two teams that have good defenses and maybe suspect quarterback play. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We were talking about where the Texans have been previously, the best teams in franchise history, when they've played 11 games. So we talked about how in 2011, they were coming off of a game where Matt Leinart, backup to Matt Schaub, got hurt. They were 8-3 for what it's worth. We also talked about how they beat the Lions for their 10th win and in a 10-1 start that they had in 2012 before they lost 4 of 5 down the stretch, including the I think it was 4 of 6 down the stretch, including that Letterman jacket game.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Bring him back. Break the curse.
No, I don't think they should do that. Oh, the other two best teams in franchise history were 2018 and 2019. Now, I remember 2018 after week 11, the Texans, get this, they were 8-3, and they had just won their 8th straight game after an 0-3 start. And I remember confidence-wise, Houston Texans fans were very meh about that team.
I can't remember. Was it Deshaun? Like, was he just not playing to the standard that you think people were holding him to?
He was not lighting up the stat sheet.
That Dabo, what Dabo called him Michael Jordan or whatever?
Correct. They were not convincingly beating teams, and they were playing teams that weren't very good largely over this stretch. And I think that no one was convinced because they did have a rather easy schedule. And no one checked back in after the 0-3 start. Because losing to the Patriots is one thing, but losing to the Titans and the Giants, that also was like, what? How the hell did that happen? Ultimately, they did finish that year with a 11-5 record, and then they lost in the playoffs. But confidence-wise, after week 11, I think people are more confident about this team than they were about that team, which is crazy because that team was in the midst of an 8-game winning streak.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that like you think back to Deshaun Watson, and it's interesting. Like I forgot that even though they only lost 5 games, the most they lost a game by that entire season was 7, and that was in week 1 to the
Yeah.
Patriots. So and then the next one was 5 points. So pretty much every loss was within 1 touchdown. And so like you would think going into the postseason, you'd feel okay about the team where it was at, but that was definitely I think I was like really about like a year plus when that like into working in local radio at the time when that happened, and that's really where I started, hearing about the same old Texans. I felt like a lot.
Yeah, it was weird. 2011, 2012, there was a real interest. I think the whole city was excited about him, and it hasn't really been quite back. I think after the win over the Browns last year, it was back to a degree. And I think this year, the interest that we had during the offseason has cooled off a bit, even though this is a 7-4 team, because I think we all thought they were capable of a lot more. For what it's worth, they are 7-4, but yeah, they aren't finishing games the ways you want. 2019, the very next year, that was the other one of the 4 best teams in Texans history. Going into week number 12, after 11 games, they were 7-4. They had just beaten the Colts 20-17. The problem was, even though they had beaten the eventual Super Bowl champion Chiefs earlier that year, 31-24, and they would go on to beat the New England Patriots in that Week 12 game, the defending Super Bowl champs, 28-22. I remember on the outside looking in, people being a little bit down because they had gotten absolutely killed by the Baltimore Ravens off of a bye week, 41-7. This is when Lamar Jackson was really strangling the hell out of the eventual MVP he won that year. I remember listening to that game on satellite radio while driving back from Pullman, Washington to Seattle, Washington, after having watched a Washington State Stanford game. And I was just my jaw was dropping about what I was hearing. I did not watch it, but I know that Lamar Jackson was God himself in that game. He had 4 touchdown passes and ran for 79 yards.
Yeah, that was such a strange game. And you're right. Like, you're not going to believe in a team after those 41-7, especially that late in the season. Like, at least this year's Texans, it was early in the season. So by the end of the year, you
Vikings,
you can say by the end of the year, it's like, it's just one blip on the radar. But for that to happen, 41-7 in week 11, like you said, off of a bye, like that's for me, that time is when I started to lose a little bit of faith of what I thought Deshaun Watson was going to be. And even though we would have to wait another 10 regular season games, also felt like it was for sure the end of Bill O'Brien. Like, you just can't overcome that stuff. And again, same old Texans, but that's worse. I mean, to have a young franchise quarterback and to get embarrassed like that coming off a bye week is brutal.
Honestly, the worst part was the fact that 2 weeks later they beat the Patriots on Sunday Night Football, and then they turn around the next game and they basically have the worst game imaginable. They lose 38-24 to the Denver Broncos.
Yep. Yeah, that
quarterbacked by.
Is that the guy who can't beat out Tommy DeVito right now?
Yes.
Drew Lock?
Drew Lock, 309 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Right. That also was the same game where I believe Kareem Jackson scored a touchdown, and I think Bill O'Brien got into it with a fan.
Yes, that was the You Suck 2 game. I was there. I was not getting yelled at.
That's good.
But I was there. And that's when I was like, this party is over. Like, all the good vibes from last week, this is done.
For some reason, I thought the You Suck 2 was much earlier in the season. I forgot it was that late in the year.
Yeah. December 8th.
This fan base had more confidence in 11 and 12 after 11 games. This fan base had less confidence after the 2 O'Brien years, where they were in a similar situation. There have been 4 teams that have been really good in this franchise's history. I don't think that the history really matters at all here, but I think things have felt more down before, and they can, I believe, play at a higher level that gives them a shot in the playoffs. But I still need to see it, and we're not seeing that progress, and that's what's been really frustrating.
Yeah, because you don't want to be having, if we're looking at a scale of 1 to 10, kind of feels like the vibe I'm getting is
at most in these 4 seasons, like the conference was like a 6 in any of these 4
I
seasons?
think 2012 was higher.
11 and 12. It
Okay,
was,
it was
12
higher?
especially with the 10. They were 10-1.
Yeah.
In 12, it was an 8.
Okay.
They had lost to the Packers on Sunday Night Football in convincing fashion. That was the game where Brian Cushing got hurt. But I think it was an 8.
Even I thought that they could win the Super Bowl in 2012.
Yeah.
That's
You were
like
in high
probably the
school.
only time I thought they could win the Super
They hadn't played the Patriots yet.
Bowl. Exactly.
They hadn't played the Patriots yet.
But this year, going into the season, the expectations were so high. And they got out of control.
Yeah, they did. But look, there's still 7 weeks left. Like, there's still plenty of time for them to get back on the right track. But CJ Stroud's not playing well. And we have on the Killer Bees a man by the name of @Texans commenter from X who joins. He, to his credit, I think has done a really good job building his brand online. Right? I mean, you go to that account, you're going to see every single graphic about the Texans. You're going to see a lot of quotes said by the Houston Texans. Maybe.
I have other thoughts, but I need to hear who throws the fight first before I start throwing shots. I'm trying to be delicate until I hear, because I agree with what you're saying. I have other thoughts, but if he challenges you to a fight, I will unleash them.
This is from the Killer Bees yesterday. Joel was out, so it was just Jeremy Branham and @Texans commenter. I believe I was challenged to a fight.
Garrett's in with us, blessing or stressing. HoustonStressins.com, on IG @HoustonStressins, Texan commenter on TikTok and Twitter. But maybe better known for fighting with Paul Gallant today. Gary got into a Twitter spat with Paul. We understand that not everybody has Twitter. I think I saw all of this. I'm not sure. It looked like it started last night. I didn't really see it until earlier today. But Garrett, Paul Gallant went toe-to-toe in the Twitter ring. What happened here? What went on?
Well, I think like the end play here is a rough and rowdy, but we'll kind of start at square one.
I guess it started with you quote tweeting this NFL top 5 passing yards.
This ends in a rough and rowdy fight.
It could potentially be that way. I mean, we'll see how it naturally plays out.
I mean,
I'm messing around.
Paul and Mike Tyson had a fake fight on Friday.
Yeah, we could make
and they had
a couple $1,000 off of it and call it a day.
I think you're probably selling yourself too high. Maybe a couple hundred. It's probably what we're going to see here a little bit.
I give it 10 spot to watch it.
Hey, there we go. $10 right there.
Highest bidder, $10. But yeah, so looking at it.
So did I get challenged to a fight there? I don't think I did. I will say, @Texans commenter posted that video and did seem to put it out on the internet that this should happen.
Yeah. At least there's actually content he was part of. But
whoa, Joe.
I have thoughts.
Let's hear your thoughts.
Those were my thoughts. At least he's actually part of this content that he posts without crediting people. Look. It's my biggest pet peeve. It's why I don't like it. Brado does it. All these people who want to be in the media, all they do is steal content. That's all they do. They steal content. They go viral for it. Dove Cliveman, those are the worst of it. But I don't agree with it. I would tell him to his face. Any of these guys, I think it's stupid. You're stealing content and you're blowing up for it. At least he's actually on the radio now. I guess.
I mean, that's where my thoughts are. I mean, very low energy. And listen, not everyone can be me on the air. I get it. But I need a little bit more from a video that you are posting where you're basically putting out into the ether that a fight needs to happen. And this puts me in an uncomfortable position because, I mean, can I say no? I have no idea how tall he is. I have no idea.
He looks tall.
How much he weighs. I agree with that. He does look tall.
Yeah, he looks tall. I think the weight, by looking at the video, looks similar.
He does not wear skin tight clothing like me.
That's why I say similar.
See, we don't know here.
What's he hiding?
Right, exactly, Sean. I mean,
Paul's not hiding anything.
I'm not hiding anything. My boobs are out for all the world to see. As are my twig-like arms. I'm more of a core guy. It's all about my pecs and my butt. Here's the thing for this. If he's going to do the challenge, he has to do a better challenge than that. You're on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I need a little bit more gusto behind it before I can take this seriously. Right?
Yeah. We need like a real fight.
'Cause it
like,
felt-
like a real fight challenge.
Well, it felt like Jeremy was kind of nudging him into it. He was joking at first, and then B-Mac tried to trap him.
I was gonna say, I think this is a BMAC joint. I think this is mostly. I think Stressens was just making a passing comment about it, making light of the kerfuffle that you and him had on the X streets.
Mm-hmm.
And B-Mac took the wheel, and he was like, "No, I actually want to see this fight."
B-Mac was like, it was a good catch by B-Mac. He was like, wait a minute, because maybe Jeremy might not know what Rough and Rowdy
it
is.
sounded like Jeremy was already pulling, and he was also pulling up the tweets.
Like, so Rough and Rowdy, if you don't know what it is,
having to scroll so much because they kept going back and forth.
Yeah.
I'll say this: the back and forth was dumb. He put out a dumb tweet saying that CJ Stroud's playing well because he's top 5 in passing yards. I would hope so. He's one of 8 quarterbacks that's played 11 games this year. You better be in the top 5 when it comes to total passing yards, which are a number that do not matter. They don't. Passing yards do not tell me whether or not a guy is having a good season. Yards per attempt is a much better barometer, which, by the way, CJ Stroud is 20th in. Patrick Mahomes is 22nd. He brought that up saying no one's talking about Patrick Mahomes' struggles this year. They are. I don't want to turn this into the me versus him on the Twitter argument because I think it was a waste of everybody's time. It was a dumb thing to put out there. And the thing that bothers me, Joe, about some of the things that some of these guys post is I can't deal with the positive, like you're putting your hair in a ponytail essentially, and whating a guy who is struggling because you know that it's going to get a lot of clicks and retweets because you are being so ridiculously positive that a lot of the stands out there, specifically the younger kids, are going to like it. And hey, you know what? It does work online. It does work. Credit to you. I can't do it. I just can't. I wish I had that bone in my body because I would pander so hard to all these people out there to blow up my following. But to bring it back to this, if we want to take this a little bit step further for charity or something like that, first off, someone's saying athletically, did he play in high school? Did he play college football? Someone's saying he was a D1 receiver.
Oh.
Because I was going to say, like,
he should put that on his bio.
Can we?
Yeah, I feel like that would be in his bio. Like, I feel like if you play D1 football, you put that in your bio.
Okay.
Right?
I truly.
That just feels like a rule of thumb.
I don't know. Someone, and Jeremy put up a poll, 75% believe that Houston Stressens would win this fight.
Counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy's followers don't like you.
Why not?
And don't believe you can fight. Because remember, they did this whole bracket last year of all these people that would fight.
A lot of people don't think I can fight.
And you got knocked out in the first round.
I think I went further than the first round.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people don't think I can fight. To be honest, I don't know if I can fight. I've fought before.
Here's what I do know.
In the 2-4 lifetime, I got 1 knockout. That was fun.
Is that if you were in a fight, most likely what would happen is, if it was against a Houston media person, is they would look like Mike Tyson at the end of the first round. Because most of us are out of shape.
Yeah, but he's not. I think he's younger than me.
Yeah, you're not old, though.
35. I mean, I feel like just given the way that he tweets, he's probably in his early 20s.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of glazing.
Lots of glazing.
Maybe do a new segment, glazing or blazing. I don't know.
Oh, steal from the Steeler.
I like that, glazing or blazing.
I might do that on the live stream because I do feel now, and again, I'm making this a little bit too much about me, but
no,
I think, kind of challenged to a fight on the afternoon show's airwaves.
I would say you were. Not that like it had to happen, kind of a challenge, but just it was like a soft sell. It's just like, hey, a little charity match here coming up.
Can we get more energy from him? Can someone give him some cocaine before he goes on there next time?
I was thinking like
seriously, I don't know if he actually offered a good argument in his defense for the dumb tweet, but I need more gusto. Because he was saying, oh, Paul, you yell all the time. Yeah, I do, but I'm really entertaining when I do it. See, this is an entertainment game. This isn't a who's right and who's wrong. And by the way, you're already wrong. So if you're going to come in here, we'll come in here like Stephen A. Smith. Huh? Because this is what I'm wondering. Like, listen, he does very well on the internet. I'm not taking that away from him. He's better at X than I am, by far. Probably better than me on TikTok. All I'm saying is, you're coming into our jungle. You got to play it by our rules. Mm-hmm. And you got to try to entertain the people. Is that guy entertaining? Is he? I don't know. To me, that's a drip. This is fall asleep. I'm out in the backyard on my porch and by my chimenea, falling asleep.
By your what?
Yeah.
What's a chimenea?
I don't know. There's some listener to the old JNR show back on 610. This old man Sam who would call in all the time. He'd listen on his back porch next to a chimenea. I think it's like one of those little fireplaces. Shout out to Sam.
Okay. I was like, well, does anyone actually call it that? I was gonna be very concerned.
I don't get the constant positivity for a quarterback who's clearly struggling. And this guy is saying, well, a sophomore slump and struggling aren't the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a guy struggling the second year. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a sophomore slump.
Well, people don't want to turn on him. And I don't think like the Twitch was having a conversation earlier about like the media turning on CJ Stroud. I don't think we're anywhere near that. He's still having a okay year. Like his numbers really, like they're not on pace to be that different.
It's not turning on him though. This is what drives me crazy. I didn't turn on DeMeco Ryans. This guy was bringing that up like I was using that for clickbait. No. I think we can ask real questions about DeMeco Ryans. Will he ever be one of the best coaches in the NFL? Why would you think he's one of them now? Why? Mm-hmm. Nothing that this year, week to week, what has improved? What has gotten better? Things are supposed to get better over the course of a year. They haven't happened. Hell, Sean, can we play this audio? DeMeco Ryans, yesterday at his press conference, talked about how that's the biggest goal this time of the year.
It's just being on the details, really. Coaches, players, everybody being dialed in of not getting complacent, but it's a matter of, at this moment of the season, like it's about growing and getting better. So it's always at the forefront of my mind, always speaking that, preaching that to the guys about not letting the smallest detail slip, because in these games, the more important they get, everybody knows what you're doing schematically. Like you have a full season, full body of work. The film is there for people to watch. Now it's about how on the details are you? How are you on executing your job to the best of your ability? Even if they know what you're doing, can you still out-execute your opponent and go make the play?
Do you feel like you're right there hitting that stride that you're talking about, or what would you like to see in order to be there?
Yeah, we're growing. We took a step last week, and we'll look to take a step this week. So we're growing in the right direction as a team.
It was a baby step. And you're talking about the details. The details have been missed a lot, over and over. And everybody across the United States of America who follows football sees it. It's why no one is taking this team seriously, which is why you can ask questions about DeMeco Ryans and why you can ask questions about CJ Stroud. Bring in passing yards into an argument about Stroud and the way he's playing. Of course, he's going to be top 5 when he is one of 8 quarterbacks to have played 11 games. By the way, he's 4th. So, he's in the middle of the pack for all quarterbacks this year based off of statistics and what we have seen with our eyeballs. And he can get better. We all know he's capable of that. But I don't understand how pushing back against that, let's be honest, glazing tweet about passing yards is why CJ Stroud actually isn't struggling. I don't understand how that's throwing CJ under the bus. And I don't understand how anyone thinks that this guy did anything to make himself correct with that post, which I highlighted because I hate people on social media, specifically at NFL Rookie Watt with an X, who put these things out there that are so effing positive with grandiose statements and a smirk and like a flex at the end, as if you're right and anyone who questions you is completely talking out of their ass. We all effing see it. And I had a bunch of people coming after me. You slayed him. Did he? With that low energy fight challenge? Drip radio. Well, this is afternoons, big boy.
Also, it's, this is what the dumbest part of the status ball. This is why, like, I saw it happening and I was like, thinking about, I don't want to be involved in this because
I don't either.
You can't win arguments with people in terms of their favorite players when they use a statistic to validate it, but then there's terrible players in front of them and they don't want to hear it. Who is 3rd and 4th in passing yards this year? Kirk Cousins and Geno Smith. So CJ Stroud being 5th, if you're going to use that stat, you then also have to say that Geno Smith is a better quarterback than CJ Stroud. And you don't want to do that. Like, no one's going to do that. No one's going to say that Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than CJ Stroud. Like, we're not, like, you can make the Jared Goff argument. Like, I'll hear that one because the way they're playing for the most part this season. But, like, I hate, that's actually my biggest pet peeve, and I actually think it's more of a baseball problem, but it's slowly dripping into the football space, is the cherry picking of stats.
Yeah.
Of what people try to validate certain players as. And it's like, it's okay to say CJ's not having his best year, and it's okay to have unwavering confidence that, as DeMeco said there, even though it was, I agree with you, a baby step, that they're taking the steps forward, and that by the end of the season, you think CJ Stroud and the Texans are going to be back into Super Bowl contention because who's on their schedule and how they're going to keep playing. That they're 5-1 with Nico Collins. Like that's the stat. Like if you're gonna glaze, like look at the stats with Nico Collins and say it's not CJ's fault that Nico got hurt.
Do the glazing we did.
Yes. 5-1 Texans, dude, baby.
They're 5-1 with Nico Collins. And yeah, and you mentioned the cherry picking. I say this to everybody. I learned this when I was 12 because there's this football website I started reading. It was called coldhardfootballfacts.com. I was very into it. And this website would say, this before all the advanced metrics and things came out. They would talk about how yards per attempt is really a good barometer to determine how well a quarterback is playing because it shows how aggressive he's being with the amount of throws he's making. Because a lot of guys can be in the the Sam Bradford range when it comes to completion percentage, but in terms of actually making things happen, is this quarterback trying to make things happen? Is he trying to stretch the field? So I want to say I'm not trying to diminish what at Texans commentator is doing. Okay, what's his name? Garrett. I'm not trying to do that. I am not also backing away from this fight. I'm intrigued. I'd like some more details, and I would like them to put together a proper wrestling promo, okay? We're radio. We know what we are. It's not exactly the best day for radio anymore. Are we above a publicity stunt like this?
We could have a charity.
No.
We could have like a charity boxing card out there in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Get a couple of fights out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who I'd be going after.
Listen, all I'm saying is we're not above putting content out. Okay, so I'm not turning this down. Like you call out a person from Boston, he does have to show up. Like this is sort of how it works. But I would also like him to come up with a compelling argument as to why CJ Stroud is not doing well because I know he can't do it. I know he can't. He does not have it in him.
I'm just thinking of the fight card now. I'm sorry, Paul. Blank versus Ass Man. Main event.
Yeah,
I'll give you the main event.
They don't like each other either.
Yeah.
No, I mean Jake's on Riot.
Is there
Joel's a Rockets legend. He's a 2-time champion.
Part of me
That's a
thinks
bigger
that,
draw.
like, it's just to be you versus Jake because of the Riot. Winner gets to be on Riot.
No, I like Jake.
Yeah, no, there's a size mismatch there. It wouldn't really work.
But no, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
I'm in.
I consider myself somewhat athletic. Whatever.
Once again, we have a former professional boxing referee on our staff. BMAC can handle it.
The weird thing is, I truly was getting texts from random people about this yesterday because I was like, the more I get into this argument, the more I'm going to come off like an a-hole. I get it. I am who I am. I'm an entertaining a-hole, but then I got people texting me like, I'll train you for this, and I was like, okay, now I clearly have to.
That's too far.
Now I clearly have to. Well, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to it.
You got Mick in your texting you?
You can't win, Rock. He's got the eye of the tiger. He's on X stealing people's posting videos that aren't. He's posting things. And he's got the blissful optimism of a 23-year-old. He's got that eye of the tiger. You can't win, Rock. You can't win. Anyway.
I think you can win.
I don't know. I truly don't know.
I'd be willing to fight any 60-year-old on the undercard. Any 60-year-old like Jake Paul.
You would? Yeah.
Anyone. As long as you're 60 plus.
I wonder.
There's a couple 60-year-olds I can name for you.
I know where you go with that one. He probably thinks I'm 60. That's the worst part of all. And the worst part is since I'm a radio host, he's right. It's just how it is.
Yeah, you're just the grays. You're fine.
You can't see as many of them now, though, right?
No. Well, because you're shaving. You're shaving.
Yeah, because I'm like hiding them.
If you fully shaved, like there'd be none left.
The peak moment of last night where someone was saying, Paul, you're a douche because you have a douche stash. And this person clearly was not capable of growing a stash. So then I revealed to him like why I'm growing out a mustache because my dad had cancer 23 years ago and it's Movember. And since he got radiation on his nose, he can no longer grow a mustache. This is my way of paying homage to him.
I didn't know that.
And well, I don't really talk about it a lot. And the guy responded like, oh, made my night.
It's like, got him.
Anyway, it is Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. Thank you for allowing me to make the show all about me for the last 30 minutes. We got garbage time next. Stay put.
OAthletic.com. Hey, guess what, Paul? They have boxing classes at OAthletic. If you need to take some there, you can sign up for free at OAthletic or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, whatever you want to try. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up for a personal trainer as well, 1 to 5 times a week. They will work around your schedule to find one of the trainers that will help you with your goals, whether you want to go before you go to work, after, whatever it is. They will find a way to make it work for you. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Work on it now at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com, and 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. So, this is a funny text. My money is on you, Paul. Years ago, my uncle told me never to fight a gay man. All you could do is lose. Hey, we don't know that for sure. I might still be in the closet. We don't know. Anyway.
I appreciate that text and that you laugh at it, especially because we know it's not true. So,
do we?
Yeah. Which part? I don't
Joe,
know.
you're looking very handsome today.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it.
Sean, you're looking handsome today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sam, I don't know. Not my cup of tea. I'm just kidding.
No mustache. So.
That's true.
Oh, Paul and Sam, they're like the same types.
Mm-hmm. Sam just started paying attention. Welcome to the party. All right. Garbage time. Let's hit it. Class action lawsuits have been filed by customers seeking compensation from Netflix's failure to deliver the Paul Tyson fight. So I get it. Netflix was unable to consistently deliver that fight.
Yeah.
However, I gotta say, we all knew it was going to happen.
I think if a bar didn't buy it through then they probably actually weren't legally allowed to run it, so they probably can't sue them. Like bars, I would get, but like at home, you'd have to prove that you bought Netflix just for this. Well, then you're a sucker, so you don't deserve to win any money.
Yeah,
sorry,
this ain't the thing to buy Netflix for. Netflix.
No,
I have Netflix so I can rewatch Breaking Bad over and over again, but I actually get it for free through my phone plan.
I was thinking about starting Breaking Bad. I just started Jack Ryan though.
Breaking Bad's way. You've never done Breaking Bad?
No, I want a rewatch of Breaking
Bad. Oh
yeah.
If you've never seen Jack Ryan before, you should start that. I'm deciding to do all Paramount Plus shows now. So we're starting with where I left off with what's that show?
One of the years? One of the Yellowstone
years? No. Mayor of Kingstown.
Oh, yes.
Speaking of crime, those Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce burglaries might be part of a transnational crime ring. The NFL released a statement today telling players to watch out for transnational crime rings. And by transnational, I mean from other countries. This has nothing to do with their gender. They're coming apparently from South America.
It's a strange story. Because it's not just obviously the NFL, but Bobby Portis from the Milwaukee Bucks, Mike Conley Jr. of the Timberwolves. Like, that's
what a group of players.
Like Conley happened while he was at the Vikings game.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was telling someone about this. I was like, this isn't like unheard of for. Normally, it's like soccer players this happens to, because when you see them at a game, well, you know they're not at their house, so you rob their house. It's not the most complicated scheme, I will say, but yeah, to
transnational,
international.
So
do we not have a word for international?
I don't know why they just say international.
Does it mean they're living here now? And like
maybe
the plans coming from South America?
It's a good question.
Oh, so no, the security business about to boom. All these players in these sports are gonna have to be buying 4 or 5 cops.
Watch this make them take the border more seriously now. It's like, now they're robbing the rich.
Sports kind of rule the world, and if the athletes are first, you wonder who's next.
More in garbage time. Remember how everyone was saying that Caitlin Clark has pretty privilege?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as an allegedly gay man, I don't know if I can comment on this, but Cameron Brink is going to be in the 2025 Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, and I feel like if Caitlin Clark's popularity was about her look, she'd probably look a little more like Cameron Brink. Just a thought.
Yes, I tend to agree with that.
I think like Sonny Hostin, one of the like 73 most idiotic things that she said this year. One of them was that Caitlin Clark has pretty privilege. And not to say Caitlin Clark's unattractive by any means, but Cameron Brink is like an actual supermodel playing basketball.
Yeah, it's just a reason for people to not like Caitlin Clark. For some reason, Cameron Brink doesn't get this level of disdain. It's interesting.
Is Jay Leno the new Norbert from The Naked Gun? For those who don't know, Norbert was famously played by O.J. Simpson when he was lovable. If you watch The Naked Gun, Norbert is constantly getting just the bleep beaten out of him. Jay Leno has had a lot of accidents of late. He got burned in a car fire. He broke bones in a motorcycle accident. And in the most recent Mr. Magoo-esque endeavor, he fell down a 60-foot hill at the Hampton Inn because he did not want to take the long way down a 1-mile road while walking to go get some food. He instead walked up a steep embankment, and oh my God, his face is half black and blue.
What happened to him? Why is Jay Leno staying out of Hampton Inn? Like, did he something weird's going on? Maybe he got kicked out of the Illuminati or something.
Whoa, easy.
But
is this all the karma for stealing
gnarly.
Conan's job finally
Ooh.
catching up with him?
But my gosh, his face, like, you don't see boxers' faces look like this.
No, I'm bewildered by how it's half of his face.
Yeah.
How many rocks did that side of his face hit?
Why is he staying at the Hampton Inn?
That's another great question.
He's worth $500 million.
Maybe he's not.
Million? Oh my.
What if he lost it all?
He's got all those cars.
What if one of these transnational citizens robbed his house?
He didn't have insurance. That'd be fine.
I think it's more likely that maybe he owes money to people.
He does have a lot of cars.
Yeah.
He is old. Could be that, as Junior Vargas brings up. The elderly. I mean, they do have the life alert. Help! I found it. I can't get up.
When they fall in the shower,
not while walking down a steep embankment next to the Hampton Inn.
And he's 60. It's not like he's 90.
Yeah, that's also true. Get a taxi.
Yes. Also that. Why are you walking?
You get a
Uber, taxi. Hell, be like John Granado. Ride your bike to work.
That was crazy.
Yes.
He rode his bike to work.
Yeah.
Yes. I walked into the bullpen area today, and there's a bike. I'm like, huh, that's strange.
I even in comment like, who is that?
I assumed
Respect.
it was the interns.
Seth
and then
Payne used to do that.
John said it was his.
Yeah, he asked me what the weather was like because he's biking home.
Yeah, I was like, that's a weird question.
Yeah.
Just wanted to flex it. That's why. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to Joe George, our texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, caller, and even to @Texans commenter. More gusto next time with the fight promo. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What did I miss in the last 15 minutes of the Killer G's? That's my meditation time, as you know.
Yes.
So I was meditating. I wasn't listening to the last 15, 30 minutes of the Killer G's. Apparently, they went off. They were angry. They were mad.
There was a little animosity being thrown around.
Were they the angry G's?
Paul was, of course, reacting to the tweet that you put out with who would win the fight.
Yeah, amazingly low for Paul.
And then wondering if there would be such a fight. And then Joe decided to put in his 2 cents.
What was his contention, Joe's?
Joe was pretty fired up around let's just say the style in which Garrett tweets.
Yeah, I mean, he's an aggregator. He aggregates Texans information.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that. And Garrett got mad that Paul called him an engagement farmer, which he is. We all are, though. Every single time that we tweet, we're farming engagement.
Right.
It's like if Brian sends out a show tweet, what are we doing? We're farming engagement. Whenever I send out a tweet about should you resign Alex Bregman, what am I doing? I'm farming engagement. When Paul posts his videos, what does he do? He's farming engagement. Like, we all farm engagement. I think sometimes we lose sight of what that word actually is. But yeah, the poll in terms of who would win a fight between Paul and Garrett was amazingly bad. I do feel like people are sleeping on Paul's athleticism.
I voted
a
for
bit.
Paul. I don't think that it would even be close.
Garrett is a Division I athlete. Paul played flag football taps
What
in
did Garrett
Florida.
play?
He played receiver.
Oh, did he
at
really?
Incarnate Word.
Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just kidding about Paul's 6A flag football. He was a legitimate high school football player. Yeah, but the the fight was Texans commenter winning 72% to 28%. I think it should be pretty close to even money. Like, that's a heavy. The public's heavy on Texans commenter on Blesson. I think it's probably because he farms engagement. He's got a lot of people that like him on social media, quite frankly. But yeah, it's turned into.
Paul have a lot of followers too.
He should, but I think. Texas commenter might have retweeted it. I don't know. I don't know what happened on why he got so much.
I guess
Did he?
I heard the guys talking about the fact that he took from what you guys talked about on the air and retweeted it.
Okay, well, there you go. Maybe he had some following that helped boost up the poll. But I'm just happy that we're getting a lot of drama out of this. Alex has been saying that we should have this fight for $1.99 on pay-per-view. I'd pay $1.99 to watch the fight. I'd pay $1.99 to watch commenter run some routes on Paul. See who would win the one-on-one matchup. Blankers, you could quarterback it. A little lefty, though. Might be tough for some people.
Spin might be different, but yeah.
Yeah, it might be tough for some people. I made coffee. By the way. Yeah, we're out of coffee filters, though, so I use paper towels. Is that okay?
No.
That's all we had. I mean, the options were either doing it,
we're out of coffee, too.
Doing it raw dog with no coffee filter, doing it with paper napkins, doing it with a paper plate. Like, the only choice I had was a paper towel.
Paper towel is definitely plan B, not a paper plate.
No, exactly. I had no other option but to use the paper towel.
It. But at the same time,
ruin things.
I hope that the paper towel was of a certain thickness enough to at least hold up and not give way.
I mean, it wasn't in the trash.
But it didn't. But I'm saying if it breaks, it has holes. Now the granules get in there.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay.
Brian, you stay out of this conversation. You know nothing about coffee. It also got pretty cold overnight. Did you turn? It was in the 40s.
I didn't think it was that bad.
I mean, cold is a relative term.
Yeah.
That is true. Did you turn on the heater?
No.
You didn't turn on the heater?
No, I actually opened the back door this morning and let the dogs go in and out freely.
Be honest with yourselves, Hive. 713-780-ESPN. Did you use the heater overnight for the first time all year? I personally did not, but when I woke up this morning, Brandon baby was a little bit cold, and I felt like a bad father, so I turned on the heater whenever we woke up this morning at 7 a.m.
Like, for us at night, we drop it down to 68.
Same.
So it's already on 68 with the auto temperature set. So,
but that only works. Do you have auto or do you have cold heat setting or auto? So the heater will kick on.
But it didn't have to.
Okay. See, we were at 60. Whenever I went upstairs this morning, it was 60 degrees upstairs.
That's pretty chilly in the house.
Which is why I was like, I felt like a bad dad.
Right.
So I turned on the heater upstairs. So I admit it. I did turn on the heater today at 7 a.m. in the morning. Hive, did you turn on the heater today? Be honest. 713-780-3776. Rockets played a basketball game yesterday. They look good, too, beating up on the Pacers. I felt bad for Jarris Walker. Go Cougs. Rick Carlisle got teed up. But Rockets hammering the Pacers yesterday, 130 to 113. Alpi Şengün went off. You were getting your jersey retired at the halftime ceremony. How was the night, though?
I had a great time. I really did.
Good.
It was an awesome experience to catch up with all the guys that made up all those two teams and what they accomplished for the city of Houston. And just, I've said this before, but the relationship with everybody in that organization was like a tight-knit family. I think you have a lot of that going on with your Cougs family. And from Rudy and all on down and all the players, it was just like, we didn't even realize how much time had passed. And I was talking to like Carl Herrera and Otis Thorpe and those guys, and it's like, you look back and go, oh my God, it's been that long. But then you start sharing stories and memories. Remember when we did this and when that happened and this and that. And it was just, the whole night was so focused on just trying to catch up with as many of the guys as you could and share stories. But it was cool.
Yeah, that was it was cool to see. They showed it a little bit on the shin as I was watching the broadcast. You see, I couldn't figure out who the guy was on the end. Whenever they
Chucky
had
Brown.
It was
With
Chucky
the hat,
Brown?
with the hat kind of tilted.
That was Chucky
That
Brown.
was Chucky Brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was one of two guys, and Pete Chilcutt and I go, we've stayed in contact for a long time. But it was kind of different because we thought we were all going to be in one big like banquet room, and they kind of had us rotating and going from like the Lexus Lounge, the PNC Lounge, to like there was a courtside suite. Dream stayed in Tillman Suite a lot, but they were rotating everybody, and so it was like, well, when we're there and we're here, can we catch up in the hallway or whatever? And the only two guys I didn't catch up with were Chilcutt and Chucky Brown.
Oh, really?
Everybody, yeah, everybody else.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool that you were able to experience it. And I've reading, and of course I did experience the Rockets. I was young and was not with the team like you were, though, obviously. Like everything I've read about them was how tight that they were.
No doubt.
And then like reading the Akeem Olajuwon book right now, they talked about how he was kind of like to himself in the early 90s. And then like Kenny Smith is the one that kind of like broke him out of his shell a little bit.
Yeah.
And like made everybody close knit and tight. And
pretty
cool.
And you think about, because the end of the bench guys were like, especially the second year, was Charles Jones, Pete Chilcutt, and Chucky Brown. And everybody was like, you shouldn't even be in the league. And who are you guys? And then each guy played their own kind of special role in certain games that got him victories. And Dream was also awful with names, but he just knew their numbers. And he would just refer to them by their numbers a lot, but was always like giving them credit for what they were able to do. And it was really cool to see all those guys share kind of what their memories were of back in that time, because everybody's different based on if this was your only title. And Mario Elliott, your point on Kenny Smith, because Kenny's got the busiest schedule now. And Mario said, I was walking out with Mario and he goes, I haven't seen Kenny smile that much in 10 years.
Really?
And it was like, that's good to hear.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that they got them back together. I'm glad that you got to experience it. I'm sure that was a really fun night. And then they hammered the Pacers in the process. What'd you think of the jerseys to pay homage to the Summit in that championship era?
To me, it was a little bit shocking because I went through a lot of that where there was like this whole kind of discourse between the Rockets and the Summit people. And they were always fighting about things.
Interesting.
So to see that Summit logo, and Rudy's son Trey was the first one to go, hey, man, I got to go get some of that gear. The minute I saw the Summit on a Rockets jersey and shorts, he go, that's awesome. And I thought that was really kind of like a way to bury the hatchet for all those years where they were nitpicking each other, to have the Summit be on the warm-ups and the logo and be a primary part of the logo was pretty cool.
I bet you Les wouldn't have done it. Like,
I totally believe you're right.
I didn't realize the feud between the two.
Oh, yeah.
It probably required that new ownership.
I think you're absolutely right on that one. Yep.
All right. That was cool. I like the jerseys too. I thought they were pretty cool.
I love the shorts.
Maybe a little too much black, maybe not enough yellow, but that's very nitpicky. And, why would you take my fashion advice? That'd be the worst thing you would do.
I think that's the one sentiment that most people have said is if you're going to go back and kind of look back at that era, whether you use the Summit logo or not, the color should be the ketchup and mustard.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought there should be a little bit more yellow, not quite the black that they had, but they're also making it look like the banner, which does have a lot of black. All right. What'd you think of the game?
I thought it was great. I thought that, the fact that you held Tyrese Halliburton to single digits for the majority, just completely shut him down, just shows you the kind of defense this team's capable of. And you're constantly getting contributions from just about anybody that calls their number. And yeah, Indiana might have been a little bit shorthanded, but overall, I just think that the effort that the Rockets put forth, it doesn't matter who plays on the other team. If they're able to play that consistent on both ends of the floor and they're shooting the ball at any kind of consistent percentage at all, they're going to compete with most teams on most nights, no matter who's on the other team. And that's what's impressive to me. We've talked about it doesn't have to be just Alpi or Green. You're getting guys that are giving you double figures. You're getting the veterans every now and then that are having that kind of game. You're getting contributions across the board. And defensively, it seems like the young guys are finally, not just the buy-in, but they're understanding how they rotate, switch, and their roles on defense, which is big.
Yeah, they're incredibly deep. Like they're just so deep. Like they don't really have a star player. Like you look at a lot of the star and scrub teams. You look at like the big three. Like if you go back to Miami back in the day, whenever they had LeBron and Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, sure they had some good role players like Battier, even Ray Allen at that stage of his career, like still really good. But there was a massive drop off from those big three. You look at the Lakers now. Yeah, they have some good players, and Dalton Connect's playing good basketball as a rookie, all that. But there's a huge drop off from LeBron and Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum. Like that's a very deep team. But Jason Tatum, I think, is the clear star in Boston. Jaylen Brown would be in the conversation after that, and then a drop off there. You look at Milwaukee, you got the Greek Freak, huge drop off after that. Just any team around the NBA, you look at that. They have the star, they might have a Robin, and then it's this huge drop off. I don't think that the Rockets have a huge drop off from their top player to their second best player. And in fact, I think their best player changes by the night. Alpi Şengün was their best player yesterday. Jalen Green at times has been their best player. Amin Thompson, who I actually thought played pretty poor yesterday, at times has been their best player. Tari Easton has been their best player. Fred VanVleet's had nights where he's been their best player. I don't think there's a whole lot of drop off from number one to number two. That could be good and it could be bad. The good part of that is that, if somebody has an off night, there's plenty of others that can pick up the slack. The bad is that you don't have that true go-to guy that might be able to carry you to a victory whenever times are bad. But that's what I like about this team. I think Kenny Smith mentioned in the broadcast whenever Vanessa interviewed him down on the floor, he said it reminds him of like the early version of the Celtics before they were winning at a really high level. Like they hadn't had a star like emerge quite yet. Right. It was before Tatum just blossomed. It was before Jaylen Brown blossomed. He said that's what it reminds him of. And I can see that a little bit too. But you're getting contributions from pretty much everybody, not every single night, because Jalen Green yesterday, not his best game. Jabari wasn't very good at the start of the year. Fred VanVleet was in a shooting slump to start the season. I thought Alpi Şengün got off to a slow start. But all of like the top 7 players have had multiple games already this season, 16 games in, where they've been the top player or the second best player. And I think that's why the Rockets are off to an 11-5 start.
Yeah, I had people asking me, who's Jock Landale? But at the same time, I said, look, he's a guy that when his number's called, he's had contributions. He's able to defend. He's athletic enough. He's got a decent touch. He can do some things. And when Steven Adams is kind of being, nursed back slowly, Steven Adams, when he's on the floor, has done some things too. But that's to your point. Mm-hmm. Every number that's called, you can say, hey, they've done some things to help you win. And I think at this stage, I think it's a good comparison with the Celtics because of the fact that you don't have to clearly define at this point of the development of this team who your go-to guys are. As long as on any given night, if one or two guys have the hot hand, to feed them the ball, ride it. Don't worry about who's supposed to be the star. Just go to the guy that's getting buckets. And I think that you can be effective because, some nights Reed Shepherd doesn't play a lot. And then other nights when he's in there, he's knocking down a couple of threes. He's hitting floaters in the lane. And that's the thing that's so beautiful about the depth that you have that you talk about is the fact that it doesn't matter who or when, you just know you have a multitude of guys that could be that guy when you need someone.
Yeah, there's deep. They're like 1 through 7. They're deep. And any of the 1 through 7 could be the best player on a specific night. Jabari's been playing better, which is nice. 23 points yesterday, hit 3 of his 5 shots, rebounding, which is important. Had 8 rebounds, had a couple of offensive rebounds leading to second chance points. In his last 4 games, and the Milwaukee game was a stinker for him, and it's included in this last 4 games, but we're going to throw it in here because it's the stretch of play. In the last 4 games, he's scoring over 16 points. He's rebounding it more than 7 times a game, and he's shooting 53% from 3. That's not sustainable, 53% 3-point shooting. And I would also like the rebounds to be up. I feel like he should be a double-digit rebound guy. But a lot of people were kind of quitting on Jabari Smith after the first 7 games of the year when he was in that shooting slump. He's breaking out of the shooting slump. And if the Rockets want to be a 50-win team, I think Jabari Smith has to be a capable starting power forward in this league that can be a 40% 3-point shooter.
Look, I think that it was fair early on. And I think if you look at the guys that have been drafted in the last 4 or 5 drafts, he's the guy that's going to be scrutinized the most because he's the guy that has developed the least in terms of a lot of the guys that they've drafted to play certain roles. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have talent. That doesn't mean that he can't contribute to help this team. And a lot of it, I think, is put on him by himself. He puts pressure on himself. If he's not a focal point, doesn't get plays called for him, he can get lost real quick and kind of go into the tank. Mm-hmm. When he gets going, like you've mentioned in the last several games, and he gets a bucket or 2 early, he seems to be energized. And that's what you need. This whole team is predicated on energy on both ends of the floor. If you can get him energized, it can take you to another level because he's active on the boards then, because he can run the break, because when he gets a chance to get an open shot, he'll have confidence and shoot it well. to where I think that you're right. He's a vital cog, and a lot of it isn't just about, matchups. It's about just Jabari mentally staying locked in, going, I'm a part of this too, whether my number's called or not.
Yeah, they're a fun team. They're playing a high level of basketball right now. I like the fact that they had 13 offensive rebounds and scored a ton of second chance points off of that too. Because if you're not going to be a good shooting team, you know what you need to do? You need to score off of offensive rebounding. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. The texture from the Hive here. I think they need one bona fide star that won't disrupt the chemistry. Well, have the Rockets closed the book on one bona fide star? Would you entertain this very specific Giannis trade proposal? The two untouchables that apparently are out there for the Rockets, and should you be in a rush to be searching for that star? Should you be desperate for that star? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
The coffee turned out good with the old paper towel trick.
Did it?
Look at Branham figuring things out. That's
what do we call that? Not really intuition. Intuition's more
Innovative?
you know. Yeah, but it's not. I don't think it's innovative. Like,
MacGyver?
everybody knows how to
Ingenuity.
do that. What's that?
MacGyver?
Ingenuity.
Ingenuity. There we go. Brian from the top rope. Appreciate it,
He
Brian.
knows more
Ingenuity.
about coffee than you think because he's got the words.
No, he
for
doesn't
it.
know about coffee. He knows about ingenuity. There's a difference here. Paul and Joe and Mapes were out there. They were, I think they were game planning. They were talking fight strategy. Paulie's Rocky Balboa. I think Joe would be Paulie probably, and Mapes is Duke.
Get Joe the beanie and the stub of cigar and some scruff that he's already got. Stick him in the corner.
I think he'd be a good Paulie.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'd be pretty good. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texter in the Hive says, nope, still ran the AC with 3 fans going in the bedroom. Three?
Jeez.
3 feels like a lot. It feels like a little redundant. We use the ceiling fan every night, and
We do
our
too.
AC is always at 68. We did have our AC on last night, but I don't think it ever kicked on because it was too chilly.
Right.
So he had 3 fans on in the AC, this texter. Here's another Hiver. I turned my heater on this morning. Call me what you want. I did that too because we had a baby in the house. If we didn't have a baby in the house, I would never turn on my heater. At what temperature, if you don't have a baby in the house, because a baby in the house changes things, kids in the house changes things, at what point do you turn the heater on in the house if you were by yourself?
Oh man. I mean, I'm also from the Midwest. I
Yes.
don't believe that I turn the heater on unless it gets like close to in the 30s.
Okay, I was going to say 40s for me. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I might turn it on during the day, just like as I'm like doing things around the house. But at night, I'm not turning the heater on unless it's in the 40s.
No,
Unless there's kids at home, because that changes things. We set it the AC at 60 every night, including last night. 60?
That's chilly.
That's a little low, right?
My kids actually, in the upstairs, my kids' bedrooms are colder than the downstairs level, and they don't seem to mind it at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's nice. Another text from the Hive. My heater got set to 70. My house is old on piers. It gets cold fast. 70 is kind of hot, though.
Yeah, it is. I don't like that.
What do you put the temperature on whenever you said 60?
No, 68 at night.
But whenever you have it on auto and the heater comes on, will you turn it down in the winter whenever the heater's on? Because to me, it's 2 different temperatures. Like if there's AC on, I need it at 68. If the heater's going to be on, I turn it down to 60.
That's about right. Yeah, because I don't need a lot of heat. Just take the edge off. Like if it gets to the point where it's more, even with a sweatshirt, you're kind of like, eesh, that's a little too. Yeah, I don't want it too warm either.
2941. I enjoyed this cold enough that I went out in shorts only to put the trash out on the curb. No heat today. Now, when we hit low 40s constantly to where the house gets cold too, then the heat will come on. I did take out the trash today in shorts and t-shirt. Barefooted too, by the way. Seriously, had ceiling fan on, oscillating fan on, and portable AC on too. Come on,
That's
True
a
Texans.
lot.
Yeah, I feel like they're lying.
Yeah, we use the ceiling fan and keep it at 68, and it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like they're not being truthful with us, to be honest. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Hiver, excuse me, Amin is a star. Are you ready to say Amin is a star already?
No, he doesn't score enough to be a star.
I love Amin. I think he's going to be the best Houston Rocket by the end of the year. He's not currently a star. Now, do you need to be a consistent scorer to be a star?
It depends. I think in today's NBA, a lot of people's the definition of a star is someone that's going to be close to leading you in scoring and is the go-to guy that you give bucket you can not even run a play, give him the ball and get out of the way, and they can get a bucket for you.
Yeah.
But I think that when we're talking about this specific team, he does so many things to affect a game positively that he can be a star without having to be like the max player type, all-star type player.
Yeah, I think he can be a star without getting you I think he can be a star getting 15 points a game if he's rebounding it 12 times a game and he's 6 or 7 assists, 2 or 3 steals. But yeah, I see what you're saying from the scoring point of view. Corey, they're playing very good complementary team basketball. I would say that they are doing that. All right, where do you stand on the Giannis trade rumors? Here's the latest proposal, and this isn't like a report. This is just somebody throwing this out there, and this is one that I'm on the fence about, I will admit, because I don't think that you're trading from your best young players. You're trading draft picks, but the reason you've been collecting draft picks is because when a star becomes available, you're trying to be ready to strike. The latest one that I've seen, you get Giannis, you trade away Jabari, Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepard, Steven Adams, Jayshawn Tate, whatever about the last 2. And then you would trade the 25 and 28 Rockets first, the 27 Phoenix first, and then the 2029 either Phoenix-Dallas pick swap first.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Me too.
To me, the only thing that's any kind of a concern at all is the picks. If you think like you're giving away many picks, but the fact that you are completely avoiding giving up your 4 best young players, and you're adding Giannis with the subtraction of Jabari, which basically he'll play the same position. that is a massive win that if Milwaukee was dumb enough to make that trade, you take it.
See, I don't think that they would be dumb enough to do it. I'm with you on that. But you've been collecting all of these draft picks to try to trade for a star. So here is your star. Also, on top of that, like, you can't use all of these draft picks. Like, you could sit there and draft all of these guys. You can't have 30 guys on your roster. Like, at some point, you're going to have to trade from your surplus of either A, these young core of players, because you can't keep them on, you can't pay them all. And then B, you're going to have to trade from this huge collection of draft picks you have because you can't carry them all on your roster. So at some point, you're going to have to collect the young players, you're going to have to collect the draft picks, and you're going to have to strike. Now, I'll listen to arguments that it shouldn't be Giannis. That's fine. I understand that point of view. Now, he is a really good player, but yeah, the shooting would be bad. He doesn't really fit in with his team because you wouldn't have shooting. He's 30 years old. Like, all those things are fair, but you do have to come to the realization that at some point you're going to have to trade from your young core and from that collection of draft picks you are. In this specific trade, you're looking at keeping your best four. Like, you're keeping Alpi, you're keeping Jalen, you're keeping Amin, you're keeping Tari, and then your rotation, I think, is championship caliber because you got Fred VanVleet, you got Jalen Green, and you still have Dylan Brooks. You would have Giannis probably playing the four. Alpi Şengün still is with your team. You still have Amin, you still have Tari coming off the bench too. I think this makes you a championship contender.
It would make you an upper echelon team in the league, no doubt about it. And when you look at the fact that Oklahoma City, as an example, like, they got really lucky in the fact that they got SGA, and he turned into being the star. He turned into being the guy that was perfect for that team, that was going to be the star and the unequivocal leader offensively. But if they didn't, they also did what you're talking about doing. They traded you Alpi Şengün because they didn't have room for any more first round picks.
Mm-hmm.
They kept adding young talent, so much so they added the same name on two different guys because they just kept adding and adding and adding as many young guys as they could get. And I kid about the guy with the two guys with the same name, but you don't even know who they are half the time, but they're both first round picks. And you're like, how do I find time for all of them? That's how you got Alpi Şengün, because at a certain point you got to draw the line and go, I'm going to have to subtract some of these guys because I got to have time for them. They want to play. You're going to have to try and pay all of them at a certain point. So, you look at the young teams that take that next step, even when Minnesota did, even though they drafted Anthony Edwards, they traded and they worked the deal when they got Gobert. They Cat and Anthony Edwards were their guys. At a certain point, you do have to start turning the page to look to veterans. And I think that from the Rockets standpoint, you can only have so many picks. You look at the Rockets picks. I don't think the guys you add, if they are going to consistently stay in the top, 10, 15 teams in the league, I don't think the players you add at that point are going to help you.
Yeah. Like, I'm not hell-bent on Giannis. I just understand that at some point that you have so many young players that you're going to have to package them in a trade, or they're going to leave you in free agency. And then the same thing with the draft picks. And I like what Rafael Stone did in terms of kicking the draft picks down the road. Now, let's see where Brooklyn finishes in the lottery. But by doing that, you kind of space out how many young players you have at a specific time. And then you also get draft picks when some of these contracts you're going to get come off the books. So I think that Rafael Stone did a good job of kind of calculating his young players, the draft pick allocation that he has, and then trying to spread it out over years upon years. That way you kind of have this revolving, set of resources that you can use to either draft or use them to trade. So it's not that I'm hell-bent on Giannis. I just know the realization that at some point you're going to have to put some of these resources together and move on from them.
And I, in the other camp than you, in terms of, I would have kept the Brooklyn picks. I wouldn't have gone after the Phoenix picks because I think Brooklyn is going to show you that they're going to be a bottom 5 type team. They've got Cam Thomas. They've got some guys that can play a little bit, but not nearly to the level of the rest of the league in terms of wins and talented teams.
Yeah.
So I think their picks are going to be worth more. And if you had a potential lottery pick or two that you could turn into, the biggest centerpiece towards getting whatever you need or whatever player you're after, that might be more attractive.
Yeah, no, I'm not like dying on this hill specifically because I do think Brooklyn's in the playoffs right now. If the season were to end today, well, they'd be in the play, and they're the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. So hopefully Brooklyn does you a solid and makes that thought like an afterthought because it never comes into fruition. But I think Rafael Stone, what he was trying to do is he sees that he has this core 7. He sees that he has this huge collection of young players. So let me use this asset in a pick that's about to come up and let me get future picks. That way I can always have this foundation of resources that I can use, as opposed to using it all at once and building this team as highly as you can. And also the fact that Brooklyn wasn't going to go into a full rebuild unless they had that first rounder back. So like that was also part of the calculation, I think, by Rafael Stone. But Brooklyn can help you. Like if Brooklyn like makes the playoffs,
then it's a better look.
It's way
like
better.
when you gave up the Vikings pick
Absolutely.
at the time and you thought it was a very, very high second round pick. Now it looks like you made the right move because it's going to be a little bit lesser than your pick. And I think from a Rockets perspective, if you always have to be looking at right now and also the big picture is those Phoenix picks later on down the road, you might not be as good to where you might need them for young players, or you might be in a situation where you're ready to really go over the top, and then you can go in and do what you need to do, either getting a player when you might be capped out, or trading him away to get the player a different way.
Like right now you have a core 7. You add a young guy to a core 7. It's going to be very difficult to give him minutes, develop all those people. But if you can condense that core 7 into this core 4 that's better, now those draft picks are going to be somebody that either can help you on the roster, or that you can flip to help that core 4 build up. So I think that's what he was doing. And I see your note here, like, why would the Rockets be in a rush to trade anyone right now? I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not in a rush to do this. I don't need to do this right now. I just have an understanding that at some point in the not too distant future, you're probably going to have to make this trade of combination of these young guys to try to upgrade your team.
I think the biggest thing that's a frustration to me is because you see the rumor and then suddenly everybody is hell bent on they need to do this or they're not going to get to where you think they need to go. Because we just got done talking about how many guys have talent on this roster and no one's really kind of distanced themselves to say they're the go-to guy, they're going to be the man, they're going to be the star. Then why not let it play out and let them all continue to grow together to where when the right guy comes along, then you can address that or say, hey, here's a younger guy on the cusp of being a star, or a team that's trying to get rid of a guy that looks like he's more closer in age range to fit in with your team, regardless of who you keep and who you unload, as opposed to force feeding a guy into your team to try and figure out because he's a star.
713-780-ESPN. Yeah, I'm on your side of it. Like I want to develop these young players. I'm not in a hurry to do it. I just realized that at some point it's probably going to happen. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show.
Thanks.
I absolutely take the Giannis trade. Absolutely take it. I have a hypothetical trade. Just want to get your thoughts on it. The Pelicans are banged up, injured, not very good towards the bottom of the West. Would you hypothetically, with the money matching up, would you package Dylan Brooks, who's owed a ton of money, and Londale, who's out of the rotation, to acquire maybe a TJ McCollum type?
Appreciate the call.
First of all, I don't think CJ McCollum's best days are ahead of him. And you're not giving up a whole lot there, but he's also going to play a premium position to where you're developing the young players you already have, because Jalen plays that position, because you got guys that play the same position.
He'd probably be a scorer off the bench.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to do that either. So I don't think it's the right fit.
I like what Dylan Brooks does to this team. Like, I think that Dylan Brooks is pretty critical to this team. And I know he gets a bad rap, but like, look who is talking defensively. Like, look who is telling people where they need to be. Like, Dylan Brooks to me is the straw that stirs the drink defensively.
I'll tell you the main reason why people are dissatisfied with Dylan Brooks is because of the money. If you got Dylan Brooks at a reasonable contract, everybody would take Dylan Brooks on their team because he does the dirty work. Because, he gets under people's skin too, and he likes to kind of push guys. But defensively, to your point, he knows where to be. He can guard almost every position on the floor. He can knock down threes if he gets the wide open 3 look. And he doesn't hurt you offensively to where if he was making a lesser salary, he'd be more likely to be on just about anybody's roster.
Yeah, you had to use the money, though. So, I don't really blame the Rockets for paying him this high salary because they had to use it. And, look what he does to this defense. I really think he's the glue to this defense, not only because he's a good on-ball defender that can defend 1 through 4, but look who the talker is defensively. And I had a great coach once tell me the best defensive teams are the teams that talk. So who is your communicator on the defensive end on a very good defensive team? I think that guy's way more important than we state. Like, I think we undervalue the importance of Dylan Brooks. Yes, he makes too much money. He makes more money than his actual value, but the Rockets had to spend it. And I think he's very important to you defensively. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I think the biggest thing too, when you look at him is if you could have kind of tailor-made the years of Fred VanVleet and lessen the money a little bit, because he's not worth the money that you're paying Fred VanVleet, that might have made more sense. But when you go over that $90 million threshold in like a 4-year period of time, that's where people expect a whole hell of a lot more.
Yeah. I think you have to separate the salary and like what he means to you on the floor. Like, yes, he's kind of like Kirk Cousins. He's overpaid, but he's probably underrated. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Brian Windhorst, by the way, said the two Rockets untouchables were Tari Easton and Amin Thompson. You cool with that?
Disagree.
Yeah, I'm cool with that too. All right, Micah Parsons, he's running his mouth after he got hammered by the Cowboys. And Cal McNair, the great owner of the Houston Texans, he had some wisdom today. Had some wisdom from Cal McNair. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And I have some wisdom for you. You know the wisdom that I have for you is to go watch the Houston Cougars take on the Baylor Bears this Saturday night at TD-ECU Stadium. Did you like the weather today? That's what the weather's always like at TD-ECU Stadium. It's going to be that way as well on Saturday. It's going to be amazing out there at TD-ECU Stadium on Saturday. Plus, you get to watch your H-Town Blue. Your Cougars wear their Houston Blue. That's right. Cougars' final home game of the season. Your Cougs taking on the Baylor Bears at 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. Last chance to see the Cougars at home this year. Tickets are just $15. You can get yours at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Don't miss the action as we celebrate Senior Day, laying the foundation in the first year of the Willie Fritz era, and cheer on our team in their brand new Houston Blue uniforms. Bring your friends, bring your family. Let's pack the stadium with Cougar pride. And again, get your tickets now, just $15 at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear your Houston Blue.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Cal and Hannah McNair were visiting Fire Station 33 today, which good on them. Give some love to the first responders. My stepdad's a fireman, so I have a high admiration to our first responders. Those are the true heroes, not these pampered, spoiled, rich athletes. But Cal McNair, impressed by firefighters all over the Houston area. Here's some wisdom from Cool Cat Cal.
They run in with an axe and a pry bar, and it's another 30 or 40 pounds. It's a workout.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cal McNair knows what it takes. You know, he appreciates. Look, game, respect, game. And that's what that was. Cal McNair respecting game.
Brian,
Never.
There you go. I was going to say, you think he gave him the advice?
He gave him the pep talk before they made a call today.
Right.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Look at that.
quit.
Cal, can you come say some words of wisdom to the finest in Houston in the HFD? Can you come give them some insight on what it takes to be a hero?
Never quit.
Look at that, man. He's just making the city better, one firefighter at a
Anna
time.
was completely
She was
decked out in all the gear, and
she was doing the.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, Yeah, she was doing that. Micah Parsons, they got beat by the Cowboys, or they got beat by the Texans. He plays for the Cowboys, of course, on Monday night. He had some things to say on his podcast afterwards. Check him out. False start. Delay a game from Micah Parsons. Yeah, he talked about, you good now? No, it's Micah Parsons' podcast screwed up on us. But he said that the Texans are a good team, but not a great team. First off, what do you think of a player who got hammered having these takes?
Yeah, I think it's a little different, but I mean, look, they got their asses handed to them, so you should give them props. I think that picking them apart is where you draw the line. You should say, hey, they're a really good football team, but if you want to then start picking apart, say they're not a great team, well, it doesn't matter what kind of team plays you. They rip your doors off and they completely pound you into submission. So yeah, it's a little tough to take him seriously in terms of where they are from good to great when your team sucks.
Wouldn't he know though? Like, wouldn't he know? Like, this is a weird modern day in athletics and in the NFL and in sports. Like, Draymond Green has his podcast. Here is it from the horse's mouth, Micah Parsons.
They're a good team, but if I'm looking at some of these other teams, like the Chiefs, the Chiefs, I know they beat the Bills. They put it on. It's just confusing to me, bro. Like they are a good team, but I don't know if they great just yet.
It's a hot take there. I don't know if they're good.
Like they are a really good team.
They're really
Like,
good.
You look at some of the wins, they should have beat the Lions. They jumped on that undefeated Bills team. So a lot of these games, they were in those games, but they lost those games.
Okay.
I think
we get the gist.
Well, at the very end too, he does say that they are going to be great. They just aren't there yet.
Yeah.
He does at least give them some flowers at the end.
This is like, I understand where Texans fans are coming from. Like, what are you doing, dude? You just got beat by 24. Like, you were a non-factor. But it's this weird era now where, and I don't mind it, where you have athletes that will then have the podcast and they all of a sudden, like, they're going to have their opinions. They're going to have their takes. I think that you can separate the two, though. Like, I think Micah Parsons has a pretty good idea of who's great in the NFL and who's good in the NFL. And the fact that you got beat by one of those teams by 27, should that impact your judgment? I don't know that it should. Like, beating the Cowboys by 27 doesn't really have an influence between great and good. Like, I think Micah Parsons is a pretty good source here, actually.
The only problem is that he later on in the podcast basically goes on to say that they're a good football team.
But was he wrong?
Yeah.
He said that about the Cowboys? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
thought you meant the Texans.
Yeah, and then he goes into details about Zim and Zimmer being a good DC.
Well, I think that's him saving face at that point.
But he basically is like, we're a good team. That's why this hurts so much. Are you though?
Well, like, I'm not going to ever say anything bad about Houston. You know what I mean? Like, if Houston football was 0-12, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, we're so bad. Like, I'd be like, hey, we're going to
go about the Cougars.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to call it like we see it with the Texans.
So I can understand Micah Parsons having that viewpoint, though. Like, he's not going to sit there on his own podcast and then give this, like, his real thoughts about the Dallas Cowboys. Like, they're signing his checks. Like, they're the ones paying him. He has to be a representative of the Dallas Cowboys. So he's not going to get on his own podcast and be like, yeah, we're awful. Can you believe what's happening in our ceiling? We should fire Mike McCarthy. Like, he can't do that.
But you say that, but in a different way. He has come out and basically criticized the organization and criticized the fact that they haven't done the go for it that they said they were going to do and been critical of Jerry Jones to the point where he hasn't held back in the past. Not to say that I don't get what you're saying in terms of with your own guys in the locker room that are going to inevitably hear what you have to say. You're not going to crap on them and say they're not a good football team or their running game sucks or whatever it might be. But at the same time, he hasn't held back.
Yeah. It's a really weird fine line with athletes having podcasts while they're currently playing. I don't mind it. Like, hey, it's free country. Do what you got to do. 0979. I think he's right. They're good, but not great about the Texans. I think he's right too.
I agree too. Yeah.
Another texter in the Hive. I don't get why athletes who are currently playing have podcasts like that. A lot of people have that thought. Like, it is a bit of a catch-22. Like, it's a slippery slope because you're going to have honest takes. And I don't disagree with this take about the Texans. If you're going to have honest takes about the rest of the teams in the NFL, people are going to want you to have honest takes about your team. But then at the same time, you have to be a bit hesitant with who is paying you your money and be a representative of that organization at the same time.
You also have to be aware that everybody hears this, because I don't know if you saw this or not, because Draymond's got the podcast, and Draymond is very quick to talk about what happened the night before. And like, he rolled into Zach Edey, and then basically Zach Edey rolled his ankle, and it was a big deal. And he was calling the Memphis coach soft and Edey soft and saying this. Yeah. Did you see what happened?
Did he get fined?
No, they mic'd him up for the next game.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
And the referee comes up to him and doesn't realize Draymond's mic'd up, and he goes, I heard the first 10 minutes of your podcast.
Oh, wow.
You better not be soft tonight, and I better not hear you complain. And it was like, bam, take that.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
That's pretty good. Like, see, I like the content, and I'm here for the drama, so I'm fine with them having a podcast. Now, if I were an athlete, would I have a podcast? Probably not. Probably not. But they're also just taking advantage of the brand, and they're capitalizing on their brand too. So, like, I don't blame them for that.
It's the ability to get a ton of extra exposure and possibly profit from it.
Yeah.
But it's the vulnerability of, you say one wrong thing, and it could be catastrophic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this wasn't even that controversial.
No.
The Texans are good, not great, and this is like getting all these waves. Like, this wasn't even controversial. Now, Draymond Green, he probably would have still been able to get TV gigs without the podcast, but I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts you in your post-playing career. All right, Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, going to give you some winners next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, our favorite guy because he gives you winners, handing out money left and right. And Lee, final home game for my Houston Cougars this season at TD-ECU Stadium. Weather is going to be beautiful. You can get your tickets, uhcougars.com, 713-GO-COUGS, only for $15. And we're wearing the Houston blue. It's going to be great
I like
times. Great vibes, Lee. So
Wasn't
Baylor,
there something going on with that?
with the Houston blue?
Yeah, wasn't there something?
Yeah, they did it last year. Houston did it last year. They looked a little bit too like
the Tennessee
yeah.
owner-
They looked a little bit too much like the old Oiler uniforms. So Amy Adams skunk. She threatened a lawsuit. Houston's like, we're not going to cower down. We're from Houston. We're Houstonians. They went back at it. They worked out a little bit of an agreement. And yeah, Houston's going to wear the Houston blue. They're going to sell all the merch. I got my Houston blue on today. It's going to be great news. Baylor's favored by 8. But tell me, Lee, wrong team's favored.
I think the wrong team is favored here. So, the problem has been third downs. They got to find a way to sustain some of these drives here. Bad setup last week going on the road, coming at home. When they beat Kansas State, got the job done on defense. They get takeaways. So in their last couple wins, got at least 2 takeaways. I think that's the difference here. So I think they're going to suffocate this Baylor offense. And like I said, third downs are going to be the difference here. Just sustain these drives and special teams also. I like Houston. Wrong team favored. Houston outright 28-20.
I told you I liked Lee.
There you go.
I told you I did.
All right, Lee, got another big one. Florida showing signs of life, maybe saving the coach's butt in the process, but they're taking on an Ole Miss team that is very talented, and Lane Kiffin has them playing good football. It's a double-digit favoring Ole Miss right now at 10. How do you see this one playing out?
I thought it was now. I've been making fun of Sunbelt Billy for a couple of years now, but I thought it was actually a good move to keep them. What are they going to do? Start all over, and then it's another 2 years? It's paid dividends. They beat Kentucky and then LSU. Totally dominated the second half to that win. They're now 5-5. They'll beat Florida State even if they don't win this game, and they're going to go to a bowl. And all of a sudden, recruiting-wise, hitting the trail and doing a pretty good job. Now, the difference here is they beat LSU, who has a quarterback, no running threat at all. Jackson Dart, dual threat quarterback, over 3,100 passing yards, 22 touchdowns, even another 300 yards running, and another 3 touchdowns running the football. But people sleep on their defense. How about this? They're the number 2 rush defense, allowing just 2.2 yards per carry. And the way Florida motors on offense, they need to have a running game to set up their play action. So if Ole Miss can shut down that running game, get them into 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8 situations, they turn on the pressure. They are number 1 with 46 sacks here, and they might even get back Trey Harris on offense, who's their deep threat here. Ole Miss here. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it, even on the road. Ole Miss 34-16.
Biting my tongue. Detroit -7 against the Colts. The Colts have went back to Anthony Richardson. Jared Goff has looked like an MVP caliber quarterback every single game, with the exception of when they played the Texan. Colts are the home team here. Getting 7 is the home team. Lions or Colts? What you got, Lee?
So I think that sometimes when a team continues to win and stay on a roll, they just keep pushing that line up eventually until they crash. Indianapolis, how about this? They've had 1-score games in 10 of their 11 games this year. Not saying Anthony Richardson is great, but he's a dual-threat quarterback. I think he'll stress this Detroit defense here. I know how good Detroit is. I think they're the best team in football, league high, 159-point differential, and they're running right now an 8-game winning streak and 7-1 against the spread here. But this is their 3rd game in 4 weeks on the road. They host the Bears on Thanksgiving. Detroit escapes 31-28. Take the points in Indy.
Woo.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And they're playing
You
indoors.
might have to hold your nose or hold your breath, but you got to do what you got to do to get a win.
That's right.
Indeed. Now, the Harbaugh Bowl is on the horizon as well, as Jim and John square off. Baltimore giving 3 to a Chargers team that looks like they are got everything going in the right direction. Herbert's finally, looking like the quarterback consistently that we thought he was going to be, but Baltimore's got all the weapons too. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, so here's when you can get a field goal with a better defense at home. You take it. That's going to be about a 64-65% winner over the course of the decade. The Chargers allowing only 14 points per game. I think the blueprint was laid out with Pittsburgh, how to shut down and limit this offense of Baltimore. So they're great in between the 20s, but when that last 20 yards gets tough, I mean, they didn't even have Henry. How do you not have Henry in the lineup for those last couple plays, even if you're not going to use him as a decoy? And I like the way the Chargers are progressing here at wide receiver, developing some wide receivers here, and everyone thought that was a weakness here. And the Harbaugh, we're going with Jim Harbaugh here. Chargers straight up 24-20.
Last one for you, Lee, at least for me. Houston at home against the old Tennessee Titans, a rival in the AFC South. The two owners hate each other. The female owners hate each other. Texans 8-point favorites against a good Titans defense. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, I like the way the Texans poured it on late, just kept coming in the second half, snapped that 2-game losing streak here. Also managed a trend to end 4 straight games decided with a score. They are a team that has won and covered 3 straight against Tennessee with an average margin of more than 11 points here. Titans defense, number 29 in points allowed, even with, this is crazy, the number 1 pass defense. So the unit's main problems here are lack of game-changing plays. They're number 30 in takeaways here. 2-8 teams don't all of a sudden start improving the second half of the season. Houston, big, 31-14.
All right, Lee. Well, we love the fact that you give us a handful of picks every week, but we're also even more thankful during this Giving Thanks season that you also give people a whole lot more if they connect with you and get connected with you on a ton of plays week in, week out. Tell everybody how they get connected with Paramount Sports and the free play that you have got going for them.
So free play is going to be Pittsburgh and Cleveland tonight. Anyone wants to get that game for free, call right now. First 5 callers, call 800-400-9741. First 5 callers. We're going to give them Pittsburgh and Cleveland tonight. I think there's a clear right side winner on this game. 800-400-9741. And how about this? Our college football game of the year goes this Saturday. This is our first 50-unit play of the year. It is a 50-unit max wager. So you want to hop on board, just $97 for 70 and 26 lifetime on these 40 to 50-unit max wagers. So, like I said, 50-unit college football game of the year right now, ParamountSports.com, or 2 weeks from now through Monday, December 2nd, just $197, one place, ParamountSports.com.
Must have. Lee, enjoy your football weekend.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Get your winners. Get too good. It's too good. All right. Should D'Amico Ryans rest Will Anderson one more week? Kind of similar to what he did to Nico Collins. The old Dusty Baker move, we call it. Should D'Amico rest Will Anderson one more week? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
November 30th, the rivalry is renewed as Texas A&M faces off against who wrote this script? Faces off against the University of Texas at Kyle Field. Stay tuned to ESPN 97.5, 92.5 for extensive coverage of this historic game presented by Rebecca Creek Distillery. You'll hear great interviews, great guests from both sides, spirited conversation from all of our hosts. Going to have great guests on next week. Also connect to our coverage on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel and social media. Enjoy Rebecca Creek Whiskey, Enchanted Rock Vodka, and Texas Ranger Whiskey to celebrate the rivalry's return. Gig 'em and hook 'em. It's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say gig 'em and hook 'em in the same sentence. Can you say gig 'em, Brian, as a hook 'em fan?
Gig 'em.
Okay. He's a pro.
He's tough.
He's a pro. You can separate the word from the actual meaning. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listen line. But next week will be fun. We're going to have great guests throughout the entire week. Should D'Amico Ryans rest Will Anderson one more week? This is the old Dusty Baker move. He did it with Nico Collins 2 weeks ago. I believe that Nico Collins could have played 2 games ago against Detroit. Hamstring, soft tissue injury. Second time that Nico Collins has dealt with a hamstring this year, maybe the same one. Didn't want to risk it. Let's play him 30 snaps against the Cowboys, ease him back into things, knowing we need him in December. Hopefully January, maybe February. Should they do the same with Will Anderson? Should they give him the old Dusty Baker?
I think they should. I think that when you start looking at what we've talked about, even with like trends and which way that, D'Amico goes on going forward on 4th down or other things where he makes decisions. I think that, you kind of set the trend for yourself of, like you mentioned, if you're not going to play Nico against Detroit, you're going to give him that one extra week, make sure he's totally healthy. I think that matters. I think you take a lot into consideration. You take into consideration who you're playing. Tennessee is kind of a lesser than opponent. It's not as big of an opponent, but we talked about if it was a bigger opponent, would he try and push it a little bit more in the case of Nico? I think Will just goes at one speed no matter what. So to keep him out of the way of himself, it's fine that you're playing a team you should beat, that you can give him the rest for that matter, for that reason. And then more so than that, the way that the rest of your defensive linemen and your edge defensive linemen played last week. Barnett got the strip sack that he caused the fumble, then ended up getting it and running it into the end zone. He was active. Autry was all over the field. Danielle Hunter was all over the field. The interior line has been playing well to where even if he doesn't play, they played so well last week, they could do the same thing against Tennessee, and there's nothing lost while Will Anderson guarantees you that he gets healthy for the following game.
Now, Danico Autry is not practiced yet this week. He's dealing with a knee oblique. You're not worried about that?
No, I'm not, because normally with the veterans during the week, they don't care as much about their practice time.
Yeah, but they usually don't create injuries. They just say, like, rest or non-injury related.
Sometimes they'll tell you, if they dinged it in a game or something like that. But at the same time, you expect by Sunday. I firmly expect by Sunday he'll play.
I think there's a better chance Will Anderson plays than Danico Autry plays.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Autry wants to play against his old team. I think that
but
the way he played last week, I know he went down in that game, but came back and was extremely effective after that. And I believe got the sack after he went down.
Yeah.
I believe he's going to play.
I think there's a difference between ankle and hamstring. To me, like the chances of re-aggravation are much higher with a hamstring than are an ankle. So that to me is the difference here. Like I'm cool doing it with Nico. And look, if they ultimately decide, hey, we're going to keep Will Anderson out one more week against Tennessee because we need him ready for December, cool, fine. I don't care that much. Totally understand playing the long game with one of your better defensive players. But I'm not as concerned about an ankle as I am a hamstring, although Will Anderson has had 3 ankle injuries in his short 2-year career as a professional for the Houston Texans. And I also get the sense that that he's going to play. Like when D'Amico Ryans is asked about Will Anderson, usually when he's asked about injuries, we'll see where he lands at the end of the week. He gives you a complete nothing burger. He's talking like he's back. Like he's talking like Anderson is already back. Matt Burke talked today, defensive coordinator. He's talking like he is back. So I'm okay with them not going the one extra game with Will Anderson, specifically because of the injury. If it was a hamstring, yes, absolutely. One more week for Will Anderson. But with an ankle, I'm not as concerned. I will say this, though. I think he's going to be limited, kind of like Nico was. Nico only played 30 snaps in his first game back. I think Will Anderson is going to be somewhere in that ballpark, too.
I think the other thing that you mentioned, if it is true, and if Autry doesn't play, then there's a more likelihood that they would like Will Anderson to be able to play because now at least you have other guys you can go to, another guy you can go to for depth as you continue to do what you like to do, which is rotate those ends, to keep them all fresh. So I think that would factor in as well.
Yeah, and I mean, their depth would take a hit if they didn't have Autry. You still have guys that you feel like are capable, right? Like Daniel Hunter obviously is very good, leads the NFL in pressures. They like Barnett. Barnett had the big play against Dallas. He had the strip sack, fumble recovery, scoop and score. And then, look, I think Dylan Horton's been playing some pretty good football too. Like, that's been a fun story to watch develop. So I still think they would have enough pieces, even if Autry couldn't play, and then Will Anderson only gave you 30 snaps or whatever it was. Do you feel like people are underestimating the Titans a little bit? Like you said, a lesser than. 8341 texting in saying, resting one more week. It's a Titans game we're playing. Give me one more week to heal up, getting 100%, moving to the month of December. Are we selling the Titans a little short?
I mean, I think we did the same thing with the Cowboys. I think the expectation was the Cowboys are a better team than the Titans.
I don't know that they are.
And that's the thing. I don't know if they are or not, but I think that with what we were talking about, what we heard from the narrative being going into that game, it seemed like everybody with anticipation towards this game was basically saying the same thing. You're supposed to blow the doors off the Cowboys, and they're not a very good football team. And if you're saying that about the Cowboys, then I think it's fair to say it about the Tennessee Titans as well, because aside from a really staunch defense, because they got veterans sprinkled throughout there, they've got a defensive line with a couple of anchors on it that can really do some things. But other than that, I don't think you fear their offense. I don't think you look at them and say they've got some really big impact skill position players. I think you can get by with beating the Titans the same way you beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think the Titans are better than the Cowboys, though.
It's quite possible,
because
especially
the Cowboys,
with Dak out.
Yeah, with that's the thing. Like Dak being out, I don't think that their offense is very good. Their defense is flat out quit, in my opinion. Tennessee's still like inspired. Like Tennessee's still fighting. Like Tennessee still has young guys, especially offensively, that they're like trying to get better. Like they're trying to establish themselves as professionals in the NFL. And then defensively, they quite frankly have one of the better defenses in the NFL. They're second in NFL total defense.
I think that's
second.
That's where I was going to go. In the fact that in a lost season and in a wins and loss perspective, although some kind of not so smart thinking guys on that team still seem to think that they have a chance to make the playoffs. But I think that their defense with all those veterans would like to say, even if it's a lost season for the team in the win and loss column, we could end up with the best defensive rating in the league. And that's probably means something to a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Whereas you're right. It's an open audition on offense. You're trying to see a lot of young players, what they can do. I mean, Tony Pollard hasn't done much since they spent the money to go get him in free agency.
He's been okay.
But you're trying to find out what you really have on offense, getting ready for the offseason.
I think the big question with them is Will Levis going to be their quarterback next year? I think that's what they're trying to figure out and learn. And Levis, since his return from the injury, has actually been better. Like, good enough? Probably not, but he's been better than he was prior. He was joking yesterday. He's like, hey, what have you done since you've returned from injuries? Well, I'm not making chest passes and underhand throws anymore, which is funny. But their defense, too, I think their strengths line up to your weaknesses. Like, your offensive line, not good. Their defensive line, really good. Strength versus weakness is something that also is like, don't feel too great about that.
No, you're right. I think that we looked at it. I mean, it's the same way as looking at when you had Kenyon Green and then you looked at Quinnen Williams and went, oh, my goodness, that's not the matchup you really want that they're going to actually exploit. And I think you're right. To the same level, the offensive line, as much as it struggled, even if it looked a little better last week, you don't think that you're going to take some savvy, tough, really big mountain of men type defensive linemen that are athletic and think that they're not going to try and have their way with the interior defensive linemen?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge. It is going to be a tough challenge. Junior Bronco says, nope, get these wins while you can. Run the score up on Amy. A lot of people want to do that. I watched the Brian Callahan meeting with the press conference or meeting with the media during his press conference yesterday. He's wearing the old Oiler hat. He's wearing the Oiler hat during Texan week, which is no surprise. Text from the Hive, but the Texans are going to crush down the Titans defense, and they're going to give up just like the Cowboys did. Let's see about that. Let's see how good this offense looks against a Titans defense that is the number 2 defense in the NFL in total yards versus a Cowboys defense who is not good and has flat out quit.
I think that's the big thing when we were talking about, put a couple of weeks together, like 2 or 3 weeks in a row where you look and see progress. Well, you beat a bad Dallas Cowboys team and defensively, like you mentioned, they're lesser than. Now take it to the next level. Keep doing what you were able to do against Dallas, but do it against a defense that's at least a step above what Dallas has put up against you. And then you keep doing it 2 weeks in a row, and that's the next step that you take. Now you're going to be more convincing in terms of people believing you are actually figuring some stuff out.
Alex says take the under. Move over, Lee Sterling. Alex is in the house. Alex, his play is lock in, what is it? What is November? What's a good riddle for betting in November?
Lee calls it Dovember.
Does he really?
Yeah.
He calls it Dovember?
Yeah.
Well, Alex's own Dovember.
We went from Locktober to Dovember.
I thought that was just your stupid joke.
I didn't make that up.
No, Lee said that on the show
Yeah, he
every
did.
week.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
typed it in there as like, this is.
No.
I thought that was you.
No, didn't you? I think you might have typed it.
No,
Or
I didn't
did I
type it in.
ask? Okay.
So it was typed in there. I thought that
Yeah,
was
then
like,
I must have asked. And
I thought
typed
it was your joke.
No,
That's
but Lee
Lee's
said
joke.
it on the show every week.
The over-under's 40.5. Tennessee Titans, Houston Texans. I played my bets today, just getting out ahead of things. I did not play either side of this game. I didn't play the number, Texans minus 7.5. I didn't play the over-under 40.5. I had the Texans winning by 7.
Yeah, I could see the Texans scoring over 20 points.
I had 24-17.
Yeah,
Branham
I don't think the Tennessee gets over 20 points.
24-17 is where I got it. I might as well be the handicapper. Like, it's 7 points. It's 41 points on the total. It's 7.5 in the spread, 40.5 for the total. Look at that.
So you basically just play the line exactly as Vegas
But I
put
didn't
it?
know what the line was.
Okay.
Branometrics.
Branham computer models. They Branham analytics. They do the
Branalytics,
score.
that is
Your
what I called
semester
it
as a
last
math
year.
major?
I do the score before I ever look at the spread and the over under the total,
That was what I called it last year.
because I don't want that to
Branalytics.
influence. Yeah, Branalytics.
Branalytics.
Branalytics. I don't like how you're taking out the.
I know
last name.
analytics has those things out there.
I feel like whenever you look at the spread and you look at the total, though, it influences your prediction on the game. So I try to avoid that before the prediction on the game.
Yeah, because I think when we do Beasy Money, I always kind of have it in my head without looking at the spreads. Like, I feel like this is a pick 'em, or I feel like this is a touchdown game. But if you're going to double digits, it might be too much.
Yeah, I go in there and I predict every score of every game before I even look at the total and before I look at the against spread. Now, Branham on the year is 40-31 against the spread this year.
Not bad.
Totals 23-27 though. Not great here. And I was awful last week. I was 1-4 against the spread. I was 0-4 in the totals. So Branham had his worst week.
Not November for you last week?
Week 11 was torture for your boy. All right, Adam Ronis, he's gonna get you straightened away with your fantasy football. All the fantasy football questions you need to know heading into this weekend, and also his Dub Club where he's killing it as well. Adam Ronis joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at telling you exactly how he can help you to get your hair loss problem rectified. It could be as easy as simply basically getting some PRP treatments that kind of get the blood flowing and fertilize the hair that you still have in your head to get it thicker, stronger, longer, and make a difference in your overall appearance. But if your hair is too far gone and you've got those bald spots, he can actually take the hair that you have on the sides and the back of your head, repurpose it where you need it, and in no time at all, you will have hair. It'll be growing. It'll be stronger, longer, the same color, growing the same direction, and it'll be with you for the rest of your life. Because what I found out in having a consultation with Doc and his staff is you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of that, puts it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you see that it is absolutely what you need to rectify the problem. And because he takes it from a place where it's never going to go away, up to 99% of the follicles that he moves are going to be with you for the rest of your life. Game-changing information for those that would really like to keep their hair and make sure that it stays. That's why I encourage you to go to 975hair.com right now. Because if you go to 975hair.com and you sign up for an appointment with Doc and his staff, you get it for free. If you go and walk in off the street and ask for the appointment, it's $150. You go to 975hair.com and sign up for the appointment, it's free. They're going to explain the PRP treatments, which is the fertilizing of the follicles you have, and the neograft procedure, which is the replanting of the hair for your scalp. Either one of them is effective. He'll tell you which one you need. Maybe you need both like me, but at the end of the day, you're going to find out the main thing is that whatever he does works and you get your hair back and it's fantastic. That's why I encourage you to go there. Go get that free consultation right now. Go to 975hair.com and sign up for that consultation. Nothing out of pocket, no commitment to be made, no money to spend or to basically anything that says you have to commit. Just a question and answer session after they explain everything to you for you to consider if it's something you want to do. I did it, couldn't be happier with it. You should too. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Adam Ronis joining us on the HR&P guest line. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. Adam Ronis, of course, on Twitter, at Adam Ronis from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. It is the tribal chief of the Dub Club. Adam, what about tonight's game?
Acknowledge me!
How are you feeling about tonight's game? Is there a strong lean you feel one way or another?
I worry about this game for the Steelers because this is usually a spot where the Steelers disappoint. They've had a great year so far, coming off a big victory over Baltimore. We know that they're better than Cleveland, but it's a divisional game on the road. I could see this being a letdown spot for Pittsburgh. Of course, the weather looks like it could be somewhat of an issue, though I'm seeing reports that it could get better, that it might be more rain, and the winds don't look too bad. Because that's really what you worry about is heavy winds, because that affects the passing game, the deep passing game, the kickers. So I think that this game is going to be closer than people think.
Adam, from a start-sit perspective, we've got a lot of injuries that are got a lot of owners a little bit concerned. Several tight ends, Jake Ferguson, David Njoku, and George Kittle, and even a quarterback in Brock Purdy. How do you see some of these key injuries? Which way you think they're leaning?
The Purdy one is starting to concern me because there was a report saying that he threw early and then left and went to the training room. So this is an issue, a sore right shoulder. I'm a little worried about him right now. Kittle said he's going to play. You can never trust players, what they say, but I feel good about him playing. Ferguson, I don't think plays. We've seen this with concussions, and he had it on a Monday night. We've seen players on Sunday not be able to return for the following Sunday. We've even seen players on a Thursday night, which was Malik Neighbors, and then miss multiple weeks. So with Jake Ferguson, definitely don't feel good about it. I think he sits. And the other guy that you got to worry a little bit about is Devontae Smith. He missed practice again today with a hamstring injury. And sounds like Sam Laporta is going to go. He put in a full practice today.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, J.K. Dobbins was a exciting find for fantasy managers who drafted him in the late rounds, but it seems like his efficiency is starting to drop a little bit. Gus Edwards has been added back into the offense coming off of injury, and even Haskins was getting several goal line carries last week for the Chargers. Are you worried at all about Dobbins going forward into the fantasy playoffs?
Yeah, I think you have to be. I mean, you hit on a lot of the points. It's just the efficiency's gone down, and he's been an amazing story. I know he's shooting for that comeback player of the year, and I think everyone is rooting for him, but he just hasn't been as good lately, and we have seen Gus Edwards enter the mix now that he's back and healthy again. And Dobbins, he saved his day with that touchdown run at the end of the game, and it still only gave him 56 yards for the game. So the volume that we were seeing earlier in the year, it's going to decline a little bit. I also think if you look at the Chargers' schedule coming up, they're going to pass more. We started to see it last week. Like Justin Herbert hasn't been a great fantasy quarterback for most of the year, and it's not based on his talent. It's just the way that the team has played. Harbaugh has come in there with the run-first mentality, but they have a schedule coming up where they're going to have to pass. It started last week with Cincinnati. We all knew, like, they weren't going to stop Cincinnati, and it was going to be a game where Herbert had to pass. He was phenomenal in the first half. Wasn't as good in the second half, but he's also running a little bit. So I do see it shifting a little bit where they're going to rely more on Herbert with some of the games coming up, beginning this week against Baltimore, because I don't see them slowing down Baltimore. And in order for them to stay competitive, they're going to have to pass, because we all know Baltimore is much stronger against the run and one of the worst teams against the pass.
Adam, how are you looking at this Kansas City running back situation, which has been fluid really all year long? I remember when they claimed Samaje Perine. Oh, he's a guy to pick up in PPR. Pacheco was a popular name early, obviously. He got hurt. Carson Steele. And then now, of course, it's been Kareem Hunt. Pacheco is going to be back soon. Maybe not this week, but soon. How are you handling the Chief running back situation?
As long as Pacheco is out, it's Kareem Hunt, and he's just been getting massive volume. Has he been great? No, he's not. He's not efficient, but any running back that's getting 20-plus touches a game and a good offense, they're going to be productive. And we've seen it with Kareem Hunt. Now, he is very reliant on touchdowns, since he was getting every week until the last two. 2 weeks ago, he made up for it with 7 receptions for 65 yards. Last week, he had no receptions, which was kind of surprising in a game that they trailed a little bit. There is a chance Pacheco suits up this week. I mean, I don't expect Kansas City to rush him back. There's no need to. They're still in good shape for the 1 seed, but now losing a Buffalo, it does make it a little bit more interesting. When Pacheco does return, it'll probably be a split, which is going to hurt Kareem Hunt. Pacheco is the better running back. I mean, there's no doubt. I'm just upset because you see these numbers that Kareem Hunt's putting up. Imagine if that was Isaiah Pacheco healthy, because I thought Pacheco was in line for a massive year this year because of the way they upgraded the offense and with them probably leaning on him as the main back. They don't need to do it down the stretch because their ultimate goal is be healthy for January and for that Super Bowl run. So I don't see them bringing Pacheco in and giving him 15 touches immediately. They have the luxury of kind of splitting with these two, which is not ideal for fantasy. But if Pacheco were to play this week, it's Carolina. And I think actually both running backs can be productive because you have to remember, we have 6 teams on bye this week. There's not a lot of situations where you're going to say, oh, yeah, I can sit this guy. When you start looking at your lineups, especially if you're in a deeper competitive league, you kind of have no choices. You're going to have to submit a lineup that makes you feel very uncomfortable this week.
Adam, I'm looking at wide receiver Mike Evans, been out 4 weeks with that hamstring injury. He's back practicing. We know that, but we also know that doesn't guarantee he's going to play, and if he does, he might be limited. How are you looking at that situation?
No, if he's active, you're playing him. I mean, again, a lot of it has to do with the bye week issues, but again, if they deem him healthy enough to go, you're going to play him. Now, you could say, well, Nico Collins last week, but Nico Collins had a touchdown on the first play, and it was called back due to penalty. And then, you know, he was a little limited early on, but then he played a good amount of snaps. They just didn't really pass the ball effectively in that one. But they need Mike Evans, and Tampa Bay is still in the divisional hunt for the title. I mean, with Atlanta losing last week, you know, Atlanta's 6-5, Tampa's 4-6. Atlanta's off this week, so Tampa wins this week. They're a game out. Now, they have lost to Atlanta twice, so that obviously hurts, but they're still in it. So Mike Evans, he's out there. He's in your lineup.
Adam Ronis joining us on the Killer Bees. Adam, looking at Jalen Waddle, someone who's been massively disappointing to fantasy managers this year. He started the year with a wide receiver 16 finish in PPR leagues, and with Tua there. But since then, in PPR formats, has finished no higher than wide receiver 39. It feels like a full drop at this point with the way the Dolphins have adjusted their offense to more of a dink and dunk system and not taking the shots deep. Where are you at with Waddle and the Dolphins offense overall?
It's so disappointing. Even with Tua back, you figured, all right, here we go. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, they're going to take off. It has not happened. It's Jonnu Smith and Devon Achane. Now, you have Achane, you're loving it. If you've been picking up Jonnu Smith and playing him last few weeks, you love it. But even Tyreek Hill, in 6 games with Tua, his target share is 20.9%. It was over 30% last year. Waddle is even worse. So I have him in a league where it's 20 roster spots, so I can't drop him because there's nothing great on waivers. That's the other thing. The waiver wire has been awful this year, especially in the deeper formats. You know, we're going over it this week on one of our shows. It just hasn't been a significant pickup compared to years past. But Waddle is a guy that it's really difficult to start right now. I can't blame anyone for leaving him on the bench because we were waiting for him, especially with Tua coming back. It just hasn't happened. I mean, 2 catches for 37 yards last week. Even a game against the Rams, he had 55 yards in the first quarter. He finished with 57. So he hasn't had more than 6 targets in a game in the last 5. So it's just not happening for Waddle. And even Tyreek Hill, like, you're playing Hill, but a lot of people drafted him in the top 5, and he hasn't come close to that. Yes, Tua missed games, but even with Tua back, there just seems like they're trying to get the ball out of his hands quicker, which makes sense. You know, you don't want him to get hit, but it's really Devon Achane and Jonnu Smith who have been benefiting the most in this offense.
Adam, I guess outside of Bo Nix, you just can't trust anybody in Denver, huh?
Cortland Sutton. I think you could trust Cortland Sutton. He's been pretty good. He had that one game, I think it was on a Thursday night, if I'm not mistaken. He had no targets, and we were probably like, oh, here we go. And then ever since then, he's been really good. Last week, even 7 for 78. He has at least 8 targets in every game since that game. It was against the Saints on a Thursday night where he had no targets. Now, you're probably referring to the running game more specifically, and yes, because a lot of people picked up Audric Estime last week thinking he could be the lead back after he had double-digit touches the week before, and then it was Javonte Williams early, and he came out. They've been saying hot hand, which we hate as fantasy players. I am starting Javonte Williams in one league, but I'm probably going to get burned because the week he had one touch, I started him. Last week, I benched him. He had a good game, and you know how it's going to go this week.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go with anyone, it's probably Javonte Williams. But, you know, what if Williams comes out early, gets a couple carries, doesn't do anything? They bring in Estime. He breaks off a 15-yard run, and then they roll with him. So that's the situation there with them. But, yeah, Sutton is a guy that I think you can trust. He's with the emergence of Bo Nix, Sutton has become more reliable.
Adam, DeAndre Swift maybe had one of his best weeks of the year last week, but now he's nursing a groin. They've got other opportunities in Chicago. Do you just stay away from the running backs, or do you just ride with Swift, assuming he's going to play?
Yeah, look, if Swift is a go, I'm going to play him. I also do think there's going to be desperate situations this week with the 6 teams on bye. I think you can get Roschon Johnson in, because the one change we saw last week with the new offensive coordinator is we saw an expanded role for Roschon Johnson. We saw it early in the year, and then he kind of went away. But last week he had 10 carries, only 33 yards, but he had a touchdown, and he was being used near the goal line and in the red zone. And the touchdown Swift had was from outside the 20. So they are using Roschon Johnson. We'll see if the trend continues, but I could see certain scenarios where you have 2 or 3 running backs on bye that you're really digging deep, and you might have to get Roschon Johnson into your lineup. And of all the backup running backs, I think he's one of the ones that's more appealing, especially if he's going to stay involved in this offense and get goal line carries.
Adam Ronas joining us here from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. Adam, going into Week 12, it's time, if your trade deadline hasn't passed, to start maybe looking at playoff schedules, maybe swapping a player for a better playoff schedule, or looking at picking up those defenses with really good matchups in the championship weeks of 15, 16, and 17. Who are some guys you'd look to target and some defenses you'd look to add that have favorable playoff schedules?
Tampa Bay, their schedule is ideal coming up, not only for their offense, but for their defense. Because if you look at their playoff schedule, the Chargers is a tough one, but then they get the Cowboys and the Panthers in championship weeks. And even before that, starting this week, they get the Giants and Tommy DeVito. Then they get the Panthers again, the Raiders, the Chargers, Cowboys, and Panthers. That is a really good schedule for a defense if you're looking to stream. I know they haven't been a great defense this year, and you could pass against them, but for a defense that's not rostered in a lot of leagues, I know I picked them up in a league last night, and I intend to roll with them the rest of the way.
Adam, last time I checked, you were about 25, 30 games above 500 with the Dub Club. How's the winning going, and how can our listeners find out more?
Yeah, last week NFL was a good week, was 4-1. NBA this week's been up and down. So now it's 89 and 65. That's between NFL and NBA. But yeah, you could follow me on Twitter, X at Adam Ronas, Instagram, ARON88. I have links for the Dub Club in there. There's a free trial, so you can test it out. And if you guys want to message me on Twitter at Adam Ronas, for those listening, I'll hook you up with a special discount.
There you go. Take advantage of that. Adam's been rolling. Appreciate the time, Adam.
Thanks a lot, guys, and enjoy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you too. Adam Ronas. You can find him on Twitter at Adam Ronas. Take advantage of the Dub Club. He's been winning. Also the host from Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. Let's get to the worst takes of the week. What are the worst takes of the week? Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, we know there's a lot of sports coming up on the horizon. There's a lot of opportunities for you to cash in. You just got done hearing from Adam. Before that, you heard from Lee Sterling. We're constantly trying to give you winners, and we're trying to let you have an opportunity to cash in. If you're looking for a place to do that, I encourage you to go to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the place you ought to be, because they take care of their listeners all across the board. They're always looking for ways to give you a chance to get better odds, more money in your account, and better chances to win. They've been in business for over a decade, so your money's not going anywhere when you put it in. And when you put it in now, especially when you sign up for the first time, they're going to double your first deposit up to $1,000. That means if you put 100 in, they'll put 100 on top. Suddenly 200 in your account means more money, which means more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. They also have referral bonuses if you get your friends to sign up. And when you're actually putting more money in your account, they have a bonus for that too. But you got to use our promo code to get any and all the bonuses. That promo code is Bet975. When you use promo code Bet975, it opens the doors to those codes and so much more. It also enters you in a chance to be in the actual rewards program that they have called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more that they are going to get you to different tiers of rewards and opportunities so that you can cash in. They are fantastic. They love the fact that you listen to us and you bet with them. So use our promo code any and every time you see a chance to do it at Bet975. Go today and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag and use our promo code Bet975.
What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. Did y'all see Keith Lee, that he's just the foodie influencer guy? He did a sushi one, and there was a parasite in the sushi, and he didn't realize it. And like he ate it, but he was fine. But people went to that place and they got sick.
Oh no.
Yeah, people like his viewers saw it. Like something moving in your sushi, dude. It's gross. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad. All right, what are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. Brian triggered my OCD with the Bad Take Boulevard stuff he posted today. Did you see all these pictures?
Oh yeah,
he took up like a sheet of on Google Docs.
Yeah,
you triggered my OCD.
Yeah,
today
they were
a
some
little bit,
big
Brian.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of pictures. All right, first one. Micah Parsons talking about his Dallas Cowboy football team.
I'm going to put this out there. We're a damn good football team. I know the scores ain't showing it. Yeah. And I know, obviously, people feel like we got so many missing pieces, but I just truly believe, like, you almost got to go to things like things that we messing up on. Like, I think our defense is really turning things around. Like, up until that last quarter when they got that touchdown defense, we only really gave up those 2 touchdowns in that first quarter. But other than that, we gave up 6 points in the other 2 quarters.
There you go.
You know, the score don't really show how good we actually are. And
it's the first time I've heard this.
It's a loser mentality there from Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And we only, besides the 2 touchdowns we gave up in 1 quarter, we only gave up 6 the next 2. Well, okay, that's still 20 points in 3 quarters. That's not good. And you still gave up those 2 first quarter touchdowns. You can't just dismiss those like they didn't happen.
You know who prevents that stuff from happening? Really good football teams.
Yes.
Really good football teams prevent that bad fourth quarter. Really good football teams overcome some slippage. Really good football teams, maybe there's a mistake, but they're able to endure that and then rise above it and win football games. Like, in what world, in what logic? Where can you find anything that tells you they're a darn good football team?
What he called them.
That's why I was talking about it earlier when we were talking about him. Like, yeah, I mean, how delusional can you get when it's one thing to like not bash your teammates, but you think you're a really good football team and we've seen what you've put down on tape?
Yeah, I don't understand where other than backing up his team because he's a representative of the team, I don't know where he sees that they're a really good football team, and that's why Micah Parsons, you made the list.
You just made the list.
All right, this one, Bears are going to sweep the Packers. What's all this about?
They lost the turnover battle to Houston and still won that game. They lose the turnover battle 3-0 to the Bears. They're not winning that game. And now with Caleb Williams, I'm saying it right now. Bears are going to sweep the Packers. Bears are going to sweep the Packers this year. It's time. I don't care that Matt LaFleur has never lost to this team. I don't care that the Bears are 0-8 in this decade. And they're 4-25 going back to the last decade. I don't care. All right? That the Packers have won 28 out of the last 32. I don't care. It's time. Caleb's good, and Jordan Love is flawed. Bears going to sweep the Packers.
This was a host from 670 The Score in Chicago. Chicago. Yeah, they lost. They were close, though.
Yeah,
probably should have won.
Chandler Parsons probably thinks it's a win. Or Micah Parsons, not Chandler.
Good football team.
Yeah, they lost by 1. So that eliminates the chances of a sweep.
Yes.
What is it, Spags?
Is that Joe George?
Speaks.
He kind of looks...
Speaks.
Kind of looks alike a little bit. A little bit. Like an older version of Joe.
I don't think he looks that much like Joe.
Speaks, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Paul Pierce. Dalton Connect's been playing really good for the Lakers. Here was Paul Pierce after the Lakers drafted Dalton Connect. And there's more than one bad take here, Paul Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick. But you understand, like, translating to what he did at Tennessee to what you got to do for the Los Angeles Lakers. Yeah. You go from a small-time school to the Lakers school. That's hard to be somebody who I'm thinking going to contribute. And not only it's the Lakers, you got to play with LeBron. So you got to ask yourself, how much can this guy contribute right away? Yeah, he's a little older, a little more mature. I like it. But for me, I think this is a good opportunity for the Lakers to explore another trade, possibly for a superstar if they can package him.
Okay, so first one is like bashing the pick because Dalton Connect's been pretty good. I mean, he had the huge game and people were like, oh, he's awesome. But I mean, he had 37, he had 27 the night before, getting extended minutes now. The dude's really fitting
His fourth quarter the other night was ridiculous.
And his 3-point shooting's at 46%. Like, it's unbelievable. He calls Tennessee a small-time school, Power 4, Tennessee, a small-time school, and then he's knocking the pick, and then he's like, well, this is an opportunity for the Lakers to trade for a superstar. You're knocking the guy, and then you're saying he could be in a package with Austin Reeves for a superstar? It's contradiction, Paul Pierce. His nickname was The Truth. There's nothing truthful anymore about Paul Pierce.
No, he's
nothing.
He's constantly, now he's switched networks. He's just he's constantly hot takey, and his takes are just awful.
I just don't think he's informed.
I mean, he and KG get into some pretty heated discussions where I'm just like, he's kind of clueless. But yeah, this one is ridiculous on so many fronts that you pointed out. And like, I'm listening to this going, Tennessee is a small program with Rick Barnes.
He's not clued in at all because Tennessee has been a good program.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like Rick Barnes, but they've been a good program. They're in the tournament basically every year. They're winning tournament games. You can't call them a small time school.
Yeah.
And Dalton Connect's not trading Dalton Connect is not getting you a superstar.
No.
Matter who.
Especially if you think he's not good.
Yeah, you're dogging him. You're dogging.
He's
He's trash. I'll trade you for the best player in the NBA. What? What are you
Why
doing?
don't you like Rick Barnes? Because you fired him, right?
Yeah, because he
weird.
never beat a seed higher than him at Texas in the tournament.
He got you Kevin Durant.
Just
He
not
got
very
you some
pretty.
pretty good guys.
Durant got knocked out in the second round that year by USC and OJ Mayo.
That's right. That was a good game.
It was a good
DJ
game.
Augustine, Kevin Durant. I had high hopes for that team.
LaMarcus was he Rick Barnes had LaMarcus at Texas.
He had good
right?
players.
Yeah,
He got good players, but they're all one and done basically, and they never beat a higher seeded team or a better seeded team, however you want to phrase it, while he was there.
Did he ever lose to a lower seeded team?
Multiple times.
Yeah.
He was not good in the 8-9 match.
He recovered quickly at Tennessee.
He did.
He did. Jake Paul. I don't know what to make of this. Jake Paul said, I believe I could beat Mike Tyson during any phase of any part of his career. Like, obviously, that's a bad take, but I also think this is part of the Jake Paul mystique. Like, you say these crazy things. Why? So people talk about you. So you're in the news cycle. So people are, yeah, he is. He's absolutely engagement
He's the conductor of the hype train.
So, like, I feel like an idiot for putting him on Bad Take Boulevard because now I'm condoning this trolling behavior.
No, I understand that because it seems like the whole thing was a marketing stunt.
That's his career.
Yeah.
His career is a
like
marketing
you make a
stunt.
statement like that, and then if Brian and I get too technical down in the weeds and start breaking it down, it's like,
stupid.
okay, you're gonna make Tyson use big gloves and have rules that he can't throw uppercuts and
His whole
stupid
career,
stuff.
his whole career is a marketing stunt, but he's a billionaire. Like, it's kind of genius.
It is crazy.
I kind of have to. I hate that you're making a mockery of boxing, but in terms of like having a nice hustle, I kind of admire it. A Deadspin. Braves made a trade for a pitcher in the offseason. Remember who that pitcher was?
Chris Sale.
Did he win the Cy Young?
He did.
He won the NL Cy Young. The headline from Deadspin, which has been dead forever, Atlanta Braves acquire washed-up pitcher who then does what? Wins the National League Cy Young.
You just made the list.
Make the list, Deadspin. I'm surprised they still exist, too, by the way. They traded Vaughn Grissom for Chris Sale. NL Cy Young.
How'd that work out? That
Great.
worked out pretty damn good.
Although they made the playoffs, but then they lost in the wild card round, right? Kurt Binkert. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Binkert is right.
Chargers are taking my spot as worst team in the NFL this season. Then it be the Patriots, then Saints. Wouldn't be shocked to see Herbert gets traded in a full reset in LA in the next 2 years. He has since deleted this tweet, which is the softest thing about this.
Yes.
It's a bad take. Yes, you made the list.
You just made the list.
But I appreciate bad takes because, look, you have a hot take at the time. It didn't materialize. It happens to the best of us. Trust me, I know. But then to go and delete the tweet, that's soft.
As if the internet
soft.
doesn't remember.
Yeah. Like, I can live with somebody having a bad take. Everybody's going to have a bad take in life. It happens. We're human. We're not AI robots. We're all going to have bad takes. But you can't delete them. You have to own it. You have to embrace it. You have to take responsibility on it.
Kirk Binkert was the former backup quarterback for the Packers.
He was a quarterback? He looks like a linebacker.
Yeah, he was a former. Well, he played in college, obviously, and he was a backup in the pros for a few years.
Jared Bailey on Bo Nix. Bo Nix will be a very good UFL quarterback in a couple of years. Jared Bailey, you make the list. Bo Nix.
You just made the list.
He's really good.
Yeah, a little context to this because you can't see what the thread below it, but he Jarrett Bailey said, I can't remember which quarterback he was propping up. I think it was Drake May about being the best quarterback in this year's draft. And someone replied, Bo Nix? Like, could Bo Nix be the best quarterback? And that got the reply that you read. Bo Nix will be a very good UFL quarterback in a couple years.
I like Bo Nix. I got
to give Sean Payton props there too, because a lot of people were like, "You're moving up for him," and some people were questioning, "Is he a first-round talent?" And boy, he is.
He was the last of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round.
Sean Payton might be able to coach a little bit.
He might be able
to coach a little bit. That Sean Payton. Daniel Jeremiah, Joe Douglas took a team with minimal talent and depth, and he's built a playoff caliber team capable of overcoming injuries to several of their top players. Future is incredibly bright for the Jets, said Daniel Jeremiah on November 6, 2022. They have been perhaps the most dysfunctional organization in football since Daniel Jeremiah sent that tweet.
And they had the injuries, and they had everything.
And they did not overcome them.
They did not overcome any of them.
Daniel Jeremiah.
You just made the list.
Now, Daniel Jeremiah was the guy who predicted that the Texans were going to trade up to number 3 for Will Anderson.
Oh, he was?
He nailed Stroud going number 2, and then he nailed that the Texans were going to trade up to number 3. Like, which
that's Lance's.
That's an unbelievable.
It's pretty good.
unbelievable that he was able to nail that. Zach Rosenblatt. Daniel Jones certainly still has a lot to prove, but I think it's safe to say he's a lot better than Jalen Hurts. That one on October 14th of 2021.
Yeah,
You just made the list.
Yeah.
I was critical of Jalen as well.
Daniel Jones is a great QB3 on a best ball team because he's going to have 1 or 2 weeks where he puts together 4 touchdowns and his QB1 1 week every NFL season. I am upset that he got
I think there's any
benched.
chance in new scenery, fresh start, he
No,
is
absolutely
a better
not.
quarterback?
I don't think so. I think Dable's a good offensive coach. I think Dable's like one of the best coaches for him, actually.
I'm interested. I believe that he has ability.
I don't know.
Dable's a really good offensive coach.
We'll see.
It's
Really good
it's
offensive
been
coach.
4 years now.
Now, I'm not saying he's better than Jalen Hurts. I just think he has, like, you see signs where you say he's got ability.
I think he has athletic ability. I don't think he has quarterback know-how.
Fair.
Yeah. If Kurt Cignetti is smart, Indiana will forfeit against Ohio State on Saturday. That's from Ohio's Tate on Barstool. Now, Joey Galloway
I was
also
just gonna
had the
say,
one where
Joey's
they
the-
wanted to
yeah.
bench. He wants to bench the Indiana quarterback.
Do we want to play that audio?
Yeah, let's play it.
I'll get it ready in a second.
Yeah, Joey Galloway saying that he wanted to bench the Indiana quarterback. That way they could play for the playoff,
So that
which,
they don't end up like Florida State.
I mean, he kind of has a point.
Because, I mean, he makes the comparison. Florida State was undefeated, and they lose their quarterback, so they lose the berth in the playoffs.
Here's what he said.
But if I'm Indiana, I am protecting my quarterback.
You can't do that.
Why can you not do that?
You can't do it.
Why?
That's a culture killer. That's a culture.
Because what?
That's a culture killer.
That plus, if you did you hear Reese a second ago say they've lost more games than anybody? They have a chance to get in the playoff, and it looks like they're getting in. The only argument, and we said the same thing last year. Jordan Travis got hurt for Florida State. They didn't get in. If I'm Indiana, say what you want. I'm protecting my quarterback.
But if you're Indiana, you can't go out and lose by 30 points. If they don't play him,
I am.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't be serious. Look, look at me, Reese. I look
You
serious.
can't do that.
right.
They're Indiana.
Like, I if you don't do that, you're probably a playoff team. So, like, I think Joey Galloway's looking like super big picture. But at the same time, if this was Michigan, he would never have suggested that.
No, and because of the fact that the point that everybody else is making is you could do it, get away with it, and make the playoff, but you lose your entire locker room because the entire locker room is believing that they're good enough to play with Ohio State, and you're putting them behind the 8 ball before they've kicked the ball off.
And here's the other thing: they're 10-0, so that's not Ohio State's not the last game of their regular season. So I mean, he's still going to have to play quarterback again before the playoffs, where he'd have the same chance of getting hurt.
It's also a defeatist mentality because, like, Indiana could win the Big Ten. You beat Ohio State. You get to the Big Ten championship game. You win.
Get a bye.
You
It's
might even be able to
basically-
get a top 2 seed.
It's basically telling your team, hey, just making the playoff is good enough, not winning the Big Ten, not doing things that your school hasn't done maybe ever or for decades. That's ridiculous.
It's a bad take, Joey. And because of that, you made the list.
You just made the list.
What's your biggest concern for the Astros offseason? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What is your biggest concern for the Astros offseason? 713-780-ESPN. Blankers, what is your biggest concern?
I think it's twofold. I think that you lose Bregman, and then you're not willing to spend at all to try and reallocate or replace whatever you're losing from Alex Bregman, whether it's another third baseman or not. If it's getting a bat in the outfield and an extra pitcher, or the things that we do every year and we say, hey, there's some holes to fill. You could do this, you could do that. If you do nothing and you let Alex Bregman walk, and then you basically just are admitting that you're going to be who you are or less than you were a year ago, that would be extremely disappointing to me.
What if you pay Bregman $250 million for 10 years?
Well, that's stupidity.
I think there's a scenario in which bringing Bregman back is the bigger concern.
But I said you can lose Bregman, but then you don't do anything else.
But what if you only bring Bregman back?
Then I would hope that they can stay consistent with what they've done in terms of not going more than 4. Maybe they'll go 5, but no more than 5 and no more than 30 a year.
Yeah, see, look, I think that the Astros have had 2 really bad off seasons in a row, and I think it's a direct correlation from moving on from your general manager and James Click. They should have kept Click. They fired Click immediately after they won the World Series, and they've had 2 terrible off seasons in a row. They haven't added to the team in terms of like depth. What they've done is they went big game hunting and signed players to these terrible contracts. 2 off seasons ago, they signed Jose Abreu to such a bad contract that they had to cut bait on it halfway through it. Halfway through it, they had to cut their big free agent acquisition. That is bad general managing.
You know, the back of his baseball card.
Rafael Montero, they basically quit on that. The only reason they didn't quit on that is because he accepted an assignment to AAA and he's still on the roster. So you signed Jose Abreu to $18.5 million per year for 3 years, cut bait halfway through it. Rafael Montero is, $11.5 million a year for 3 years. You basically cut bait halfway through it, wasn't on the big league roster, wasn't even a September call-up because he was so bad. And then you also signed Michael Brantley to a 1-year deal. Doesn't cost you long-term because it was a 1-year deal, and then he played about a dozen games for you that season and a few postseason games. What did you do last offseason? Instead of like, okay, we need a left-handed bat, we need a little bit of depth here, we could use a relief pitcher arm. You don't do any of that with the exception of just signing the biggest reliever out on the market and signing Josh Hader to a $95 million deal for 5 years, and then didn't live up to that cost. I like Josh Hader. Josh Hader's performance didn't live up to his salary last year. You've had 2 terrible off seasons in a row. Good teams are going out there and finding shrewd free agent pickups for not tons of money, not long-term, so they don't handcuff you in the future. Like the Astros are handcuffed right now because they're paying $18.5 million to Abreu for another year. They're paying $11.5 million to Montero for another year. They're still paying Josh Hader, $19 million? The Ryan Presley contract was actually a James Click contract, but thank goodness that's in the final year of the deal too. The Astros are being handcuffed with these bad contracts, and the new regime is the biggest reason why. And it's Crane. It's Jim Crane playing general manager and acting like a true value Jerry Jones, quite frankly. I think that they've had 2 awful off seasons in a row, bad off seasons back to back. Whenever they didn't have they didn't have Dana Brown 2 off seasons ago. They hired him after the off season. Last year they had him, but didn't really do anything other than sign Josh Hader. My biggest concern is that they have that same type of off season where if they do sign a guy, it's for way higher than he should be signed for, and then you do nothing else to help the team. Because last year wasn't a problem of like we don't have these big names or like these guys that we can count on. Last year's problem was that you weren't deep. Like you couldn't go to a good left-handed bat in the outfield because you didn't have one, and you're claiming Ben Hamill and Jason Hayward, who are in the twilights of their career. You didn't have a great plan B at first base, even though Jose Abreu was awful 2 years ago. Like they didn't add the depth pieces and these insurances in case things went wrong because they spend money at the top of the market and then those players don't perform to that level.
See, that's why I think it's extremely unfair that you point the finger at, not you personally, but anybody pointing the finger at Dana Brown, because I think that this is all, points back to Jim Crane and the Crane gang, that no matter if you say it was just Crane by himself or it was Crane and Baggy and Reggie and Enos Cabell or whoever the hell Biggio was involved in all these things. It's when you transitioned from Click to Dana Brown, and then in Dana Brown's early stages, it was basically like, we got this, just get your feet settled in. And by the time Dana Brown got any kind of sense of control and trust and the ability to do what he wanted to do, even if we're not completely there yet. When he got more of it, it was already too late because those 3 deals started a very evil spin for this team. You knew you wanted Verlander back. You gave up 2 top prospects to go get Justin Verlander back. Yes, you got a deal on the money, but we already know about how this farm system isn't extremely deep. You gave up those guys. That hasn't worked out well either. But to your point on the finances alone leads you to believe you got completely away of what was the Astros way, which was, we're not going over this many years. We're not going over, this amount of money. We're going to stay hell-bent and staunch on the fact that we believe we have a formula that works for us. And the minute that there was any kind of an opening for Crane to get involved, he blew the roof off of it.
713-780-ESPN. What's your biggest concern for the Astros offseason? And then our very own Lance Erline. He says he thinks the signs of the Astros run ending are obvious. Does he have points whenever he says this? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What's your biggest concern for the Astros this offseason? We'll get to the Lance part of this in a moment. Texture from the Hive, that wasn't Dana. Dana made some great moves and made the playoffs with all the injuries, the Kikuchi trade. The Kikuchi trade was not an offseason move. I've said the Astros had 2 bad off seasons. I like Dana Brown. I think Dana Brown is a good general manager. I don't think that Jim Crane allows Dana Brown to have the full power of making moves to the roster. I think Jerry Jones is the general manager, and I think that Dana Brown is his assistant that does all the grunt work and makes him do all of the hard stuff. And then every now and then, Jim Crane will come in there and say, well, this is what I want to get done. Go get it done. I think that's what happened with Hader. I think that Kendall Graveman used scared Crane. Let's go get a pitcher at the very top of the market. Let's go get Josh Hader. He paid Josh Hader more money for a reliever that has ever been paid from a total contract perspective. I think Edwin Diaz makes more per year. Josh Hader got the largest contract ever given to a reliever. Jose Abreu got $18.5 million for 3 years, which was the biggest contract given to a first baseman that offseason. Rafael Montero was signed early in free agency and reset the relief pitcher market for a non-closer. Relief pitchers that offseason didn't get signed until very late because the Rafael Montero contract screwed it all up, and Rafael Montero's given you nothing since then. The Astros in the last 2 off seasons have been dreadful because of Jim Crane. I do agree that I like Dana Brown. I think Dana Brown's a good general manager. I wish Jim Crane would get out of the way and let Dana Brown have full control of the roster, in fact.
And that's the biggest thing. That's why I said, it's easy for the simpletons and the just the general, kind of non-rabid casual fans to point the finger at Dana Brown, but you have to point the finger at the organization and say, look, Jim Crane has got his name on a lot of bad moves that this franchise made. And when he wasn't just strictly, orchestrating the bad moves and opening the checkbook for the wrong guys, he was also probably putting the governors on what Dana Brown wanted to do and how he went about his job. And then also, like you said, dictating it after probably laying down certain mandates. Hey, now go out and get Josh Hader done because that's who I want, no matter what the price tag was. And when you make him the highest paid closer in the history of baseball, and he pitches the way he pitches, and you got him for 4 more years, it's not a great look.
8341, biggest concern for the Astros in the offseason, needing a third baseman, needing a first baseman, needing a center fielder, all 3.
I don't know if they need a center fielder.
I think that Chaz is going to be the opening day center fielder. I think Jake Myers is going to be one of your backup outfielders. I think they're going to sign a left-handed bat that will platoon with Jake Myers. And then when a righty pitches, the left-handed bat will start in left. When a lefty pitches, Jake Myers will start in center, and they'll move Chaz over to left field. That's my guess. I agree with the first baseman thing. I think that they do need a first baseman, especially since they're not going to move Yainer Diaz there, it appears. I don't want to go into next season with John Singleton and Zach DeZenzo being your starting first baseman. But if they do, and I think there is a likelihood of that, why is that the case? Because they signed Jose Abreu and they're still paying him $18.5 million. That contract is still costing you. 4128 says losing Bregman and not extending Tucker. I think it's a likelihood that happens. I would be stunned if the Astros keep Kyle Tucker beyond next year.
Agreed.
I think they have a better chance at Bregman.
Yeah, we've talked about that for, months and months now, that we both don't anticipate that that's the kind of deal that the Astros are going to be willing to make. He's going to be hunting big money, long years. That's not what the Astros do. I think that their best chance of retaining, as we look back after all these deals are said and done, Frommer and Tucker and everybody else, I think the one chance that you have of retaining one of those guys more than anybody else is Alex Bregman.
Yeah. Another text says Jordan taking care of his body. That'd be good news. Eric says, wait, the good teams do what? What cheap moves do the Yankees and the Dodgers make? I said shrewd moves. I might have said shrewd and cheap. But if you just pull up the Yankees and you go through like their top leaders in WAR and you start looking at who really helped them this year, how about the trade for Jazz Chisholm? Like Jazz Chisholm was pretty good in the short span that they had, which was a nice trade at the deadline. Now you can say the Astros did the Kikuchi thing. You look at the Yankees pitching staff, rookie of the year, Clark Schmidt, young pitcher, really good for them. Luke Weaver was one of their best relievers who was a waiver claim, from Seattle. You look at what the Dodgers did, and yes, these are like, I don't think that the Astros are in the same money category as the Dodgers and the Yankees, by the way. But how about the Dodgers signing Teoscar Hernandez for a 1-year deal? Yes, it was kind of pricey. What was it, $23 million? But $23 million for his kind of production on a 1-year deal sure beats the heck out of Jose Abreu's contract, sure beats the heck out of the Rafael Montero contract. You spend a few more $1 million, you get Teoscar Hernandez on a 1-year deal for basically what you got for Jose Abreu. So that was a shrewd move.
No, Teoscar Hernandez, I believe, won a Silver Slugger. I mean, offensively, he was great for them. He was good in the outfield. He was a fantastic pickup. And as you mentioned, when you look at the trade deadline as well, when you look at Tommy Edman and you look at Kike Hernandez, those are two guys that played an integral role in them winning the World Series, and they were huge when they needed them in the postseason. They weren't afraid to keep going and getting the guys that weren't big names at big money, but there were guys that were going to instantly jump in and help them, and they gave them the best chance to win.
How about a Blake Trinan? Blake Trinan, big year for the Dodgers, had a 1.93 ERA, key figure in their bullpen. Keep in mind, you're spending 19 on Josh Hader, 19 and a half, whatever it is. Blake Trinan for them had a 1.93 ERA. Blake Trinan's salary for the Dodgers this past year was $8 million. $8 million
for a closer.
A 1-year deal. He wasn't closing for him, but certainly could have.
But still,
he had a sub-2 ERA.
He was.
Yeah, in postseason.
Yeah.
He didn't during the regular season. Only had one save on the entire year, but was a big, high-leverage pitcher for the Dodgers. So there are just a few examples of the shrewd moves. Meanwhile, the Astros, they sign a big name, and they do nothing else. That's why they didn't have depth. That's why they didn't have an outfielder you could turn to. And yes, the pickup of Hayward was solid, but you could probably find better in free agency. Yes, the
Ben
pickup
Gamble was solid too until he got hurt.
Dana Brown was scratching the surface with guys who were either 4A or who were unwanted by other teams and was trying to make chicken salad out of chicken. Why? Because Jim Crane put him in a bad position because he had 2 dreadful off seasons in a row, which is what scares me really about the long-term sustainability of the Houston Astros. St. Patrick, would you trade for Bellinger if the price was right, provided Bregman could get along with him if he stays? He's making about 20-something million. I did see that the Cubs wanted to trade him. He's got a player option next year for 20-something too.
7, I want to say.
I don't know if it's quite that high. I thought it was kind of low to mid-20s, but whatever. It's same ballpark. I do not want to trade for Bellinger. Now, someone on Twitter today put out a pretty interesting scenario. Would you trade Lance McCullers for Cody Bellinger?
Hell yes, I would.
It's a salary dump a bit for the Cubs. They get a lottery ticket on a starting pitcher. You do have to inherit more contract, especially per year for a Bellinger, but he's somebody who can be productive and probably an upgrade at one of your outfield positions.
Plus, you wipe your hands clean of the what ifs, candies, butts, nuts, and all the fact that he has given you nothing for the money you've paid him so far. You clear the slate, and at least you say for the rest of the money that we would be paying for McCullers, we at least get a guy that could give us some production and assumably would give you a ton more production than whatever McCullers could possibly give you. And also, you have enough starting pitching that you've gotten by without McCullers for the last couple of years. You could keep doing it.
Eric, the McCullers scenario is kind of fascinating. I hadn't really entertained the idea of trading McCullers for that, but it would be the Cubs getting out of a contract they don't want, and they would actually reduce costs as well. So it'd be a bit of a salary dump.
You could do Presley and something else.
I don't think Presley has any trade value.
No.
Mm-mm.
I
don't.
He essentially only got to pay him for one more year at 14,
which you can sign a better reliever on a 1-year deal for less than 14.
For sure. But I'm saying if the Cubs are desperate for the back end of the bullpen type guys,
then they can sign
and they're trying to get out of Bellinger, they could possibly just do that for a 1-year flyer and get out from under Bellinger.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be the salary dump because you would get out of the Bellinger 20-something million, you would inherit a 14 million, so you're saving $8, $9, $10 million in savings. I just if you're desperate for a reliever, you can sign relievers in free agency that had better years than Presley for far cheaper. That's why I don't think he has any value. I don't think Presley has any value on the trade market. You can find better relievers cheaper in free agency than Ryan Presley. And if you're looking for a closer, there's like 3 closers that are available on the trade block.
And the big thing too is the other hurdle that everybody just keeps looking past when they keep saying that, Ryan Presley's going to be out there, that he still has to waive the no trade. And everybody's assuming he's going to do that, but he gets to pick and choose. If it's not a scenario in a city and or a team that he likes, he doesn't have to accept it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the other part of that. Now, I do think I get the sense he does want out.
I think any pitcher that was a closer wants to be a closer again and believes he should be and can be. So that would be the one thing in your favor, that he would waive the clause if he had the ability to show his value as a closer again.
I don't think he is one of the top 30 pitchers top relievers in all of baseball. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rudy from Alvin, you're in the Hive. What's up, Rudy?
Hey, guys. I enjoyed listening to that discussion on the Astros. I was been a long time friend of the Astros and follower, but I'm also one of the guys that was really critical of the 2017 and all the scandal involved. But this is where I take it. Don't you think they're going to be they're going to be in a not good position almost on every kind of transaction or dealings with the major leagues, because of some of these, the effects of that. I mean, you can't deny that. They're gonna pay for quite a while, and this is part of paying.
All right, appreciate the call, Rudy. The Astros are going to miss out on free agents because of the sign-stealing stuff, but they signed the highest-priced first baseman 2 years ago. Rafael Montero had no problem re-signing because the Astros overspent, and then they signed the top reliever in offseason last year. So I don't think that there's any validity to that theory.
To the highest contract for a relief pitcher in the history of baseball.
Yeah, like these players don't care about that. Like, and they flat out told you this. Like Kiki Hernandez, who is another name I didn't mention as a shrewd move for the Dodgers. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm glad you did. He flat out said that was 5 years. He said that was 7 years ago. We're not worried about that. No one cares. No one cares. If you're going to make a dude the highest paid reliever in baseball, he's not going to care about some fake scandal 7 years ago.
No.
And it's proofs in the pudding. It's literally happened.
And he's called and said that on multiple shows here and tried to make that narrative a reality that's not even close to being a reality.
713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the land side of this conversation. Your texts are rolling in as well. 713-780-ESPN. Well, your biggest concern for the Astros offseason, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Biggest concern for the Astros offseason, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Eric, if you replace Bregman with if you replace Bregman, a great center fielder and first baseman, you're gaining, right? I don't know where you're finding a great center fielder and first baseman. Even if you consider Pete Alonso a great first baseman, I wouldn't. I think he's good, really good, not great. I also don't think the Astros would pay that kind of money to Alonso. Where are you getting a great center fielder?
You're not.
Unless you think Luis Roberts great, who was not great last year, and you're trying to revive him. Like I
He had
don't
a whole
see
lot
how
of
that
quitting
happens.
him for the majority of the season too. He made
Yeah.
a lot of boneheaded blunders and looked like he didn't care a whole lot and put a lot of effort into it. To where he's got to prove himself on that front first and foremost. But he's got ability. It's just how much does he want to?
Yeah, maybe if you're looking at the optimistic viewpoint of this, it's like trading him to a contender will revitalize him because I do think that there is effort there, and playing on the worst team in baseball, I think he probably lacked a lot of that effort.
I think there's ability there, but I think there's a reason to question the effort that he put forth last season.
No, yeah, I if you're making the again case for him, it's he was just so sick and tired of playing in Chicago, which look, I could understand that, but you also want him to be a pro and go out and produce. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Brian from Baytown, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's up, guys? Hey, so little similarity out there for you. I live here now. I grew up in Louisiana. Huge Astros fan because we didn't have baseball there. But so also a Saints fan. Now, outside of the good years for New Orleans, after all that, they're kicking the can down the road. You go out, get their car, you overpay, for these older guys. And those are the similarities I see with the Astros. I mean, you're just trying to Band-Aid stuff, trying to hold on. And I don't want them to tear it completely down. No one does. But you're throwing contracts at guys that don't deserve it. You're not going to get the worth out of it. So I see similarities to what the Saints are in, and hopefully the Astros don't completely get flushed down that road, but that's what it looks like today, guys.
Appreciate it, Brian.
Thanks for the call, Brian. I respectfully disagree, just simply because of the fact that they haven't been willing to overspend, except for the moves that we talked about that Jim Crane made. But the reason why you don't think that they're actually, going in the tank and going completely in the wrong direction is you got Yordan on a sweetheart of a deal, and he's locked up. You've locked up a majority of your pitchers to where you're still going to have a respectable pitching staff no matter what you do or don't do as it relates to, Verlander walking out or Fromber down the road a little bit. But overall, you still have Pena under contract. You still have Yiner under contract. You've got good guys, including Chas McCormick's on a cheap deal. You've got enough pieces, and your bullpen, you're going to have Hader for 4 more years. You've got Abreu still on a good contract. So I don't think that there's reason after all those names alone to say that they're going to just completely, kick the can down the road, but they're delaying the inevitable. It's just how do you replenish the pieces that are going to walk away, like if Alex Bregman walks, or bigger name, bigger money players.
No, I think he's right. I think that you've been doing it. I think that you've been putting the Band-Aid on with Jose Abreu. It's like, okay, we're going to lose some of our bigger names, so how do we replace that production? Let's just throw bad money at a bad player. And they didn't know that at the time, obviously, but it turned out to be the case. You do that with Jose Abreu. You did that with Rafael Montero. Like, they're overspending on these fringe-type players that don't live up to the contract while they're not bringing back their big names. And I'm not a big believer in re-signing guys to these massive contracts, but I'm also not a believer in signing 38-year-old first baseman to $18.5 million. I'm not a big believer in signing middle relievers to $11.5 million for 3 years, or spending big money on a closer. So I don't love the moves that the Astros front office has made, especially in the offseason, the last 2 years. And again, I think that they're all directed by Crane. I do not think it's Dana Brown.
Yeah, it's all on Crane in that regard. But I also think that, and of course the details matter in terms of the age of a guy like Abreu, or, what we clearly could see better than the 3 or 4 guys that were making the decision should have been able to see in terms of Montero, and the fact that he had a career year coming into free agency, and you decided to pay him like he had done that his whole career. And other than that 1 year, he has been basically a glorified journeyman. And you look at it and say, if one of those if they would have panned out, or if it was a different name and that player actually performed well, you'd have said, hey, they were willing to spend, give a little extra money, go to a bigger time contract, and a different first baseman might have been exactly what they needed to get over the top and still be competing for it. So it's not like they're not willing to spend. I think Jim Crane was the one that put the monkey wrench in what could have been, fortifying this team for another run for a couple more years.
I think they foolishly spend. He's
fair.
not. You're right. He is willing to spend, but who does he spend on? He spends on the big name free agents at the position. Jose Abreu at the time was the biggest name first baseman. Josh Hader at the time was the biggest name relief pitcher. He said it the other day at the Daikin thing. Were you willing to go over the competitive balance tax? Well, basically, if the player that is out there that's going to move the needle will do it. He spends money on big names as opposed to spending a considerable amount on guys that are going to help the whole. Like we had a texter saying, if you don't spend $30 million on Bregman, where do you spend it on any single player? To me, you don't spend it on a single player. I would spread the $30 million around on, okay, let's see if there's a first base upgrade out there. Like I think Carlos Santana is a first base upgrade. It's not a huge name, but you're going to get Carlos Santana on a 1-year deal for pretty cheap. I've mentioned Michael Conforto as a name I love. Yes, this is not a splashy move, but Michael Conforto extends this lineup. Carlos Santana extends this lineup. Neither guy is a huge brand. Neither guy's a huge splash that you're going to put in the middle of the order, but it makes the team deeper. As opposed to spending $19 million on Josh Hader, maybe you find a Trinan guy who's going to be a really good 7th to 8th inning guy for you at a fraction of the cost. I think he foolishly spends money.
The biggest thing to me is that he can't get over the fact that there is a temptation that he's addicted to go out and get the biggest, sexiest, splashiest names he can to try and think that that's the way to make an impact on his franchise. Sure, from a marketing standpoint, from a wow factor when the moves are actually made, it does have that effect on people. But then it's the residuals of how do you get the return on investment? How are these guys going to perform? And I think that that's where he can't get out of his own way and trust the guy that he hired to do the job that he's supposed to do, which is Dana Brown has been very, very good at talent development and then locking up that young talent when they start to develop if you just let him do his job. But if you step in whenever you feel like it and go, like you feel like you're playing fantasy baseball, no, I really want this guy right now because he's got a name and we're going to pay him and it's going to be massive. And then it fails.
We think that Dana is that guy. We really don't know yet.
Well, what he did in Atlanta was a lot of good player development.
He was the assistant general manager.
But they said he was basically the guy that was able to initially, dissect the talent and evaluate the talent.
I mean, I think he's got a good eye. I've liked his draft picks, but the whole, he's going to draft them and then lock them up. He hasn't went that whole way yet. He has locked up Christian Javier, which looked like a team-friendly deal, and then he hasn't pitched well since he's been on that contract. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Rocky, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Rocky?
You say Rocky?
Yeah,
Yes,
we did.
yes.
Yeah, Rocky, the one and only.
Hey, I think I got a concern and then I got a question, I guess. I think my concern is that you have spent on bad contracts, but you're going into next year where basically we have 3 holes if we don't re-sign Bregman. We're going to have a hole at first base. We still have a hole at center field because I don't think Myers is the guy, and I'm not sure Chaz is going to make a comeback. Now you're going to have a hole at third base, and you're already making comments basically saying that, hey, you're gonna spend the money if the player's right, but you're not going to go crazy. But my thing is if we don't take a step back, what's our step forward? Because I'm just not seeing it. And I think my question is more about the money situation altogether, because you sat here and talk about, we're always going to be competitive and we're never going to have a rebuild. But my thing is, if you're not willing to spend the money like the Dodgers, I mean, I'm reading reports the Dodgers are going to be in on Juan Soto. It's like, how are these guys doing it?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get it. I mean, I think that's my question. And like I said, my comment is a concern because we got 3 big holes. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call, Rocky. Look, look, everybody has concerns. It's totally fine for you to have those concerns, but I think that when you look at it, my point is there's a nucleus there that's capable of winning that isn't on like stranglehold type deals once you get out from under some of the ones that Jeremy was mentioning that we've dissected in the past about overpaying and getting guys that just you should have known from the jump weren't going to be the guys that you thought they were going to be. But at the same time, because you do have some really good deals going in your favor and caught some guys really young in their team control, that there's the ability to do what's necessary to keep this team not just relevant, but competitive. Now, competitive can be dissected a bunch of different ways. Are they World Series competitive? We'll see. Right now, probably not, because you don't know what's going to happen with Bregman, and you don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to be willing to spend, to your point on what Crane said. But if they do, it's not that many holes to fill to where you say they can't be one of those teams that has a chance to win the World Series next year.
The first thing that I think that I'd like to address with the Rocky question is, do you think the Astros are ever going to spend like the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Never.
They're never going to be in the same stratosphere in terms of spending with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And over the course of like a 10-year span, they're probably not going to be in the same stratosphere as the Yankees. Although the Yankees have been more fiscally responsible in this new regime than the old George Steinbrenner, who would act more like the Yankees. I believe in sustained winning in baseball is done through player development. Like, how have the Astros have been very good since 2015, really. The golden era, people will cite 2017. How did the Astros build a winner after winner after winner after winner after winner? Player development. And like you look at the Astros when they won the World Series in 2022, how many players on that team were around in 2017? Very few. I think it was less. You could count 5. Them on one hand. Yeah. So how did they do that? Well, the player development, continuing to bring up players who are contributing to the team. I would argue that the closest thing that's going to close the Astros window is actually the fiscally irresponsible spending, because we said, well, pay Bregman $28 million. You could do that solely on the Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero contracts. You're paying Jose Abreu $18.5 million. You're paying Rafael Montero $11.5. There's your $30 million. Well, why don't we have $30 million? Because you spend it on those bums. So sustained winners are built based on player development. And the Dodgers are a different stratosphere. The Dodgers are just going to spin, and sign every big free agent that exists, and they're going to build based on that. The Astros don't have the ability to do that. They have to build from within. And like even the Yankees built from within. Yes, they traded for Soto. Yes, they signed Garrett Cole. But Aaron Judge was homegrown. Their best not this year, because Juan Soto was their best outfitter. Volpe, homegrown, another guy that they brought up. They had the rookie of the year. Nestor Cortez had a pretty solid season for them. So, like, you have to be able to develop from within. And when you start giving out bad contracts, it prevents you from being able to sign the guys that you really need. Or, like, even the Dodgers this year, though. Teoscar Hernandez signed a 1-year deal. How do you bridge the gap when you don't have a player ready? You go find the best free agent you can on a short-term deal. When Jeff Luhnow was here, he went out and found Michael Brantley on a 2-year deal. Look how that worked out for him. Worked out pretty good. Brought in Brian McCann on, a 2-year deal. That worked out pretty good for you.
Charlie Morton on a minimum year deal? Wasn't it like 2 or 3?
Yeah, that was a shrewd free agent signing, right? It wasn't a trade. That was a free agent signing. It's like I believe in player development. Well, what do you do whenever you don't have a guy ready? Well, you go out and you find the best guy you can on a very, very short-term deal. You don't lock yourself up into these bad contracts that are going to cost you in the future. And the last 2 off seasons, that's what the Astros have done. Like, people are talking about on the text line right here, well, the Astros can't sustain a dynasty if they don't re-sign these players. No, that's not their issue. Their issue is that they don't have great decision makers in the front office, or at least the ones that are being able to make these decisions. If they gave Dana Brown full control, I would have confidence in the Astros. But because I think Jim Crane's making all the important decisions, I don't have a lot of confidence in the long-term sustainability of them.
We talked about this, Jeremy, as we've gone through, as the years have passed by, all the different big names that we've watched walk out the door. And we've said that part of their ability to be sustained in winning is going to be predicated on the fact that they're going to have to make tough business decisions that aren't going to be that aren't going to relate favorably to the fans that are trying to make decisions with their heartstrings. Because all it takes is one where it can really handcuff you. And then all it took was a transition between 2 general managers and your owner stepping in to make 3 bad moves, 2 of which are still biting you in the butt, that prove the point unequivocally, and that is that you made 2 bad moves it equates to a $30 million deficit in terms of money that you could have to play with because you didn't trust the guys you hired. You didn't get along with the first one. You didn't hire the second one in time. And in the meantime, you thought anybody can do this. I know baseball because I played in college 18,000 years ago, and I'm going to make these moves for our franchise, and we're going to be better.
Look, the Dodgers can cover it up because they have tons of money, and they're willing to throw money after bad money, and they're going to cover it up with their money. So, and the Yankees are able to do that too. But Jim Crane's is going to operate right around the competitive balance tax. He might go a few $1 million over it, but he's not going to be 50% over it. He's not going to continue to throw bad money to cover up bad contract. So yes, you want an owner that is willing to spend up to the competitive balance tax, maybe go over it every now and then. But whenever you have some constraint, where the Dodgers do not, maybe the Yankees do not, you have to spend money wisely. You can't spend bad money. And then the moment you start spending bad money and you're adding more bad money on top of it, that's going to suck up the resources that you have. Look, the Bregman contract might turn out to be bad money as well, but if you're just, hell-bent on, the Bregman deal must be done, you have to do that. If you don't get Bregman, you can thank the bad money of Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero.
Well, but see, here's the other thing too, Jeremy. The fact is when you want to compete with the likes of New York and Los Angeles, you have to realize the market matters and the ability to just print money matters as well because of the fact that their TV networks are printing money and just cash cows for them, whereas you just had to buy your TV network trying to make it sustainable, and you're losing about $20-30 million just simply in revenue that you had in the past because they were paying you, and now you're trying to get to a point where your sponsors are buying in onto the product enough to make that money back. So you took a loss there by taking on a network. New York and Los Angeles, they've got people throwing money at them, whether it's their own network or they go to somebody else that helps them to take care of whatever contract money they want to spend. And their ticket prices go through the roof and they sell them all out.
I mean, you're not going to be able to outspend them. Like, you're going to have to figure out another way to win. You're not going to outspend those teams. How do you win? You're going to have to outsmart them, which is how the Astros were built. Jeff Luhnow outsmarting people. I think James Click carried that over as well, outsmarting people. Now, James Click had more financial resources because the Astros were doing better than when Jeff Luhnow took over, but you're not going to outspend those teams. You have to outsmart those teams. You have to get great return on investment on the dollar. If you're going to spend $250 million, you need to get $350 million of production, and that's how you surpass those teams. Austin, my biggest concern is McCullers staying on the roster and making his return in 2027. To me, that's just a sunk cost. There's another bad contract, which at the time actually looked team-friendly. 0002, Jordan Rule, numero 1, DH only. Don't threaten me with a good time. I think that he should be a DH only. Another texture in the hive. Why is there so much doubt in Singleton at first base? I'm lost because he's a below-average first baseman.
Defensively is one thing, but he doesn't hit for average either, and his power comes in spurts, but it's not the kind of production you expect out of a first baseman at a corner infield position in Major League Baseball for a good team or any team.
No, he's just, every way that you cut it, he's a below-average first baseman. Great story. Root for the guy. He's a below-average first baseman, especially for a good baseball team. I think you can easily upgrade there. Another texture from the hive. Is there any other $30 million player that could fill any needed position instead of Bregman, someone with a better bat, Pete Alonso or someone? To me, you don't just get the one guy. You spread around the $30 million, get better in the aggregate, go find a left-handed bat, go find a first baseman. Free agency is not great at third base. Aggie Matt, does the window close if Tucker leaves? If so, I hope we go all in for next year. I'm not a believer in one player keeping a window open in Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball it's about the whole. Like, you're not going to just have one or two stars and be able to win. The Astros are a good example of that. The Astros had stars this year. Framber Valdez finished top 10 in Cy Young voting yesterday. Yordan Alvarez is a star. Kyle Tucker is a star. Jose Altuve is hanging on to that stardom. The Astros' problem wasn't that they didn't have a star. The Astros' problem was that there were star and scrubs. They didn't have the depth. They weren't deep. So I'm a believer in depth, deep, and rebuilding through the farm. Another texture from the hive. I flat out don't want to see Chaz in an Astros uniform. He's not a serious baseball player. He used Chandler Rome to get more playing time, but it's obvious that Dusty knew how to get the most out of Chaz and hit his weaknesses. Chaz had a bad year.
Yeah, I was going to say he had a below average year, but overall he's better than what he did last season, and he has ability, and he's a decent defensive outfielder that can do some things for you when he's right, and they're just banking on a cheap contract. He can be right because, as Dana Brown said, he's got to be creative this year in the offseason in a variety of different ways, and part of his creativity might be, look, there might be opportunities for other center fielders, but I'm getting him on such a cheap deal, and the two of them combined for I think under $6 million or $7 million a year, to where that's a really cheap deal for your center fielder and your backup outfielder.
Yeah, I think that Chaz should be your starting center fielder against righties, and I think he should be your left fielder against lefties because Jake plays center against lefties. Another text from the Hive. The network is profitable for them because of a history of great success. We need to be great for 30 years, and being relatively cheap is not how to get that ROI. All right, so what do you suggest? Go sign Jose Abreu's and Rafael Montero's and Josh Hader's every year? That's the answer? That's the recipe for success?
That's when you start really doing the boom or bust, because that is the Steinbrenner mentality, to just keep spending and spending and spending. And then again, like we talk about, all it takes is one or two of those contracts to crap the bed. And now suddenly, even if you're printing money, you just can't fill all the other holes that are left behind by you continually overspending, especially if they don't turn out with the return.
That's how you get upside down.
Yep.
That's how you get upside down. 9955. My concern is signing Bregman to a long-term contract for a lot of money. He's not worth it and will cost the Astros in the long run if they do sign him. I pretty much agree with that. I need to see the terms, but I pretty much agree with that.
I mean, I've said preferably 4 or less. If he's looking for 6, 5 might be the highest I would go, as long as it's in the 30 range and it's not $200-300 million a year. Then I think that would be something that I could live with. Anything over that, I think, could be a killer for you.
Texture from the Hive. Hader was really good compared to the other two. He was, but he wasn't worth $19 million. Like, he had a 3.80 ERA. Oh, ERA, you idiot. No one looks at that's production. He didn't live up to the production of the contract. I like Hader. I'm a Josh Hader fan. I don't think you could be spending $19 million on Josh Hader's.
When you pay him like the highest paid, which is supposed to be the best reliever in baseball, and he's performing less than at least a handful of closers in this league, when you look at all the stats, the home runs given up, the blown saves, everything that goes into it, you say, is that guy worth $19 million a year? No, for year one, you didn't get the return on the investment.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Troy from Crosby, you're in the Hive. What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I know at the end of the day, it's Jim Crane's decision to pick these players, but at some point, you got to lock the damn door and keep Bagwell out of there, not in his ear, because he had a big part of what happened in them bad signings. I'll hang up and listen.
I mean, he's not wrong. You got rid of Reggie, and Reggie's not going to be back with the organization if you missed that.
I think Reggie got rid of the Astros.
That's fine. I don't care how it happened. Just keep him away from making being involved in any personnel decisions. Because, yes, as a player, he was a phenomenal Hall of Fame player. As it relates to player evaluation and how that equates to a trusted name that Crane should go to for input on current players, I don't believe in it. And I don't think he was the right guy to do any of that. And I think Bagwell's kind of in the same category. If you want Bagwell to work on in your system with hitting tips and fielding tips for first baseman and other guys, that's totally fine with me. That's a different animal. But to say that he's a guy that, from the money that you spend to the kind of player that you're going and evaluating, that he's a guy that should be making decisions for this franchise, I think that we've already seen enough of Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, I mean, that falls on Crane, though. Like,
sure it does.
You allow somebody in the circle, that's on you. Like, if you allow somebody in your trust circle, who does that fall on? If you're taking advice from somebody, who does that fall on? Like, I'm not going to seek comedy advice from Houston Stressens. Like, I'm not going to seek workout advice from Lance, or like walking on a sidewalk advice from Lance. Like, I'm going to have a circle of trust, people who I think I can count on. And if I'm the owner of the Astros and I'm making a decision after I win the World Series, who should I entrust my trust with? The general manager that just led me to another World Series, that is trading Miles Straw for Yainer Diaz, that is locking up Yordan Alvarez, that's getting Mauricio Dubon, a solid utility player, for a journeyman backup catcher in the minor leagues? Or should I instill my trust in Jeff Bagwell? That falls on Crane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's easy to bang on Bagwell because, yes, Bagwell has earned this power somehow, but Crane is the one that has allowed him in.
And when you think about it, to take it a step further for the deals you were mentioning, the fact is he rebuilt the bullpen on the fly that year, too, because he got Maton thrown in the Cleveland deal. He got Yimi Garcia from Miami, and he got Graveman. And he got 3 guys, 2 of which had closed with other teams, to be the back end of your bullpen and fortify your bullpen. And he did it in such a savvy way that, oh, by the way, you got a catcher thrown in that turned out to be Yainer Diaz. That was phenomenal for this franchise. He was the epitome of a guy that balanced analytics and the eye test and could get you exactly what you needed. But because he wasn't a yes man, and because you guys didn't seem to have conversations the way in the kind of direction that you liked him to go, you decided that he had to go, and you could do the job that he did. And look at where we are.
Yeah, I thought he was super solid. Like perfect world, you keep Luno, but I thought Crane was really good.
He's the antithesis. He's the exact opposite of what Jim Crane likes, because he's not splashy. He's not going for the big, sexy, expensive name. He's going for the guys that are going to be exactly what you need at a price that you can take and you can see locking up for a while.
So Astros can't overpay for vets anymore. That's what has set us apart up until this point. It's time to trade Tucker or Fromber to reload, replenish. See, I don't think you can ever overpay for vets unless you're like the Dodgers or the Yankees. I'm okay with overpaying for vets on like one-year deals, but multi-year deals is where you really get into trouble. I'm okay with the idea of trading Tucker and Fromber to replenish. I don't think that it ruins you either. I still think that you can contend. Now, you need to make some other really good moves. Like if you traded Fromber and get this really good prospect, which you're probably getting a big league player in that too. Go sign a solid starting pitcher on a 1-2 year deal to help the rotation, to help the workload. If you trade Tucker, look, you can find outfield bats in free agency. I think corner outfield bats are the easiest place to find bats in free agency. So the Astros need to replenish and reload. Brantley was $12 million wasted as well. Yeah, he was. Didn't play in any games that year.
16.
Very few. I thought it was 12. Maybe there was some incentives there. I could bring it up to 16, and maybe you're right. I don't know. So 12 to 16 million, not to mention the JV trade. I mean, we'll see how that turns out because Gilbert and Clifford still haven't made a major league debut, but that one could definitely hurt. The deferred money thing has to be banned. I agree with that. I think that that's stupid. That's a loophole in the whole thing.
The Dodgers get credit for that more than anything else. The fact that nobody else thought of that. It's the most unique set of circumstances. You've got an international player that's making so much money in endorsements that he could afford to do it too. But it was a savvy move that the league had to kind of react quickly to.
One thing that I learned from this conversation is the Hive craves some Astros.
That's good.
That popped off there with some really nothingness. What are you concerned about? The Astros offseason popped off. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You know what else is going to pop off? We didn't even get to the land side. Maybe we'll save that to tomorrow. Houston Cougar football. Houston Cougar football Saturday against Baylor. Houston looking for back-to-back wins, looking to keep bowl eligibility possible. Taking on Baylor. Baylor's red hot, by the way. Saturday at 6 o'clock at TD ECU Stadium. The weather is going to be great. It's senior day. It is our Houston Blue game. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd of a Cougar football game. Tickets are only $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early. Be loud, wear blue as we pack the stadium for our final home game of the year when we are celebrating our seniors. First 20,000 fans receive a Houston Blue rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, U of H Alumni Association, and ConocoPhillips, and our team will be wearing their Houston Blue uniforms. Giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. I'll see you Saturday night at TD ECU Stadium. What's your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. BMAC and Blankers will be at Twin Peaks Kirby location tomorrow. Stop by, see them, hang out with them tomorrow at Twin Peaks Kirby. Car Wreck of the Day, 713-780-ESPN. What is yours? Coming up next, Soccer Matters at 6, and then Mike Elko at 7. Because it segues better, I'm going to jump the line here. A little preview of what you might be hearing from Mike Elko tonight. Mike Elko makes my Car Wreck of the Day. He's not looking ahead whatsoever to Texas.
Maybe you look ahead. If we didn't have that stake, what's at stake? Maybe you would worry about it. I think our focus is single-handedly on on Auburn right now and locked in on what we got to get done.
Long diatribe about how he's not looking ahead. And then he says Texas's name instead of Auburn's name. That was funny.
That was. That's the Freudian slip.
Who do you think he's thinking about right now?
He's thinking about Texas.
Yeah.
He's thinking about Quinn Ewers and that dominant Texas defense and Matt Golden. Go Cougs. All right.
Need a moment, Brian? Or are you good after hearing all that?
Well, I'm fine right now, but
Okay.
check back right after that A&M Texas game.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to nominate the 76ers situation. It's a joke that just keeps getting worse. The fact that you have a team meeting, I forget which one, how many team meetings they've had, but you have it, and immediately after having it, all the details are already all out there in the media. And then the question becomes, one was what was said true, and then the other one is who's the leak, and why in the world is all this information getting out if it's just amongst the team?
You think it cost Morey his job?
I think Daryl Morey leaked it.
That's fascinating.
I think Daryl Morey's done it in the past. I know he's done it in the past, and I think he did it here.
That's pretty good. What are you nominating, Brian?
Micah Parsons for thinking the Cowboys are a damn good football team.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
6181. He nominates Tank Dell for being a Jag this year. You're an idiot. 6181. Never text Killer Bees again. Harden leaving kills teams. 0002. Car wreck is Scott Boris not reading the baseball market. If he gets that deal from Washington or someone, then great for Bregman. Boris always over. He aims for the moon, and if he falls short, he's still with the stars type of thing. Josh from Seabrook, Dan Orlovsky, because he got dunked on by J.J. Watt. Dan said that a team can't beat a team solely on field goals after the Steelers beat the Ravens solely on field goals.
All right,
what's winning?
Super Bowl caliber team.
Yeah.
I'll go Elko. That's fine.
Yeah, Elko.
All right, Mike Elko. And it's perfect because he's coming up later on in the program, too. So, Mike Elko, congratulations, you win. Does it for us. Thanks to BMAC for the hard work. He's Brian. I'm Branham. Or he is blank. I am Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, as always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. I'm Glenn Davis. Houston, how we doing out there? All right, we got a lot to be excited about, including World Cup in 2026. Hope you enjoyed the show on Tuesday. Now, we had Jan-Luc Blackhorn of Team, T-E-A-M, on discussing the passion, the awareness, the business side of World Cup 2026, and how you as a business can be prepared for the opportunity. Business is big or small, doesn't matter. Even more important is the lasting impact the World Cup in 2026 is going to come on and have on our soccer community and city. Imagine waking up in your house and knowing you're going to be attending the World Cup. You might wake up in Bel Air, you might wake up in Katy, you might wake up in Spring, the Woodlands, east side of downtown, Pearland, Galveston, and you know you're going to a historic World Cup match. Not sure everybody still gets how big this is. We got to do a better job of kind of spreading that word, I think. Also, remember this about the World Cup in 2026. Depending on what countries get drawn to play here, and we've got games on June 14th, June 17th, 20th, 23rd, 26th, and then a round of 32 match on the 29th in Houston. Imagine if we get the Netherlands here and all the Dutch descend on Houston. Imagine if we get Brazil here and we got the Samba and the Jogo Bonito of Brazil coming to town. Imagine if we get the passion of the Argentine fans. There are going to be people coming here from all over the world. And a lot of them are not even going to get into the games. They're just going to be hitting the bars, the restaurants, the hotels, and the streets of Houston. We have an opportunity to really, really shine as a city, like we always do. But boy, it is something to think about here, and it's getting closer and closer. Now, a lot of people say to me, Glenn, where do I get tickets? There is a thing out right now, and I know the Dynamo and all the MLS teams are pushing this out. It's FIFA World Cup hospitality tickets. Now, these are premium packages. You got to have a lot of cash for these. I have also seen that secondary market ticket brokers are, advertising that they have tickets and you can buy them. I would be very careful there. Now, FIFA has issued a warning to avoid purchasing tickets that way through the secondary market, and they've said be careful. World Cup 2026 tickets that are quote unquote unofficial ticket websites. Individual tickets not available till 2025. So that's what's out there. Now you can register to learn more about where to get tickets through FIFA at FIFA.com/tickets. So there you go. But what an amazing thing to be thinking about here, that World Cup 2026 is getting closer and closer. So as if hosting the Gold Cup final, remember, we have the Gold Cup final this summer. This will be a precursor to the World Cup. Then we get the U.S. women's national team coming here. It was announced yesterday to Shell Energy Stadium in February. They're going to take on Colombia. It's going to be interesting to see what type of support Colombia gets based on the supports for the men's national team in the Copa America here recently. But we've got an incredibly vibrant Colombian soccer community here. Passionate, great fans. And then you get Japan and Australia also playing in the She Believes Cup at Shell Energy Stadium. So that's going to be fun. And that's coming up in February. This is just, again, the amount of events in international soccer that continues to come through Houston is just incredible. So there you go. And we get that women's national team version now that's youthful with Sophie Smith, Trinity Rodman, Mallory Swanson, some great veterans as well with Lindsey Horan and others. So let's get a good look at Emma Hayes and her national team coming back to Houston. And focused on soccer, not on the social platforms like the last team we had. This is a coach that wants to win, wants to compete, and get the women's national team, keep them number one in the world. Another good local Houston piece. Eric Quill. Now, Eric Quill grew up playing soccer in Houston at places like Bear Creek Park, Meyer Park, Katy Park, all the different venues for youth soccer players in Houston that many of you out there who are now adults and or currently are playing on. Eric Quill went on to play professionally in Major League Soccer with Tampa Bay. He was on that team with Carlos Valderrama. Remember calling games then. FC Dallas, Sporting Kansas City. Post-playing career, he gets into coaching. Now, this is a guy, knowing Eric well, that is incredibly passionate about soccer. Incredibly passionate about it. Loves the game. Was an assistant coach at the University of Houston with his wife, Susan Bush, who has played for the U.S. women's national team. He then got into youth coaching. And I'm not sure I got the chronology right here, but he worked at the craft of coaching passionately because he's passionate for the game. I can tell you that. And everybody who knows him will agree with that. So he's coaching the Texans in Houston. He brings in Chris Richards from Alabama. Richards is now playing in the Premier League. And I remember him telling me the story. I got to get this kid out of youth soccer. So Chris Richards then gets moved by Eric and presented to FC Dallas. This year, he was a coach in New Mexico United. Prior to that, he was North Texas SC. They won the league title, the USL League One title, which is one below the championship. So he's familiar with the Dallas system. Did a lot of good work up there. He was an assistant in Columbus for both, Caleb Porter and Wilfried Nancy. Right? He's worked with players like Ricardo Pepe, Tanner Tessman, Brian Reynolds, all with North Texas SC, which was essentially the reserve team of FC Dallas. This year, he was a coach for New Mexico United, and they had a great season. So now he's been named the head coach of FC Dallas. By the way, after his stint with North Texas, he interviewed when FC Dallas's coaching job was open before and got turned down. Did not get the job. Nico Estevez got the job. Nico Estevez is now the coach of Austin FC after being relieved in Dallas. So it's amazing how, the coaching world can work, but this is a really good appointment. It also bothers me that this guy is not a part of the Houston Dynamo, and he should be. I'm not saying as a head coach, but I know back in the day, there was an opportunity to bring him into the youth setup of the Dynamo in the prior leadership group and ownership group. Turned away. We have done such a poor job in Houston of utilizing our Houston-based and Houston-connected resources, whether on the competitive side or on the front office side. These are people that understand Houston, understand the soccer community, and also have respect in the soccer community. Why you don't want those people involved with your club, it's a mystery to me. Anyway, congratulations to Eric. It's great for him. It's going to be a great storyline coming back here to take on the Dynamo and Ben Olsen. And this is a guy that's really worked at his coaching. And I have no doubt that he's going to be very successful there. Okay, let's go to CONMEBOL. 12 of the 18 match days are complete in South American World Cup qualifying. Now, you've heard me many times on this show, and you've heard many people say it's the most grueling qualification process. So right now, the top 16s are Argentina, Uruguay, Ecuador. That's 1, 2, 3, Colombia, Brazil, and Paraguay. So Argentina with Lionel Scaloni, they come off a win over Peru at home. Not easy, even though Peru was in last place. Uruguay, 4 games have I don't think they've conceded a goal. They beat Colombia. They drew Brazil. No, they went 4 games, obviously, in this qualifying without scoring a goal. But recently, now they're back in it. They beat Colombia. They drew Brazil in Brazil, which is a good result for them. Ecuador, 3 wins, 2 draws in their last 5. They're unbeaten in 5. They've got an Argentine manager, Sebastian Beccacheche. The Argentine manager is all over the place in the world. Colombia, in 4th, have only won 2 out of their last 6 after such a good Copa America. So that's 2 out of their last 6 in World Cup qualifying. Colombia, they're in 4th place. Brazil, as inconsistent as can be, real struggles there. Nobody fears Brazil anymore, I don't believe. And then you got Paraguay, who's unbeaten in 6th and 6th place. They have beaten Brazil and Argentina, by the way, which again, you never know what happens in South American World Cup qualifying. They've got an Argentine manager as well. Gustavo Alfaro is the head man for Paraguay. Now, the team that currently holds the playoff spot is Bolivia, followed by Venezuela, Chile, and Peru. So 7th place is very important to get a playoff. 2nd and 6th in the entire table is separated only by 3 points. So that goes to show you Argentina's got a little bit of a nice big cushion out front right now. So it's good for him or good for them. Mexican League playoffs tonight. In fact, right after this show, coming up at 7:05, it's Chivas against Atlas. Now, that's a good one. And the reason why that's a good one is because they're 2 Guadalajara-based teams. So if you want some fire, I would watch that. That's essentially a Guadalajara derby between Chivas and Atlas. Cade Cowell, the American, should be getting a good run out for Chivas in that game. And then 9 o'clock, you got Tijuana and America, Club America. So playoff start. They're always really wild and crazy in Mexico. We'll see what happens in these opening playoff games tonight. They're going to be a good watch, though. I don't think there's any question about that. Mexico advanced in the Nations League semis. They'll take on Canada. The U.S. obviously advanced over Panama. We spoke about what the U.S. did under Mauricio Pochettino. I think we liked that first 45 minutes was a great blueprint. We're going to talk further on this show tonight about the U.S. performance with former U.S. men's national team midfielder, former Dynamo coach Tab Ramos will join us in the next segment, and the U.S. will take on Panama and Coco Carrasquilla, so the Houston Dynamo midfielder. So that will be interesting here. I think this U.S. team is growing. It's got a little bit of an Argentine edge to it. Some of the positional changes and the tactical nuances that Mauricio Pochettino is presenting to the U.S. and implementing slowly, I think is really, really interesting. He's building out the midfield. I like seeing Tanner Tessman getting real opportunity. And hopefully Tyler Adams continues to get healthy and continue to get minutes for Bournemouth. So there you go. That's the show tonight. I am going to re-air the Jan-Luc Blackburn interview from this group called Team, which are setting up networking events monthly. And these networking events are for businesses, but also to create awareness around soccer and World Cup 2026. And by the way, it's not just World Cup 2026 you want to invest in. You want to invest in the sport as a whole in Houston, because we have people from all over the world here doing business that are passionate about soccer. We got an explosive youth soccer community where money is changing hands all the time. But we've got a very vibrant, great soccer community here in Houston, and we're going to cap it off and get an opportunity to host 7 matches during the World Cup, and it's going to be amazing. So I'll give you the number one more time, FIFA.com/tickets, to find out information on how you can go to World Cup 2026. All right, we'll take a break. Do want to remind you about a few people. First, let's go Nico's Greek and American Cafe. We really appreciate Dimitri and their support of the show, longtime supporters of soccer in Houston. By the way, they do catering as well. So Thanksgiving coming up. Get in touch with Nico's Greek and American Cafe, because if you want to get the sides and do a little Greek style, you can do it as well. They got 3 locations, Beltway 8, I-10, Woodlands, and then, of course, my favorite, the original on Montrose. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, great place for watching Premier League soccer, Liverpool supporters group, I-10, the Marquee Entertainment Center, Danish Inspirations, modern contemporary furniture, DanishInspirations.com. Get the best in modern contemporary furniture. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, it's former U.S. men's national team midfielder. He is Tab Ramos.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Hey, quick shout out here to Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations, Montrose, Woodlands, and then on I-10 and the Marquee, beyond the Marquee Entertainment Center, I-10 and the Beltway. So big thanks to Nico's, and I-10, the Marquee Entertainment Center, is Hugh O'Connor's pub. All right, great friend of the show. I'd like to consider him a great friend personally, and he is certainly a great friend to soccer. You know him as the former U.S. men's national team midfielder. Former Dynamo coach Tab Ramos joins us now. Tab, how are you?
Very good. Thank you for having me on once again. It's great to be on here at Houston Station. I love it.
Yeah, well, you're a definite on here anytime you want.
Yep.
You getting ready for Thanksgiving up there in New Jersey?
Yeah, it's a good time of the year here. Actually, the fall. Fortunately, we have a little rain today, which we haven't had in a couple months. So yeah, nice time of the year.
I'm not thinking you miss that Houston heat too much.
Well, I miss Houston. I don't necessarily miss the weather, that's for sure. And I'm sure most people would say that.
Yeah, for sure. So listen, you and I were chatting before the show, and I was really excited to hear this new job you have in the Turkish Super League with Beşiktaş. Tell us a little bit about it and what you're doing with them.
Yeah, I'm this started about 2 months ago. They brought me in to become their director of scouting for North and South America, in particular with my connections in Uruguay and Argentina. Being from Uruguay, I have a lot of contacts there, and then we have a lot of our focus on South America. So mostly Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador. Those are the bigger countries that we look for players in, and then North America, which is basically MLS and Liga MX.
Tab Ramos joining us. Does this obviously it entails a lot of travel?
Yeah, it does. A little bit of travel, but it hasn't been as much so far because we're waiting as we decide what players we're going to focus on going into the winter window here when it opens roughly in about a little bit over a month. That's when we'll really have to zero in on certain guys. Yeah.
Tab Ramos joining us tonight. Always enjoyable. All right, so let's get your general thoughts. You were with Andreas Cantor. You called the U.S. Match against Jamaica. Get your overall thoughts from you on that.
Yeah, I was actually very happy to call that game. Andres and I'm very fortunate to work with Andres, who's the best of the best at this stuff. And I've been working with Telemundo since 2018, so it's been a long time. And it was actually likely, I don't want to say the only time, but the first time I really enjoyed calling the game for the team, because what I saw in that first half was just sort of these players who were free to play, free to roam. I think that obviously Pochettino got the tactics right with bringing the outside backs inside and sort of confusing Jamaica a little bit, but just the freedom and the happiness of the team, you could sense it, you could feel it by the way they moved and the way they touched the ball. That was a happy team playing. And as a coach, you want nothing better than that, than players playing who are happy. And it showed in the scoreboard. They were far superior to Jamaica. But yeah, I was very happy. I think it's the first step, because there's certainly some things we can talk about, in particular defensively, where we have a lot of improvement to make. But I'm just happy to see the team going sort of freestyle forward, and it was really nice to see. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, a lot of interchanging of positions. I think it was either Tim Weah or it might have been Yunus Musa. One of them just said, "Oh, the coach has given us freedom." It was as simple as that. That's what he said. So to your point, yeah, it was enjoyable. That must have been an amazing game to call. How about the quality of the goals? I love that first goal. Pulisic starts it about 10 yards in his own half, ends up getting on the end of the McKennie cross. This was a 5-star goal.
Oh, no doubt. And I hope everybody recognizes that, because don't forget, he's playing a ball first time that's coming from like above his head, and he can't see the goal, and he can't see the goalkeeper coming full speed, but he knows that he has to put the ball in the goal. So he has to peak, but he also has to be aware that he can get absolutely demolished by the goalkeeper. And so it takes a lot of courage. And if there's one thing that I have to say, there are many great things about Christian Pulisic, but if there's one thing that we know about him is he is willing to throw his body in for the team. He did it at the World Cup against Iran, if you remember that goal.
Yes.
Huge goal that got us into the second round, and he did it the other day. It would have been a lot easier for him to back away from that, and he didn't, and it was huge.
Yeah, took it off half volley too. That's a great point about the Iran game. Forgot about that. Playing Christian and maybe asking him to be a little bit more central. I get he had a free role. Do you think that adds a little more responsibility to him? And doubly, do you think that gets him even more involved in the game for the U.S.?
I like it. They asked me to, I did an interview, I don't know who, I think it was CBS or somebody a while back, and they asked me to sort of rate players by position. And I rated, Christian by position at the 10th spot as number one. And they're like, well, he usually plays wide. I said, but I think if we let him play in here and roam from side to side, he could create a numbers advantage on either side. And he could come in from the wing as a +1, which would create a numbers advantage. And when he receives between lines, he's really dangerous. And so that's where he played. And not that I got it right by any means, because I think a lot of people felt the way I felt. But I think it's a great position for him. He can do, he can do all three of those positions. At Milan, he plays a lot of time on the right side, but he could definitely do the left or the middle as well.
Yeah, and he was showing up out wide, complimenting the two wide guys, and like kind of creating overloads. It was fantastic. I want to go to Tanner Tessman now, the midfielder, because obviously I think Pochettino wants to build out the midfield and make sure he's got some other proven players there. I thought he had a pretty good game too.
A little bit of a funny story with
you coached him, I'm sure, right?
I did, yeah. So I had him with the youth national team, and I actually had a conversation with him to ask him where he felt most comfortable playing, because normally you get a sense, at least I do, by not just by the way a player plays, but by body type and by the way they move in terms of what position they fit into best, right? So the most obvious would be a center back being tall, right? And so, but with him, I asked him because he can do everything right. Tessman can do everything right. So he could potentially play the 9. He could play withdrawn striker. He can play central midfielder, and he could play center back. Now, I know that people are going to hear this show and say, oh, he's crazy. He's not a number 9. He's not a center back. I'm not saying he is those, but I can tell you that he can play all of those, because he's talented enough to, not only does he have the skill to do it, but he has the physical ability, and he has the ability to read the game that a lot of people don't have. So I'm not surprised at all by the game Tessman played. I have to say that's more what I expect from him, but he played a great game.
Yeah, good news is he's at Lyon. He's fighting away in the French league now. He made a jump up. By the way, Dabo Sweeney was the coach at Clemson and wanted him as a kicker. I remember he had to make a decision when he was FC Dallas.
And you've seen Tanner play long enough where he has a shot from 30 yards out where he can destroy a ball. So I'm not surprised.
He's Tab Ramos. He's now the director of North America and South America scouting for Besiktas in the Turkish Super League. This is really cool. This is what happens when you catch up with an old friend. You find out what they're doing, right?
Yeah,
it's a good and exciting thing. I want to go back to what you mentioned about the inverted outside backs. Is part of that? What's the main part of that? For the build? Is that for transition when the ball's lost to protect your center backs? All of the above? What do you think the main reasoning Pochettino's doing that? Because that could be an area we would maybe be thinking, if we're getting this much possession against Jamaica, we're considering and a little bit worried about the transition and the counterattack.
Well, what you're doing there is you're creating a second of doubt with the team defending. So when the outside back goes inside, now the winger has to think, do I go inside with him? Do I stay wide? And now if he goes inside and a little bit deeper, like Robinson did, now between the winger and your opposite outside back, they have to figure out who gets who. So now you had Weah coming a little bit back, about 10 yards further to receive. The outside back can't go with him because he can't leave the hole open for Robinson to attack. So you create that doubt between the defenders. And if you saw, Weah was open every time to receive. If you remember, we did that with Houston when I was there, bringing Zarek Valentin inside and then having the winger outside. We did that a lot. But this is, I really like that Pochettino did this because I'm sure this is not, we saw it this time, but this is just one game. I think if we know Pochettino well, there'll be other games where they'll be completely different. But I think what we gained from this game and by the change of positions is we gain that our players have the confidence now to do it. And so regardless of what he's going to ask for in the future, I think that this was a huge step into this team getting better and better.
Is he demanding more out of this group mentally?
Probably not enough yet. I'm sure he's just getting his feet wet and he's testing the water. But I'm sure as we have plenty of time. And I think the interesting thing is that there's really no pressure on Pochettino right now because what we expect is good results in 2026. And so everyone's going to let him work. And I think that's a good place to be. So I think he'll continue to tinker with things. And I think the mental part will slowly get a little bit harder for players as results are really demanded down the road.
He's Tab Ramos joining us. Look, you were obviously very uplifted by the performance. It must have been an incredibly fun game to call, but you as a former national team player, myself, anybody who was watching it, boy, this was a really fun, exciting, great, optimistic 45 minutes. Of course, we're not going overboard with it. We're going to be measured with it. But it is important that there is these moments of optimism leading up to World Cup 2026, right?
Yeah, because we spent quite a few years of just being sad watching our national team. And I think now to see the happiness in the players and how light they looked. And I think it's a big step. And like you said, we're not going to go overboard because there's going to be some ups and downs. And this is not to say that our next game is not going to be a bad one. We don't know. But we do know that this can happen now. And we were starting to doubt that this could potentially happen. So it was nice to see these great players like we have play a game like they played because now they're starting to reinforce and to convince us that they can do it. And that's big.
How much of this is just Mauricio giving them the confidence to have a little bit more freedom? I mean, obviously there were some tactical nuances. You had some players in different positions that maybe also lifted them, and maybe he was wondering what they would do in these positions. Like Weah, a lot was falling to his right foot coming in as an inverted winger.
Yeah, no question. It's not always about tactics. Tactics is just part of the game. I think is the approach that likely Mauricio has with the players that give him that confidence because you can hear it on their interviews, right? The players are happy, and I think when that's the case, they can give you more on the field. And that was clear. And that's not tactics. That's the way he likely manages the team every day.
This guy's a fierce competitor. Take us behind the scenes a little bit because not everybody, we're watching the man on the sideline and in the post-match interviews, but this guy's a fierce competitor. There's no question.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, you look at his background and not just the places he's coached and where he's been. I mean, he's been to a Champions League final. You don't get there by just cruising along. You don't get there by chance. You don't get to be in the top four in the EPL for how many years just by chance. I mean, he's coached great clubs. He did it as a player. He played for Argentina in a World Cup. I mean, how many guys that played for Argentina in a World Cup are not competitors? I mean, I can't imagine that someone is not willing. I mean, when you watch Argentina, you know that if there's one thing players have is they will die for that jersey every time they play. And I think he's one of those people. And I think he likely wants to, have that translated on the field when he has his players. And I think he usually gets that done.
Hey, listen, you knowing South American football the way you do, Tab, you just brought something really interesting up because whenever we watch Argentina play, there's this, for the shirt. I mean, the intensity and the passion of delivering to the fans, the country, representing your country. Is that harder to attain with dual nationals like with the U.S.?
Potentially it could be, because maybe people, in particular, people who have not lived in the country. Sometimes you have dual nationals who grow up here, like myself, right? So I grew up here. I came here when I was 11, so I basically grew up, American. But and there are other guys who grew up in, let's say, let's take a Marcelo Balboa, whose family is from Argentina, but he's born here. So so he's American. But sometimes we have in the national team guys who are born overseas who live their whole life overseas, and they just get a citizenship, and then they play. And I can tell you this: that the guys that we have so far, if you look at a guy like Anthony Robinson, I mean, he gives everything for the national team, and he's one of those guys. So I think you can have it either way, right? And Anthony Robinson certainly has been at the top of delivering for our national team now for 5 or 6 years. He's been like likely the most consistent player we've had, and he's born overseas and he never really lived here. So it could go either way.
Back in your days with the national team, without naming any names, did you ever feel like maybe a dual national had a little harder time getting into it, or is that a foregone conclusion?
No, we never really did. I mean, we had guys like Gurney Stewart who had grown up overseas, who had never really grown up here. I'm sure it was hard for him to come to the national team. We had David Raji, we had Thomas Dooley, we had there's quite a few guys, and no, it wasn't noticeable, and there wasn't certainly any time where you felt like, oh, this guy's not pulling for this, like never.
Yeah. Dab, listen, thanks very much. Congratulations with the new job with Besiktas. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Sure.
I think I did. Listen, keep up the great work there. I look forward to catching up with you again. Have a great Thanksgiving in New Jersey. And I'm sure all my listeners are really happy to hear this interview tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me on, and a big hello to all the Houston fans.
There you go. That's Stab Ramos. He's the man. He's now with Besiktas as the director of North America and South America and scouting. And of course, you'll catch him on U.S. broadcasts with Andreas Cantor in Spanish. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We got more to come. We're going to talk some World Cup 2026 and what it could mean to Houston, Texas.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, final segment of the night tonight on Soccer Matters. We remind you, as always, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL now. You can always get the podcast of this show at Spotify, Apple, Google, and you can get it right here at ESPN975.com as well. Big shout out here to LamontBrands.com, our wonderful sponsors of our Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. All the benefits go to the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation. Get your Soccer Matters t-shirt, LamontBrands.com. And a special thanks to HTX Youth Soccer Club, David Divertal. They will be hosting an event. You get the information at thedriven.net. Thedriven.net. They will be doing a soccer clinic coming up here next week, and this is the place to go. And all the proceeds will also go to the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation. All right, final segment of tonight. The website is team-houston.com. It's about Houston, the soccer city, and it's a group now headed up by Jan-Luc Blackburn. He is one of the co-chairs, and they're kind of trying to create awareness, unite commerce and creative communities, preparing for World Cup 2026, but I think even more so, just the overall opportunities that lie in trade, enterprise, advertising, marketing, and media for the sport of soccer. Here's my interview with him. So I want you to explain to my listeners what Team Houston is, because I find this very interesting. I'm certainly looking forward to helping you with the project.
Yeah, Team Houston basically started as an effort to get the business community more informed about soccer. Of course, triggered by the World Cup. I mean, the World Cup is going to be this time the biggest sport event ever on planet Earth, and it's coming to our hometown. So when it comes to your hometown, as a business person, so I have not only passion for sport, but I also have a passion for business and a passion for Houston. It was like, okay, so we got to go do something with this. And so basically, we took it upon ourselves to plan for informing the business community about soccer in general, about all the soccer opportunities that are coming. Of course, the World Cup is the biggest one, but it's also Gold Cup, it's MLS, it's youth soccer. So there is just a lot of soccer opportunity. And that, again, where we try to combine our passion for sport, business, and city.
Makes good business sense. He's Jan-Luc Blackburn. He is the co-chair of Team Houston. All right, passion, soccer, and business, it can all work together, right? It doesn't have to be one or the other. I think sometimes through leadership, we want to see a little bit more of the heartfelt passion for the game as well. Now, obviously, growing up in the Netherlands, you're going to have that.
Yes, and I actually also lived in Brazil for a while, so I guess I got something there as well. So passion is very important, and there's, let's say, different kinds of passion, right? I mean, you can have the team passion, which is one thing. Team passion can be national and international, but when it comes to countries playing, I mean, everything changes, right? I mean, the moment you have countries playing against each other in the big tournaments, whether or not it's this summer Euro or the upcoming World Cup, that's, people come into a different mindset. And particularly in nations where soccer is the number one sport, everything stops. People will stop doing what they're doing, and there's only one priority, and that is soccer.
Jan, you have an event on Thursday. Tell us a little bit about it and how people can be involved, because it's getting a lot of nice traction here, and it'll be down at Shell Energy Stadium.
Yes. So basically what we try to do is inform the business community, right? So our aim is business. So what we want to do is share as much knowledge about soccer and soccer events that are coming up. Again, from MLS to Gold Cup to World Cup, so that the business community who is maybe aware can prepare, the business community that is not aware can prepare. Because if we are all better prepared, then we can do a better job at executing also all these big events that are coming. Because all these big events are going to bring lots and lots of visitors to the city. And it's, again, not only the visitors, it's also the local people. And that can translate into all kinds of opportunities, from lodging to transportation to fan engagement to technology. The opportunity is huge. And so we do this Thursday a first event where we have you also together with some other soccer dignitaries, right? Speak about the sport, but also speak about what kind of potential this brings. And with that, we try to do that on a monthly basis. So this will be the first of a monthly series where we inform the community about all the beautiful opportunities that are coming.
Jean-Luc Blackburn, he is the co-chair of Team Houston, incredibly passionate about the game. I liked how you did weave in everything, right? I mean, once the World Cup comes and goes, there's still huge soccer opportunities here with the strength of our youth, adult, professional communities, the amount of people it engages, the amount of people playing in parks on the weekends. It is a sport that really touches the hearts of so many and in so many different communities here. So I loved how you weaved all of that in. I want you to tell a story that you told me, because I think what people forget is when we find out who's coming to Houston, they're coming in with a wave of a fan base. So let's take your country, the Netherlands. Let's say they're coming to Houston. Not only are they ticket buyers and are people that are going to actually watch the game, they're going to be a ton of people who are just going to come for the festivities and won't even get into the stadium. You had a great story with your great Dutch fans. I would like you to recount to my listeners.
So the best example is actually the match between England and the Netherlands this summer, right, in the Euro Games, where 110,000 people traveled to Dortmund just to be in the city, right? And not just be in the city. Of course, some went to the stadium, but the majority was out there. And the one thing that we want to do is the traditional parade, right, where these 110,000 people walk in orange, dance, sing, drink, and have a wonderful time. Unfortunately, we lost to our English friends, but it is that kind of an experience. And if you think of the following, right, I mean, if that experience were to happen in cities in the United States, or specifically Houston, I think it's one of the best, let's say, PR moments a city can have. Also, don't forget, Europeans have 3 to 4 weeks of vacation. So that summer, you are going to get a more than extraordinary invasion into this country in a positive way, right? It's going to be a passion invasion from European countries, Latin America countries from all over the world. And these kind of things, if you can capture that also as a business, that is your opportunity, right? So this is like nothing but positivity. Again, as I said, it's passion for the sport, passion for business, and passion for the city that all come together in a very nice way.
Yeah, it's you mentioned it too, that what a moment it is to shine the light on Houston, Texas. I think for a lot of people, they think the Super Bowl's the climax, but this is something next level that goes throughout the world. And of course, again, I'm not speaking down to people, but if you don't know a lot about the World Cup, you're in for a real treat here. The other thing I like about it, go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, and the other comment I wanted to make is that, of course, the World Cup is very important, but the Gold Cup is important, the MLS is important, the youth soccer is important, and for businesses to engage with the sport, which is the fastest growing sport in the country, which is the Gen Z sport. I mean, now is the time to get in. So don't wait until 2026, right? Participate in 2025. And that is also what we try to do with Team